Chapter 1. The Wrong Map at the Start. My name is Tion, and I am currently filled with immense joy. Today marks my 18th birthday, and celebrating this occasion signifies my transition into adulthood. My family has granted me permission to flirt with young ladies. How exhilarating! The more I ponder it, the more my excitement escalates. Upon returning home from school, I was welcomed by my parents who had organized a birthday party, complete with a sumptuous lunch and, of course, a grand cake. I was utterly delighted. After my parents serenaded me with the traditional birthday song, I extinguished the candles and made a heartfelt wish, one that had been on my mind for quite some time. Following a delightful feast, my parents presented me with a joint gift to commemorate my coming of a jade pendant intricately engraved with my name, which I promptly donned. What transpired next was rather unusual. My parents began to impart a lengthy and nonsensical discourse, admonishing me to take care of myself moving forward and to prepare for our eventual reunion. The strangeness escalated after my afternoon nap, as I inexplicably found myself in a foreign land. This was a realm blanketed in snow, yet strangely, I felt no chill. I soon noticed a number of individuals mounted on horses in the distance, and I resolved to approach them to inquire about my situation. As I drew nearer, I scrutinized their peculiar attire, which bore only a single semblance to traditional winter wear from waxy-8 thickness. My astute observation revealed that they were all armed with various weapons, leading me to speculate that perhaps this was a film crew. I hesitated, uncertain whether to interrupt their shooting, ultimately deciding it prudent to wait a bit longer. In my boredom, I absent-mindedly touched the pendant hanging around my neck, and suddenly, something intriguing occurred. Ding! Detected the initiation of the abridged storyline of Do Song Cheong. The system is now officially activated. First time, traversal gift. Body of the demon god. Red hair. Attention! The body of the demon god has been issued upon traversal. The red hair will be delivered shortly. Please stay alert. Warning. The current system is in beta testing. An unknown error has occurred during traversal and will be automatically corrected shortly. Ding! Please accumulate more hatred points to exchange for additional items. Wishing you a pleasant journey through dimensions. To summon the system, please touch the pendant again. Farewell. Looking around, I found no one in sight to whom I could attribute the voice. Yet this sound? Cependant. Instinctively, I touched my birthday gift once more, and suddenly, an image flashed in my mind. My parents sat on the sofa, and my father uttered, "Son, study hard. From now on, your education is to traverse the realms and grow stronger. Keep it up." Listening to my parents' whimsical words, I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. After a prolonged moment, I shouted at the vanishing image, "What the heck? You've thrown your son into chaos. I don't want to traverse the realms. I just wish for a simple life. Dad, I want to go back. Mom, come and get me. I'm losing my mind." Yet, there was no response. I could only take 30 seconds to accept this new reality before searching for my red hair. I certainly did not want to wander alone in this frigid expanse, trudging through the snow in search of shelter for the night. As I opened my eyes, I discovered a pair of large eyes fixated on me. It turned out the red hair had quietly arrived. I reached out to pat the red hair's head and inquired, "Are you the red hair?" The red hair proudly lifted its long face, confirming its identity as the legendary steed. Does the Soul Emperor dare to face me in battle? Suddenly, the group of people in the distance erupted in a thunderous battle cry, as if amplifying their voices through some legendary fighting spirit or internal energy. I mounted the red hair, eager to join the fray, as a powerful intuition urged me that there were ample hatred points to be acquired here. I stroked the horse's mane and instructed, "Red hair, let's go see what's happening with that group." No sooner had I spoken than the red hair soared into the air, gliding towards the commotion. I was taken aback by this display, exclaiming, "Wow, impressive. You can actually fly." The red hair snorted dismissively, clearly unimpressed by my naive astonishment. Not far off, the crowd had also taken notice of the airborne red hair and its rider, two imposing figures, seemingly there to confront the Soul Emperor, began to engage me in unfriendly conversation. Wang De, with an air of righteous indignation, demanded, "Halt. Who are you?" Wang Er added his own flourish, "Brother, Don't waste time talking to him. He appears to be from the Soul Palace. Let's take him down first. The surrounding warriors showed little inclination to defend me, many even nodding in agreement. Realizing they had misinterpreted my identity, I hastily clarified, "Greetings to you all. I am not from the Soul Palace. I merely happened to pass by while running errands. I was just wondering how to exit this dreadful place." Wang Er, perceiving my explanation as a mere evasion, retorted, "You insolent brat. If you don't know what fighting spirit horse is, it seems you are just a nobody in the Soul Palace." Curiously, I asked, "What is this fighting spirit horse? Are you saying your horses are all conjured from fighting spirit?" Wang Er arrogantly replied, "Of course. If you don't even know that, you're clearly of little worth in the Soul Palace." Wang De, growing impatient, interjected, "Brother, stop wasting time. Isn't his horse a higher grade fighting spirit horse? Taking him down might yield some secret technique or treasure." Wang Er nodded in agreement. "What my brother says makes sense." The surrounding warriors, eager for the non-existent secret technique, gazed at me with hungry eyes. Exasperated by their ignorance, I exclaimed, "Are you all fools? I've said I am not the Soul Emperor's simpleton lackey. Why won't you believe me?" Before they could respond, a gust of dark wind swept in, manifesting the formidable warriors of the Soul Palace, who rode in on their steeds beside me. The Soul Emperor, steadying his mount, bellowed, "You are the simpleton. Your entire family is composed of simpletons." Gazing at the twisted expression of the Soul Emperor, I found an unexpected surge of courage and retorted, "You are the Soul Emperor? You truly do resemble a simpleton. Don't you know not to involve family when hurling insults? And your lackeys behind you? Each one is a simpleton, the most basic kind." The Soul Emperor's face shifted from pale to red to black with fury, and after a lengthy moment, he managed to stammer, "Warriors of the Soul Palace, let's all take him down together." With that, the Soul Emperor brandished his spiked club and charged forward, followed closely by his legion of warriors. In an instant, chaos erupted, as a cacophony of galloping horses filled the air amidst the icy expanse. Meanwhile, the righteous figures led by Wang De exchanged confused glances, uncertain of the unfolding drama. After a moment of contemplation, one wise member of their faction spoke up. "It seems he just insulted us by calling us pigs." Leader A, "This is utterly outrageous." Leader B, "Brothers, let's pursue the Soul Emperor, but we must first take down that rider on the red horse." Thus began the first unspoken collaboration between the forces of justice and the warriors of the Soul Palace, both factions charging forth in pursuit of me. Chapter 2. Arrival in the Douluo continent. Observing the grand spectacle that could only exist in an age of cold weaponry, I let out a resigned exclamation. Is there no law? No justice? To resort to violence at the slightest provocation? Alas, none of the formidable figures responded. As the warriors of the Soul Palace drew ever closer, I anxiously urged the red hair. "Faster, red hair. If we don't move swiftly, we'll be in deep trouble." With a swift turn, the red hair distanced itself from the pursuing warriors by a considerable margin. Realizing no one could catch up, I quickly regained my composure, even recalling a humorous quip I had once encountered. "I am a fighter, currently being pursued by the fighting emperor, yet I remain unfazed, for his steed cannot match the speed of mine." If the red hair was sufficiently swift, I believed I could easily manage the current predicament. With this thought in mind, I felt a surge of confidence, taunting the warriors chasing after me. "Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 100,000 hatred points from the Soul Emperor." "Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 50,000 hatred points from the minor leader of the Soul Palace." "Ding! Congratulations! You have gained 100,000 hatred points from the members of the Xiao family." "Ding! Congratulations! You have received the new title Mocking the Strong with the Weak, increasing your hatred point acquisition by 25. "Ding! Congratulations! You have received the new title Expert in Provocation, increasing your hatred point acquisition by 30. "Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a new item, Wearable Golden Crispy Chicken Wings." As the system notifications chimed incessantly, I couldn't help but chuckle gleefully, emitting a sound reminiscent of a pig's squeal. Oink, oink. On the following dawn, The number of formidable pursuers had significantly dwindled after a relentless chase that lasted a day and a night, for even the transformation of one's essence into a steed necessitated a supply of energy. At the forefront, the Soul Emperor could no longer contain himself. He halted his mount and secured it. Then, amplifying his voice with his energy, he called out to the leisurely figure ahead. "Rodent, do you dare to dismount and engage me in battle? Today, I shall ensure we clash for no less than 300 rounds." Upon hearing this, Tian took a swig of a robust energy drink and, unhurried, brought his steed to a stop. He donned his golden, crispy chicken wings, preparing to answer the challenge of the Soul Emperor. The passage of a day and a night had inflated Tian's confidence to the point where he felt emboldened to confront an emperor of combat. Observing Tian adorned with wings, the Soul Emperor's lips curled into a malicious smile, and he unleashed a powerful attack towards Tian. A righteous figure interjected, "Spare him, I beseech you." Without a doubt, Qinggong was utterly consumed by the void flame, leaving nothing in its wake, and the golden, crispy chicken wings were reduced to mere charred remnants. The Soul Emperor picked up a piece of the golden, crispy chicken wing, took a bite, and erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Little thief, you have provided me with such delightful fodder for my jest." The righteous figures, witnessing the annihilation of their long-derided foe, felt a surge of satisfaction, yet one of them spoke with a tone laced with malice. "Soul Emperor, if you were to leave behind a corpse for us to dismantle, it would quell our grievances. But now, as you obliterate the body to ashes, do you not wish for us to unleash our wrath upon you?" The Soul Emperor's smile faltered, momentarily stunned, before he swiftly regained his composure and retorted with arrogance. "Your suggestion is commendable. My wrath has yet to be fully quenched, and you shall serve as my outlet." Thus, a grand battle commenced between the two factions. In the realm of the system, Tian gazed at his ethereal form and inquired, "What has transpired? How could I possibly falter? Was I not promised the physique of a demon god, the assurance of invincibility through the system? Your demon god physique remains undeveloped. It currently possesses only the capabilities to withstand temperature extremes and resist toxins. It is advisable that you acquire supplementary techniques to enhance your strength and unlock new functionalities." Listening to the system's indifferent response, Tian lamented, "Spare me your convoluted excuses. Why was this crucial information not disclosed earlier?" System correction complete. The next phase of traversal is imminent. Please pay attention. Currently traversing to the Douluo continent. Would you like to purchase the Premium Spirit Soul package? Yes, I have no qualms about the expense. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the Spirit Soul package. The package includes the Tower of Heaven and Earth, the 4 Swords of Extermination, and the God-slaying Spear. Nice! Years later, in Holy Spirit Village, Tang Tian settled into a noodle shop and called out to the proprietor, "Uncle Lu, I would like a bowl of oil-splashed noodles, a signature marinated chicken leg, and 2 tea eggs." Uncle Lu, busy in the kitchen, prepared a pot of noodles and replied, "Certainly, young brother Tian, please hold on a moment." Tang Tian nodded in satisfaction and turned to the nearby child. "Little San, feel free to order whatever you desire. It shall be on my account." Tang San smiled and responded, "All right, brother Tian." Flipping through the menu, Tang San approached Uncle Lu and placed his order. "Uncle Lu, I would like a serving of spicy diced chicken and a portion of fried rice noodles." "Very well, little San, just a moment." After finishing their meal, Tang Tian called for Uncle Lu to settle the bill, only to be gently refused. Uncle Lu insisted that no one could charge Tang Tian for meals in Holy Spirit Village, for doing so would break tradition. When Tang Tian first arrived in the Douluo continent, he was but an infant, coincidentally encountered by Tang Hao and Ain playing nearby. At that time, Ain was pregnant with Tang San, and her overflowing maternal instincts compelled her to adopt the unfortunate child. Upon noticing the pendant around Tian's neck, they merely added a surname without bestowing any other name. In the future, Tian would resemble a parasite, taking the surname of whichever family he resided with. After Ain's sacrificial act, Tang Hao, cherishing Tang Tian as a precious memory shared with Ain, brought him to Holy Spirit Village, where he was well cared for. Thus, Tang Tian naturally became Tang San's elder brother. As Tang Tian found the rudimentary cuisine of the Douluo continent unsatisfactory, he discreetly exchanged for a comprehensive guide on Huaxia cuisine and various snacks within the system. When he prepared the dishes, neighbors were envious, many coming to learn from him. With newfound culinary skills, the villagers of Holy Spirit Village transitioned into food processing, and they collectively established a rule. As long as Tang Tian dined there, all meals were complimentary. Over time, Holy Spirit Village gained fame, becoming a renowned culinary destination. This attracted numerous individuals eager to learn the art of cooking, leading to the establishment of a culinary school, of which Tang Tian naturally became the honorary principal. Soon, their meals were served, and the two enjoyed their feast, packing several pig trotters to bring back to Tang Hao. As they entered the door, Tang Hao caught the enticing aroma and emerged from his room to receive the pig trotters from Tang San's hands. Taking a bite, grease smeared across his face, and he followed it with a gulp of wine. While savoring his meal, Tang Hao suddenly recalled something and casually remarked to Tang Tian, "Little Tian, we are running low on wine at home. Please arrange for a few carts of wine from your Mount distillery."
Tang Tian nodded slightly, then languidly collapsed onto the sofa. Upon witnessing this, Tang San shook his head. In his recollection, his family members were all rather despondent. Tang Hao, for his part, spoke little, preferring to either drink or sleep. As for his elder brother, he appeared to be in the late stages of lethargy, engaging only in activities he enjoyed, often choosing to lounge about, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer. Tang San pointed towards the forge that Tang Tian had deliberately left intact during the renovation of their home and declared, "I shall go and work at the forge." Chapter 3. Is it not merely forging? Tang Tian, being aware of the plot, refrained from using those tools when constructing the new house. At this moment, upon hearing Tang San mention it, he believed that Tang San must be overly satisfied and fancifully contemplating the creation of concealed weapons, which simultaneously signified the onset of the narrative. Tang Tian feigned indifference and remarked, "What need is there to forge iron? Our family is not lacking in wealth. In the future, I can allocate a few food processing factories to you, which would yield profits far more swiftly than ironworking." Tang Hao furrowed his brow and swiftly finished the pig's trotter in his hand. He then pointed at Tang Tiandao, who was sprawled on the sofa, and remarked, "At such a young age, can't you engage in some activity?" Tang Tian spread his hands and said helplessly, "There's nothing to do." Tang Hao secretly pondered whether his own despondency had infected Tang Tian. Such a situation was untenable. Thus, he invoked his father's authority and, with a grave demeanor, declared, "You two, come with me. I shall teach you the art of blacksmithing. This ancestral craft must not be discarded." Upon arriving at the forge, Tang Hao inquired about the aspirations of the two. Before Tang Tian could respond, Tang San interjected, "I aspire to become a blacksmith capable of forging divine artifacts." Tang Hao appeared somewhat distracted, remaining silent for a moment before turning his gaze towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian gazed at Tang Hao, gently ruffling his hair, and casually remarked, "With my extraordinary talent, I am destined to become a deity in the future. When that time comes, I shall seek out a few weapons for self-defense." Tang San smiled kindly, expressing his nonchalance towards the situation. Tang Tian had always been one to boast, yet remarkably, he consistently delivered on his grandiose claims. Tang Hao observed Tang Tian's lofty ambitions with disapproval and remarked, "You should first learn the craft of blacksmithing. If you cannot master such a seemingly simple task, then achieving divinity will be even more unattainable." After Tang Hao finished speaking, he lifted a large iron plate and placed it on the anvil, then ignited the furnace, vigorously working the bellows until the flames roared with intensity. Tossing the iron plate into the furnace for a spell, he retrieved a massive hammer that had remained untouched for many years. The moment the hammer struck the iron plate, a crisp clang resonated. As Tang Hao demonstrated the art of forging to the Tang Tian brothers, the rhythmic sound of clanging echoed, clang, 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 as he unleashed his chaotic hammering technique. The process was monotonous, yet the Tang Tian brothers watched with rapt attention. Upon completing all 81 strikes of the chaotic hammering technique, the iron mass had diminished significantly, with the impurities having vanished entirely. Tang Hao calmly set down the heavy hammer, his face devoid of any flush or sweat, as if he had not just engaged in the strenuous labor of forging. "So, have you gained clarity?" Tang Hao turned to the Tang Tian brothers and inquired softly. Tang Tian scoffed, "Is this all?" As a transmigrator, and one endowed with an ancestral golden finger, he naturally held himself to a higher standard. Otherwise, he would feel ashamed to claim his status. Possessing profound insights into the world's technologies, a far-reaching vision, and the ability to apply advanced concepts and knowledge were among Tang Tian's advantages. However, his primary asset was undoubtedly the divine body acquired through his golden finger, complemented by the 9 transformations of the demon god and the 9 turns of Yuan Gong as his foundational techniques. Now, Tang Tian skillfully operated the bellows. heating a piece of iron to a glowing red. With unwavering focus, he replicated the chaotic cloak hammering technique that Tang Hao had just demonstrated. With each resounding strike, a total of 81 blows were delivered, each perfectly executed and infused with Tang Tian's unique flair, as the iron was exquisitely tempered into iron essence. Tang Hao observed this scene, and within his usually calm heart, a tumult of emotion surged. It was hard to fathom that this child, who often indulged in culinary experiments, possessed such remarkable potential. Whether in terms of perception or physical prowess, he was undeniably a paragon of excellence. Tang Hao mused to himself. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous ones forward. Each wave surpasses the last. It seems I have truly grown old. With this thought, a melancholic expression spread across Tang Hao's face as he shook his head and said to Tang San, "Little San, you should learn forging from Xiao Tian. He excels at it." Just as Tang San emerged from his astonishment, he noticed Tang Hao retreating to his room for more rest. Confused, Tang Tian inquired, "Brother, how are you so remarkable?" Tang San felt a profound sense of injustice for the first time in this world. Despite his daily rigorous training on the mountains, he found himself outperformed by his elder brother, who would rise only when the sun was high in the sky. Just moments ago, Tang San questioned himself, realizing that he could never replicate the hammer technique he had witnessed. Tang Tian observed Tang San's condition and teasingly remarked, "Little brother, if talent is lacking, then hard work must suffice. I shall retire for the night. I will teach you what you do not understand tomorrow." The rhythmic sound of Tang San's forging continued to resonate within the forge. "Brother Tian, are you home?" An aged voice called out from outside as Tang San diligently honed his craft. Tang Tian, filled with curiosity, stepped out of his room and encountered an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s. The man had a slender frame yet exuded vitality. His attire was neat and immaculate, and his hair was meticulously groomed. In stark contrast to Tang Hao's disheveled and untidy appearance, the two presented a striking dichotomy. Tang Tian is well acquainted with this individual. He is Old Jack, the village chief of Sacred Soul Village, with whom he frequently interacted during the establishment of the food processing factory. Tang San halted his forging and stepped out of the smithy. Old Jack waved at Tang San, beckoning him closer. The village chief was a kind-hearted man, revered by all the villagers. A few years ago, when the village established a food processing factory, he devoted considerable effort to its success. "Greetings, Grandfather Jack." Tang San approached the elder with reverence, performing a respectful bow. Tang Tian, well acquainted with the situation, inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Old Jack?" Old Jack, accustomed to such familiarity from Tang Tian, replied nonchalantly, "Little Tian, you and Little San are nearly 6 years old, aren't you? This year's awakening ceremony is something you both should participate in." Tang Tian glanced at Tang San and replied nonchalantly, "When shall we depart?" Old Jack responded, "It shall be tomorrow. I will come to find you then." Tang Tian nodded appreciatively and said, "Thank you very much, Old Jack." Old Jack waved his hand dismissively and replied earnestly, "You have made numerous contributions to the village. The villagers are all grateful to you." After Old Jack departed, Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired of Tang Tian, "Brother, what is the awakening ceremony?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment before elucidating. "I have heard that each of us possesses a unique martial soul, which is awakened around the age of 6. The presence of a martial soul enhances our capabilities in certain areas. Even the most ordinary martial soul can prove beneficial. Should we be fortunate enough to possess an exceptional martial soul, we may embark on the path of cultivation and ultimately become soul masters." At this juncture, Tang Tian found himself at a loss for further details. He spread his hands and continued, "That is all I know. Let us go and see tomorrow." As for the notion of becoming a soul master, Tang San was not particularly intrigued. For in his previous life, he had been a master of hidden weapons in the Tang sect, believing that diligent practice of the sect's secrets sufficed. Yet, upon hearing Tang Tian's invitation, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Chapter 4. The System's Diminished Intelligence Under the Guidance of Old Jack. Tang Tian and Tang San arrived at the central martial soul hall of the village. Due to the recent prosperity of the village, the hall had been transformed from a dilapidated wooden shack into a resplendent palace. This year, 9 children from Shahan village were scheduled for their martial soul awakenings, and the brothers, led by Old Jack, were the last to arrive. The village children greeted Tang Tian warmly, calling out, "Little Tian, go." Tang Tian responded with a nod and fell silent thereafter. Aside from the village chief Jack and the 8 gathered children, a young man was present in the spirit hall, the renowned utility worker Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao addressed Old Jack, stating, "The bread from your village has been incorporated as our standard breakfast at the spirit branch. Ensure that the fruit bread contains ample candied fruits." Old Jack replied, "Certainly. Tomorrow's bread will have an abundant amount of candied fruits." Su Yuntao then turned to the children, saying, "All right, children, we are about to commence the awakening ceremony." A hint of melancholy flickered in Old Jack's eyes as he spoke to the children. Becoming a soul master is a formidable challenge. Even if you do not attain that status, it is of no consequence. Our village is currently thriving. With that, he exited the spirit hall. After Old Jack's departure, Su Yuntao gently instructed the children, "Children, please stand in a line." The 9 children aligned themselves before Su Yuntao, with Tang Tian and Tang San positioned on the far left. Su Yuntao smiled and introduced himself. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master and your guide. I will now conduct the soul awakening for each of you. Remember, do not be afraid, regardless of what transpires. As he spoke, Su Yuntao produced 2 items, 6 glossy black orbs and a shimmering blue crystal ball, which served as testing tools. Upon revealing the items, a spark of excitement ignited in Su Yuntao's eyes. With a commanding voice, and amidst the children's puzzled gazes, he declared, Lone Wolf, manifest. Tang Tian observed Su Yuntao's actions, contemplating internally, it will soon be my turn to perform, as if I were merely toying with my innate full soul power. Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands, infusing 6 faint green lights into the 6 black stones embedded in the ground. Instantly, a layer of golden radiance emanated from the stones, forming a pale golden light shield that enveloped the first child undergoing the test. Extend your right hand. The boy instinctively stretched out his right hand, and in that moment, all the light particles surged forth, and a scythe materialized in his palm. Su Yuntao assessed the soul power once more, then, with a hint of disappointment, stated, You possess no soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Let us move on to the next individual. Next. It was now Tang San's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, Tang San stepped forward into the center of the awakening array. As Su Yuntao infused his 6 strands of soul power, the pale golden light shone once more. Suddenly, Su Yuntao's eyes lit up. He sensed that a remarkably powerful martial soul was about to manifest. However, his anticipation was soon dashed. Blue Silvergrass, a standard waist martial soul. Initially, Su Yuntao harbored great expectations for Tang San's martial soul. Yet it culminated in the awakening of merely a strand of blue silvergrass. This profound disappointment would unsettle anyone. Now, let us test your soul power. Su Yuntao resolved to carry out the routine procedure. As Tang San's palm made contact with the blue crystal orb, it emitted a brilliant light, radiating a dazzling blue hue reminiscent of exquisite sapphires. My goodness, it is indeed a manifestation of innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's mouth gaped open in astonishment, as if it could accommodate several eggs. Staring blankly at Tang San, Su Yuntao instinctively murmured, Yet, even with innate full soul power, what significance does it hold? The blue silvergrass is destined to yield limited achievements. Tang San was contemplatively pondering the connection between his soul power and the inner strength of his Shintian skill. Completely oblivious to Su Yuntao's murmurs, Tang Tian touched his pendant, signaling the system to extract the god-slaying spear from the martial soul gift package. While particularly emphasizing the need for discretion, Tang Tian felt a surge of delight as he realized, he has arrived, bearing the supreme martial soul. Perhaps due to the profound impact of Tang San's innate full soul power, Su Yuntao began to incessantly elaborate on various aspects of soul master cultivation. It was only after casting an inadvertent glance at Tang Tian that he regained his senses, only to realize that another individual had been inadvertently left behind. While the engrossed Tang Tian continued to indulge in his daydreams, Tang San, having acquired all the knowledge he sought, nudged Tang Tian and said, Brother, it is now your turn to undergo the test. Oh, it is my turn now. It is indeed my turn. Tang Tian stood confidently at the center of the martial soul awakening array, prepared to unleash his martial soul. However, after a considerable amount of time, he found himself still unable to perceive the manifestation of his soul. Eventually, he discovered a small black needle in his hand. Su Yuntao shook his head in disappointment, deeming it yet another worthless soul, a rusty embroidery needle, perhaps useful only for picking his teeth. Oblivious to Tang Tian's incredulous expression, Su Yuntao continued. Let us proceed to test your soul power, though there is a significant possibility that it may be non-existent. Tang Tian placed his hand upon the azure crystal orb, which once again illuminated brilliantly, casting a resplendent blue glow that adorned the entire hall with exquisite beauty. Su Yuntao's expression resembled one who had tasted something utterly repugnant, involuntarily exclaiming in dismay at yet another instance of a wasteful soul accompanied by innate full soul power. My heavens, what has become of this world? Had Tang San and Tang Tian's martial souls not been so lamentable, Su Yuntao could have easily risen in status. Such a system exists within the martial soul hall. Alas, the martial souls of these 2 brothers are disappointingly unremarkable. Tang Tian lightly touched the pendant and then inquired of the system once more, What is the situation? Are you toying with me? I've given you a chance to perform, yet you prove to be utterly useless. Remain discreet. Tang Tian, I truly wish to strike you. My words were merely polite, yet you took them to heart. Su Yuntao picked up his belongings and headed outside, greeting Old Jack as he passed. Old Jack. Upon seeing Su Yuntao, Old Jack approached eagerly and inquired, Master, how are the children in our village this year? Have any of them become soul masters? A grimace of distaste crossed Su Yuntao's face, resembling one who has tasted something foul, as he reluctantly replied, Indeed, there are 2, but alas, what a pity. Confusion flickered in Jack's eyes as he cautiously probed, What do you mean? With a heavy heart, Su Yuntao lamented, This year, among the children, There are two with innate full soul power, yet tragically, they possess worthless souls. Sigh, feeling the weight of missed opportunities for promotion and salary increase. Xiao Wu found himself in need of a confidant and thus engaged old Jack in a lengthy discourse. Chapter 5. The brothers showcased their martial spirits after listening to Su Yuntao's lamentations. Old Jack's expression of sorrow was even more profound than Su Yuntao's own. Having served as village chief for many years, he understood the significance of innate full soul power. However, to witness such potential manifest in blue silver grass and flower needle martial spirits was indeed disheartening. After conversing for a while longer, Su Yuntao bid farewell to old Jack and set off in search of culinary delights, for when one is unhappy, indulging in delectable food is essential. Meanwhile, Tang Tian's mood was also rather bleak. He had lost all hope in the inept system. Accompanied by Tang San, he entered a northern-style roast duck restaurant, where they ordered 2 roast duck sets and savored their meal with delight. Uncle Zhang, please package 1 roast duck without slicing it, just remove the head. It should resemble a roast chicken as closely as possible. Here's your roast duck, young Master Tian. Please take care, and we welcome you back for guidance in the future. Tang Tian received the carefully packaged roast duck and, after offering a few suggestions, returned home with Tang San. This establishment is merely one of many. Bagua roast duck has now been distributed across the Tiandou Empire through airtight packaging. Upon arriving home, Tang Hao, enticed by the aroma, dashed out, seized the roast duck, and promptly tore off a duck leg to indulge in its savory delight. With his mouth full of succulent duck meat, he mumbled indistinctly, "It is indeed delicious, but the flavor does not resemble that of roast chicken." Tang Tian hurriedly provided cover, exclaiming about the new flavors. After a satisfying meal, Tang Hao intended to return to his room for a restful slumber. However, midway through his journey, he turned back and inquired, "What type of martial soul have you awakened?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then replied, "Blue silver grass." Upon hearing that term, Tang Hao's emotions suddenly became extraordinarily agitated. His entire body trembled, and Tang Tian could faintly discern that his eyes had become moist. After making a concerted effort to compose himself, Tang Hao said, "Release it so that I may see." "Very well." Tang San nodded in agreement, raised his right hand. And in an instant, a small, azure-hued sprout emerged. Tang Hao suddenly leaped forward, startling Tang Tian, who jumped in surprise. Tang Hao gazed at the blue silver grass for a considerable time, suppressing his tears before he spoke. "All right, quite good." The atmosphere suddenly turned peculiar. But it was swiftly disrupted by Tang Tian. At that moment, the room was deliberately illuminated by Tang Tian, with 3 distinct auras swirling in the air. Tang Tian stood beneath the towering heaven and earth Xian Huang Pagoda, wielding the god-slaying spear, while the 4 swords of immortal slaying encircled him, nearly blinding Tang San's purple extreme demon eye. Noticing the focused gazes of Tang Hao and Tang San upon him, Tang Tian remarked nonchalantly, "I am uncertain which of these is my martial soul. It feels rather uncomfortable." Tang Hao swiftly approached Tang Tian, moving with a speed even greater than when he had leapt to Tang San's side. Upon reaching Tang Tian, he meticulously sensed the essence of the 3 martial souls: ultimate slaughter, darkness and malevolence, and brilliance. Could it be that these are the 3 life martial souls? "Father, it seems I may possess another martial soul." Tang San timely revealed his own secret. Tang Hao gazed at the martial souls of the 2, his heart swelling with pride and joy. He embraced Tang San and Tang Tian for a long moment before releasing them. Yet, at that instant, his visage appeared to have aged a few years. "You are destined to embark on the path of soul masters, for it is your inherent calling," he remarked, before retreating to his chamber. As he lay in bed, he softly addressed a small plant by his bedside. "Ayin, do you see? Our children are extraordinary." Tang Tian was well aware of the intricacies surrounding the Tang family and knew what the future held. Thus, he had no intention of altering their fate. For the Tang family was destined for reunion. Tang San, however, fell into deep contemplation as he realized that his Xian Tian Gong and soul power seemed to have merged. And he sensed that his father had concealed many truths. "Little San, let us attend the Soul Master Academy." From father's earlier demeanor, it appears he supports our pursuit of the Soul Master path. Moreover, our family is not lacking in gold soul coins. Father merely needs to procure meals for himself henceforth. In his room, Tang Hao wholeheartedly endorsed Tang Tian's notion, saying, "Go ahead, young men must live boldly and uprightly. You are still young. Do not lead a despondent life like I have." Having intended to voice something further, Tang San swallowed his words upon hearing Tang Hao's remarks and instead replied, "Brother, teach me how to forge." "Very well." Tang Tian nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the forge, Tang Tian began to demonstrate while instructing. To unleash your full potential, one must start from the calves, channeling energy through the thighs, the waist, the back, and the arms, culminating in a powerful release. This is the essence of a true full-force strike, heart engaging, waist as the axis. Observe closely and emulate my actions. The rhythmic sound of metal striking metal echoed in the air. Tang Tian's instruction was highly systematic, and Tang San could fully perceive that this was merely a process of exerting bodily strength. Tang Tian utilized pure physical power, and the iron block used for demonstration had been exquisitely tempered. After forging another large iron block, Tang Tian handed the hammer to Tang San. Xiao San, why don't you give it a try? Tang San took the massive iron hammer from Tang Tian's hands, channeling his energy through the Xiantian skill, and, adhering to the striking techniques imparted by Tang Tian moments ago, he brought the hammer down forcefully upon the iron before him. The rhythmic clangs resonated clang, clang, clang. As they were both souls of maturity, Tang Tian's instruction was swift, and Tang San's comprehension equally so, leading to the rapid conclusion of their lesson. Indeed, quite impressive. Little San, you are remarkably astute and learn with great speed. The resonant clangs continued as the two brothers alternated in their forging endeavors, the sounds of their labor echoing throughout the afternoon. Observing the newly assembled sleeve crossbow crafted by Tang San, Tang Tian marveled, truly a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. You have outdone yourself, Little San. Tang San gazed upon his inaugural creation in this realm, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he remarked. No matter how clever one may be, they cannot surpass the intellect of an elder brother. Laughter erupted from Tang Tian, carefree and unrestrained, echoing through the forge. A month later, during an otherwise ordinary dinner, Tang Hao unexpectedly initiated a conversation, an occurrence previously deemed unimaginable. Tomorrow, you shall embark on your academic journey, he began. But it is imperative that you heed my forthcoming words. Little San, do not attach any soul rings to that hammer martial spirit. Little Tian, you may choose one martial spirit to attach a soul ring to, but the remaining two should remain unadorned by any soul rings. Tang San obediently replied, all right, father. Tang Tian also echoed, understood. I shan't say more. Just remember not to disturb my slumber when you leave tomorrow morning. After uttering this final remark, Tang Hao returned to his room. The two brothers watched Tang Hao's retreating figure and replied, all right. Chapter 6. The first encounter with the master at the academy. After Tang Hao returned to his room, the two brothers busied themselves with their respective tasks. Tang San was engrossed in the study of the new hidden weapons he had crafted, while Tang Tian was preparing some delectable dishes. Once he had finished tinkering with his weapons, Tang San made his way to the kitchen, curious to see what delightful creations Tang Tian was concocting. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to a few exquisite little cakes displayed on the table. After a cursory glance, Tang San, perplexed, inquired, brother, why have you made the cakes so visually appealing if they are ultimately meant to be consumed? With that, he casually picked up a carrot-shaped cake, took a bite, and continued, why shape them like carrots? And that adorable little cat, such cakes are too charming for me to devour. Tang Tian carefully packaged the carrot cake and the Hello Kitty cake, then, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Tang San finished the remaining cake before leaving the kitchen. The following morning, he arose early to train on the mountain, showing no signs of complacency despite it being the day to report to the academy. Tang Tian also refrained from lingering in bed. Instead, he rose early to prepare a pot of spicy soup and some water dumplings. Old Jack arrived as promised to escort the two brothers for their registration. After they had breakfast, the three of them boarded a carriage bound for Notting City. Along the way, Old Jack gazed out of the window at the passing scenery and remarked nostalgically, if only it had been like this in the past. The children of our village could only aspire to be labor students. Now, conditions have improved. No family is lacking a few coins. And even travel can be done by carriage. Such a life was once beyond our wildest dreams. Tang Tian had a sudden inspiration, nearly leading to a mischief. He resolutely decided that Tang San should become a work-study student. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian casually fabricated an excuse and said to Old Jack and Tang San, ahem, one must not forget their roots. I have decided that both Tang San and I will be work-study students, ensuring that those city dwellers recognize that children from our village are inherently simple and unpretentious. Old Jack kindly reminded Tang Tian that work-study students were required to contribute to the school's operations, suggesting that it might be better to reconsider. Tang Tian gazed at Old Jack and resolutely stated, it is not to be counted. At worst, I can have the entire school's affairs delegated to someone else. After all, we are not short on funds. On the surface, Old Jack was rendered speechless by Tang Tian's words, yet inwardly he berated, is this what you call simplicity? Even city dwellers would not dare to act so brazenly. At the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, the trio soon beheld a grand archway, measuring 20 meters in width and soaring over 10 meters in height, constructed of solid rock. Beneath it lay two iron gates, dark and imposing. Tang San immediately recognized them as crafted from superior fine iron, while Tang Tian wore an expression of disdain. As they approached the entrance, they were greeted by the obsequious voice of a young gatekeeper. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Old Jack's attire, deemed modest in Holy Soul Village, appeared rather ostentatious in Notting City, eliciting a glimmer of eagerness in the gatekeeper's gaze. After tossing a few soul coins to the young man, Old Jack smiled. My young friend, we hail from Holy Soul Village, and these two children are this year's students from our village. What procedures do we need to undertake? Upon receiving the soul coins, the gatekeeper's smile widened, his flattery becoming even more pronounced. Ah, so you are the distinguished guest from Holy Soul Village, the very cradle of imperial cuisine. No wonder you three exude such an air of nobility. These two young lords are truly extraordinary, resembling the young geniuses of the empire. Hearing the gatekeeper extolling his village, old Jack's demeanor reflected a hint of pride. He then produced a certificate issued by the toolman Su Yuntao and handed it to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper trembled as he accepted the document, scrutinizing it closely, yet disregarding the two useless martial spirits inscribed within, proceeding instead to lavish praise. He exclaimed dramatically, "These two young lords possess innate full soul power. There are scarcely 5 individuals in the entire empire who possess such a gift, and your village has produced 2 at once, truly a land of opportunity." A proud smile graced old Jack's face as he humbly replied, "Oh, no, not at all." During their exchange, an average-sized, somewhat slender man had approached them unbeknownst. He inquired softly, "What is happening here?" The gatekeeper, glancing at the newcomer, immediately bowed and replied, "Master, you have returned. This year, our academy has welcomed 2 young prodigies with innate full soul power, these 2 distinguished young lords before us." The master cast a sidelong glance at the gatekeeper, ignoring him entirely, and turned to old Jack, saying, "Old sir, I hold a certain standing within the academy. You can entrust these 2 children to me without concern." From the gatekeeper's attitude, old Jack discerned that the master's status within the academy was not low. Given that the master had volunteered to take responsibility, old Jack readily agreed, offering a few words of advice to the 2 brothers before boarding the carriage to depart. After watching old Jack leave, the master turned his attention to Tang Tian and Tang San, forcing a strained smile as he guided the 2 brothers into the depths of the academy. Tang San held a deep admiration for the master, and at that moment, having received his assistance, he graciously expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." The master glanced at Tang San and calmly replied, "I am not a teacher of the academy." Tang Tian boldly interjected with a line, "Not a teacher? Just a moment ago, didn't someone refer to you as a master?" Tang San suddenly realized, "I understand now. You must be the principal of the academy, or perhaps a leader." The master shook his head and replied, "You are quite astute, yet you remain mistaken. I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality, and have only exchanged a few words with the principal. Like others, you may still refer to me as master, unless you genuinely wish for me to be your teacher. Will you instruct me in the cultivation of my martial soul?" Tang San inquired. The master halted, facing Tang San, and asked, "Are you willing?" Before Tang San could respond, Tang Tian interjected, eagerly agreeing on his behalf, "Little San, I believe the master is indeed formidable. You should learn from him." The master did not press Tang San further, ruffling Tang Tian's hair with a gentle hand, and then astonishingly remarked, "You 2 must possess twin martial souls, correct? I never anticipated encountering 2 of the rare twin martial souls, which have only appeared 4 times in a century." Hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback, his gaze towards the master shifting, revealing a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. However, upon noticing Tang Tian's expression of affirmation, he quickly regained his composure. The master, observing Tang San's reaction, smiled knowingly and said, "Are you curious about how I discerned your twin martial souls?" As he spoke, he shook the 2 certificates from the martial soul hall in his hand, explaining that the answer lay within those documents. "If I were unable to perceive this, I would not deserve the title of master." He then shared the data he had meticulously researched over the years with the 2. Chapter 7. Xiao Wu forgot the betting. The master articulated his years of experience in a practical manner, prompting Tang San to nod in agreement repeatedly. Suddenly, Tang San stepped back, creating distance between himself and the master, and then knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing 3 times before the master. Tang San respectfully said, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." The master smiled, a satisfied smile, bending down to lift Tang San up. "You foolish boy. Why must you bow your head to pay your respects? Do you not know that this gesture is reserved solely for honoring kings and parents? A mere bow is sufficient." Tang San evidently retained the customs of the Tang sect from his previous life. Although the master spoke in jest, Tang San solemnly replied, "Once a teacher, always a father. You deserve my reverence." The master gazed at Tang San, visibly moved, with a hint of moisture in his eyes. "Once a teacher, always a father. Excellent, excellent, excellent." Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Tian seized the moment to assert his presence. "Master, if you are willing to teach me everything, including matchmaking, I would gladly become your disciple." Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, the master erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! You 2 brothers are truly clever, learning to negotiate conditions at such a young age. So, will you agree?" "Of course, why would I not? With disciples as gifted and intelligent as you 2, anyone would readily consent without hesitation." Tang Tian, having embraced a modern education, lacked the custom of bowing in reverence. He merely performed 3 respectful bows, yet he still became a disciple of the master. After assisting Tang Tian to his feet, the master's smile broadened, but recalling other matters that required his attention, he cheerfully led the 2 to the administrative office for registration. Having successfully secured positions as work-study students, Tang Tian, accompanied by Tang San, arrived at Dormitory 7. Upon opening the door, they encountered the legendary Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng approached them with an air of arrogance, inquiring about the newcomers among the work-study students. "Hey, brother," with a cheerful demeanor. Tang Tian stepped beside Wang Sheng and gently patted his shoulder, causing Wang Sheng to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Tang Sen helped Wang Sheng, who had fallen, to his feet, a hint of kindness illuminating his countenance. Greetings, I am Tang San. My brother and I are students from Holy Spirit Village. I am Wang Sheng. My martial spirit is the battle tiger, destined to become a formidable spirit master. I am the leader here, but for now, your brother holds that title. As per the tradition of our dormitory, the strongest is deemed the leader. I am Tang Tian. My martial spirit is a spear. I shall concede the position of leader to my younger brother, for I am unable to surpass him. With that, he sought an unoccupied bed and settled down to rest. Tang Tian harbored no desire to assume the role of a leader. Was it not far more delightful to peacefully slumber? Wang Xing feigned an expression of utter astonishment. While the other children in the dormitory gathered around, their gazes towards Tang San laden with reverence. They pondered the implications of Tang Tian's seemingly casual strike, which had effortlessly dispatched the strongest among them, Wang Xing, into a state of utter humiliation. It stood to reason that the even more formidable Tang San could likely incapacitate someone with a mere flick of his hand. Tang San glanced at Tang Tian, who lay asleep on the empty bed, and still wore a smile as he inquired of the others, "Do we not have any betting here?" A fellow student, only slightly older than Tang San, responded with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "We are merely work-study students. Where would we procure betting? What we have is all we brought from home. If you wish, you may use mine for the time being." Tang San waved his hand and said, "No, thank you. It seems we need to purchase a set." At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from outside. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, their eyes widening in astonishment. There, at the doorway, stood a charming young girl, seemingly of a similar age to Tang San, with nearly identical height. Her delicate face, a lovely blend of white and rosy hues, evoked an irresistible urge to take a bite. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back, and her pair of sparkling, inquisitive eyes radiated curiosity. The male students in the dormitory, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of such a beautiful young girl, were momentarily entranced, their expressions frozen in a state of awe. Tang San could not help but quietly inquire of Wang Xing, "Is it permissible for both genders to reside here?" Wang Xing, somewhat taken aback, nodded and replied in a hushed tone, "We are all still young, so there are not many restrictions. Eldest brother, go on. Show her who is in charge." Tang San felt a twinge of shyness upon encountering the girl. At that moment, under Wang Sheng's coaxing, he stammered, Perhaps not." The girl blinked her large eyes, noticing that no one was paying her any attention. She then glanced up at the sign for room 7. A sweet smile gracing her face as she introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Xiao Wu, the dancer." Wang Xing nudged Tang San's back repeatedly, signaling him not to disrupt the dormitory's rules. In a moment of resignation, Tang San rose to his feet and approached the girl. "Hello, I am Tang San." "Yes, I am the head of the 7th dormitory," she replied with a playful smile. "You truly are amusing. Are you not going to let me in?" "Well, you see, we have a rule in the 7th dormitory. New work-study students must demonstrate their abilities. Thus, I would like to engage in a friendly spar with you." Tang San noticed a peculiar expression on her face. "Are you certain?" As the prospect of entertainment unfolded, Tang Tian climbed off his bed, eagerly watching the impending duel between Tang San and the girl. "Go, San. You can do it, boss." Before long, Tang San, much like in the original tale, found himself thrown to the ground by the girl. After witnessing this, Tang Tian returned to his slumber, uninterested in observing Tang San's subsequent attempts to impress the girl. "I concede. You are now the head of our 7th dormitory," Tang San admitted, his cheeks slightly flushed, for it was somewhat embarrassing to be bested by a girl. He mused internally that he and his brother might hold the record for the shortest tenure as the dormitory leaders. A glimmer of surprise appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes as she sweetly smiled and said, "Boss, that sounds quite entertaining. Very well, I shall be your leader from now on." Xiao Wu chose a bed beside Tang San, placing her belongings and school uniform together. Could someone please brief me on the situation at our academy?" she inquired, looking at the silent group. Gradually, the other students began to recover from their astonishment, still awed by the swift manner in which Xiao Wu had dispatched Tang San. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear, wondering how they would fare in her place. Eventually, Wang Sheng stepped forward and shared everything he knew in detail. After listening to Wang Xing, Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully and then turned to Tang San, asking, "Tang San, what level is your soul power? I sensed that your strength seemed quite formidable." Tang San did not conceal the truth, for they were classmates and would inevitably discover it sooner or later. "I possess innate full soul power, thus my strength is comparatively formidable." Innate full soul power. The students gasped in astonishment. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and murmured softly, "So do I." At that moment, a teacher in his 30s entered the room and inquired, "Where is the new disciple of the master?" Tang San rose from his bed and cast a glance at the slumbering Tang Tian, choosing not to disturb him. The teacher, holding 2 blankets in his arms, entrusted them to him, reminding him to pass them on to his classmates. Tang San expressed his gratitude and hurriedly accepted the betting. Chapter 8. The Gathering of Work-Study Students. The master clearly took a keen interest in the two brothers. The two sets of bedding in Tang San's hands were brand new, although not extravagant. They were equipped with all the necessary items one would expect from quality bedding. Tang San placed one set on Tang Tian's bed, who, pretending to sleep, rolled over and wrapped himself snugly in the covers. The teacher who delivered the bedding had yet to depart. Upon seeing Tang San arrange the bedding, he reiterated, "New students, please remember to attend the opening ceremony tomorrow. Furthermore, this year, due to the generous sponsorship from the wealthy patrons of Holy Soul Village, you will no longer need to clean, as the school will continue to provide food and accommodation. Henceforth, focus solely on your studies." The work-study students in Dormitory 7 were ecstatic upon hearing this news, their excitement manifesting in jubilant gestures, as it signified that they could devote all their time to their studies and thus have more time for cultivation. Among the crowd, only Tang San and Xiao Wu responded with calm nods. One was fully aware of the situation, while the other remained blissfully ignorant. As for Tang Tian, he lay still on the bed, truly asleep this time. Once the group's excitement subsided, Xiao Wu glanced at her bare bed and awkwardly remarked, "It seems I have no bedding." Hearing this, several work-study students eagerly offered, "Boss, you can use mine." Xiao Wu's gaze swept around the room until it landed on the slumbering Tang Tian, and she could not help but scoff. "Ugh, this person is so lazy." As she spoke, her attention ultimately settled on the bedding in Tang San's hands, for it appeared the cleanest. "Tang San, how about we discuss something?" "Discuss what?" he inquired. Xiao Wu replied, "Your bedding looks quite large. It shouldn't be a problem for two people to share. Let us push our beds together, and then we can both use it." "Ah, share? Isn't that inappropriate?" Xiao Wu huffed. "What is wrong with that? I don't mind at all. What are you afraid of? Afraid I'll assault you?" Tang San was rendered speechless, while the clever Wang Sheng immediately pulled a nearby classmate to push together the beds of Xiao Wu and Tang San. One could surmise that if Tang Tian were to witness this, he would undoubtedly surreptitiously give a few thumbs up in approval. Upon witnessing this, Tang San had no choice but to acquiesce, considering it was merely a matter of covering a quilt rather than sharing a bed. After arranging the bedding, Xiao Wu proceeded to establish a few rules for Tang San. Subsequently, the dormitory residents engaged in light conversation, and soon it was nearing noon. Wang Sheng remarked, "It is time for lunch, Xiao Wu. Tang San, shall we go together?" Casting a glance at Tang Tian, who was soundly asleep, Wang Sheng tentatively inquired, "What about your brother, Tang San?" At the mention of food, Xiao Wu sprang up with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Great! What delicious fare shall we have?" Wang Sheng and the other work-study students exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile, and replied, "What exquisite cuisine can we work-study students indulge in? We can merely grab some inexpensive meals from the cafeteria to make do." Tang San gazed at the individual lying on the bed, shook his head gently, and softly patted them, saying, "Brother, it is time for your meal." Tang Tian mistakenly believed that Tang San had not brought any money. Mumbling a few words before succumbing to sleep once more, "Xiao San, I have plenty of food in my luggage. Please take some out and share it with everyone while I catch a few more winks. I woke up far too early this morning." Obediently, Tang San opened Tang Tian's suitcase, completely disregarding the idea of dining at the cafeteria. Why would he venture there when the provisions from Holy Soul Village were more than sufficient? Besides, who could forget the cafeteria lady's notorious shaking? To his astonishment, he discovered roasted duck from the north, a delicacy said to be reserved for the nobility. There was also Jinfeng braised chicken, a dish typically found only at state banquets. It dawned on him that Tang San was indeed a wealthy individual hailing from Holy Soul Village. Before long, every member of the 7th dormitory found themselves with a dish that Tang San had generously distributed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu clung tightly to the cake Tang Tian had made the previous night, unwilling to part with it. Wang Sheng, eyeing the Jinhua ham in his hands, wiped the drool that had escaped his lips and remarked, "Tang San, we can't eat in the dormitory. A little sneaking is acceptable. But we have far too much food here. We must head to the cafeteria." Thus, under Wang Sheng's guidance, the group exited the 7th dormitory, merrily carrying their provisions towards the cafeteria. Upon arrival, Wang Sheng and his companions hurriedly sought out plates, evidently eager to sample the renowned cuisine of the Star Dough Empire. "Look, aren't those the impoverished souls from Wang Sheng's group? Today they're so broke they have to eat off plates," laughed Xiao, who upon entering the cafeteria, noticed Wang Sheng holding an empty plate. A group of upperclassmen, spotting the commotion from the 2nd floor, turned their attention downward. Sensing the eyes upon him, Xiao seized the opportunity to belittle others to elevate himself, intensifying his mockery. "Poor is poor. It seems they will never be able to dine on the 2nd floor." As they approached the cafeteria, Xiao Wu had already grasped the unspoken rule of stepping up for the 7th dormitory. Seeing the provocation, she was instantly enraged and retorted, "Who do you think you are? A mere nobody. What is so great about the 2nd floor?" A work-study student beside Xiao Wu whispered in her ear, "The 2nd floor is a place where you order your meals separately. It's quite expensive. We usually cannot afford it. However, with the food we've brought today, I doubt anyone in the entire school could match it in a short time." Upon noticing Xiao Wu, Zhao's eyes lit up, unable to resist whistling. "What a lovely little girl. Too bad she is just a poor work-study student." My son, Wang Xing, I'm off to eat now. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Xiao Wu prepared to chase after him, but was firmly held back by Tang San. Forget it. It's not worth engaging with fools. It's simply not worth it. Xiao Wu cast a glance of agreement at Tang San, acknowledging, you're right. I still want to enjoy delicious food. Her spirited assertion won the favor of all the work-study students, who were now solely focused on savoring a good meal, and they began to encourage her. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar face and hurried over. Teacher, you're here for a meal as well? It was none other than Master. Nodding towards him, he asked, have you gathered everything? Tang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, thank you for the blanket, teacher. The Master gently patted his shoulder and replied, invite Xiao Tian to join us for a meal on the second floor. Afterwards, I shall introduce you both to my place. Tang San gently shook his head and replied, no, teacher, I would prefer to dine with my roommates. Today, I have brought some delightful treats. You should take some up to enjoy as well. The Master glanced at the array of dishes on Tang San's table and inquired, these do not come cheap, do they? Does your family own a mine? After all, you have taken on all the work of the student laborers. After surveying the individuals seated at the table, the Master continued, where is Xiao Tian? Why hasn't he come to join us for the meal? Tang San candidly remarked, my brother is currently resting. He stayed up late last night. All of this is my brother's craftsmanship. Teacher, do give it a try. He was pleasantly surprised that Xiao Tian could also cook. Xiao San, you and your classmates enjoy the meal at your leisure. I shall ascend to savor Xiao Tian's culinary skills. With that, the Master took a package of spicy ear slices and a dish of braised pork with preserved vegetables, making his way upstairs. Chapter 9. Innate soul power at 30. After the Master departed, Wang Xing approached Tang San and inquired, do you know the Master? Tang San nodded and said, he is my teacher. Wang Xing shared everything he knew with Tang San, noting that although Master S' strength was not particularly formidable, his theories were admired even by the dean. One must be cautious when choosing a mentor. Tang San interrupted Wang Xing, understanding that Wang Xing meant well. Yet he had his own thoughts. He deftly shifted the topic, saying, the Master is quite remarkable. I believe he is well suited for me. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us hasten to our meal, for everyone is famished. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the work-study students joyfully exclaimed, let us eat. Typically, they feasted on coarse flatbreads, but upon seeing the meat laid before them, they pounced on the dining table like ravenous wolves. In this lively atmosphere, even Tang San, who was accustomed to such fare, found this meal more delectable than those he had previously enjoyed. After finishing her meal, Xiao Wu shamelessly rubbed her belly, entirely devoid of any ladylike decorum. Once they had satisfied their appetites, the Master coincidentally descended from the upper floor, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age. The middle-aged gentleman, clad in a long robe, was notably more handsome than the Master, exuding an air of refinement. He prattled on about something to the Master, with phrases like, your disciple is truly an exceptional cook, faintly audible. Come along, Xiao San. The Master greeted Tang San upon spotting him. The middle-aged man, smiling, said, is this your newly accepted disciple? The Master nodded in affirmation. The man then patted Tang San on the shoulder, remarking, you are indeed a fine young man. I am the principal of the academy. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me or the Master. With that, he waved to the Master and departed in another direction. The Master led Tang San to the 7th dormitory, calling for Tang Tian, who was still soundly asleep. The three of them then proceeded to the Master's quarters. Upon arrival, the Master retrieved a paper package from his robes and handed it to Tang Tian. Have this first, he said. It is essential to eat while you are growing. One cannot simply sleep without sustenance. Tang Tian was also famished, swiftly consuming his food with remarkable efficiency. Observing this, the Master hastily poured a glass of water, concerned that Tang Tian might choke. Once finished, Tang Tian wiped his mouth and, accepting the water from the Master, expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, teacher. The Master replied, his expression calm yet serious, now, drink up quickly. I will first examine Xiao San's martial soul. You should refrain from napping during the day. The time of youth is exceedingly precious. Xiao San, release your other martial soul for me to observe. Tang San nodded and raised his left hand, from which surged forth a torrent of black light, coalescing into a modest hammer, the legendary Haoyan hammer. Upon witnessing the hammer in Tang San's grasp, the Master rose from his seat with palpable excitement, and, with a grave demeanor, instructed, very well, put it away. Henceforth, do not reveal your second martial soul in public lightly, and under no circumstances should you bestow any soul rings upon this hammer without my permission. Tang San gazed at his teacher with a hint of surprise, recalling that his father had expressed similar sentiments. Why can't this martial spirit be augmented with a soul ring? The Master's initial excitement gradually faded as he inquired, what profession does your father hold? Tang San contemplated for a moment, and then said, I was once the village blacksmith, but now I am an unemployed drifter. Just a blacksmith? The Master's gaze became somewhat peculiar, and with a sigh, he shook his head and continued. It seems that the time to reveal this to you has not yet arrived. You must simply remember that the reason you are currently prohibited from utilizing this martial spirit and bestowing it with soul rings is solely for the sake of your future considerations. I understand. The Master nodded and then addressed Tang Tian, saying, Little Tian, If your martial spirit is indeed that hammer, then it is best not to reveal it. Tang-san, my brother's martial soul is not a hammer. This revelation left Master astounded, as he expressed his bewilderment. How can it not be a hammer? As he spoke, Tang Tian unveiled his 3 martial souls. True to form, the celestial Xianhuang Tower hovered above his head, while he wielded the god-slaying spear, with the 4 sword of annihilation encircling him. 3 distinct auras instantly enveloped Master's quarters. Gazing at the resplendent Tang Tian, Master's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, This, how is this possible? Even the most elite weapon martial souls would not exude such formidable presence. Could it be that this is a martial soul that ought never to have graced the world? Tang-san had encountered it once before, yet this time it appeared rather subdued. With a hint of confusion, he inquired of the Master, Is my brother's martial spirit not commendable? The Master replied, The 3-life martial spirit, which has never before graced the continent, presents both opportunities and challenges for your brother. His path is unprecedented, and we can only engage in continuous speculation. Now, you must earnestly remember my words. Moreover, do not attend tomorrow's opening ceremony. It would be a mere waste of your precious time. The immediate priority is to acquire soul rings. I have made the necessary preparations, and at dawn tomorrow, you shall accompany me to seek the appropriate soul rings. Xiao Tian, do not forget to rise early. Upon hearing this, Tang San was filled with joy. His Xiantian Gong had long reached a bottleneck due to the limitations imposed by the soul rings, and the Master's approach resonated perfectly with his intentions, prompting him to agree without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang Tian pondered deeply, striving to enhance his own narrative. As the Master and Tang San discussed the blue-silver grass martial spirit, Tang Tian fervently added to his own storyline in his heart. The tranquil life was destined to come to an end, inevitably. Someone must rise to bear the weight and march forward, fighting relentlessly for justice against the forces of evil. The Master spoke at length, and feeling somewhat parched, took a sip of water before continuing. Little San, for now, that's all I have to say to you. It is time to discuss Little Tian's martial spirit. He continued. Xiao Tian, your martial spirit bears a striking resemblance to that of a family on the continent known as the Broken Soul Spear. The members of this family possess formidable individual combat abilities. Throughout that afternoon, through the Master's explanations, both Tang San and Tang Tian gained a substantial understanding of the profession of soul masters. Upon returning to their dormitory, they found it empty. The others were nowhere to be seen, leaving them uncertain of what to do. Having consumed only 2 chicken legs and a bun at noon, Tang Tian now found himself in dire need of sustenance. After rummaging through his backpack and sharing some food with Tang San, he lay back on his bed. This time, he did not hastily succumb to slumber. Instead, he reached for the pendant to summon the system. System, how does one obtain the soul rings for the god-slaying spear? Ding. Your current soul power has reached level 30. Would you like to exchange for 3 corresponding soul rings of the god-slaying spear? Exchange. Exchange successful. You have consumed XXXX points of hatred value. The soul rings will be delivered tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian let out a long sigh, completed the exchange, and then fell into a deep slumber. In a hazy dream, Tang San heard Xiao Wu say, What if we cross boundaries? I'm a girl, you should indulge me. Shouldn't you? Of course, you must never overstep. She then added, By the way, why does your brother sleep so soundly? The weather at this season was particularly pleasant, with a refreshing breeze that did not carry a chill. At this moment, everyone in the 7th dormitory was diligently cultivating, except for one person who was fast asleep. Chapter 10, The Martial Soul Exchange Array. The next morning, before dawn, 3 figures, 2 tall and 1 short, emerged from the academy's gates. It was the Master along with Tang Tian and his disciple, Tang San. Bright and full of energy, Tang San was accustomed to rising at this hour for his training. Teacher, where are we going to find soul beasts? He inquired eagerly. We are headed to the soul hunting forest, a place where the Empire breeds soul beasts. There, you will surely find suitable soul rings for yourselves. Breeding? Can soul beasts be domesticated? Tang San asked. Teacher, please enlighten me about soul beasts. The Master nodded and began to impart knowledge about soul beasts. The exchange between the teacher and disciple was lively, so engaging that even Tang Tian, who had been dozing off nearby, found himself less drowsy. Tang Tian awoke and touched the pendant, inquiring, System, when will my soul ring be delivered? A notification chimed, indicating, It has been detected that you arose early today. As a reward, you have been granted an additional 1,000 points of hatred value. Your soul ring will be delivered tomorrow. Please remain patient. Foolish system. You promised me it would arrive today. I advise you to be more reliable. Should I find this unsatisfactory, I will demand a refund. Currently, 7-day no-reason returns are not supported. Meanwhile, the Master, accompanied by his 2 disciples, did not rush to leave the city but instead headed deeper into it. Preparing for the hunt of soul beasts necessitated certain provisions. Procuring a horse-drawn carriage would save considerable time. After acquiring fresh water and food, the Master purchased several pounds of white radishes and rented a carriage, officially setting off for the soul hunting forest. As the carriage journeyed on, the Master acquired 2 items, a beautifully crafted belt and an ordinary ring. Xiao San, Xiao Tian. These are for you. Please choose, he stated. This belt can store items, while the ring will aid in focusing during cultivation and battle. Xiao-san, you may choose first. Tang Tian merely cast a glance and calmly addressed Tang San. Thank you, brother and master. I shall select this belt, Tang San replied. Likely influenced by his affinity for hidden weapons, Tang Tian graciously accepted the ring, expressing his gratitude in turn. The master remarked, these items have accompanied me for many years and have lain dormant for a long time. I hope they may shine brightly in your hands in the future. A notification chimed once more. Ancient relic detected on the Douluo continent. Would you like to spend 500 points of hatred value to commence decoding? Decode it. For any expense under 1,000. Just deduct it without question, Tang Tian decided without hesitation, as 500 points of hatred value were not a significant sum. Decoding successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a calming storage ring. Please check the items within. Tang Tian did not hasten to examine the contents but casually inquired of the master. How did you acquire this item? The master replied, these two artifacts were obtained 30 years ago during an expedition with a few friends. Ultimately, they were allocated to me as a reward, but they hold little significance for me. You may find them useful in the future. Why not attempt to give them a name? Tang San almost instinctively thought of a name. The Night of the Bright Moon at the 24 Bridges. Let us call it the Night of the Bright Moon at the 24 Bridges. The master slightly nodded and remarked, it is a beautiful name, albeit a tad lengthy. Tang Tian decided to name his item according to the system's recent suggestion. I shall call this the Tranquility Storage Ring. The master shook his head and replied, Little Tian, your ring is not capable of storing items. Subsequently, the master began to elucidate the functionality of the belt to Tang San. Tang Tian attempted to extract an object from his ring by following the usage instructions, and to his surprise, he successfully retrieved a book. Tang Tian casually flipped through the pages and discovered they were all inscribed with ancient characters from the Douluo continent. System, do you possess a specialization in script? He inquired. Ding, 998 hatred points have been deducted to acquire the specialization in the ancient scripts of the Douluo continent. Tang Tian casually flipped through the pages and said to the master, Teacher, this is a book about formations that came with the ring. Take a look. The master, with a hint of skepticism, accepted the ancient tome, steeped in historical significance. Could it truly possess the ability to store items? You are indeed fortunate, Xiao Tian. A secret I have been unable to uncover for 30 years has been revealed by you. The master, familiar with some ancient scripts from the Douluo continent, found his eyes widening in astonishment. This book was of immense importance to him. It contained a record of an ancient formation, one that could alter a martial soul. The formation detailed the process. One must gather the blood of 5 soul beasts to draw the formation's pattern and then combine it with a substance known as soul crystal to exchange one's martial soul. The exchanged martial soul would maintain its soul power level but would require new soul rings to be affixed. Moreover, soul crystals had additional uses. A single soul crystal could elevate one's innate soul power by 1 level, thereby enhancing a soul master's cultivation potential. However, it was rather disheartening that each individual could only utilize it 10 times before reaching the 50th level, 5 times thereafter. And usage was entirely prohibited upon reaching the 99th level. Otherwise, it was said that acquiring 100 soul crystals could lead one directly to divinity. While soul crystals had their merits, the formation held no value for Tang Tian, unless he were foolish enough to exchange his supreme martial soul for a random one. Tang Tian's martial soul had already reached its peak, and it was quite possible that all 3 of his martial souls remained sealed. Just as Tang Tian continued to search the ring for other items, the master spoke suddenly. Alas, why has heaven bestowed hope upon me only to cast me into despair? Puzzled, Tang San, who was standing nearby, inquired, Teacher, what troubles you? The master glanced at Tang San and, after regaining his composure, replied, Alas, this book records a method for martial soul exchange. Though I cannot ascertain its authenticity, I have decided to give it a try. However, upon reaching the end, I discovered that one of the materials mentioned may have already become extinct on the Douluo continent. Tang Tian's mind was entirely immersed within the ring, oblivious to the master's reaction in the outside world. However, at this moment, Tang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of joy, for he had discovered an abundance of soul crystals within the ring. This artifact was akin to a bug-level existence, despite its numerous usage restrictions. In his excitement, Tang Tian withdrew his consciousness from the storage ring, failing to notice the master's displeasure. He exclaimed, Master, there are still many soul crystals in this ring. It is truly marvelous. Do you have any more such rings? The master, momentarily taken aback, shook Tang Tian in disbelief, asking, What did you say? Master, please let me go. I want to show you, Tang Tian replied. It was then that the master realized he had lost his composure. After all, he had been stuck at level 29 for many years, enduring much scorn during that time. The prospect of finally finding a solution, even after all these years, filled the master with immense excitement. Look, Master, Tang Tian said as he produced a soul crystal and handed it to him. The master took the crystal and hurriedly compared it against his books. After confirming its authenticity, he sighed and said, Xiao Tian, you are my benefactor. Tang San was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the events unfolding around him. Chapter 11. Entering the Soul Beast Forest. Teacher, please don't say that. If it weren't for the ring you gifted me, I would never have discovered this secret. Very well, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental. Are there many of these crystals? Indeed, teacher. Good. Then we shall discuss it further upon our arrival at the Soul Beast Forest. For now, I will delve into the contents of this book. The journey spanned 400 miles, neither excessively long nor remarkably short. It was not until noon the following day that they finally reached their destination, the Hunting Soul Forest. Throughout the journey, the master was engrossed in the ancient tome detailing ancient formations, while Tang San, having gleaned a basic understanding of its contents, practiced the technique of the 24 bridges bright moonlit night. As Tang San disembarked from the carriage, he was greeted by the sight of a vast marketplace, teeming with an array of shops and a cacophony of shouts and sales pitches, creating a rather boisterous atmosphere. With an order. We can form a group to hunt plant-type soul beasts. Is anyone boarding? We are also hunting speed-type soul beasts. As soon as the order arrives, we will set off. The master pointed to the prices displayed in the shops. Are you not curious? Here, the prices are at least double those in Nodding City. Because where there are soul beasts, there are profits. After all, soul masters constitute a wealthy demographic, and many seek to profit from them. Curious as ever, Tang San inquired. Teacher, what do those shouting about forming groups mean? The master explained, soul beasts are not so easily hunted. The so-called group hunting involves multiple individuals collaborating to capture the soul beasts they require, thereby obtaining their soul rings. With the assistance of others, one need only deliver the final blow to the soul beast. However, is forming a group truly that simple? Members of the same group must absolutely trust one another. Without complete trust, they risk immediate collapse when faced with danger, or worse, may resort to treachery against one another. At this point, the master cast a disdainful glance at the soul masters who were calling out. Tang San nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. The trio pressed on without pause, swiftly reaching the depths of the marketplace, arriving at the entrance of a steel gate. Along the way, the master was not idle. He took out his token and elucidated its significance and origin to Tang Tian and Tang San. Upon reaching the gate, the captain of the soldiers in charge of inspecting the tokens, upon seeing the 3 distinctive marks on the Master-S token, immediately displayed a look of reverence. He hurriedly commanded his men to clear a path, granting passage to the trio without even inquiring why 2 children were accompanying them into the soul-hunting forest. Once inside the forest, the master clasped his hands together in front of his chest before swiftly parting them downward. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. A surge of soul power emanated from the master, and before him appeared a peculiar creature. This being bore a striking resemblance to a dog. Yet its size was more comparable to that of a pig, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, with a substantial girth to match. Xiao Tian, Xiao San. Were you not curious about what my martial soul is? This is it. You may call him Luo Sanpao, or simply Sanpao. Luo Sanpao seemed to comprehend the master's words, gazing at Tang Tian with large, expressive eyes that hinted at a desire to please. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Teacher, is not the manifestation of the beast martial soul an embodiment? Why does it? Tang Tian, however, held a distinct perspective. As for the creature known as Luo Sanpao, let us not dwell on its nature. The mere fact that it possesses intelligence indicates its uniqueness. Luo Sanpao, evidently displeased with Tang San's remarks, directed a couple of plaintive sounds towards him. Upon hearing Tang Tian's praises, it scampered over affectionately to nuzzle against him. A trace of bitterness flickered across the master's face as he embraced Luo Sanpao, expressing, my martial soul is a mutated one. Yet its deviation has evidently taken a turn for the worse. Even though Xiao Tian has discovered a method for exchanging martial souls for me, I remain reluctant to attempt it lightly, for Sanpao too embodies a certain intelligence. I apologize, master, for bringing up a painful topic. Tang San quickly expressed upon witnessing the master's sorrowful countenance. Tang Tianrua pondered for a moment, then inquired of the system, preparing to express once more the words that would astonish his master. Master, the transmutation formation described in that book is evidently tailored specifically for you. The master, with a self-deprecating shake of his head, replied, Xiao Tian, there is no need to console me. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to it. Sanpao, lead the way. Luo. Upon encountering the master, Tang Tian initially believed he was merely offering words of comfort and decided to forego any pretense. He continued, Master, the principles recorded in the Soul Spirit Exchange Array are, in essence, quite straightforward. They utilize the energy of the soul crystal to enhance the martial spirit, ultimately achieving a transformative effect. Ordinary martial spirits lack intelligence, resulting in a generally random outcome from the exchange. However, your Sanpao is different, after all. Sanpao possesses its own consciousness, which may allow it to freely manipulate the direction of the martial spirit's mutation. Your reasoning is sound. Allow me a moment to ponder. The master replied, opting to reflect on the array detailed in the book rather than respond immediately. The volume contained multiple arrays. Yet both Tang Tian and the master found their focus inadvertently drawn to the Soul Spirit Exchange Array. After a considerable pause, the master seemed to grasp an insight. Xiao Tian, you may indeed be correct. After integrating other energies, San Pao could undergo a beneficial mutation, potentially transforming into the legendary five-clawed golden dragon. Then, Master, why wait for an auspicious day? Let us proceed today to test the Soul Spirit Exchange Array. The plump San Pao continued to waddle ahead, its girth notwithstanding. Its movements remaining surprisingly agile as it sniffed the air. The Master, adorned with shimmering soul rings, led Tang San and Tang Tian forward in exploration. Upon hearing Tang Tian's suggestion, he halted and remarked, "Let us not overlook the fact that soul beasts are not easily hunted. Furthermore, should I exchange my martial spirit? What if we encounter unforeseen dangers? I may manage, but you are still quite young." Upon witnessing his teacher's thoughtful consideration for both himself and Tang San, Tang Tian felt a surge of gratitude within his heart. "Master, I assure you, I am quite formidable. Defeating a 1,000-year soul beast is but child's play for me." The Master gazed at Tang Tian with solemnity and said, "Xiao Tian, I cannot allow my actions to place you in even the slightest danger. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Tang Tian chose not to utter another word, allowing someone else to speak, although it is true that Tang Tian possessed such capability. After cultivating the 9-turn primordial technique, Tang Tian's demonic physique experienced an exponential increase in combat prowess, although he has only reached the first turn of his training. The 3 divine-level martial souls he can preliminarily wield make it trivial to defeat soul beasts under 10,000 years of age. As he walked a short distance, Luo San Pao suddenly came to a halt, his large eyes fixated in one direction, emitting urgent calls, "Luo Luo, Luo Luo, Luo Luo." The surroundings fell eerily silent, and a faint rustling sound became distinctly audible to all. In the air, there seemed to linger a trace of blood, not overwhelmingly potent, yet imbued with a subtle sweetness and the fragrance of tea. Tang San, being an adept in the realm of toxins, instinctively exclaimed upon detecting such an odor, "It is poisonous." Chapter 12. The meteor is the soul ring. Do not panic. Teacher, watch me. With that, Tang Tian revealed his 3 martial souls and charged towards the nearby forest with astonishing speed, leaving Master and Tang San momentarily stunned. Observing Tang Tian ascend into the air, Master urgently called out, "Xiao Tian, come back. It is dangerous." As he spoke, Master swiftly waved his right hand, enveloping his 2 soul rings around Luo San Pao, commanding, "San Pao, save him." Tang San, with a grave expression, drew forth his hidden weapon, clearly lacking confidence in his impulsive elder brother. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a hefty object descended, accompanied by the diminutive figure of Tang Tian plummeting from above, rendering both the Master and Tang San, who were poised to rush forward, utterly bewildered. In unison, the Master and Tang San exclaimed, "Little Tian, brother, you." Tang Tian retracted his martial soul and casually waved his hand, stating, "I have already mentioned that slaying a 1,000-year soul beast is as effortless as child's play. It is simply hard to believe." After Master confirmed repeatedly that Tang Tian had indeed sustained no injuries, he directed his gaze toward the slain soul beast. Before him lay a serpentine soul beast, adorned with a dark green, 3-pronged serpent head and a pair of eyes resembling glimmering rubies. Upon observing the serpent's visage, Master gasped in astonishment. It was a mandala snake. How could such a ferocious creature appear on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? Judging by its size, it was indeed a mandala snake over 1,000 years old. To his shock, the deceased mandala snake's tongue flickered outward a couple of times, startling Master considerably. Seeing this, Tang Tian could only explain, "Master, my god-slaying spear can annihilate souls. The soul of this mandala snake has already been extinguished, yet its flesh remains alive for the time being." The Master nodded thoughtfully at Tang Tian, then gazed down at the mandala snake with a hint of regret, saying, "Alas, it is a pity that its age is too advanced. Otherwise, it would have made an excellent first soul ring for a junior." Tang San gazed at the mandala snake, his mind brimming with thoughts, and thus he articulated his contemplation. "Master, if one possesses formidable strength, might it be possible to absorb a soul ring beyond the usual level?" The Master shook his head. To absorb a soul ring beyond 1's level entails certain risks. If your soul power were at the 20th level, we could entertain the idea. However, as you currently stand at merely the 10th level, it would be prudent for us to seek a soul beast that closely approaches the upper limit of the first soul ring. Tang Tian took out a soul crystal stored within a ring and said, "Master, this soul crystal can enhance one's soul power by 1 level, with a maximum limit of 10 levels. Perhaps we should allow Xiao San to absorb the crystal before taking in the soul ring." The Master hesitated, as his earlier statement was merely intended to dissuade Tang San from absorbing the soul ring. Well, he glanced at the sky and continued, "It seems we shall have to spend the night within the soul-hunting forest. However, we need not venture far. We shall camp right here. With the presence of this living millennium soul beast, its intimidation will ensure our safety tonight. As for the matter of the soul ring, we shall discuss it later." The Master retrieved a large glass bottle from a bracelet-shaped soul guide on his wrist and handed it to Tang Tian. "First, let's attend to the surrounding environment. Sprinkle this around, and remember to do so evenly." "Understood." Tang Tian accepted the bottle, which contained a powdery substance with a somewhat pungent odor. Although he was unaware of its exact nature, he surmised it was likely a repellent against snakes, insects, and vermin. After completing this task, Tang Tian returned the bottle to the master and prepared to absorb the soul crystal alongside Tang San. After all, gaining an additional level of soul power was advantageous, especially when it could reach up to 10 levels. With the master providing protection, Tang Tian and Tang San swiftly and confidently absorbed the soul crystal. The process of absorbing the soul crystal was quite simple. One merely needed to envelop it with their soul power. Upon finishing the absorption, Tang San sensed the profound energy within his body and exclaimed excitedly, "How astonishing! My soul power has truly risen to level 20. Even without the addition of a soul ring." Tang Tian nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Indeed, it is remarkable. My soul power has increased by 10 levels." Subsequently, he produced several soul crystals and addressed the master. "Teacher, why not absorb some soul crystals as well? This would bolster your strength, making the hunt for soul beasts more manageable." The master nodded and accepted the soul crystals, mimicking the earlier actions of the two brothers as he began to absorb them. As he observed the master engaging in this process, Tang Tian gestured for Tang San to stand guard, then touched his pendant, stating to the system, "Another soul ring of the god-slaying spear, please expedite. The third day is fast approaching." Ding. Purchase successful. XXXX hatred points have been consumed. For soul rings will be delivered within 5 minutes. Please be attentive to their arrival. Humph. One can only hope. 5 minutes later. Upon completing the absorption of the soul crystals, the master felt the surge of soul power within him, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he murmured, "Level 39. Level 39. How many years have I been stuck at this realm?" Just then, as if the heavens were watching, the sky suddenly brightened. Tang San looked up, equally exhilarated, and shouted, "Look, it's a shooting star, a shooting star." Tang Tian patted Tang San's shoulder and casually remarked, "Little San, remain calm. It's merely a meteor. Just make a wish quietly. There is no need for such alarm." However, the reality was that the meteor was headed straight for them. "What?" Master, momentarily forgetting his excitement, looked up at the sky and urged, "Little San, Little Tian, run." With that, Master grasped Little San's hand and hurriedly made his escape. As for why he did not take Tang Tian with him, it was due to the speed he had witnessed when Tang Tian had hunted the mandrake serpent. As Tang Tian fled, he heard the system's insipid voice chime, "Ding, for soul rings are being delivered and will arrive shortly. Please be attentive to their arrival." He glanced upward to count the shooting stars, which coincidentally numbered 4 as well. Thus, Tang Tian cursed vehemently, "Damn system, are you trying to crush me?" With a thunderous crash, the 4 shooting stars descended, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Miraculously, the meteors surrounded Tang Tian, sparing him from injury. It seemed the system's service was commendably efficient. "Brother," Tang San shouted anxiously upon witnessing the meteors strike the spot where Tang Tian stood. Soon, as the dust settled, Tang Tian emerged unscathed amidst the 4 meteors, encircled by 4 unabsorbed soul rings. The color of the soul rings differed from ordinary ones. They bore a hue never before seen, reminiscent of the starry sky, adorned with patterns of twinkling celestial bodies. "Xiao Tian, are you unharmed?" The master, relieved at Tang Tian's safety, exhaled deeply and inquired weakly. The day's tumultuous events had left both the master and Tang San feeling weary. "Master, I'm perfectly fine. I'm about to absorb the soul rings," Tang Tian replied promptly, noticing the master's concerned gaze, before settling down to commence the absorption. "Master, look, my brother possesses 4 soul rings," Tang San exclaimed, focusing intently on Tang Tian. The master's breath caught in his throat once more, despite his extensive knowledge of soul rings. He could scarcely fathom that the stars of Douluo continent could also possess soul rings. "Xiao Tian, do not absorb them," he cautioned, but it was evidently too late. Tang Tian had already seated himself in a meditative posture, preparing to absorb the soul rings procured from the system. "Master, how many years do my brother's soul rings possess?" Tang San's curiosity reignited. The master sighed and replied, "It is indeed ironic. I do not know what kind of soul rings Xiao Tian is absorbing. If these rings originated from the nearby meteors, their age is beyond estimation. Before their descent, they may have drifted through the vast cosmos for billions of years, perhaps even longer. Moreover, I have never encountered such soul rings before, making it impossible to predict whether Xiao Tian can absorb them." "Master, is there a way to interrupt the process?" Tang San inquired anxiously. "Once the absorption begins, it cannot be halted. We can only patiently await Xiao Tian's outcome. Given his expression shows no signs of distress, it appears that absorbing such soul rings is not as perilous as we had imagined." After a considerable time, under the watchful eyes of the master and Tang San, Tang Tian completed the absorption of the final soul ring. As Tang Tian gradually opened his eyes, the ever-curious Tang San could hardly contain his excitement and inquired, "Brother, when did you attain the 40th level?" The master, too, wore an expression of intrigue. After the myriad of ups and downs experienced throughout the day, he had come to truly admire his disciple, who seemed to attract every conceivable circumstance. Tang Tianman nonchalantly remarked, "Who said I am only at level 40? After absorbing the soul ring, I have already reached level 48. His brother expressed genuine envy, while the master, though somewhat envious himself, could only claim to be at level 39, even after absorbing the soul crystal moments ago. Indeed, the disparity among individuals can be quite disheartening. However, As Tang Tian is the master's disciple, the master felt no jealousy whatsoever. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Xiao Tian, let us witness your martial soul abilities. You are the very first soul master on the Douluo continent to acquire a soul ring through such a unique method. Tang Tian glanced at the information regarding his martial soul, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "My first soul skill is the invincible body. This skill grants immunity to all damage for a limited duration, while simultaneously doubling all attributes, and it can be further enhanced with the increase of soul power. This peculiar soul ring has indeed brought us a delightful surprise. Typically, martial souls of the weapon class focus primarily on offense, rarely opting for defensive skills. Yet, this particular skill not only provides formidable defense but also amplifies offensive capabilities, and the degree of enhancement it offers to both defense and various attributes is astonishingly extraordinary." Tang San's eyes flickered, evidently stimulated by the formidable power of Tang Tian's first soul skill. "My second soul skill is a collective control technique known as the God-slaying cage. It can imprison foes within a cage formed by the God-slaying spear, inflicting harm upon their souls upon contact with the cage." The master inquired, "What is its duration?" "As long as there is soul power, it will not dissipate on its own," Tang San responded. The master remarked, "This skill, when combined with your first soul skill, could enable you to engage in battles across different tiers. Xiao Tian, you are indeed fortunate. These two soul rings seem tailor-made for you. Now, please share the details of your third and fourth soul skills. Even if these two skills possess only a modicum of effectiveness, your soul abilities would still be considered exceptional." Tang Tian continued, "My third soul skill allows me to summon numerous god-slaying spears, which then rain down upon my enemies like a tempest of arrows. These spears possess the unique ability to inflict damage upon the souls of my adversaries. My fourth soul skill is named Soul Fright, which draws enemies into a phantasmagorical realm created by the god-slaying spears. While it cannot inflict any physical harm, it has the terrifying potential to cause the souls of my foes to vanish eternally within that illusion." The master, upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment. Such perfection is unparalleled. It is unlikely that one could find a soul skill as exquisite as this. Xiao Tian, I have made my decision. I shall exchange my martial soul. It appears that my disciple has surpassed me in strength. Tang Tian touched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "It is all due to the excellent teaching of my master." The master, however, did not dare to take any credit. One should not receive rewards without merit. "I have not been of much assistance to you. Your words truly make me, as a teacher, feel quite uneasy." Tang Tian remarked, "There's nothing we can do. It's simply our luck." Listening quietly to their conversation, Tang San interjected, "Brother, luck is indeed a part of strength. I am truly envious of you. I just wish to swiftly absorb the soul ring of the mandala snake so that I might catch up to you." The master did not refute him this time. Perhaps because the events of this journey had completely reshaped his understanding. Approaching the mandala snake, the master bestowed upon Tang San a sword, sufficient to pierce the brain of the mandala snake, for a strike to the brain is lethal enough. Tang San took the master's precious sword and thrust it fiercely into the body of the mandala snake. The soulless creature struggled incessantly, yet its movements soon grew weaker. Before absorbing the soul ring, the ever-curious Tang San posed another question to his master. "Teacher, my martial soul is a plant, and this mandala snake is a beast-type soul beast. Can I convert it into a soul ring? Wouldn't either be a conflict?" At this moment, the master had relaxed, his eyes radiating confidence. "One of the 10 core competencies I have studied and proposed in the realm of martial souls is the theory of martial soul mimicry. A plant martial soul does not necessarily have to absorb the soul rings of plant-type soul beasts, nor is it impossible for beast martial souls to absorb plant soul rings. Under various preconditions, these two can indeed mutually absorb one another. As I mentioned before, one of the significant advantages of blue silvergrass is its non-exclusivity. Due to its inherent fragility, it does not reject any attributes attached to soul rings but rather passively assimilates them. Therefore, absorbing the mandala snake's soul ring poses no issue. Now, do you remember the kind of soul ring we sought?" As Tang San's eyes brightened, he recognized the additional effect of resilience, ideally with a toxic quality. Indeed, both of these attributes were possessed by the mandala snake. Comprehending this, Tang San no longer hesitated and chose to absorb the soul ring of this mandala snake immediately. However, the process of absorbing the soul ring was not as serene for Tang San as it had been for Tang Tian. After all, one was a wild soul ring, while the other resembled an accessory. Accessories could be readily affixed, but wild ones required careful refinement and matching. P.S. The author wishes everyone a happy New Year's Eve. May the new year bring the fulfillment of wishes, good health, and success in endeavors. Due to the preciousness of time tonight, the author will only provide one update and will refrain from additional ones. Now, without further ado, I shall take my leave. Chapter 14. The Duel in the Grove. While Tang San was absorbing the soul ring, Tang Tian was not idle. He took the recently deceased mandala snake's carcass and began to prepare it, seemingly intending to cook a pot of snake meat. He was quite eager for this millennium-old serpentine soul beast. This is purely fictional and should not be imitated. In reality, it is advisable to avoid consuming wild game, especially with the recent uproar surrounding the novel coronavirus, which is said to have originated from such consumption, along with many other viruses. When the meat in the pot had been nearly cooked, Tang San had also completed his absorption of the soul ring. Tang San opened his eyes and smiled at his master, saying, "Teacher, I have succeeded. Look." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and the blue silver grass, predominantly deep blue with swirling brown patterns, surged forth from his palm. Simultaneously, a distinct purple halo ascended from beneath his feet, encircling his body in a graceful spiral. At that moment, the blue-silver grass appeared several times thicker than before, adorned with peculiar patterns, and when released, it resembled a mandala serpent foraging in its surroundings. The master's eyes sparkled with intense excitement, and he struggled to contain his exhilaration as he inquired, "How is the resilience?" Tang San wished to test his resilience. So he entwined the blue-silver grass around a nearby sapling, and, with a sudden forceful tug, the small tree was uprooted without delay. While the blue-silver grass exhibited no signs of breaking whatsoever, Tang Tian was diligently preparing meat in the pot, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on Tang San's situation. "Xiao San, what is your soul skill?" Upon hearing Tang Tian's inquiry, Tang San demonstrated and elaborated on his soul skill, known as binding. By harnessing his soul power, he ensnares his adversaries, rendering them immobile. Furthermore, this skill inherits certain toxic properties from the mandala snake, although it lacks lethal venom. It inflicts minor swelling and induces a degree of paralysis in his foes. The master nodded thoughtfully, affirming his suspicions. "Indeed, my theory holds true. Little San, we have succeeded." Tang San, with a face full of excitement, exclaimed, "Indeed, master, your theory is accurate." Observing this scene, Tang Tian promptly served 2 bowls of meat soup to the master and Tang San, urging them to eat something. As they had hardly enjoyed a proper meal throughout the day, Tang San unceremoniously accepted the bowl of rice, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells wonderful." After finishing the meal, Tang Tian volunteered, saying, "Master, you and Xiao San should rest well. I will keep watch tonight, and it will also allow me to meditate and cultivate throughout the night." The master initially intended to object, but upon realizing that Tang Tian's cultivation level completely overshadowed his own, he refrained from voicing any dissent. Thus, he obediently joined Tang San in taking a rest. The following day, after breakfast, the master addressed Tang San, saying, "Soon we shall set out to seek your second spirit ring, and then we can return. I hope we encounter a suitable spirit ring for you at the earliest." Tang Tian inquired with astonishment, "Master, have you considered employing the soul substitution array?" The master replied, "Xiao Tian, after utilizing the soul crystal, my innate soul power has surged by 10 levels. This signifies that I now possess the cultivation speed of a fully innate soul power. Although I am older and cannot compete with you youngsters, my current state is sufficient compared to my previous condition. Therefore, there is no urgency regarding the soul substitution array for the time being." With that, the group set off once more in search of Tang San's second soul ring. Fortune smiled upon Tang San, as they soon discovered a 1,000-year-old ghost vine. After Tang Tian effortlessly devised a plan, and Tang San skillfully executed the kill and absorption, the trio returned to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Throughout the journey, the master rambled on, essentially advising the 2 brothers to conceal their cultivation levels. The brothers had no objections to this, understanding that acquiring a soul ring was no simple feat, but hiding one was rather easy. To ensure their safety, the master even discouraged them from registering at the spirit hall. Upon bidding farewell to the master, the 2 returned to their dormitory. Perhaps due to the master's lack of poisoning, their return was a remarkable half-day earlier than in the original tale. Upon entering, they were greeted first by Wang Xing, while the others regarded the 2 brothers as saviors, exclaiming, "At last, you have returned. Now tonight's events are secure." "What?" Tang Tian asked, puzzled. "Earlier today, that Xiao Lao mocked us working students for our poverty, and Sister Xiao Wu, unable to tolerate it any longer, issued a challenge to the upperclassmen. Tang Tian, since this is a Soul Master Academy, we ought to organize more of such exchange activities. There is no better time than the present. I believe it is essential to impart to them the art of humility and conduct." Tang San, this seems rather unfair. It feels excessively oppressive. Tang Tian declared. "It is settled then. Wang Xing, summon those who often stir trouble. We shall engage in a confrontation in the grove shortly. As the foremost subordinate of Sister Xiao Wu, I find it imperative to alleviate her burdens." In the dormitory of the esteemed Xiao, a thought arose. "Do you suspect those work-study students are up to something? They have audaciously arranged to meet in the grove." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao dismissed the notion, asserting, "Unlikely. Besides, we are accompanied by several genuine soul masters, entities endowed with soul skills. Even if there were treachery afoot, we shall demonstrate to those impoverished souls that schemes are futile in the face of strength." Zhao's formidable presence remained undeterred by the flattery surrounding him as he continued, "You should inform our seniors to gather individuals with higher soul power. Join me in the grove. This time, I shall ensure that the work-study students become our subservients." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zhao's eyes as he uttered the last words. Once assembled, Xiao and his entourage marched with great fervor to the grove. Upon arrival, they found only Tang Tian and Wang Xing present. With disdain, Xiao remarked, "What is this? Did they flee upon hearing of my approach?" Loyalist A responded, "Boss, they must have known defeat was inevitable, which is why they sent these 2 to meet their demise. After all, the sooner one perishes, the sooner one is reborn, perhaps with hope for a better life in the next. Loyalist B concurred. I share the same sentiment. Pleased by the flattery from his followers, Xiao nodded approvingly and inquired, Wang Xing, where is that little lowly? She has fled as well, has she? Tang Tian had little patience for meaningless chatter. Hearing the incessant prattle from his opponent, he grew increasingly impatient and bluntly stated, let us get on with it. Why all the unnecessary talk? Xiao Laoda was equally straightforward, instructing his underlings, I will face him alone. Do not interfere. Lest it be said that we are taking advantage of our numbers. After giving his subordinates their orders, Xiao Laoda formally addressed Tang Tian, introducing himself as Xiao Qinyu, a 6th grade student and a level 11 first-ring soul master, with a wolf as his martial spirit. With that, he spread his legs and activated his martial spirit's unique state. In an instant, his eyes shimmered with a greenish glow, and a white soul ring materialized beneath him. I want to be using a soul ring, come at me, he declared. One of the sycophants remarked, he is probably too embarrassed to reveal his soul power level. Students are so prideful. With a wicked grin, Xiao Laoda quickened his pace, thinking to himself, you seek death? Consider it granted. He perceived Tang Tian as a Navi novice, believing it more efficient to conclude the battle swiftly rather than waste time. Chapter 15. 5 years passed in an instant. One of the sycophants speculated, I bet Xiao Laoda will turn that Navi kid into a ragged dog. Amidst their discussions, as Xiao Qinyu charged forward with unwavering confidence, Tang Tian, who had remained still, made his move. He reached Xiao Qinyu first and lightly patted him on the shoulder. Why don't you all come at me together? With that, Xiao Qinyu's martial spirit state was dispelled by Tang Tian's touch, leaving him in a more pitiful condition than Wang Xing had endured previously. The ground beneath him bore an unfortunate mound of dog feces, rendering the situation truly absurd. Xiao Qinyu felt the dampness on his face and instinctively touched the mess. Momentarily dazed and unaware as he lay on the ground, stars dancing before his eyes and his sense of smell temporarily nullified. Tang Tian, catching a whiff of something peculiar, couldn't he help but exclaim, what is that smell? It's worse than dog feces. One of the sycophants, incredulous, remarked, Xiao Laoda has lost. Another pragmatically pointed out, what Xiao Laoda? The one over there is the real leader now. Xiao Laoda's loyal friend chimed in, let us all go together. The three of us, first-ring soul masters, should be able to handle someone without a soul ring. Tang Tian welcomed this turn of events, seizing the opportunity to make an example of them. He replicated his earlier tactic, ensuring that these fellows experienced their own share of humiliation before casually asking, who was next? The upperclassmen accompanying Xiao Qinyu rallied like a chorus, shouting, long live the new leader. Tang Tian nodded in satisfaction, but after a moment's reflection, he resolved to embody the spirit of humility, choosing to retreat into obscurity. I am merely the foremost subordinate of Sister Xiao Wu. Farewell, he declared, swiftly pulling the numb Wang Xing away from the scene. Shortly after their departure, a young male teacher escorted a young female teacher to a secluded grove. Initially seeking a quiet spot, both felt somewhat awkward upon encountering a throng of students. The male teacher, visibly displeased, admonished, which class are you from? What are you doing here, engaging in brawls? We merely fell, Xiao Qinyu replied, enduring the foul odor. The female teacher glanced at Xiao Qinyu, whose face was smeared with a lump of excrement, and innocently remarked to the male teacher, Biao, that student seems to be eating feces. Xiao Qinyu responded, I. Following this incident, the ranks of junior soul masters welcomed a new Sister Xiao Wu and a prominent figure. 5 years later, in the city of Nordine, a young girl was bidding farewell to 2 young boys. Tang Tian, mounted on his steed Red Hair, addressed Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please stay at home for a while. I shall take Tang San to find a suitable spirit ring, and then we will return to fetch you before heading to Shrek Academy. With affectionate eyes, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San and cautioned, brother, be careful. Before Tang San could respond, Tang Tian interjected, rest assured, you are well aware of our strength. Tang San, I shall take my leave now. After you have finished your conversation with Xiao Wu, do follow us. With that, Tang Tian deftly turned his horse and departed, not wishing to intrude upon their tender moment. Over the past 5 years, the brother spirit power had not seen significant enhancement, relying heavily on the master's new theory of spirit power compression. To the average person, this theory was of little value. After all, the traditional path of increasing spirit power levels and acquiring spirit rings was the true way forward. Rarely would anyone choose to stagnate at a certain level for the sake of experimentation. However, for Tang Tian and Tang San, the situation was different, as both had utilized the spirit crystal. Take Tang San, for instance, his cultivation speed was calculated as if he possessed innate full spirit power at level 20. Compressing this by half would still yield a cultivation speed equivalent to that of an ordinary person at the innate full spirit power level, a pace that few could match. As Tang Tian deliberately slowed his pace, the carriage carrying Tang San finally caught up. Tang Tian, with a curious expression, leaned closer to the carriage and inquired, Xiao San, what have you been discussing with Xiao Wu? Why did it take you so long to catch up? Tang San awkwardly drew back the curtain of the carriage, while Tang Tian also noticed another individual inside. It was none other than Xiao Wu, who had accompanied Tang San for reasons unknown, puffing her cheeks in indignation and exclaiming, Elder brother, why are you asking such foolish questions? You mustn't inquire. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian bashfully touched his nose and inquired, Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Xiao Wu, with a playful glint in her eyes, replied, I simply wish to explore the Stardow Forest. Moreover, being alone at home is rather dull without anyone to play with. Very well, you and Xiao San can converse at your leisure. I shall proceed ahead. With that, Tang Tian urged his steed onward, this time allowing the red hare to gallop at full speed. Having previously trotted leisurely, the horse seemed somewhat displeased. And now it was time to indulge its pin-up energy. Before long, Tang Tian arrived at the Stardow Forest. With persistent encouragement, Tang Tian's fifth spirit ring was soon acquired. True to form, the familiar elements remained unchanged. A meteor descended from the heavens, bearing Tang Tian's fifth spirit ring. Compared to his previous soul abilities, Tang Tian's fifth soul skill appears somewhat mediocre, as it merely involves a single action. This fifth soul skill, known as flat thrust, guarantees an instant kill against opponents whose rank is equal to or lower than his own. For every level the opponent's soul power exceeds his, the probability of a one-hit kill diminishes by 5. Setting aside the lack of flamboyance in its execution, this skill proves to be exceedingly practical. A simple thrust can annihilate an adversary, rendering it incredibly formidable. After mastering the soul skill, Tang Tian took a stroll around the Stardow Forest before positioning himself at its outskirts to await the arrival of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Following 3 long days of anticipation, he finally reunited with them, and the trio set off together to hunt for soul rings within the forest. Unbeknownst to them, as Xiao Wu stepped into the Stardow Forest, 2 powerful entities had already sensed her presence. Xiao San, how many years of soul beast do you intend to use for your 3rd soul ring? He inquired. Brother, I wish to attempt the 10,000-year soul ring. Before coming here, my teacher informed me of several suitable soul beasts, and I believe that taking the time to find one will be worthwhile, Tang San replied. Upon hearing Tang San's intention to pursue a 10,000-year soul ring, Xiao Wu, who was aware of the implications, solemnly cautioned, I do not agree. The realm of 10,000-year soul beasts is entirely different from that of 1,000-year ones. Setting aside the immense energy shock, even the residual soul fluctuations upon their death would be challenging for you to withstand. Tang San stared in astonishment and inquired, Xiao Wu, what is soul shock? Xiao Wu's rabbit ears drooped slightly, and she continued, soul shock is a unique ability that manifests after the death of a high-level soul beast, before its soul completely dissipates. Only soul beasts that have existed for over 10,000 years possess this capability. Soul shock can wreak havoc on a person's spiritual realm, potentially rendering them a fool. Tang Tian and Tang San exchanged a knowing smile, followed by a hearty laughter. Xiao Wu, somewhat bewildered by their antics, inquired with curiosity, what are you both laughing about? Tang San glanced at Tang Tian with a hint of a smile and replied, Xiao Wu, are you aware of my brother's abilities? His god-slaying spear can obliterate an opponent's soul without inflicting harm upon their physical form. Therefore, the soul shock you mentioned is unlikely to affect me, as I am merely seeking to eliminate a lifeless body devoid of consciousness. Chapter 16. Bullying the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu's expression remained calm. Yet the reluctance in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. After all, she was born of a spirit beast. How could she completely conceal her emotions upon hearing Tang Tian speak of such ruthless methods against soul beasts? Sensing Xiao Wu's distress, Tang Tian continued, I believe we should only take the soul rings we need, with no necessity for excessive slaughter of the soul beasts. Though Tang San was uncertain as to why Tang Tian had suddenly broached the subject, his perceptive nature compelled him to concur. Truly, elder brother, your foresight is commendable. In these times, seeking a millennium soul beast is a formidable challenge. If we continue to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, our descendants may find themselves at a loss when it comes to acquiring soul rings. Should this trend persist, within a mere few centuries, soul beasts may vanish entirely, leading to the potential extinction of the soul master profession. As the 3 of them conversed while walking, perhaps due to their return home, Xiao's spirits lifted, and she began to frolic exuberantly through the forest. Witnessing her vivacity, the 2 brothers were also uplifted, unable to suppress their genuine smiles. Strangely, throughout their journey, they had encountered not a single soul beast, prompting Tang San to remark, elder brother, the scenery here is indeed splendid, yet it does strike me as somewhat peculiar. Tang Tian chuckled and inquired, what is so strange? Isn't everything just splendid? Tang San continued, have you noticed that there isn't a single soul beast along our journey? Tang Tian pondered deeply and realized something was amiss. My goodness, had you not pointed it out, I would have remained oblivious. I had thought that this group of soul beasts was intimidated by my regal aura, just as he basked in his own self-admiration. 2 towering trees beside Xiao Wu gradually parted, revealing an enormous figure that silently emerged from the shadows. Upon sighting this colossal being, Tang Tian felt as though his breath had ceased, for he noticed that Xiao Wu was standing right next to this gigantic creature. It was a presence akin to a mountain, its entire body cloaked in dark fur that glistened like steel needles under the sun's rays, almost blinding in its brilliance. Despite being on all fours, its shoulder height unquestionably exceeded 7 meters, and if it were to stand upright, it would likely surpass 15 meters in height. Moreover, every inch of its body was adorned with muscles more formidable than steel, with bulging contours resembling small hills. At first glance, it resembled a mutated gorilla akin to those depicted in overseas films, yet the cinematic portrayal paled in comparison to the awe of witnessing such a spectacle firsthand. Strangely, This massive creature moved without making a sound, not even the faintest whisper of breath. The first to recover from the shock was Tang San, who recognized the forest king, the Titan Great Ape. Even the usually composed Tang San's voice wavered at the sight. Xiao Wu cast a complex glance at the Titan Great Ape and swiftly contemplated how to address the situation. Xiao San, you and Xiao Wu should retreat first. I will handle this seemingly dim-witted gorilla, Tang Tian declared, releasing 3 spirit rings and activating his first spirit ability, body enhancement. Clearly intending to confront the Titan Great Ape head-on. My elder brother possesses 3 martial souls? Xiao was taken aback, witnessing Tang Tian in full form for the first time. However, she felt a sense of embarrassment at Tang Tian's reckless decision. After all, this was the ruler of the forest. Reluctantly, she gestured to the Titan Great Ape, shaking her head to indicate that it should not harm Tang Tian. Just as Tang Tian prepared to charge at the Titan Great Ape, Tang San executed his Tang sect's ultimate technique. With the ethereal steps of the mysterious phantom and the crane control, 2 strands of blue-silver grass swiftly pulled Xiao Wu and Tang Tian back. Feeling the binding around his waist, Tang Tian commanded the Zhu Xian sword to sever the vines, turning to Tang San without a glance. Alas, do not impede me. I seek to duel with it. The Titan Great Ape, possessing considerable intellect, watched Tang Tian's display with keen interest, internally deriding, this little ant is quite arrogant. Were it not for Sister Xiao Wu holding me back, I would flatten you into a pulp. Tang Tian gazed back at Tang Tian with an expression of sheer incredulity, exclaiming, have you been drinking counterfeit wine? Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him, Tang Tian continued to act with unyielding resolve. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a sweeping strike, wielding the god-slaying spear towards the Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape regarded Tang Tian's formidable attack, bolstered by a level 50 soul power and the peak of the 9-turn profound art, with a disdainful expression, casually extending a hand to intercept the seemingly effortless blow. However, upon making contact, the Titan Giant Ape soon realized he had been outmaneuvered. The colossal creature was spun around and sent hurtling away. Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes in disbelief and remarked, this must be a trick. Rising from the ground, the Titan Giant Ape could not contain the fury that radiated from its face. This human was utterly despicable, masquerading as a weakling only to strike with ferocity. In a fit of rage, it pounded its chest and charged towards Tang Tian. Yet, a single utterance from Xiao Wu sapped much of its strength. Do not harm him. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian revealed a perplexing smile, then rose to launch an attack. He executed an upward strike. The Titan Great Ape, having just expended its strength, could only muster a fraction of its power to hastily block, and, as expected, was sent flying once more. Having been struck down twice by what it perceived as a mere ant, the Titan Great Ape ignited with genuine fury. However, the presence of Xiao Wu restrained its wrath. Observing the Titan Great Ape's defensive stance without any counterattack, Tang Tian became increasingly brazen. He swung left, then right, unleashing a series of combos. After demonstrating a new technique with the god-slaying spear and executing a powerful sequence of the Great Samurai Hammer, he finally ceased his onslaught. Arrogantly addressing the Titan Great Ape, why do you not leave? Do you not see that you are merely here to be beaten? The Titan Great Ape's nostrils flared in indignation, and it retorted in a somewhat awkward yet unmistakable dialect of the continent's common tongue. Human, do not push your luck too far. Tang San stood by, utterly dazzled, as memories of the master's words resurfaced in his mind. He recalled that the Titan Giant Ape was capable of utilizing soul skills, yet in the ongoing battle between Tang Tian and the Titan Giant Ape, neither party resorted to offensive soul techniques. This was evidently contrary to the norms within the realm of soul masters. The Titan Giant Ape remained in a state of passive defense, while Tang Tian merely activated a defensive enhancement buff, engaging in a stalemate. Noticing the cessation of hostilities, Xiao Wu took on the role of mediator, feigning amiability towards the Titan Giant Ape, saying, we harbor no ill intentions, please depart swiftly. The Titan Giant Ape, pointing a massive hand at Tang Tian, retorted indignantly, I understand you mean no harm, but he does. He is intentionally provoking me, fully aware that I would not retaliate. Interrupting the Titan Giant Ape, Tang Tian, equally aggrieved, exclaimed, you foul monkey, I had no malice. You were the one who stealthily disturbed our peace. Infuriated, the Titan Giant Ape turned to leave, feeling that a mere encounter with Xiao Wu was sufficient, and there was no need to endure the vexations of this insignificant human. Chapter 17, The Slaying of the Man-Faced Demon Spider Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 points of enmity from the Titan Giant Ape. Ding. Congratulations. You have achieved a new milestone. You can't defeat me even if you disagree. Reward. Angel's Heart Necklace, which conceals one's aura when worn. Upon hearing this melodious system notification, Tang Tian smiled with satisfaction and discreetly handed the Angel's Heart Necklace to Tang San. The only aspect of this system that left him dissatisfied was the necklace itself. What did it signify to receive a lady's necklace? Was it a jab at his lack of a girlfriend? Tang San took the necklace and complained to Tang Tian, brother, you have been far too reckless this time. That is the Titan Giant Ape, the king of the forest. Tang, feeling impatient, interrupted, enough already, haven't I driven them away? Your strength is indeed commendable. With a sigh, Tang San pointed at the necklace in his hand and inquired, "Elder brother, why have you given me a women's necklace?" Tang Tian was quite infuriated by the situation, while Xiao Wu, upon seeing the heart of an angel, was filled with delight and inquired eagerly, "Third brother, may I have this necklace?" In response, Tang San adorned Xiao Wu with a necklace, his focus on the act causing him to overlook the blissful expression on her face. He then uttered a rather deflating remark, "Xiao Wu, do you know why the Titan giant ape does not retaliate?" The once joyful Xiao Wu immediately bristled, retorting, "Why are you asking me? How would I know?" Tang Tian spread his hands and murmured, "Indeed, a quintessential straight man." After the departure of the Titan giant ape, the soul beasts within the forest resumed their lively activities. The trio soon found themselves under the watchful gaze of another formidable entity, a member of the spider demon family. The first to sense the impending danger was Tang San. He heard a series of rustling sounds and initially assumed someone was changing clothes. However, upon reflection, he questioned who would be changing in such a location, prompting him to volunteer to investigate the situation. Carefree, Tang Tian paid little heed and allowed Tang San to proceed. Soon after, Tang San encountered a colossal spider. This creature boasted a body diameter of over 1.5 meters, with 8 elongated legs resembling spears, each extending beyond 3 meters. Its entire form was enveloped in a glossy black exoskeleton, and the slender tips of its long legs allowed it to silently pierce the ground with each step, showcasing their sharpness. Tang San discerned its presence, and it appeared to have recognized him as well. 8 elongated legs moved with astonishing speed, conjuring a series of phantoms, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Tang San. 2 of its forelegs were swiftly raised, aimed directly at Tang San's head. Tang San rolled to the ground almost without hesitation, evading the attack range of the long-legged spider. At the same time, he drew in a sharp breath, astonished to encounter such a dangerous and malevolent creature in this place. This wicked being instilled fear even in soul beasts, as it was born to hunt them, consuming anything in its path. It possessed a formidable exoskeleton, astonishing speed, and 8 legs endowed with immense penetrating power, each laced with deadly venom. Most terrifying of all was its web. Indeed, what one fears often materializes. And soon Tang San found himself confronted with its web. A highly adhesive and remarkably resilient web, imbued with a horrific neurotoxin, was rapidly spun from the mouth of the human-faced demon spider, hurtling directly towards him. In the face of peril, Tang San wove a large net with his blue silver grass, casting it toward the spider's web. Arriving just in time, Xiao Wu and Tang Tian were horrified to witness this scene, with tears even welling up in Xiao Wu's eyes. Undeterred by its initial failure, the human-faced demon spider swiftly unleashed another web, this one larger, capable of engulfing the 3 individuals who were not too distant. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Tian immediately unleashed his third soul skill. Countless phantoms of the god-slaying spear swiftly surged towards the faceless spider. As they sped forth, these phantoms tore the spider's web to shreds, ultimately pinning the faceless spider to the ground. Tang Tian refrained from killing it, believing that this creature would serve as an ideal third soul ring for Tang San. The master had once remarked that the faceless spider was one of the most elusive beings to obtain, even with a powerful soul master standing guard. The encounter could easily turn perilous. Indeed, this situation was fraught with danger. Had Tang Tian arrived even a moment later, Tang San might have already been ensnared by the spider's second web. From what had just transpired, it was evident that the web emitted by the faceless spider was not only instantaneous but also capable of enveloping an area tenfold its own size, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Even if one was not harmed by the toxins within the web, becoming ensnared would make escape exceedingly difficult. It was likely that, during the struggle, the spider's sharp legs would reduce the unfortunate victim to countless fragments. Xiao Wu, filled with trepidation, helped Tang San to his feet, casting a reproachful glance at Tang Tian. Had it not been for Tang Tian's recklessness, Tang San might not have found himself in such a predicament. Meeting Xiao Wu's gaze, Tang Tian felt a deep sense of remorse, exclaiming from the heart, "Xiao San, I was wrong, dear brother. I should not have allowed you to come here alone." Tang San smiled and remarked, "It's nothing to worry about, elder brother. Please do not blame yourself." Who could have anticipated that a tranquil forest would harbor such a terrifying presence? Xiao Wu, however, insisted relentlessly, it's all his fault. Had he not been so reckless, you would not have faced such peril. Tang Tian felt his face flush with embarrassment at Xiao Wu's words, secretly resolving to be more cautious in the future. At the same time, he approached the spider-like creature pinned to the ground to examine it closely. Just as he was about to place his foot upon the creature's head, the struggling beast expelled its final web, seemingly attempting a desperate counterattack. Tang Tian's expression shifted dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure and summoned the 4 swords of extermination to slice the unextended web into countless fragments. Upon witnessing this, the human-faced demon spider hung its head in defeat, ceasing its struggles. After fiercely stamping on the creature's head several times, Tang Tian remarked, "You truly are a cunning villain." Ding. Congratulations, you have received 3,000 enmity points from the human-faced demon spider. Tang Tian's audacious maneuver left both Xiao Wu and Tang San profoundly startled, prompting them to quietly contemplate whether they should accompany Tang Tian to the Stardow forest in the future. After stepping on the man-faced demon spider, Tang Tian In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, turned to Tang San and remarked, Xiao San, this man-faced demon spider is approximately 13,000 years old. Upon hearing the year, Tang San momentarily forgot the perils he had previously encountered and, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Wonderful! This will serve perfectly as my third spirit ring. Tang Tian nodded with joy and then tossed his god-slaying spear to Tang San, saying, Xiao San, make your decision and eliminate it. This time, Xiao Wu refrained from further persuasion. If Tang Tian's god-slaying spear could indeed obliterate the soul of the soul beast, then absorbing this 10,000-year soul ring would not be out of the question. Xiao Wu had also utilized the soul crystal. His current soul power stood at level 28, which, if not compressed, would equate to level 56. Even accounting for a reduction, his physical prowess would still be around level 50. Setting aside the soul shock, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was quite logical. Chapter 18. Tang San's new soul skill gazing at the soul ring within reach. Tang San's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the god-slaying spear. The adage fortune favors the bold rang true. A soul master's third soul ring can absorb power equivalent to over 1,700 years, while the fourth soul ring allows for the absorption of soul rings around 5,000 years. It is only with the fifth soul ring that one can absorb rings of approximately 12,000 years. Should he absorb the present humanoid spider, his third soul ring would rival that of an ordinary soul master's fifth soul ring. One must ponder the immense benefit of such an opportunity. Tang San composed himself, calming the tumultuous emotions within. He then thrust his spear directly into the head of the human-faced demon spider, which succumbed without a struggle, evidently resigned to its fate. Upon completing this act, a circle of intricately patterned black soul rings gracefully descended upon Tang San, enveloping him in their embrace. Tang Tian cast a satisfied glance at the soul rings adorning Tang San and then said, Little San, you may quietly absorb the soul ring while I safeguard you. A mere 10,000-year soul ring is no challenge for you, and I have faith that you can handle it. Tang San nodded slightly and then sat cross-legged. Just as he was about to close his eyes to absorb the energy, Xiao Wu's voice reached him. Brother, you must succeed. Tang San replied with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I have promised to take you to Soto City, and I shall not go back on my word. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, remaining silent thereafter. The earlier stages of absorption proceeded smoothly, and a serene expression adorned Tang San's face. However, as the process continued, he became enveloped in a dense crimson mist, rendering even Xiao Wu, who was quite close, unable to see him within the fog. Inside the mist, Tang San's brow was furrowed tightly, his body writhing incessantly, accompanied by the unsettling crackling of bones that sent shivers down Xiao Wu's spine. Just as she was growing increasingly anxious, Tang San completed the absorption of his soul ring, and a soft blue light burst forth, dispelling the red haze and revealing the scene within. At that moment, 8 spider legs sprouted from Tang San's back, creating a strikingly discordant image as he sat cross-legged. Observing this, the ever-calm Tang Tian could not help but exclaim, Are you kidding me? You've transformed into a humanoid demon spider and even grown a soul bone. Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare before turning her attention back to Tang San. Tang San opened his eyes, revealing 2 purple and 1 black hue, while 3 soul rings danced rhythmically around his form. The 8 enormous spider legs, each several meters long, continued to loom behind him. Brother, Xiao Wu couldn't help but softly call out. Tang San noticed Xiao Wu not far from him and contemplated walking over. Yet at that moment, his body had acquired additional attributes, resulting in a loss of the inherent balance characteristic of the human form. Uncertain of the changes within himself, he suddenly found his equilibrium compromised, leading him to stumble awkwardly. This spectacle elicited hearty laughter from Tang Tian, who could not help but advise, Xiao Wu, keep your distance from Tang San. Tang San, perhaps you should retract your soul bone. It wouldn't be pleasant if it inadvertently harmed Xiao Wu. Despite the menacing spider legs protruding from Tang San's back, Xiao Wu resolutely remained steadfast, not retreating an inch. Only after the fact did Tang San become aware of the spider legs on his back, prompting him to exclaim, I can't possibly be turning into a spider, can I? Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt even more elated. Ha ha ha, it should not be a problem. You can attempt to control them, as if they were an integral part of your own body. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Tang San endeavored to manipulate the spider legs with his consciousness. Perhaps due to the profound influence of the Millennium Soul Bone, he exhibited remarkable proficiency from the very beginning, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity, playfully mimicking the spider's movements. He circled around Xiao Wu before retracting the soul bone from his back and approaching her. Unbeknownst to him, his upper garment had vanished. Xiao Wu, covering her eyes with her hands, furtively peered through her fingers and bashfully exclaimed to the bare-chested Tang San, Why you? Please don't come any closer. Tang Tian held a piece of clothing in his hand and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, suggested to Tang San, Why not take a few laps around the star dome naked first? In an effort to mask his embarrassment, Tang San swiftly seized the garment from Tang Tian's hands, exclaiming, Is there truly a brother like you? After a bout of laughter, the trio set forth towards Soto City. Along the journey, Tang San boasted to Tang Tian about his soul skills, saying, Brother, my third soul skill is web binding, capable of ensnaring both individuals and groups, and it possesses a venomous quality, enabling me to challenge those beyond my level. In terms of functionality, it is not inferior to your third soul skill, is it? Tang Tian felt somewhat embarrassed to express his thoughts. A group attack skill and a group control skill, disregarding their potency, could undoubtedly be considered of the same caliber. Tang San, having just acquired the 10,000-year soul ring, was eager to test its power. He then proposed, "Brother, shall we have a friendly competition? I would like to engage in a duel with Xiao Wu, as I am curious to see the true capabilities of my newly obtained 10,000-year soul ring." Tang Tian, my soul skills are predominantly lethal in nature, and I fear that they may cause harm to you. It would be prudent to consult our teacher for guidance. Tang San, realizing his impatience, acknowledged that his eternal soul ring had indeed been acquired through the efforts of his elder brother. As they journeyed along, feeling the tedium of the road, Tang Tian produced a set of newly crafted hidden weapons, presenting one to both Xiao Wu and himself. The city of Soto, far larger and more vibrant than Nodding City, bustling streets were filled with patrolling soldiers and a continuous flow of people. Upon their arrival, the trio began their search for accommodations. Soon, Xiao Wu spotted a rather unique hotel. Tang Tian recognized it at a glance, but merely cast a fleeting look. Having grown accustomed to the hardships of the past years, let us examine the hotel. Its exterior was adorned in a striking rose red, and the architectural style resembled a colossal rose, instantly captivating the eye. "The Rose Hotel, let us stay here," Xiao Wu suggested, pointing towards it. Tang San nonchalantly remarked, "Brother, remember to settle the bill." Unlike in the original narrative, at this moment, Tang San held no particular regard for money, as Tang Tian was exceedingly affluent. Similarly, Xiao Wu was indifferent to the amount of money spent. She spent lavishly and, when funds ran low, unapologetically sought assistance from her two elder brothers. Tang Tian approached the counter and tossed some gold soul coins, requesting 2 rooms for their stay. The attendant behind the counter quickly rose to his feet. Casting a glance at Tang Tian, then at Xiao Wu and Tang San, his eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Tang Tian, realizing the server's misunderstanding, continued, "Please reserve a room for my brother and sister-in-law, and I shall have one for myself. Do you understand?" The server, suddenly enlightened, politely replied, "Sir, please hold on." Tang San felt that he and Xiao Wu had grown up and should no longer live together. Therefore, he addressed the attendant, saying, "Please prepare 3 rooms. We shall each have one." Tang Tian exchanged a meaningful glance with the waiter and then tossed out several soul coins. The attendant immediately grasped Tang Tian's intention, and a hint of flirtation flickered in her eyes as she addressed Tang San. "I apologize, but we only have 2 rooms available." Chapter 19. The First Encounter with the Evil-Eyed White Tiger. 2. Tang San furrowed his brow. The attendant handed over the completed paperwork to Tang Tian and then explained to Tang San, "Actually, there is only 1 room left. However, rest assured, our accommodations are quite spacious and well-equipped, more than sufficient for 2 occupants." As he spoke, he cast a cryptic glance at Tang San, one that conveyed unspoken understanding. Naturally, Tang San was unable to decipher it. Xiao Wu, with her characteristic nonchalance, chimed in, "Then 1 room will suffice. After all, we shared a dormitory back in Nodding, didn't we?" Tang San shook his head in resignation. He was not a stubborn person, and since his elder brother had already completed the necessary formalities to stay, it would be inappropriate for him and Xiao Wu to seek accommodation elsewhere. "Very well, please proceed to check me into this room." Just as the attendant was preparing to assist Tang San with the check-in process, an unexpected voice interrupted the proceedings. "I believe this room rightfully belongs to me." Tang San and Xiao Wu simultaneously turned to look, only to see 3 individuals appearing behind them, making their way towards the counter. Among them were 1 man and 2 women, both of whom were resplendent in their attire, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, with statuesque figures. Their striking resemblance indicated that they were undoubtedly twins. However, Tang San's gaze did not linger on the 2 stunning beauties. Instead, it was drawn to the handsome young man with dual-colored eyes who walked at the center. His strength was the first thought that crossed Tang San's mind upon seeing him. As the handsome man approached the counter, he addressed the attendant, saying, "You must be new here. I trust you have reserved a room for me?" Just as Tang Tian was about to ascend the stairs, he turned to the young man with dual-colored eyes and remarked, "We are all soul masters here. There is no need to make things difficult for an ordinary person. Since we have crossed paths, we might as well engage in a friendly duel to showcase our soul skills." The attendant cast a grateful glance at Tang Tian, to which he responded with a warm smile. The young man with dual-colored eyes replied with impatience, "Let us make this quick." Tang Tian glanced at the bewildered Tang San and explained calmly, "Little San, it's just the right moment to test your new soul skill. Remember, friendship comes first, competition second." Tang San's temperament was relatively mild. Even when a confrontation seemed imminent, he inquired in a courteous tone, "Where shall we compete?" The dual-eyed man finally turned around, his cold and sinister gaze settling upon Tang San, and with a nod, he declared, "Very well, let us commence here." Upon hearing the words of the dual-eyed man, the twin girls beside him could not help but break into a dreamy smile, exhibiting not a trace of concern as one of them gently released her hold on the dual-eyed man and stepped aside. At that moment, the hotel manager emerged, his face etched with urgency as he implored, "Let us discuss this. Please, do not resort to violence." The dual-eyed man cast a sidelong glance at him, replying curtly, "Spare me the pleasantries. I shall bear all losses. Young master, die please." The manager pleaded, his expression one of desperation. A glint of sharpness flashed in Dai Xiao's eyes as he turned to Xiao Wu and Tang San, stating, "You two may join forces. I would not mind even if you brought along that fellow from earlier." Upon hearing these words, Tang Tian swiftly sought a vantage point to observe the battle. He intentionally disregarded Dai Mubai's remarks, for if he were to participate, Dai Mubai would be left powerless. However, the situation was markedly different for Xiao Wu. Having been accustomed to her position as the leader in Notting Academy, she could not tolerate the arrogance displayed by the opposing side and immediately prepared to charge into the fray. Tang San firmly grasped Xiao Wu's shoulders and said, "Allow me to handle this." Xiao Wu, no longer conflicted, instructed, "You must teach him a lesson he will never forget." To the extent that his mother would fail to recognize him, and then send him away. Tang San furrowed his brow and said, "As a young lady, you should speak more delicately. Have you forgotten what I previously assured you? I will always protect you, so you need not worry about such matters. In the future, when similar situations arise, simply stand behind me." Tang San refrained from allowing Xiao Wu to engage, recognizing that their side possessed a considerable advantage. Observing the opponent's youthfulness and acknowledging that their spirit power levels barely exceeded 40, he deemed it inappropriate for them to overwhelm their adversaries with sheer numbers. Dai Xiao, growing impatient, interjected, "There is no need for contention. As I have stated, you two may confront them together." Tang San remained silent, yet approached with an air of calmness and humility, stating, "Please enlighten me." Dai Xiao, undeterred by pleasantries, allowed a glint of mischief to flicker in his eyes as he abruptly raised his right fist, charging forward with a powerful thrust aimed squarely at Tang San's chest. His movement was unadorned, devoid of any flamboyance. Confronted by the seasoned and formidable force behind this punch, Tang San did not consider retreat, for to withdraw would only serve to amplify his opponent's momentum, rendering the blow even more potent. Thus, rather than retreating, he advanced. With a swift step, he propelled his right foot forward, covering a distance of 3 meters to close the gap between himself and Dai Xiao. His intent clear, to disrupt his opponent's rhythm of attack. With a similar motion, Tang San unleashed his own right fist, which transformed into a lustrous milky white, unmistakably signaling the activation of the Tang sect's ultimate technique, the Xianyu hand. A resounding thud echoed as Tang San was forced back 2 steps by the sheer force of the impact, while Dai Mubai staggered back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. After this exchange, a flicker of astonishment glimmered in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had not anticipated that this boy, seemingly a few years his junior, would gain the upper hand in such a confrontation. What astonished Dai Xiao most was the resilience of Tang San's fist. His own right hand throbbed with pain, while Tang San's punch felt as if it were forged from solid bronze, and his expression bore little trace of suffering. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai reassured himself. This was merely a test. Tang San was equally astonished. It is imperative to note that his fists not only embodied the profound energy of the Xiantian skill, but his own strength was far beyond the mere 30 levels. Having mastered the art of compressing soul power, his strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the unique characteristics of the Xianyu hand, these advantages combined still did not yield a significant benefit. "Excellent. It has been a long time since I encountered an opponent of your caliber," Dai Mubai exclaimed, his voice resonating with intensity. He launched himself from the ground, soaring upwards, his limbs extending in a peculiar manner, creating the illusion of numerous vulnerabilities. Yet, his limbs moved subtly, as if concealing countless follow-up techniques. However, just as he prepared to unleash his attack, an invisible force surged from below, rendering him unable to gain leverage in midair. He perceived his body being forcibly diverted from its intended trajectory, veering to the side. It was clear to him that his move had been neutralized. Dai Mubai, possessing extensive combat experience, twisted his waist midair, executing a horizontal rotation before landing gracefully on the ground. At that precise moment, Tang San initiated his counterattack. His timing was impeccable, coinciding with Dai Mubai's feet touching the ground, a moment when exerting force was most challenging. As Dai Mubai observed Tang San's imminent strike, a glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. He drew back slightly, his shoulders moving as he prepared to counter with a powerful uppercut aimed at the crook of Tang San's arm. The fierce force of his punches reverberated through the air, illustrating the immense power contained within. Just as the two were about to collide once more, Tang Tian successfully intervened, exclaiming, "Utilize your soul skills. We are all soul masters. Engaging in mere hand-to-hand combat lacks excitement." With Tang Tian's words, the two were deftly separated, standing at a distance from one another. A flicker of surprise crossed Dai Mubai's mind. The ability to separate them unharmed indicated a mastery that surpassed both of them. However, he remained unfazed, recognizing that this was merely a friendly spar, not a true battle. Thus, he declared with a bellow, "White Tiger, manifest." "Is that a Millennium Soul Ring?" Tang San murmured, observing Dai Mubai employ his soul skill. Typically, a Soul Master's 3rd soul ring would be a Millennium one, implying that Dai Mubai's level was at least 30. designating him as a soul sovereign, particularly one with a powerful beast martial soul. Daimubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 37 soul sovereign. I humbly request your guidance. With an air of commanding authority, Daimubai declared his martial soul and level, signifying a formal challenge. Seeing the Millennium Soul Ring manifested by Daimubai, Xiao Wu displayed a hint of disdain, pouting slightly as she remarked, "What's the big deal about a Millennium Soul Ring? My brother San's first soul ring is a Millennium one too. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 30 soul sovereign. I humbly request your guidance." Tang San reciprocated the formal challenge, announcing his level and martial soul. Tang Tian gazed contentedly at the two individuals, secretly contemplating. Now this is intriguing. Why engage in mere physical combat when we are all soul masters? It feels akin to a realm of low martial arts. Daimubai raised an eyebrow in disbelief and inquired, "You are actually a soul master, yet your martial soul is merely blue silvergrass?" Tang San recited the master's original words. "There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters." Well said. Allow me to experience the peculiarities of your blue silvergrass martial soul. As soon as the words left his lips, Daimubai sprang into action. With his martial soul manifested, he seemed to transform into an entirely different being. In an instant, his body, brimming with explosive power, had already reached Tang San's front. Simultaneously, the claws extending from the tips of his fingers lunged towards Tang San's form. Tang San retreated swiftly without a moment's hesitation, deftly evading Daimubai's assault. Simultaneously, he unleashed his blue silver grass spirit, which surged toward Daimubai from all directions. Meanwhile, Tang San himself seemed to dissolve into the very vines he commanded. Daimubai enveloped himself in a torrent of soul power, his hands a flurry of motion as he swiftly swept away the encroaching blue-silver grass. In a heartbeat, the second soul ring on his body ignited, a massive radiance coalescing instantaneously, accompanied by a powerful roar. He activated the skills associated with his first two soul rings, the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier and the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. In unison, these formidable abilities erupted, unleashing boundless might. In that fleeting moment, the tendrils of blue-silver grass shattered and scattered, while a tremendous shockwave ravaged the Rose Hotel's Grand Hall, leaving chaos in its wake. Having neutralized Tang San's offensive, Daimubai felt compelled to speak. "Tang San, the offensive power of a beast spirit will always surpass that of a weapon spirit. Though your blue silvergrass has exceeded my expectations, it ultimately cannot restrain me. I propose we settle this decisively, using our respective third soul abilities to determine the victor." Tang San smiled lightly and said, "I have long harbored this intention. Very well. Regardless of the outcome, I have decided to forge this friendship with you. Next time, I shall treat you to a drink." Before Tang San could respond, Daimubai began his second transformation. His already formidable physique, enhanced by the White Tiger martial spirit, swelled once more, his muscles dramatically bulging forth. His upper garments were completely torn apart, revealing the terrifying contours of his musculature. Most peculiarly, dark stripes appeared across his skin. Had it not been for the absence of fur, he would have closely resembled a tiger hide. Tang San stood still, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Be cautious," he warned, invoking his third soul skill, spiderweb binding. As the web advanced toward him, Daimubai, empowered by his buffs and eager for a fierce confrontation, swung his two enhanced claws in an attempt to sever the web. However, the moment his hands made contact, they were ensnared, leaving him with no time to react as the web enveloped him entirely. Inside the web, Daimubai struggled relentlessly, but his efforts were in vain. The more he fought, the tighter the web became. Coming to terms with his predicament, Daimubai conceded, "I admit defeat. I underestimated you this time. We shall spar again." Upon hearing his admission, Tang San swiftly dispelled the web and continued, "Be careful, for my second soul skill, parasitism, is at play." As the web vanished, Daimubai sprang to his feet, only to be immediately ensnared once more by the blue-silver grass that sprouted from within him. At this moment, Daimubai was thoroughly convinced. Even the second soul skill was beyond his capacity to escape in such a short time. Despite being in peak condition, he found himself unable to break free from the tenacious blue-silver grass, which exhibited remarkable resilience. Rising from the ground, Daimubai felt no embarrassment. Instead, he humbly inquired, "Your blue-silver grass is indeed impressive, far more resilient than I anticipated. Even with my normal soul power, I cannot sever it in a single strike. What astonishes me further is that you do not display any soul rings while using your skills. I am curious about the age of your soul rings. As you can see, my third soul ring is a 1,000-year-old one, granting me the White Tiger transformation skill and significantly enhancing my strength, attack, and defense. Yet, despite this, I cannot contend with your blue-silver grass, suggesting that your soul rings must also be at least 1,000 years old." At that moment, Daimubai appeared somewhat comical. His attire was in tatters, the upper garment completely shredded, and his pants marred by the sharp thorns of the blue-silver grass. Were it not for his striking visage and commanding presence, one might easily mistake him for a beggar. Tang San did not respond to Daimubai's inquiry. Instead, he deftly shifted the subject, saying, "My blue-silver grass carries a toxin. Allow me to detoxify you first." Noticing Tang San's clever evasion, Dai Mubai chose not to press further and replied courteously, my third soul skill will double my resistance to negative effects, so your toxin has no effect on me whatsoever. Let us leave it at that for today. I anticipate we will meet again. When we arrive at Shrek Academy, I shall treat you to a drink. With that, he waved farewell to the pair of twin beauties and led the way out of the hotel. Chapter 21. An outing to the market. As Tang Sen observed Dai Mubai's graceful departure, accompanied by the charming twin sisters, he couldn't help but exclaim, goodness. We are all affluent individuals, yet the disparity is striking. Tang Sen approached with a gentle smile, lightly patting Tang Tian on the shoulder. He was well aware of Tang Tian's thoughts. If only he were a bit more diligent and refrained from sleeping all day, he would surely attract the admiration of many young ladies. Tang Tian shook his head and said, alas, you have misunderstood me. Never mind, let us sleep. Xiao Wu glanced outside the door and retorted, let me tell you all, do not follow his example. What good can come from a man who brings two girls to a hotel room? Engaging in lewd acts in broad daylight, he is undoubtedly a scoundrel. Tang Sen furrowed his brow and remarked, Xiao Wu, I have noticed that your understanding is growing ever more profound. Tang Tian refrained from continuing the conversation and ascended the stairs to seek his chamber, commencing his practice of the 9 transformations of profound arts. Over the past few years, although it appeared to outsiders that Tang Tian merely indulged in slumber day after day, an impression even shared by Tang San and Xiao Wu, the reality was quite different. Tang Tian had been diligently cultivating the 9 transformations of profound arts. Yet, despite his efforts, he had only managed to reach the 2nd transformation. Initially, he had intended to gradually ascend to divinity alongside Tang San, aspiring to attain a divine title such as the God of Slumber or the God of Lethargy, and subsequently embark on the next world. However, the obstinate system thwarted his ambitions by imposing a compulsory task. In truth, there had been no tasks at the outset. But as Tang Tian squandered time with abandon, the system abruptly introduced a task, which left him perplexed. Shaking his head, Tang Tian resolved to continue his cultivation. Was it not merely about clearing the obstacles on Tang San's path to divinity? Was it not about triggering the hidden narrative of Douluo continent? Striving for progress in cultivation was no trivial matter. As the saying goes, with divine skill and 9 transformations, one can traverse the heavenly path. Cultivation was indeed the solution. Thus, Tang Tian resumed his repose, for sleep was cultivation, and cultivation was sleep. Therein lay no flaw. The following day, while engrossed in his divine practice, Tang Tian was abruptly roused by a cacophony. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the familiar figures of Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had shared his quarters the previous night. Brother, he remarked, might you consider knocking next time? Awakening me in such a manner makes it all too easy for me to lose my composure. Tang San awkwardly spread his hands, signifying that this matter had no connection to him. Beside Tang San, Xiao Wu cast a playful glance at him before turning to Tang Tian and exclaiming, oh, Brother Tian, would you accompany me for a little outing? It feels rather stifling to be cooped up in this room all the time, don't you think? Tang Tian looked at Xiao Wu in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Xiao Wu, why not let the third wheel accompany you? I still have to continue my cultivation. Xiao Wu playfully tugged Tang Tian up and said, Brother Tian, you are being utterly foolish. I'll bring you along, you bring the money, and we shall all go out and enjoy ourselves together. Tang Tian suddenly came to a realization about the matter at hand. He then retrieved several bags of gold soul coins from his storage ring and handed them to Tang San. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wu eagerly pulled Tang Tian up and expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Brother Tian, can't you be a bit more cheerful? Why do you spend every day sleeping like this? Tang Tian replied, I am in the midst of cultivating. Why can't you all believe me? Ultimately, unable to resist the two, Tang Tian reluctantly agreed to accompany them. Upon exiting the Rose Hotel, Tang Tian inquired of Xiao Wu and Tang San, where would you like to go? Tang San's gaze shifted towards Xiao Wu, clearly indicating that he had been shaped by her influence. Xiao Wu, noticing the glances cast by the two, adopted a nonchalant expression, suggesting they should explore a bit, seeking out livelier spots. As long as they were not cooped up in the room, that sufficed. Tang Tian secretly gave a thumbs up, appreciating the lively spirit of Xiao Wu, who was inherently drawn to bustling environments. The trio strolled leisurely into the city. After all, Swoto City was a major urban center, with an array of dazzling shops lining the streets. Before long, Xiao Wu was darting about like a whirlwind, her exuberance infectious. Though the 3 companions had no particular agenda, the passers-by appeared predominantly hurried, clearly preoccupied with their work obligations. After following Xiao Wu through several clothing stores, the 2 brothers began to feel somewhat dizzy from the endless shopping spree, as Xiao Wu had an insatiable appetite for exploration. Moreover, her purchasing style was rather carefree. Had it not been for their spacious storage rings, the brothers might have found themselves burdened with an excessive number of bags. Look over there, Xiao Wu exclaimed with astonishment. It's candied hawthorn. I thought only the Holy Spirit Village had them. Tang Tian hurriedly purchased several skewers of candied hawthorn, keeping one for himself and offering the remainder to Xiao Wu and Tang San. Tang San took the candied hawthorn and pointed at the sun, which was nearly at its zenith, saying, Brother, you are overly indulgent towards Xiao Wu. It is already noon, and yet you still allow her to indulge in snacks. Being chastised by his younger brother, Tang Tian touched his nose, refusing to admit that he himself had a craving for the candied hawthorn. Xiao Wu, oblivious to Tang San's words, bounced ahead, exclaiming, "Look over there. It seems to have something to do with spirit masters." The two followed her pointed finger and soon spotted a shop not far away. Although the storefront was modest, the sign hanging above was strikingly prominent, resembling the emblem of the spirit hall upon closer inspection. The trio entered the shop and after scanning the surroundings for a while, finally spotted the proprietor, who was reclining in a wooden lounge chair, eyes closed, swaying gently with the rocking chair. Tang Tian gazed at his boss's attire and instantly recognized his true identity. Indeed, it was Flander, the four-eyed cat eagle, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu curiously surveyed her surroundings, noticing that everything seemed to be soul-guided devices. Tang Tian surveyed the peculiar objects surrounding him, and a thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps the master's ring was discovered during an adventure alongside Flander. Could it be that among the items in Flander's shop, some concealed treasures await discovery? Being a man of action, Tang Tian resolved to act upon his thought. He reached out to touch the pendant and addressed the system. "System, please scan the vicinity for any undisclosed items. Set the detection range to encompass all items within the shop." The system responded, "Scanning in progress. Please hold." While Tang Tian conversed with the system, Tang San's attention was drawn to a captivating crystal, prompting him to approach it for a closer inspection. Noticing Tang San's fascination, Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity, "Xiao San, what are you examining that shabby crystal for? I believe it to be the least impressive crystal of all. Surely, you do not intend to purchase such a thing?" To her astonishment, Tang San nodded affirmatively. "I wish to buy this crystal. It is not expensive, merely 100 gold soul coins." Perhaps it was the prospect of a sale that stirred Flander from his usual languor, as his gravelly voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, suddenly resounded. Tang San remained silent, yet Xiao Wu indignantly remarked, "This shabby crystal costs 100 gold soul coins. Why don't you just go and steal it?" As for the update routine of this book, let me elucidate. There will be 1 to 2 updates daily, not including additional updates, amounting to at least 10 updates weekly. The rules for additional updates are as follows. For every 300 recommendation votes, an extra chapter shall be added. For every 300 collections, an additional chapter shall also be included. For every 10,000 reading coins rewarded, another chapter will be added. The initial phase of a new book is crucial for the author, as it significantly determines the fate of the work. I humbly implore the esteemed readers for your support. A single recommendation vote or a collection, which you may consider trivial, serves as my motivation to persevere. Have you ever harbored a dream that was ridiculed by others? I have. I have long yearned to pen a novel. This is my aspiration, yet it has been met with mockery and derision from many. They claimed I was merely daydreaming. They asserted that my ideas were fanciful. They insisted that my dream was utterly unattainable. They uttered a plethora of seemingly sensible remarks. To them, my rebuttals were merely the ramblings of a fool, an indication of my refusal to repent. However, regardless of the multitude of jeers and scorn, this remains my dream. This is the aspiration that I am determined to realize. I am not seeking to prove my capabilities to them, nor to demonstrate my worthiness. I merely wish to remind myself that no matter how many people mock a dream, one should still endeavor to pursue it. What the outcome will be, I do not know, but I am certain that years from now, my future self will wholeheartedly applaud the perseverance I exhibited amidst the ridicule of others. Dear readers, every single recommendation vote, each collection, and every comment you provide will gradually illuminate my dream into reality. I earnestly beseech your support, whether through collections, recommendation votes, rewards, or investments. Any form of encouragement is deeply appreciated, and I bow in gratitude. Chapter 22. The greedy Flander, reclining in his chair, ceased his rocking and opened his eyes, yet he remained firmly seated, as if sealed to the chair itself. 100 gold soul coins is already the most economical price I offer here. If you wish to buy, pay up. If not, please leave, he stated, before closing his eyes once more, as if Tang San's decision held little significance to him. Tang San exhibited little reaction, for he deemed the item worth its price. However, the nearby Xiao Wu, filled with indignation, retorted with a mocking laugh, "You're even lazier than my brother Tian. No wonder you can only be a petty merchant." Caught in the crossfire was Tang Tian, who could only stammer, "I." Although Xiao Wu had little regard for money, she was not inclined to be an unwitting fool. At that moment, her eyes darted around, perhaps contemplating how to teach this merchant a lesson. Yet, the next moment, Tang San's words left her in a state of bewilderment. "All right, I shall purchase it." Xiao Wu reached out to touch Tang San's forehead, convinced that he must have been feverish to utter such a statement. "Xiao San, did you forget to take your medicine before leaving?" Tang San gently removed the hand that Xiao Wu had placed upon his forehead, signaling to her that he was perfectly fine and in good health. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the middle-aged man remained unblinking and softly stated, "Now, I require 200 golden soul coins." This time, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her indignation, exclaiming, "This is extortion. You just said 100, and now it has escalated to 200. If you continue like this, be wary of us reporting you to the Market Supervision Administration." Tang San shook his head at Xiao Wu, then addressed Flinder, who was reclining in his chair. Are you certain you want to reconsider? The middle-aged man lazily replied, very well, 500 gold soul coins, no changes. He added, if you have the money, take it. If not, please leave. After a prolonged silence, Tang Tian finally spoke. Picking up an item beside him and directing his gaze at Flinder, is it worth it for these trifling items? Here is the deal. I shall offer you 50,000 gold soul coins for the stone and this trinket. If that is agreeable, splendid. If not, farewell. Flinder, who had been lounging, seemed to have his eyes transformed into symbols of currency, almost unable to believe his ears. Even his previously comfortable position felt intolerable now. He quickly sprang up to attend to Tang Tian. Young master, are you truly certain that 50,000 gold soul coins will secure these two items? Indeed, Tang Tian affirmed. This card contains 50,000 gold soul coins. He nodded and handed Flinder a card. Flinder took the card, scrutinized it, and, suppressing a grin, squinted as he said, very well, a fair exchange, no deceit. These two items are now yours. In the span of that brief conversation, 50,000 gold soul coins had changed hands. Leaving Xiao Wu somewhat dazed, while Tang San maintained his composure, convinced that Tang Tian had indeed discovered a treasure. It was only when Tang San pulled him out the door that Xiao Wu, in confusion, asked, Brother Tian, have you perhaps lost your senses? Tang Tian casually remarked, I have not. I merely noticed that he dressed like a beggar, so I wish to extend my assistance. The speaker's words were uttered without intent. Yet they were keenly absorbed by Flander, who nearly stumbled upon hearing them. He steadied himself and scrutinized his own attire. Yet he could not shake the feeling that he bore no resemblance to a beggar. With a resigned sigh, he mused, the joy of the affluent is truly beyond imagination. As Tang Tian walked away, Flander closed the shop's door, preparing to leave directly. Having already made a considerable profit that day, it was time to treat himself to a respite. In his cheerful demeanor, he inadvertently caught sight of Tang San's belt in the distance, causing his smile to transform into a wry expression. Trouble was afoot. At that moment, it was already noon. And Xiao Wu, feeling her stomach, inquired, Are you all hungry? I have a strong craving for something to eat. Tang San was still lost in the exhilaration of acquiring the material when Xiao Wu called him back to reality. Only then realizing that he too was feeling a bit hungry. As for the 50,000 gold soul coins, none of the three paid them any mind, as they were not substantial wealth in the grand scheme of things. Tang Tian pondered briefly and swiftly determined the next course of action for the two. Let us proceed to the Starry Hotel, which is our own establishment. We have one in every main city. And this is also a perfect opportunity to inspect the assets in Soto City. Xiao Wu inquired with confusion, Ours? How come I was unaware of that? Tang San gently squeezed Xiao Wu's small hand, and then teased Tang Tian, saying, It's quite normal for you not to know. Even brother might not be aware of the total number of enterprises we've established. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, how is that possible? Could it be that Tian Gu has been rather oblivious? Her words elicited a stifled chuckle from Tang San. Tang Tian felt perplexed, unable to comprehend why his image appeared so unfavorable in Xiao Wu's eyes. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long and swiftly diverted the conversation, saying, These ventures are established in collaboration with the royal family and several prominent clans. Otherwise, how could I, Tian Gu, be unable to keep track of the accounts? Now, let us hasten to inquire about the locations of the industries in Soto City. I am on the verge of starvation. Tang San and Xiao Wu, the Stardo restaurant is not difficult to locate. Aside from the Spirit Hall, it serves as a symbol of the city's strength, as only the main city and prosperous urban areas boast such establishments. Upon their arrival at the Stardo restaurant, Xiao Wu was deeply impressed from a distance. The grand and opulent architecture, complemented by the soldiers stationed nearby, exuded an aura of extravagant luxury. As the trio entered, 2 rows of attendants at the entrance exclaimed in unison, Welcome. Inside on the first floor, the lobby was designed with simplicity and elegance, imparting a sense of boundlessness without appearing empty or awkward. This level served as the buffet area. A strikingly attractive staff member approached them and politely inquired, Gentlemen and this lovely lady, how may I assist you today? The service staff here were exceptionally warm and welcoming, devoid of the disdain often depicted in other narratives. After all, the prices on the first floor were reasonably affordable, allowing even ordinary individuals to indulge in a few meals here each month. Tang Tian gently inquired, Could you kindly provide us with an introduction to this place? The staff member, with great enthusiasm, elaborated, As you can observe, the first floor serves as the buffet area, while the second floor is dedicated to specialty snacks. The third floor is the ordering area, the fourth floor consists of private rooms, the fifth floor accommodates large banquet halls. The sixth floor features a swimming pool, and the seventh floor, the eighth floor, and so forth, up to the 49th floor, which houses commercial establishments and lodging facilities. We would like to visit the Emperor Suite No. 1, and please have all the signature dishes sent up to us. Tang Tian requested. The staff member hesitated and replied, I apologize, sir, but the Emperor Suite No. 1 is currently not available for public use, regrettably. I am unable to assist you with that. After Tang Tian tossed a token to the service staff, they promptly summoned the person in charge. Under their guidance, the 3 individuals made their way to the Emperor Suite No. 1. It must be said that the efficiency here is truly commendable. As soon as they arrived at the dining table of the suite, it was already adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes. These included 2 servings of succulent perilla fish, meat vinegar braised sandfish, steamed lychee kidneys, creamy lamb tripe, lotus duck, hand-washed crabs, scallion rabbit, stir-fried lungs, lamb head with drizzled sauce, crab stuffed with orange, fresh shrimp trotters, and a delightful duo fried stomach, among others. Additionally, an informal notice: all rabbit meat products in this book are merely flavorful pasta creations. Please refrain from consuming rabbits. Chapter 23. The Tang sect is about to commence. Tang Tian gazed contentedly at the array of dishes before him, then instructed the person in charge. Please remove the red wine and Mao Tai. Just bring some orange juice. Xiao Wu's eyes widened at the sight of the sumptuous feast, yet she hesitated to indulge. Feeling somewhat embarrassed with so many servers attending to their meal, Tang San was not in a much better situation, although he was not particularly greedy for indulgence. The exquisite dishes laid before him stirred his hunger, causing him to swallow hard in temptation. Tang Tian seemed to sense Xiao Wu's concerns. After the staff set down the orange juice, he kindly dismissed them. Once the coast was clear, Xiao Wu eagerly lunged toward the dining table, and the 3 began to feast heartily. Half an hour later, as Xiao Wu and Tang Sen paused, Tang Tian continued to indulge in his meal. With his formidable prowess, it was no surprise he had a hearty appetite, having been too engrossed in their meal to converse. Xiao Wu took a sip of orange juice before playfully remarking on Tang Tian's impressive eating skills. I never expected that aside from being adept at sleeping, Brother Tian is also quite the eater. Tang Tian, nearly choking from disbelief, lamented internally, what misfortune have I brought upon myself? After the staff cleared away the remnants of chaos from the dining table, Tang Tian led Tang San into a private room, gesturing for the surrounding attendants to disperse before initiating a significant conversation. Shedding his usual languid demeanor, Tang Tian addressed Tang San with a newfound seriousness, saying, Little San, I have a bold idea to propose. Tang San was utterly perplexed by Tang Tian's intentions and could only tentatively inquire, what are your thoughts? Tang Tian rose to his feet and gazed out the window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, emulating the posture of a master. He spoke. I intend to establish a force that rivals the Spirit Hall. We are currently equipped with wealth, manpower, and expertise. To refrain from taking action feels like a squander of resources. Although formidable soul masters cannot be cultivated overnight, we can take our time. I firmly believe that success will come, and that day is not far off. Xiao Wu was uncertain whether Tang Tian was merely speaking out of boredom, but she wholeheartedly agreed. This is a splendid idea. When the time comes, I shall be the first to join your cause, Brother Tian. Tang San, with an unwavering determination to seek the truth, continued to inquire, Brother, why have you suddenly brought this up? Tang Tian cleared his throat, intending to deliver the lengthy discourse he had meticulously prepared. Every individual must ultimately face death, whether it be as weighty as Mount Tai or as light as a feather. A true man stands tall, leaving a legacy etched in history. However, before Tang Tian could finish his grandiloquent speech, Xiao Wu interjected, What is Mount Tai? I have never heard of it. Is it very heavy? Upon hearing the mention of Mount Tai, Tang San appeared contemplative, yet his expression remained impassive, maintaining a serious demeanor, clearly anticipating Tang Tian's subsequent words. The interruption left Tang Tian's mind in disarray, rendering him momentarily speechless. After gathering his thoughts, he chose to disregard Xiao Wu's question and continued, Little San, there is no lofty reason behind my words. I merely desire to possess sufficient influence and strength. When the day comes that we must confront danger, I wish for us to have the capability to protect those we hold dear, nothing more. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu and Tang Tian, who had his back turned to him, then decisively proclaimed, I shall join. I will also bring forth my hidden weapons to support this new alliance. Tang Tian swiftly turned around, his demeanor shifting from solemnity to joviality. All right, Xiao San. This is your suggestion, and I have already decided. This new force shall be named Tang Men. From now on, you and Xiao Wu will serve as the primary and secondary leaders. He gestured to the myriad of entertaining facilities downstairs. Once you have rested, feel free to indulge in some fun. I must now return to my cultivation. Off you go. Tang San, who had been unceremoniously pushed out by Tang Tian, glanced at the token in his hand, murmuring, Tang Min, is it? I shall ensure its prominence in this world. Xiao Wu, observing Tang San's dazed expression, grasped his hand and said, San Gu, do not heed Tian Ji's whimsical ramblings. I believe he is merely indulging in idle chatter. Tang San shook his head, a serious expression on his face as he said to Xiao Wu, from today onward, I shall assume the role of the Tang sect's leader, and you, Xiao Wu, will be my deputy. Xiao Wu replied eagerly, all right, San Gu. First, let me explore this place. It's so vast, and I want to see what delightful wonders it holds. After they departed, Tang Tian double-checked to ensure the door was securely shut and that no one lurked outside. Once he confirmed safety, he retrieved an item he had purchased from Flanders. It resembled a stone key at first glance, and indeed, it was a stone key. The reason Tang Tian acquired it was due to the system's revelation that this stone key possessed 3 layers of seals awaiting deciphering. He touched the pendant around his neck and commanded, System, Decrypt this item. To unlock the first layer of the seal required 1,000 points of hatred. Shall I proceed with the decryption? Decrypt, he affirmed. Upon completion, Tang Tian scrutinized the key once more, finding it rather unremarkable. He swiftly moved on to the second and third decryption attempts. To his dismay, the system revealed that the cost for the second decryption was a staggering tenfold of the first, amounting to 10,000 points of hatred. The third attempt was even more outrageous, demanding an astonishing 100,000 points. Even for the affluent Tang Tian, the price took him aback. Once decrypted, the key retained its form, but transformed into a key made of an unknown material. System, he inquired, what purpose does this serve? Surely, you are not attempting to swindle my hatred points. Ding. Scanning complete. This key possesses the capability to unlock the gates of the Temple of Time. To possess it is to wield infinite time. For further information, a payment of XXXXX hatred points is required. After listening to the system's words, Tang Tian chose to disregard it and continued to study the key, while also pondering the nature of the Time Temple. His decision to delve into this investigation stemmed from a desire to not perpetually rely on the system. Some matters are far more intriguing when unraveled personally. Moreover, it was primarily due to the fact that this insufferable system had begun to impose charges for information. After much contemplation, Tang Tian found himself utterly perplexed regarding the usage of this object. With nothing else demanding his attention, he began to experiment with every conceivable method he could think of. Amami Mami Hong. No response. Illustrious celestial might, I summon you with this key. No response. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, reveal yourselves, O Lord of heaven. No response. After a period of futile effort, Tang Tian grew somewhat impatient and resorted to pricking his finger to draw blood for recognition. Still, there was no response. In utter desperation, he enveloped the key with his mental energy in an attempt to discern any concealed mechanisms. However, upon contact, he was inexplicably drawn into a wondrous void space. Chapter 24. The unruly creator god. This was a realm of nothingness, devoid of direction or dimension, lacking both height and depth. Its sole characteristic was its vastness, an expanse so immense it felt boundless, yet simultaneously so intimate that before Tang Tian, the void transformed into two enormous, tangible doors. These colossal portals were the only substantial entities within this vast emptiness, effectively severing the void and connecting it to reality. Their immense size also implied that the internal space within them was undoubtedly as grand as the void itself. Tang Tian observed his surroundings and quickly devised a plan to depart, for there was nothing here that warranted his lingering. In fact, there wasn't even a breath of the northwest wind to savor. As for the two colossal doors, he doubted he could ever open them, considering them mere decor. Employing the same method as before, Tang Tian enveloped the peculiar key with his mental energy. However, this time the key did not transport him from this space as he had anticipated. Instead, it began to levitate slowly, unlocking the massive doors. Remarkably, the key proved to be quite effective, as the imposing doors, which had previously daunted him, began to creak open under its influence. Although the doors parted only slightly, they revealed a blinding white light emanating from within, so intense that it could render the void tangible. Then, from the brilliance, a voice, both authoritative and amiable, resonated, "Young man, please enter." What? Is there truly someone here? In his bewilderment, Tang Tian was drawn into the radiant light. As he traversed the luminous expanse, he once again heard the mysterious voice, "Young man, do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm." Tang Tian harbored a profound disdain for such behavior, forcibly summoning someone and then claiming there was no malice intended, as if jesting. However, recognizing the weight of circumstance over individual will, he reluctantly acquiesced. And with a strained voice illuminated by a radiant light, he spoke, "Elder, may I inquire what brings you to seek my presence? If there is no pressing matter, I would appreciate your allowing me to depart." As soon as Tang Tian's words fell, a seamless voice resonated once more, elucidating its intent directly. "I am the creator of this world. You have earned my approval. By passing my trials, you shall attain the divine status of the creator." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian outright declined the mysterious individual's invitation. What a ludicrous proposition. To obtain a divine position within the Douluo continent would equate to becoming a mere laborer in the Douluo realm. Did one not witness how Tang Sen was firmly bound to the divine realm, laboring for 1,000,000 years? Absolutely not. Will you not reconsider? As he traversed the radiant light, Tang Tian beheld the true form of the enigmatic figure before him. Clad in flowing white robes, this being appeared entirely ethereal, and upon closer inspection, bore a striking resemblance to the attire of a Western mystic. At that moment, the mystic seemed deep in thought. Clearly taken aback by Tang Tian's response, the two stared intently at each other in silence, until, unable to contain himself, the mystic finally spoke. "Young man, could you enlighten me as to why you have chosen to decline the position of the creator god?" Tang Tian articulated his thoughts, believing there was nothing to conceal. He found the notion of divinity excessively cumbersome. Once one attained a godly position, one might be tethered to this realm indefinitely. Upon hearing this, the soothsayer erupted into a hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, young one, Attaining the title of creator god bestows upon you dominion over this world. A master is not constrained by the confines of the realm. At most, one must contribute to its well-being. Yet, the advantages you reap are monumental, enabling you to wield unparalleled power within this world, are they not? Tang Tian pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to decline the offer of the charlatan's divine position. His rationale was simple. If the prospects were indeed as appealing as the charlatan suggested, why would he seek to shift the blame? Therefore, he resolutely refused the divine title. While it was reasonable to think this way, he could not articulate it so bluntly. Instead, Tang Tian tactfully replied, if that is the case, then perhaps. However, please escort me out first, and I shall consider it further. The charlatan appeared as if a fishbone had lodged in his throat, opening his mouth, yet unable to utter a word. After a brief moment, a glimmer of light flickered in the charlatan's eyes as he feigned difficulty, stating, those who refuse the trial cannot escape the temple of time. It is the rule, and I am powerless to change it. Tang Tian observed the almost unscrupulous behavior of the charlatan, inwardly cursing furiously. You, who just moments ago proclaimed the omnipotence of the creator god, now engage in such trivial banter with me. Do you not possess any sense of integrity? After venting his frustrations, Tang Tian maintained a polite smile and said, very well. I choose to accept the challenge. However, I may very well fail to meet its demands, and you cannot punish me for that. It is part of the rules. A hint of amusement flickered across the charlatan's face before he expelled Tang Tian from the group chat. Finally, he whispered in Tang Tian's ear, the Temple of Time is now yours. My challenge is to gain the recognition of 2 deities within the mortal realm. I hope you succeed. As for the usage of the Temple of Time, you shall learn that in due course. Tang Tian surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in an imperial suite, and he let out a sigh of relief. With a hint of irritation, he exclaimed, what sort of nonsense is this? To forcibly impose such conditions. One should at least refrain from infringing upon personal freedom. It is utterly disgraceful. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Unbeknownst to him, as he vented his frustrations, a so-called deity nearby was listening intently, his lips twitching in irritation. Ding. Congratulations. You have received XXXXX points of hatred value from the creator god of the Douluo world. Before he could revel in the acquisition of hatred value, the creator god's vengeance swiftly approached. The colossal time temple began to shrink, gradually merging into Tang Tian's spiritual sea, causing him considerable discomfort. The pain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and soon enough. Tang Tian resumed his derogatory remarks aimed at the deity, all the while justifying his behavior by insisting that his actions were not due to a lack of propriety, but rather the allure of the hatred value. Having collected the hatred value, Tang Tian decided to experiment with the time temple. Overall, this endeavor proved profitable, although he chose to temporarily set aside thoughts of the creator god's divine status. Within half an hour, Tang Tian discerned the function of the time temple. Upon entering, the time consumed would no longer be his own, but that of the time temple. When the time of the temple was bestowed upon an item or a soul master, they would gain corresponding time. This would undoubtedly serve as a formidable tool for enhancing strength and fostering influence, yet Tang Tian had no immediate plans to utilize it. He believed that retreating into seclusion held little appeal. It was far more enticing to venture out and amass hatred value. The destitute disciples he had taken in years ago had, through the cultivation of loyalty over the years, now reached a satisfactory level. He soon envisioned employing an ancient formation to modify their martial souls, utilizing soul crystals to enhance their talents, and ultimately sending them to the time temple for training, thereby rapidly cultivating a multitude of adept individuals. With this thought in mind, Tang Tian stroked his non-existent beard and remarked with self-satisfaction, marvelous, simply marvelous. Tang Tian stepped out and casually called for a staff member, instructing, please summon your supervisor. I have matters to discuss. Chapter 25. Entering Shrek Academy, the supervisor quickly approached Tang Tian, who gestured for him to take a seat. Then, he inquired, which class did you graduate from? The supervisor, who was about to sit, straightened himself and, after performing a distinctive greeting representative of the Huangpu department from the Shahan Culinary Academy, replied, I am a graduate of the first cohort, Class 3, from the Huangpu department of the Shanghan Culinary Academy. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Tang Tian retrieved a badge from the ancient ring and presented it to the person in charge. This badge represented the prestigious Huangpu department of the Sacred Soul Culinary Academy, signifying the rank of the dean. Unlike other departments, the Huangpu department primarily enrolls local residents of Sacred Soul Village, as well as a select few downtrodden individuals who are deliberately sought out and taken in. The curriculum is centered around management and soul master training, with the aim of cultivating and supplying elite talents for Tang Tian's burgeoning commercial empire. Upon receiving the badge, the official examined it closely and, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly knelt before Tang Tian. Quick to respond, Tang Tian promptly supported him and gently urged him to remain seated, successfully persuading him to refrain from such an act. Are you the enigmatic dean who took us in? The official inquired. When my family was obliterated by my enemies and I found myself cornered with nowhere to turn, it was the academy that sheltered me and aided in my vengeance. Since that moment, I have devoted myself to repaying the academy, offering every ounce of my strength and gratitude for its immense kindness and benevolence. With that, the official stood once more and bowed repeatedly in reverence. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Tian once again assisted him to his feet, then inquired, "Are there any graduates from our Huangpu faction in Soda City?" "Indeed. I shall summon them immediately." Moments later, the person in charge arrived with 5 Huangpu students, all younger than him, and solemnly introduced Tang Tian's identity. Initially, the 5 displayed merely a respectful demeanor towards Tang Tian. But upon learning that he was the dean of the Huangpu faction at the Sacred Soul Culinary Academy, their reverence transformed into overwhelming excitement and tears of gratitude. Mirroring the earlier reaction of the person in charge, after calming their emotions, Tang Tian proceeded to address the matter at hand. "You all must quickly find some successors, and then do not continue working here." A fervent young man, upon hearing Tang Tian's words, exclaimed in agitation, "What? Dean, have we erred in some way? If the organization no longer requires us, we might as well perish." With that, he attempted to leap from the starry diner. Tang Tian and several other individuals from Huangpu hastily restrained the impetuous young man, subsequently elucidating the circumstances. "I intend for you to engage in alternative endeavors, surely. Someone must be appointed to oversee the industries here. Of course, the search for a successor is not urgent, for the time being. Please report your martial souls and spirit power levels." The eldest among them addressed the principal. "Director, I am Xiao Zhan. My martial soul is the Warhammer, and my spirit power level is 45. A slightly younger individual, facing a somewhat simple-minded brawny man, introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yong. My martial soul is the Wolf Fang Club, and my spirit power level is 35. The youngest participant respectfully addressed the director. "Greetings, Director. I am Feng Shixiang. My martial soul is the Great Club, and my spirit power level is 28. After listening to the discussions, Tang Tian felt that these individuals were quite commendable and decided to allow these 6 to join the inaugural batch of the Stronger program. "Do you aspire to become powerful?" The 6 responded in unison, "Indeed." "Very well, each of you shall consume 10 of these crystals." Obediently, they utilized the soul crystals, after which Tang Tian escorted them into the Temple of Time. "Here, you shall diligently cultivate. During your time here, you will not require food or water, nor shall you need to concern yourselves with any matters of sustenance. Your sole focus should be on your cultivation. Should any of you find that your realms can no longer advance, you must cease your practice and shatter this jade token." Xiao Zhan spoke up. "Rest assured, Dean. We shall not fail in our mission." The others echoed his sentiment. Tang Tian once again shared some words of encouragement before exiting the Temple of Time. Within the sanctum, a single day of cultivation equates to an entire year of training outside. Moreover, the rules within this realm differ entirely from those in the outside world, where the concept of soul ring limitations on cultivation is non-existent. Just as Tang Tian was about to place an order, Xiao Wu and Tang San returned after an afternoon of play. As soon as Xiao Wu stepped through the door, she exclaimed, "Brother Tian, we're back. The trampoline was so much fun. Tang San and I spent the entire afternoon there without trying any other activities. You should definitely give it a try next time." Tang Tian, "There are so many enjoyable activities to partake in. Why limit yourself to just one? That would be rather dull." Tang San lay exhausted on the sofa, clearly worn out from spending the entire afternoon playing with Xiao Wu, who, in contrast, remained as lively as ever. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Xiao Wu retorted, "It is indeed enjoyable. Next time, I want to play again. I want third brother to bounce me up on the trampoline, hold me tightly, and then toss me onto that pile of soft, fluffy things." Tang Tian cast a sympathetic glance at Tang San, clearly understanding the trials he had endured. The weariness he displayed was a result of carrying Xiao Wu throughout the afternoon. Dinner would be served shortly after the meal. It would be prudent for them to rest early, as tomorrow marked the day of registration, and tardiness was to be avoided. Xiao Wu teased, "Tian, good. We have no pressing matters, but you make sure not to linger in bed tomorrow morning." Tang San weakly remarked, "My new concealed weapon has yet to be forged. I still have some work to do this evening." The following day, the trio arrived at the registration area of Shrek Academy, where a long queue had already formed. Observing the surroundings, Xiao Wu could not help but express her skepticism, saying, "Brothers, is it possible that the master has made a mistake? This hardly resembles an academy. Could it be a deception?" Tang Tian remained silent in response. Tang San surveyed his surroundings and concluded that it was undoubtedly a dilapidated village. Yet, clinging to the belief that his master would not deceive him, he could only manage a wry smile and say, "Since we are here, let's take a look first." Of course, this sentiment was not exclusive to Tang San and Xiao Wu. The majority of those queuing ahead shared similar thoughts, with many displaying palpable disappointment on their faces. After all, the unremarkable appearance of Shrek Academy left much to be desired. The registration process was overseen by an elderly man, who appeared disinterested as he rested his head on the table. Upon noticing someone approaching to register, he lazily stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Place them in that box, and then extend your hand." A parent accompanying one of the youths tossed the coins into the shabby box, after which the young applicant placed a hand before the elder. The elder casually pinched the youth's hand a few times and remarked nonchalantly, "You are not suitable. You may leave." To the accompanying parent, this behavior seemed nothing short of a charlatan's trick to extract money. The father of the youth resolved to reclaim the registration fee, asking, "Sir, what about our registration fee?" The elder replied bluntly, "Once registered, it is non-refundable. Do not disrupt those behind you. Your son's age clearly exceeds our admission criteria, so he cannot register. Did you not familiarize yourselves with the Academy's rules prior to coming?" Chapter 26. I shall request a refund. Even a clay figurine retains some semblance of resilience. The father, unable to contain his anger at the elder's dismissive attitude, retorted, "You are clearly trying to swindle us. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave." Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was merely a band of frauds, we would have refrained from coming. The elder glanced at him and coolly instructed, "Move by. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground. "If you wish to retrieve your registration fee, you must first defeat me," he declared. This individual was Dai Mubai, who had previously been obscured by the crowd, thus going unnoticed by the trio. Dai Mubai himself found the situation regarding the registration fee rather absurd, and a sense of helplessness flickered across his face. While all attention was focused on the elder and Dai Mubai, Tang Tian had secretly set up another registration desk, albeit one of somewhat comedic purpose. Tang Tian sat arrogantly in his chair, declaring, "Those seeking refunds, line up here. No cutting in line, or refunds will be denied. Those who persist may find themselves unceremoniously removed." As Dai Mubai prepared to summon his spiritual power, he was taken aback by Tang Tian's demeanor and, at a loss for how to respond, chose to resume his original seat, relinquishing the authority to address the situation to the elder. The elder, rather oblivious, ignored Tang Tian's misuse of the Academy's name and continued with his routine inspections. A throng of individuals who had recently paid their registration fees but were unsuccessful surged into Tang Tian's refund station, having lost all hope in Shrek Academy and eager to reclaim their fees and depart. The service attitude at Shrek, coupled with the surrounding environment and the irritable demeanor of Dai Mubai, certainly painted a picture of a school that fostered rural brutes. The first parent to react quickly brought their child to Tang Tian's refund station. Once the student took a seat, Tang Tian began to concoct a process, menacingly stating, "Extend your hand for a retest. If you pass, you may proceed. If not, you will be refunded." The student timidly extended their hand, which Tang Tian merely pinched before promptly issuing a refund, mockingly exclaiming, "What beggar's talent does your son possess? Here are 100 gold spirit coins. A preemptive contribution to charity. Your son's greatest achievement will likely be that of a beggar. Consider this foresight, ha 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 ha." Amidst Tang Tian's raucous laughter, the previously trembling student found their composure, their legs regaining strength. They boldly proclaimed to Tang Tian, "In 30 years, the tides will turn. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty." After hearing the student's audacious words, Tang Tian mused to himself how familiar they sounded, but disregarded it as he continued to incite animosity. "With such talent, what future could you possibly have? You might freeze to death on the streets in no time. Hurry along, do not hinder the promising youths behind you." The student's father, clutching 100 gold spirit coins, led his child away, both harboring deep resentment towards Tang Tian. For parents, criticizing a child feels more personal than attacking their own character, and for the child, anyone who speaks ill of them becomes an adversary. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained XXX points of hatred. The second student, a chubby boy, having learned from the first, expertly placed his hand on the table. Tang Tian, adhering to a rather conventional approach, turned away with a disdainful expression and remarked, "There's no need for any further assessment. Your appearance falls short of the mark, nearly bringing me to tears. It would be wise for you to remain at home and refrain from frightening others. Here are 200 gold soul coins. Now, be gone." The chubby boy, speaking in a high-pitched tone, retorted, "Humph, your taste is undoubtedly flawed. My parents always say I am handsome." Ding. Congratulations, you have received. While your innate talent is indeed commendable, I simply refuse to allow you to proceed. Here are 50 gold soul coins. Go seek another academy. I believe you possess potential. Yet I suggest you return home to tend to the fields. Here are 500 gold soul coins, a token to kickstart your endeavors. May your agricultural products find their way across the nation. Now, hurry along to the next candidate. Hold on, I must say I dislike the color of your brownish-yellow attire. Here are 100 gold soul coins. I advise you to consider a career in waste collection, which could indeed hold promising prospects for you. Xiao Wu, observing Tang Tian's spittle-flecked tirade, tugged at Tang San's hand in confusion and inquired, "Brother San, what has come over Brother Tian?" Tang San had observed Tang Tian for quite some time. Unlike Xiao Wu, he, being a contemplative individual, immediately conjured up reasons for Tang Tian's actions. These individuals were the elite from various academies, prideful in their demeanor, oblivious to the fact that they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Tang Tian's intention in this endeavor was to instill a sense of urgency in them, to ignite their fighting spirit, and to rescue the budding flowers of the nation. Have you noticed that Tang Tian bestowed an unusually generous amount of golden soul coins upon certain individuals? This clearly carries profound significance. Xiao Wu concurred with Tang San's assessment, leaning into his embrace with admiration. Brother San, you are so clever. As time passed, the group dwindled in size, and Tang Tian found himself increasingly alone, as it was evident that many preferred to forfeit their fees rather than endure such indignities. Just as Tang Tian was about to drift into a dull stupor, a soft, delicate voice of a young girl suddenly broke the silence. This girl was unaccompanied by any guardians, standing alone. Clad in a simple blue gown adorned with a few metallic embellishments, her long, straight black hair cascaded down to her waist. She was of a similar height to Xiao Wu, and one could not help but notice the remarkable fairness of her complexion. As Tang Tian was about to harbor some disdain, he caught sight of the young girl's delicate visage, compelling him to swallow his prepared words and reorganize his thoughts before speaking. You are not here to request a refund. It is inconceivable that you would fail the initial assessment. The queue was excessively long over there, and since there were fewer people here, I wish to conduct the evaluation with you. The girl's voice, soft and gentle, resonated once more. That is not permissible. We must adhere to the rules. Please proceed to the queue over there. It is not crowded, and you will be attended to shortly. Tang Tian coldly denied the young girl's request, while inwardly reflecting. Ning Rongrong may be clever, but I have no authority to grant you an exception. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been closely observing Tang Tian's movements, also noticed Ning Rongrong. His eyes momentarily gleaming with a predatory light, though it quickly dimmed. It was not that Ning Rongrong lacked beauty. Rather, he had beheld the striking figure of Zhu Shiqing. Clearly, Dai Mubai favored the voluptuous allure of Zhu Shiqing over the more modest form of Ning Rongrong. Tang Tian had no inclination to observe the beauties around him. In a bid to showcase his expertise, he was preoccupied with formulating his rhetoric, pondering which phrases might elicit a significant amount of animosity. Indeed, this was a skillful endeavor, requiring consideration of both the likelihood of the other party refraining from physical retaliation and the potency of his words. Chapter 27. Oscar-grade sausage once again. He received a few students seeking refunds. Meanwhile, Tang San had nearly completed his assessments, prompting Tang Tian to close his stall and proceed to the elder for his evaluation. As the elder observed Tang Tian take a seat, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Forgive my candor, but in all my years, I have never witnessed such a maneuver as you just executed. I am quite perplexed as to its significance. It holds little significance, if one must seek meaning. It is simply that I find pleasure in such actions. With that, Tang Tian placed his hands upon the table. The elder, increasingly intrigued, even rose to examine Tang Tian thoroughly. What is this physique? Could it be that you belong to the body sect? That seems improbable. I must inquire, why do I sense that your entire being appears as though it has undergone the cultivation of body-refining soul techniques? Tang Tian was eager to proclaim that he possessed the formidable divine and demonic physique capable of overwhelming the body sect. However, adhering to his principle of humility, he merely chuckled and remarked, I'm not quite sure why. Perhaps it's due to my innate divine strength. The old man shook his head, expressing his inability to comprehend the situation. As he observed the number of candidates who had successfully passed the preliminary test, he turned to Dai Mubai nearby and said, It seems this is all for today, Mubai. Please take them inside for the next evaluation. Dai Mubai replied, I knew you all would make it through. I believe the subsequent examinations will pose no difficulties either. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance back towards Zhu Shiqing. Xiao Wu, slightly annoyed, retorted, What are you looking at? Are you planning to cause trouble for that girl? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Dai Mubai responded, I sense a resonance between my aura and that girl-s. It feels as though we complement one another. If we were to join forces, it's quite likely we could cultivate a martial soul fusion technique. Xiao Wu burst into laughter. So you're implying that girl-s martial soul is a tigress? Noticing Zhu Shiqing's gaze directed towards him, Dai Mubai awkwardly waved his hand and said, I didn't say that much. Ning Rongrong spotted Tang Tian among the group and hurried over to inquire, Aren't you the instructor responsible for refunds? Why are you participating in the examination? Tang Tian spoke nonsensically, claiming, I merely noticed that some students come from less fortunate backgrounds and wanted to offer them assistance. He then inquired, by the way, Why are you here alone? Ning Rongrong arrived late and, having missed the sight of Tang Tian's furious outburst, readily accepted his explanation without further thought. I slipped away from home, she replied, and besides, weren't you also not alone? Tang Tian summoned Xiao Wu and Tang San, who were conversing with Dai Mubai, and introduced them. I am not alone. This is my brother Tang San, and this is my sister Xiao Wu. As fellow girls, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong quickly bonded on their way to the next examination venue. However, among the girls, there was an exception. The aloof Zhu Shiqing continued to walk alone, lost in her thoughts. Upon entering the village where Shrek Academy was located, one could immediately observe the stark disrepair compared to the outside world. After a short distance, Dai Mubai led the group to an open area, the very heart of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had successfully passed the preliminary test were gathered ahead, presumably engaged in a test related to soul power. Perhaps influenced by Zhu Shiqing's presence, Dai Mubai chose to linger and offer a detailed exposition on the examination's content. After concluding his explanation, the five of them formed a queue, with Dai Mubai remaining behind, playfully hovering in front of Zhu Shiqing. At that moment, a figure resembling a lecherous old man began peddling a cart of sausages, his appearance contrasting sharply with the unexpectedly soft, feminine voice that called out, "Sausages for sale. Come one, come all, don't miss out." Oscar's sausages are deliciously savory and sweet, affordable at just 5 copper coins each. Enjoying an Oscar sausage guarantees a higher chance of passing the entrance exam. Oscar waved a fan to cool the grilled sausages, and the enticing aroma wafted from the cart, drawing some candidates in line to make a purchase. Standing behind the cart, Oscar's peach blossom eyes darted around, particularly fixated on the girls in the candidate queue. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all fell under his watchful gaze. Tang Sen inquired of Xiao Wu, "Would you care for a sausage?" Xiao Wu tilted her head and replied, "No, thank you. I've been indulging too much lately, and I fear I may gain weight." Tang Sen nodded, intending to purchase some food for himself. As today's breakfast had predominantly been consumed by Tang Tian and Xiao Wu, however, he could not partake in his beloved sausages. Dai Mubai stood behind Zhu Zhuqing, calling out to Tang San from a distance. Tang San inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why is that? I find them quite acceptable." Once he has sold these few sausages, observe closely how they are made. I assure you, after witnessing the process, you will no longer desire to indulge in sausages. Tang Tian was engaged in a conversation with Ning Rongrong when he casually retrieved a lollipop from his soul guide device, just as he had peeled off the wrapper. It was swiftly snatched away by the quick-witted Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, aren't you concerned about gaining weight?" he inquired. Xiao Wu shrugged nonchalantly, "Eating a lollipop isn't harmful." Relenting, Tang Tian unwrapped another lollipop, but upon noticing Ning Rongrong's eager gaze, he felt compelled to offer it to her. He unwrapped yet another, only to find Tang San's eyes fixed on him, prompting him to hand over another lollipop to Tang San. Thus, everyone was provided for. Yet it would be remiss not to include Dai Mubai, so Tang Tian tossed 2 lollipops in his direction. Dai Mubai, understanding the unspoken cue, used one of the lollipops to strike up a conversation with Zhu Zhuqing. As everyone indulged in their lollipops, Oscar, having exhausted his supply of sausages, faced a long line of customers. With determination, he steeled himself to begin producing sausages, chanting to himself, "I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage. Hey, don't leave just yet. It will be ready shortly." Upon hearing Oscar's peculiar incantation, Tang San promptly expressed his gratitude to Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's charming face instantly flushed a deep crimson as she remarked, "You boys are truly incorrigible. How can there be such strange martial souls?" Dai Mubai chuckled in response. "We are, after all, at the Monster Academy, where martial souls are bound to be extraordinarily diverse." Although Oscar's incantation is rather distasteful, his sausage martial soul is regarded as exquisite among food-type martial souls, given that it provides meat, perhaps due to the nature of his food martial soul. His hair is significantly thicker than that of the average person. His beard can grow unruly if not shaved for a day, earning him the nickname Uncle Sausage within the academy. While he himself amusingly refers to his persona as the sausage specialist, Zhu Zhuqing, holding a lollipop, stood behind Xiao Wu, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes as she softly murmured, "How dull." However, Xiao Wu could not help but giggle and replied, "This person is quite amusing." Shortly thereafter, Dai Mubai seemed to recall something important and gently patted Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "Let us proceed. I shall guide you through the examination without the need to queue. I just remembered that for the second examination at the academy, those who possess a soul power level of 25 or higher can be exempted from the test." Chapter 28, Preparing for the Practical Assessment. Xiao Wu scoffed, "Honestly, how could you forget something so trivial?" Tang San found Dai Mubai to be quite agreeable and refrained from excessive reproach towards Xiao Wu. He took her hand and followed Dai Mubai, saying, "All right, Xiao Wu, let us hasten and have Brother Dai lead us to the third trial." Dai Mubai shook his head and replied, "It is not the third trial, but the final one. I nearly forgot that the third trial can also be exempted. Those of you whose soul power exceeds 25 levels, follow me." Perhaps due to his eagerness for Zhu Zhuqing to commence her studies, Dai Mubai did not even bother to inform the supervising teacher responsible for the assessment. Along the way, he meticulously explained the details of the fourth trial, which is a practical combat assessment. "Originally, I was to oversee this trial, but given your numbers, I must consult Teacher Zhao, who is in charge of monitoring." Tang Tian clasped his hands together and said to Tang San, "Little San, do you possess the confidence to defeat that Teacher Zhao? I believe that vanquishing the teacher responsible for the assessment is the most advantageous means of gaining admission." Before Tang San could utter a word, Dai Mubai gestured for silence with a cautious hand sign, then carefully remarked, "Teacher Zhao harbors a deep grudge. If he were to overhear your words, it would spell trouble for you." Tang Tian remained indifferent, knowing that a confrontation was inevitable sooner or later. Upon arrival, Dai Mubai halted his steps and approached the spot where Teacher Zhao was situated. At that moment, Teacher Zhao was perched on a small wooden chair, dozing off. "Teacher Zhao, I have brought individuals for the fourth round assessment." Is it that time of year already for the fourth round? And 5 participants, no less. How exhilarating." The middle-aged man opened his bleary eyes, a smile gradually forming on his lips as he scrutinized the 5 individuals before him. Dai Mubai remarked, "Their soul power levels exceed 25. I have exempted them from the second and third round tests. Teacher Zhao's eyes glimmered with interest as he stood up from his chair. Though of modest height and unremarkable appearance, his physique was remarkably robust, with broad shoulders reminiscent of fortress walls and muscles akin to forged steel. Excellent, excellent. It appears that our Shrek Academy is on the verge of flourishing. The assessment I have for you is quite straightforward. Succeed in this trial, and you shall gain entry into Shrek Academy. Tang Tian casually remarked, if it's too simple, it loses its allure. There's no need to waste time. It would be far better to simply enter Shrek Academy. Teacher Xiao, with a sinister smile, responded, I am Xiao Wu, the chief examiner for the fourth trial. My test is quite straightforward. You merely need to withstand my presence for the duration of a stick of incense. You now have that time to familiarize yourselves, discuss, and formulate a strategy. He continued, I had initially considered easing the challenge for you, but given your confidence, I shall refrain from doing so. As he concluded, Zhao's gaze shifted towards Tang Tian. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Dai Mubai hesitated to say. Xiao Wujia shot him a glare and retorted, what is inappropriate about it? The dean is absent, and I am the highest authority in the academy. What I decree is final. He then added, I will light the incense now, and you should inform them of my strengths, so they are adequately prepared, lest my participation becomes tedious. With that, he produced a stick of incense and casually placed it on the ground. After lighting it, Zhao returned to his small wooden chair, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. The five did not share a sense of gravity. Tang San even winked at Tang Tian, saying, Brother Tian, do take it easy later on. We wouldn't want to be too bored. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, wore a serious expression and warned Tang San, even if Teacher Xiao were to go easy on you, it would still be challenging to endure. Should you hold back, you might find yourselves outmatched. The four huddled closer to him, while only Tang Tian remained seated on a chair he had summoned with his soul guide. Dai Mubai, with a grave demeanor, explained, this Teacher Xiao is the vice president of the academy, a level 76 soul sage, with a beast martial soul, specifically the battle soul sage. Xiao Wu chimed in with a laugh. So what? It's merely a matter of enduring the time it takes for a stick of incense. I believe the five of us can manage that without difficulty. Dai Mubai shook his head, exclaiming anxiously, you must understand, even against an army of thousands, a soul sage can navigate with ease. Moreover, Teacher Xiao is no ordinary soul sage. His martial soul is the Titan Giant Bear, a formidable beast martial soul, exhibiting no vulnerabilities and possessing terrifying defensive capabilities. Even soul masters of equal rank find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses and inflict harm upon him. Xiao Wu laughed lightly. That soul skill sounds somewhat familiar, but it's fine. After all, it's just a matter of enduring a stick of incense. Dai Mubai glanced at Xiao Wu, his expression resembling that of someone confronting folly. He is a soul sage without a meticulous plan. You might not even withstand a single attack from him. Tang San solemnly remarked that a strategy should be devised, lest Brother Tian find it difficult to hold back later. Xiao Wu casually replied that it was fine, considering it a good opportunity for practice. Dai Mubai, observing the relaxed demeanor of his companions, felt a sense of unease. Time was of the essence, and he hastily began to inform them about Teacher Zhao's characteristics, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. Zhu Zhiqing remained silent, while Ning Rongrong, puzzled, inquired why there was a soul sane assessment taking place. Dai Mubai sighed in resignation, explaining that Teacher Xiao was initially only responsible for supervising the fourth round, and that their opponent should have been him. As long as they could endure for the duration of an incense stick in his presence, they would pass. However, to his surprise, Zhao had decided to personally intervene today. He continued, urging his companions to pay close attention to Zhao's unique attributes to avoid any unfortunate mishaps. Dai Mubai meticulously detailed Xiao Wujia's martial soul and various soul skills. Upon hearing the title Unmoved King, Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment, realizing that he was indeed the legendary Xiao Wujia, who had been missing from the continent for a decade, now serving as a teacher at Shrek Academy. It was known that Xiao Wujia had a tumultuous history with the Spirit Hall, where 16 soul emperor-level bishops had once sought to punish him. Remarkably, he had managed to break free from their ambush, and the matter had since faded into obscurity. What was more daunting was that Xiao had been a soul emperor at the time, now that he had attained the rank of soul saint. He must be even more formidable. Dai Mubai nodded silently, stating that now they understood the gravity of the situation. He urged them to quickly familiarize themselves with one another in the remaining time, as a foundation of mutual understanding would prove beneficial for their collaboration. Tang San was the first to speak, introducing himself. I am Tang San, and my martial soul is Blue Silvergrass. I am a level 31 control system soul master. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Xiao Wu followed suit, saying, I am Xiao Wu, and my martial soul is a rabbit. I am a level 30 strength attack system soul master. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Rongrong finally spoke. My soul power may not be as high as yours. I am Ning Rongrong, and my martial soul is the 7 treasure glaze tile. I am a level 26 support system soul master. With an expression of indifference, Zhu Zhiqing calmly introduced herself. I am Zhu Zhiqing, and my martial soul is the nether cat. I am a level 27 agility attack system soul master. Once the four had introduced themselves, the attention of the five, including Dai Mubai, turned towards one individual. excluding the all-knowing Tang Tian. Chapter 29. The Battle Against the Unmoved King Tang. San gazed at Ning Rongrong in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your martial soul is indeed the most formidable auxiliary martial soul. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. Does this imply that you hail from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect?" Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and replied, "Don't stare so much. I am no different from ordinary people. Let's first listen to what Brother Tian has to say." Tang Tian remained with his arms crossed over his chest. Tang Tian, the wielder of the soul spirit, the god-slaying spear, possessed a soul ring. He extended his 5 fingers, prompting Ning Rongrong to believe he was jesting. With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "Brother Tian, could you please be serious?" Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, aware of Tang Tian's soul power level, discreetly informed Ning Rongrong, "Brother Tian already has 5 soul rings. If he reveals his level now, Teacher Xiao will surely take precautions. It would be better to keep it a secret from Teacher Xiao for the time being, and then we can jointly confront him." Who does he think he is? Bullying the smaller ones? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with mischief, and eager for chaos, she promptly decided to join this scheme. "My 2 soul rings can enhance everyone's speed and strength attributes by approximately 30%. However, I am uncertain how long the effects will last." Tang Tian spoke softly. "Do not attempt to impose any enhancements upon me, lest you find yourself overwhelmed." Ning Rongrong gently nodded. "In that case, I can maintain this for the duration of a stick of incense without issue." Dai Mu Bai took a deep breath, his heart in turmoil as he remarked, "Your quartet's synergy is indeed commendable, devoid of any repetitive martial spirits. With Tang Tian's support added to the mix, it is, barring unforeseen circumstances, a guaranteed success." Tang Xin pondered for a moment and said, "Ning Rongrong shall take on the role of supporting the 3 of us. Xiao Wu will spearhead the offensive, while I will focus on restraining Teacher Zhao's attacks as much as possible, simultaneously assisting Xiao Wu in her frontal assault. Zhu Zhiqing, I entrust you with flanking maneuvers, leveraging your speed to create distractions. Brother Tian, you are free to act as you see fit, shielding us from harm. I recall your first spirit ability renders you invincible in defense." Tang Tian gave a thumbs up, deeming it quite reasonable. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, while Zhu Zhiqing cast a glance at Tang San and eventually also inclined her head slightly, consenting to his proposal. "Have we reached a consensus?" At that moment, Zhao Wujin's resounding voice echoed, and the incense on the ground had already burned to its conclusion. "Teacher, we may commence." Dai Mu Bai acknowledged Zhao Wujin with a nod and swiftly stepped aside to observe the battle. Although this was not a conventional combat, it still possessed significant entertainment value, and he certainly would not miss this opportunity to learn. Zhao Wujin rose once more, intertwining his hands and loosening his wrists. The sound of cracking bones resonating like an orchestra of discomfort, instantly amplifying the invisible pressure in the atmosphere, as Zhao Wujin conjured another stick of incense. Before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. With a flourish, she executed the 7 treasures glazed tile technique, her body swirling gracefully in place, releasing a dazzling array of prismatic light from within. Where the radiant colors converged, a towering, multicolored pagoda appeared in the palm of her right hand, reaching a height of over a foot. The 7 treasures were renowned, one representing strength, the other speed. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance with her left hand, several beams of colored light simultaneously emanated, enveloping Tang San and his companions. As they were bathed in 2 layers of enhancement, the trio immediately felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through their bodies, even feeling lighter on their feet. Zhao Wujin gazed at Ning Rongrong with astonishment. To his surprise, one of this year's candidates belonged to the prestigious 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan. Remarkable. Flander must be elated about this, he mused, as the incense in his hand ignited, which he then casually tossed to the ground. At that moment, Zhao Wujin sprang into action, not charging towards Tang San and his companions, but rather crouching slightly with both fists raised, striking the earth with tremendous force. "Not good," Tang San exclaimed in alarm. Tang Tian was not oblivious to Teacher Zhao's intentions. With a swift leap, he bounded towards Ning Rongrong, enveloping her in an embrace to evade the impending assault. Simultaneously, the others narrowly escaped the range of Zhao's attack. Without a moment to spare, Tang Tian gently placed Ning Rongrong on the ground before sidestepping, anxious to avoid the label of a lecher. Though the atmosphere was charged with tension, he remained remarkably composed. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed as she steadied her enhancement, softly uttered, "Scoundrel." Having successfully evaded the initial wave of attacks, Tang San promptly rallied the offensive, calling out, "Xiao Wu, advance." Tang San's strategy was rather straightforward. At the onset of the confrontation with Zhao Wujia, he would proactively initiate an attack to buy time, subsequently allowing Tang Tian to step in and protect the others. Ultimately, it would be Tang Tian who would take the lead in delivering a series of blows to Zhao Wujia. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of his initial assault, Zhao Wujia responded with an unexpected smile. As Xiao Wu lunged forward, he casually placed his hands behind his back, seemingly indifferent to her impending strike. In the absence of Zhao Wujia's defenses, Xiao Wu's attack was executed with remarkable precision, her feet swiftly landing squarely on Zhao Wujia's shoulders. Yet, Zhao Wujia merely grinned. appearing unfazed, as if the petite girl posed no significant threat. With a haughty snort, Xiao Wu declared that this was merely the beginning. In the blink of an eye, her feet seemed to adhere firmly to Xiao Wujia's shoulders, her lithe form twisting with all her might, spinning gracefully in midair. Simultaneously, Tang Tian's vines ensnared Xiao Wujia's body, rendering him a veritable bundle, akin to a large zongzi. Tang San and Xiao Wu displayed a remarkable synergy, channeling their energies in unison, causing Xiao Wujia's body to spin through the air with surprising speed. The sensation of spinning was rather amusing, but soon, a sharp pain echoed in Xiao Wujia's voice as he exclaimed, "Oh, how it hurts." With a sudden burst, his entire form was engulfed in vines, shattering into countless fragments before he landed firmly on the ground. At that moment, Xiao Wujia's expression shifted slightly, and with a low growl, his body expanded abruptly, increasing in height by a meter, as 7 soul rings ascended simultaneously from beneath his feet. Seizing the opportunity during Xiao Wujia's transformation, Zhu Zhuqing stealthily maneuvered behind him to launch an attack. A rapid succession of sharp sounds erupted, indicative of the swift frequency of her strikes. Observing from the sidelines, Dai Mubai turned to witness Zhu Zhuqing, now embodying her martial spirit, with her claws transformed into sharp spikes, explaining the piercing sounds that resonated. Following her transformation, Zhu Zhuqing's movements were accompanied by faint afterimages, making it exceedingly challenging to pinpoint her exact location. Her attacks were decidedly astute, targeting vulnerable points with calculated precision, compelling Xiao Wujia to pivot and engage her. Taking advantage of Xiao Wujia's turn, Xiao Wu initiated a second assault. However, after Xiao Wujia's martial spirit was unleashed, Zhu Zhuqing's strikes lost some of their previous sharpness. Consequently, Tang San resorted to employing blue-silver grass to hinder Xiao Wujia's movements, thereby granting Zhu Zhuqing the brief respite she required for retreat. In the seamless coordination of the trio, Xiao Wujia's body once again left the ground, crashing down with a resounding thud, his head completely buried in the earth. Chapter 30. The Unyielding King of Violence. Little San, do you think we might be too forceful? Xiao Wu inquired nervously, glancing at Xiao Wujia, who was now humorously lodged in the ground like a plant. Tang San shook his head, noting that teacher Xiao had yet to employ his soul skills. At that moment, the incense embedded in the ground had burned down to a third, while both Tang San and Xiao Wu retained their third soul skills. Meanwhile, Tang Tian, who had refrained from participating, observed from a distance, the situation seemingly as stable as a rock. Xiao Wujia's head remained buried in the soil for a brief moment, before he pushed himself up with his arms, emerging from the earth. As he stood, his robust brown fur, towering physique exceeding 2.5 meters, and his fierce brown-yellow gaze were laid bare for all to see. Simultaneously, the 7 soul rings encircling him pulsated rhythmically, hinting at an impending eruption of power. Brushing the dirt off his head, Xiao Wujia grumbled, "It seems I've mistakenly set my sights on an 80-year-old lady, only to find myself confronting you lot. Clearly, I must take this more seriously." Spitting out the soil from his mouth, he noticed the leisurely Tang Tian not far off, exclaiming, "Oh, so there is someone here who has to even summon their martial soul. Absurd. Kid, I suppose you've enjoyed your respite. It's time for you to get moving." Tang Tian, who had been watching in bemusement, thought it was rather peculiar that he was the next target, rather than the dirt-covered Tang San and the others. As Xiao Wujia charged towards him, Tang Tian had no choice but to summon his martial soul, the god-slaying spear, and activate his first soul skill, Berserk Body. Observing Tang Tian wielding a spear, Xiao Wujia delivered a swift kick, recalling that martial artists employing such weapons typically lacked substantial defense. Tang Tian disregarded the intricacies of soul skills and techniques, wielding the god-slaying spear like a club as he leapt to strike Xiao Wujia's formidable head. Xiao Wujia, with both hands raised, adeptly blocked Tang Tian's powerful blow. Upon landing, Tang Tian swiftly pivoted and unleashed a sweeping strike, yet Xiao Wujia remained resolute in his defense. However, the outcome mirrored that of a bygone Titan ape, as he was sent flying by the force of the attack, momentarily stunned by the blow. A flicker of seriousness finally emerged in Xiao Wujia's amber eyes. These children would one day become his students, and if he allowed their arrogance to continue unchecked, he would surely suffer the loss of his own dignity. How could he possibly guide them thereafter? A sudden roar erupted, piercing the air as a cold glint ignited in Xiao Wujia's gaze. His fist clenched tightly, and the first of his 7 soul rings blazed to life. A brilliant golden light erupted instantaneously, aimed directly at Zhu Zhuqing, who was in the midst of executing the Phantom Claw technique. Tang Tian, mindful of his duty, thrust the god-slaying spear into the ground to intercept Zhu Zhuqing, swiftly lifting her to safety just before the impending strike. He deftly evaded the attack until it subsided, gently setting Zhu Zhuqing down before gracefully returning to his original position. Tang San observed Xiao Wujia's initial soul skill being unleashed, and he decided against concealing his third soul skill any longer. In a swift evasion, the web of binding was instantly activated, ensnaring Xiao Wujia once more. The first soul ring skill, the immovable king body, concluded abruptly and without foresight, leaving Xiao Wujia thoroughly entangled in Tang San's web of restraint. Truly a misfortune at the outset. Tang Tian observed that several individuals had been affected to varying degrees by Xiao Wuji's soul abilities. With the incense nearly burnt out, he proclaimed with a resonant voice, "I shall take the lead in our offensive. Everyone should endeavor to restore your strength. We shall now turn the tide against the odds." With that, Tang Tian callously directed a strike at Xiao Wuji, who was ensnared and restrained by a web, unleashing the mighty Sumi hammer. Tang Tian struck with remarkable speed, unleashing half of the great Shumi hammer before Xiao Wuji could free himself from his bindings. This display left the onlookers in quiet astonishment. What manner of creature was this, possessing both speed and strength in abundance? Given his previous audacity in confronting Xiao Wuji, it was evident his defenses were equally formidable, truly befitting a Soul King-level powerhouse. Xiao Wuji's astonishment surpassed that of the crowd. He had never encountered such an opponent. It was not merely Tang Tian's prowess that astounded him, but rather the sheer audacity of his actions. This was not a genuine battle, merely an assessment. There was no need for such underhanded tactics. As Tang Tian withdrew, Xiao Wuji chuckled mockingly. "You little rascal, you are indeed quite ruthless." Activating his third soul ring, he declared, "Gravitational enhancement." In that instant, the purple thousand-year soul ring expanded, seemingly altering the gravitational pull of the earth, causing the bodies of those nearby to be subjected to more than double their usual weight. Yet Xiao Wuji remained unperturbed, striding confidently towards Tang Tian, murmuring, "Fourth soul skill. Target tracking." With a hearty laugh, Xiao Wuji proclaimed, "It is time to conclude this. The fact that you forced me to employ 4 soul rings signifies your worthiness for acceptance." Tang Tian remained remarkably composed, responding calmly, "Have you not noticed that I have yet to employ any soul abilities? Behold, my third soul skill, God-slaying torrential rain." As Tang Tian activated his third soul skill, numerous tangible phantoms of the God-slaying spear swiftly coalesced in the sky, under the influence of Xiao Wuji's gravity enhancement. It was evident that these spears descended with amplified potential energy, rendering them even more formidable. Xiao Wuji's fourth soul skill was undoubtedly a case of self-sabotage. Observing the myriad of God-slaying spears overhead, Xiao Wuji felt a distinct sense of peril. Despite the fact that it was an area attack skill and merely his third soul ring, he chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he decisively abandoned his ongoing third and fourth soul skills, transitioning from a strategy of full offense to one of comprehensive defense. "Be cautious, Teacher Xiao," Tang Tian said leisurely from his position, offering a considerate warning. The soul skills conjured by the God-slaying spears could inflict harm upon the soul. And although Tang Tian had intentionally mitigated this characteristic in his battle against Xiao Wuji, the danger was still palpable to the soul saint. This was hardly surprising, given that it was a descending soul ring. Who could say how many years a meteorite had drifted through the cosmos? The only certainty was that its age was undeniably significant. Amused by Xiao Wuji's comical evasion, Tang Tian benevolently decided to assist him, invoking his second soul skill, the God-slaying prison. This skill, too, was instantaneous, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao Wuji found himself firmly ensnared within the God-slaying prison, helplessly subjected to the relentless bombardment of the descending God-slaying spears, which left him bruised and battered. Once the storm of God-slaying spears subsided, Tang Tian called out to Tang San, "Little San, why are you standing there? It's time for your third soul skill." "All right," Tang San replied. Third soul skill, spider web binding. As Xiao Wuji found himself wrapped up like a rice dumpling by Tang San's third soul skill, Tang Tian mischievously declared to the onlookers, "Come on, let us give Teacher Xiao a good beating." As Tang Tian concluded his words, he withdrew his spiritual energy and was the first to advance, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong eagerly rushed forward, joining in this spirited assault on Xiao Wuji. Even the aloof Zhu Zhuqin could not resist the temptation to step forward and administer a few kicks to Xiao Wuji. The most shameless of all was Dai Mubai, who, despite not participating in the battle, insisted on joining in. "That's enough, that's enough," someone remarked, prompting the crowd to disperse. Tang San removed the web-like bindings, and Xiao Wuji, having risen once more with a face covered in dust, was evidently still brimming with the desire to continue the fight. Observing this, Tang Tian merely uttered a light remark that instantly extinguished Xiao Wuji's fervor. "Teacher Xiao, the incense has burned out." With his face flushed crimson, Xiao Wuji brushed off the dust from his body, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. When had he ever suffered such disgrace? Moreover, this was not something he could disclose. How could he possibly let others know that a dignified soul sage had been subdued by a few youngsters? Absolutely not. It was utterly inconceivable. As he brushed off the dust, Xiao Wuji inadvertently caught sight of Dai Mubai, who was reveling in the misfortune from the sidelines, further fueling his embarrassment and anger. "Xiao Bai, what are you laughing at? Come to my practical class tomorrow." Dai Mubai, who had been chuckling, was rendered speechless by Xiao Wuji's words. After all, it took a level 50 Soul King, along with Tang San and his companions, to challenge Xiao Wuji, while he, alone, would surely end up being viciously beaten. It was best to avoid provoking him. In contrast to the original narrative, this outcome was indeed a cause for celebration. Xiao Wuji had not been severely injured by hidden weapons, and none from Tang San's side had sustained any significant harm. The only one to suffer was Xiao Wujie, whose dignity had been thoroughly trampled, leaving him feeling quite restrained. Observing Xiao Wujie's bruised visage, Daimubai suppressed a laugh and called out, Oscar, Oscar, come here. You have business. Where's the business? Where's the business? Oscar's distinctively soft voice approached, as he hurried over, without even bringing his cart. Upon spotting Oscar in the distance, Daimubai waved his hand, signaling, Xiao, over here, quickly. Upon realizing the opportunity, Oscar dashed over. Big brother Dai, did you call for me? Daimubai nodded and instructed, quickly, bring out some sausages. Teacher Xiao is injured. He then turned to Tang San and asked, oh right, do you all want some? Oscar was elated, 5 copper soul coins for each sausage, and don't forget to settle the bill. Chanting his quirky incantation, I have a big sausage. I have a big sausage. A few freshly produced sausages appeared in Oscar's hands. Hearing that peculiar incantation again, Tang San quickly waved his hand. No, no. I'm not seriously hurt. I can recover on my own. Daimubai also refrained from insisting, as, apart from Teacher Xiao's battered state, everyone else had emerged unscathed. Xiao Wujie, feeling thoroughly humiliated, called out, Oscar, come here, bring me one of each kind of sausage. I feel as though I have been poisoned. Upon hearing these words, Tang San felt a surge of delight within. Could it be that the eternal soul skill, spider web binding, could even affect a soul sage? Oscar blinked his alluring peach blossom eyes and gazed at the bruised and battered face of Xiao Wujie, inquiring, Teacher Xiao, who has laid hands upon you? Your face has transformed so drastically that, were it not for your voice, I would hardly recognize you. Impudent fool, refrain from asking. One more question, and I shall strike you. Xiao Wujie's fury was instantly ignited by Oscar's ill-timed curiosity. Tang Tian observed the bruised and battered Xiao Wujie, feeling a twinge of guilt. Thus, he took the initiative to erase Xiao's embarrassing incident, claiming that the esteemed teacher had merely tripped while falling asleep. Oh, what a tragic tumble it was. Upon hearing Tang Tian's compelling justification, the onlookers readily concurred, evidently wishing to preserve some dignity for Xiao Wujie. Is it truly possible for someone of Xiao's caliber to fall so woefully? Oscar expressed disbelief. In a fit of excitement, Xiao Wujie slapped Oscar on the shoulder, exclaiming, listen, do not pry into this. It's quite humiliating to have fallen asleep and ended up like this. Remember, if you dare to spread this tale, you will regret it. Oscar found Xiao's demeanor peculiar. How could he smile even in such a dire state, as if he took some pride in it? Xiao Wujie was evidently pleased with Tang Tian's explanation, casting a grateful glance his way, as the earlier discomfort dissipated. For Xiao, this justification was far preferable to the alternative of being pummeled by Tang San and his companions. The thought of such a disgrace becoming public knowledge was unbearable. It was better to attribute his condition to a mere mishap while resting. Very well then, Oscar cheerfully handed Xiao several freshly made sausages and resumed his incantation, chanting, I possess a little sausage. For reasons unknown, Oscar's demeanor while reciting the soul incantation was utterly ludicrous. Without hesitation, Xiao Wujie accepted the small sausage and consumed it, clearly finding it effective in alleviating his discomfort, as the swelling on his face diminished significantly. After finishing the sausage, Xiao Wujie turned to leave, feeling too embarrassed to linger any longer. Mubai, you are in charge of accommodating these 5 new students. Classes commence tomorrow. As Xiao Wujie departed, Oscar could not resist indulging his curiosity. Did Teacher Xiao really just fall asleep? Daimubai retorted, feel free to raise your voice so that Xiao can hear you. He is likely brimming with frustration and is unsure of whom to unleash it upon. Tang Tian surveyed the idle individuals surrounding him and proposed, come. Allow me to treat you. Let us indulge in a celebratory feast to commemorate our successful admission. Xiao could not contain her enthusiasm and exclaimed, bravo, Tian Gu. After that brawl, I feel utterly famished. Ning Rongrong, still possessing the whimsical nature of youth, joyfully leaped in the air. Oh, splendid. Let us hurry along. Who would have thought our entry into Shrek Academy would be so effortless? Zhu Zhuqing subtly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for celebration. However, with that nod, Dui Mubai was resolutely determined not to be dissuaded. Tang Tian playfully pinched Xiao Wu's nose, teasing her about her earlier worries of overeating and gaining weight. Xiao Wu feigned annoyance, declaring she would ignore him. Oscar, seemingly recalling something, awkwardly scratched the back of his head, realizing that they were in a remote area with no nearby restaurants to provide food. Leaving them to wait for the cafeteria to open, or perhaps I could sponsor some Oscar brand sausages. Get lost. Back at Notting Academy, Tang Tian had taken care of all the meals for the work-study students, and Xiao Wu guessed he would continue that here. With Tengu around, there was no need to fret. Finding a table was all that mattered. The rest would take care of itself. Xiao Wu's intuition proved correct, as Tang Tian had instructed the Star Do Grand Hotel to deliver meals on a regular schedule. Additionally, his storage ring served as an excellent preservation box, filled with a plethora of provisions. Regarding the substantial wealth he had inadvertently amassed, Tang Tian believed it would only serve a purpose while in Douluo continent. Elsewhere, it would merely take up space, especially since he was destined to ascend to godhood soon. Thus, he embraced the philosophy of spending lavishly. Chapter 32. The misfortune of Xiao Wu reaching a consensus, the group made their way to the cafeteria. Upon arrival, Tang Tian began to retrieve an array of dishes from his storage ring: 2 dragons playing with pearls, dried tangerine peel rabbit meat, spicy chicken strips, fragrant abalone, 3 silk gourd rolls, shrimp seed winter bamboo shoots, and pepper oil water bamboo. The list continued with delicacies like sand boats stepping on emerald, pipa prawns, dragon and phoenix tenderness, sesame oil paste, diced meat with cucumber sauce, exquisite tofu, 3 immortal meatballs, golden mushroom stir-fry, sauteed chicken breast, and roasted chicken and fish. Ning Rongrong gazed in astonishment at the lavish spread before them, exclaiming, "Wow, this is too much. I've never seen so many dishes." Due to certain reasons, the Stardo Grand Hotel had not established a branch at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, leading the sheltered Ning Rongrong to be unfamiliar with many of the offerings. As the table began to overflow, Tang Tian ceased his preparations and turned to select beverages, including royal orange juice, royal cocktails, national liquor Maodai, and a variety of other drinks. Ning Rongrong's attention was captured by the orange juice Tang Tian produced. Picking up a bottle for a closer look, she curiously inquired, "I've had this orange juice before. It's quite good. My father always brings some back after dining with the Crown Prince. How did you manage to get this? It's royal exclusive." After gathering the drinks, Tang Tian proceeded to collect the tableware, asserting, "Don't mention royal banquets. I handle even national banquets. This beverage is a trivial matter." Although Dai Mubai couldn't help but salivate at the feast, his sense of camaraderie reminded him of Ma Hongjun, who was somewhere unknown. He suggested, "We actually have another classmate. Let us invite him to join us and complete our gathering. Xiao Ao, go find Hongjun and bring him to meet the new students." Once Ma Hongjun arrived, they began to eat, drink, and chat, though everyone remained somewhat reserved, with the exception of Ma Hongjun. As Tang Tian and the others enjoyed their cheerful exchanges, the atmosphere was quite different for Xiao Wujia. He was reporting to Flinder about the academy's enrollment status, revealing that this year had seen an optimistic surge, with 5 new students, a historical high, and according to Dai Mubai, all possess soul power exceeding level 25, with several surpassing level 30. Among them, Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with the Tang brothers, were particularly outstanding, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing were also commendable. However, concerning Tang Tian, Xiao Wujia felt he needed more guidance, as a gem must be polished to shine. Flinder, the 4-eyed cat eagle, nodded in agreement, feeling quite content due to the recent financial windfall and the optimistic enrollment figures. As Xiao Wujia awaited Flinder's next instructions, an unexpected voice filled him with tension and unease. The reason was that he, a soul saint capable of sensing movements within 100 meters, had failed to detect the source of the voice that seemed to be right beside him. Who? He rose abruptly, a cold glint in his eyes. Having a poor reputation in the Soul Master community, he assumed an enemy was seeking vengeance. "Show yourself." The mysterious figure intentionally let out a trace of aura. Xiao Wujia, without hesitation, followed the energy's trail, arriving at a nearby grove, remaining on high alert. Flinder, belatedly aware, trailed behind him. After a brief observation, Xiao Wujia noticed that the elusive presence had shifted again, compelling him to continue the pursuit. Who was Xiao Wujia? The unmovable king, notorious for countless slayings, felt his anger surge as he was toyed with by an unseen adversary, exacerbated by the pent-up frustration from earlier. Upon reaching another grove, Xiao Wujia called out, "Come out. I know you're here." Simultaneously, his 7 soul rings undulated around him, clearly indicating he was prepared for battle. Flinder, meanwhile, soared above, searching for Tang Hao's whereabouts. Tang Hao slowly emerged from behind a nearby tree, cloaked entirely in black attire that obscured his figure, revealing only that he was a tall man. Xiao Wujia coldly inquired, "Who are you?" The man in black replied with a hint of indifference. To encounter the unmoved king in such a humble location is indeed surprising. However, judging by your recent performance, it appears you have regressed in your skills. Allow me to instruct you on the art of combat, lest you mislead the youth. As he spoke, Tang Hao gradually raised his right hand, conjuring the Haotian hammer, while simultaneously 9 soul rings manifested in succession, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's 10,000-year soul rings, Xiao Wujia felt as if a cold wave had washed over him, sending shivers throughout his body. Even the recently activated unmoved king's form trembled slightly, and he struggled to utter the words, titled Douluo. In haste, Xiao Wujia bowed in respect, asking, "May I inquire which esteemed senior has graced us with their presence? Please, do not jest with me. How could I possibly be worthy to spar with you?" Tang Hao removed the hat that obscured half of his face and said nonchalantly, "This is not a spar. I am imparting a lesson in practical combat. With your level, what qualifies you to teach a practical combat class?" Without exuding any discernible aura, Tang Hao approached Xiao Wujin step by step, casting a glance at Flander, who had just landed. "You are the Flander, the main combatant of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle and the head of Shrek Academy? Perfect. Since you are here, why not join in this lesson on practical combat? What difference does it make to teach 1 or 2? Having witnessed the majesty of the Haotian crown, Flander respectfully bowed to the figure in black. Xiao Wujin drew a sharp breath, finally recognizing the identity of the man before him. His heart contracted in alarm. Heavens! When had he offended the titled Douluo, revered as the strongest soul master? Although their martial souls evolved in precisely the same direction, his own power paled in comparison. Merely a flickering firefly against a blazing sun. Tang Hao spoke with indifference. There is no need for excessive formalities. I have come to impart knowledge to you. Xiao Wu. If you cannot even handle a few children, your current state renders you unfit to instruct them. Let us begin with some lessons before discussing anything else. I shall refrain from using my spirit rings. If you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick, that will suffice for me. With that, the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand, along with the 9 spirit rings adorning his body, vanished. In the next moment, he stood before Xiao Wu and Flender. The sounds of collision, the surge of energy, muffled grunts, and anguished cries echoed through the forest. What was intended as sparring swiftly devolved into a one-sided onslaught, concluding within the span of 10 breaths. Chapter 33. Exchange for the 3 radiant divine waters. After delivering a thorough thrashing to the 2 deans, Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Xiao Wu lay on the ground, his head swollen to alarming proportions, and his eyes transformed into a deep shade of black. His face was etched with a look of utter grievance, clearly shaken by the 2 brutal beatings he had endured, prompting him to question his existence. Flender fared little better. He had hoped to utilize his ability to fly to evade the confrontation, but before he could take off, Tang Hao had pressed him to the ground and unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving Flender to ponder if Tang Hao was, in fact, the true agile assault-type spirit master. The 2 men propped themselves up and exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of resigned amusement, before collapsing back onto the ground, gasping for breath. Do you understand now? Tang Hao's voice resonated softly. Surprisingly, despite the beating they had received, both men wore expressions of gratitude, thanking His Highness Haotian for his guidance. Tang Hao nodded to the 2 of them and began imparting some techniques. Xiao Wu and Flender frequently nodded, their serious expressions persisting until Tang Hao finished speaking. That will be all for today. I must take my leave to check on my 2 sons. Flender, do remember to prepare a few bottles of fine wine for me tomorrow. I recall you recently came into quite a fortune. Tang Hao remarked before departing without a backward glance at his 2 fallen companions. Once Tang Hao had left, Xiao Wu lamented, Flender, what are we to do? It seems we shall face repercussions tomorrow. Flender retorted with irritation, isn't this all you're doing? You simply had to make a spectacle of yourself. And now our Shrek Academy's teaching prowess is being called into question. Xiao Wu offered a wry smile. How was I to know such a situation would arise? Flender replied, let us return for now. Although today has been rather dismal, the insights we gained from him are invaluable. The 2 relied on each other for support to stand. Yet they were still unable to move. Resigned, they laid back for a moment before managing to assist one another in leaving. Meanwhile, the students within Shrek Academy remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. After a satisfying meal, the table was adorned with additional platters of nuts and honey treats, while Dai Mubai and the other senior students were elucidating the Academy's regulations to the newcomers. Tang Tian found himself bored by the discourse when suddenly a faint yet palpable aura from outside captured his attention. Please continue. I shall step outside for a moment, he stated simply before setting off in search of the voyeur. Oh, very well, came the reply. Tang Tianshan followed the trace of the breath, his heart resolutely declaring, whoever dares to spy on me, once captured, shall face my wrath. With a swish, Tang transformed into a fleeting shadow, arriving at a small grove. Upon landing, he swung his spear, severing 5 or 6 towering trees, and then bellowed, who is it that plays tricks in the dark? Step forth, and I assure you, I shall not take your life. Tang Hao was clearly overwhelmed by the dust kicked up when the tree fell, prompting him to cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Little Tian, after all these years, you dare to bully your old man? Upon seeing the newcomer, Tang Tian appeared somewhat bewildered. Ha, father, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to have vanished for many years? Tang Hao did not respond to Tang Tian's inquiry. Instead, he spoke to himself. You have already reached over level 50. The cultivation speed of the 3 lives martial soul is truly enviable. Upon hearing his father's veiled praise, Tang Tian bashfully replied, ha ha ha, it's nothing extraordinary. Just the best in the world. By the way, I've called Xiao San over. He will undoubtedly be thrilled to see you. I have already met Xiao San. This time, he is here specifically to seek you out. Why does he need me? At such a young age, your prowess is remarkable, and it may attract the covetous eyes of various factions. It is no longer suitable for you to remain in a city governed by the martial soul palace. Furthermore, do you truly believe it is necessary to attend any academy given your current level of soul power? I have yet to hear of a city devoid of the martial soul palace, Tang Hao implied, suggesting that he intended to take matters into his own hands and engage in some outdoor training. However, Tang Tian felt he had not yet fully enjoyed his current experiences. Tang Tian hurriedly declined, exclaiming, no, I certainly do not wish to hide away in the deep mountains and dense forests for cultivation. If it comes to that, I shall simply purchase a set of the same black robe as yours. That would ensure my safety. Tang Hao no longer lingered on the matter. He had resolved to remain for a couple of days to impart knowledge to the 2 deans of Shrek Academy. Thus, he was not in a hurry. He left with a single remark, turning to depart, saying, "Come find me once you have made up your mind." "Father, please don't leave, don't leave. I have made my decision." Upon hearing the words, Tang Hao's facial muscles twitched. He was bewildered by the antics of the young man before him. Nevertheless, he turned to observe Tang Tian's intentions. "Through years of discreet observation and investigation, I have come to understand everything. You are the unparalleled genius of the Haotian sect. The Haotian Douluo. My mother is the legendary blue-silver grass of 100,000 years, and then you were pursued by the spirit hall, and then..." Tang Hao suddenly seized Tang Tian, lifting him effortlessly before vanishing from their location. "Xiao Tian, you are aware that this knowledge is detrimental to you, regardless of your reluctance. Departure is inevitable." Sighing, he added, wait, I know a way to bring mother back to life." Tang Hao suddenly came to a halt, pondering what course of action to take. Tang Tian, having steadied himself, purchased a small vial of the 3 luminous divine water within the system. 1 drop was insufficient, so he took 2. Such folly. Tang Hao led Tang Tian to a hillside. Over the years, Tang Hao had engaged in little else but relocating a yin's essence in search of a suitable environment that would facilitate its growth. Fortunately, it was the blue-silver grass. Had it been a more delicate plant, it might have succumbed to Tang Hao's relentless efforts. "Little Tian, come here and kneel." Tang Hao gestured towards the blue-silver grass beside him and then settled down on the ground. Tang stepped forward a few paces and, as Tang Hao had mentioned, knelt before the extraordinary blue-silver grass. Lifting his hand, Tang Hao's expression suddenly transformed into one of unexpected tenderness as he gently caressed the leaves of the grass, which were adorned with delicate golden veins. "Ian," he whispered, "I have brought our son to see you. You possess remarkable insight. He surpasses even me. Do you see? Our son has arrived." Tang Tian was profoundly skeptical that he had wandered into the wrong scene. Observing Tang Hao, he discerned that he did not appear to be a rescuer, but rather someone inclined to reminisce. With Tang Tian's arrival, it seemed that a yin's essence was subtly swaying. As Tang Tian slightly lifted the lid of the 3 light divine water, the blue-silver grass began to undulate even more vigorously, as if it were secretly flourishing. The golden threads upon the blades appeared to possess a life of their own, rhythmically pulsating as the stems and leaves gradually thickened and elongated. Tang Hao observed the rapid growth of the blue-silver grass, murmuring to himself, I actually thought Xiao Tian was deceiving me. Ain, can it be true that you might come back to life?" Tears streamed down Tang Hao's face, falling onto the soil near the blue-silver grass. Chapter 34. The Resurrection of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Seeing his father in such a state of despair, Tang Tian quickly offered words of solace. "Father, just a few drops will bring it back to life. You can allow your excitement to surface later." Tang Hao continuously wiped away the tears that flowed incessantly, murmuring, All right. Tang Tian fully removed the cap of the 3 light divine water bottle, allowing the precious liquid to drip slowly onto the leaves and roots of the blue-silver grass. Soon, a wondrous scene unfolded before him as the grass began to grow at an astonishing pace. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. Tang Hao could no longer contain himself. He fell to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Though he had waited countless years, it did not mean he wished to endure even a second longer. Upon closer inspection, one could see his lips quivering incessantly, while excitement and joy, feelings absent for 2 decades, sparkled in his eyes. His gaze had grown somewhat vacant, and he sat there, wearing a foolish grin. He could scarcely believe that Tang Tian, whom he often deemed utterly unreliable, was capable of such a miraculous feat. It would take a little longer, but resurrection would undoubtedly be achieved within half an hour. Tang Tian couldn't help but softly remind himself of his dear father. Tang Hao awakened from his stupor, gazing at the blue-silver grass before him, then at Tang Tian, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, as though he were recalling bygone days. "Your mother. When she was with child, we chanced upon you during a walk in the forest. At that time," as Tang Hao recounted the past, a profound essence of life coalesced into a tangible form, erupting into a dazzling golden beam that soared skyward, reminiscent of a colossal pillar capable of supporting the heavens and the earth. Realizing something might be amiss, Tang Tian thought to himself, "This is bad. Too much has been spilled." In Journey to the West, the Master Guanyin employed the 3 light divine water to resurrect the ginseng fruit tree. Yet even the primordial root received only 3 drops. Tang Tian had already lost count of how many drops he had inadvertently spilled onto the blue-silver grass. As doubts clouded Tang Tian's mind, the radiant golden pillar suddenly shattered, dispersing into countless flecks of golden light that swiftly blanketed every corner of Douluo continent where blue-silver grass thrived. The remaining golden light wafted about, ultimately settling upon Tang Tian and Tang Hao. The instant the golden light made contact, Tang Tian distinctly felt a vast surge of life energy gradually subdue within him. Although this life force was immense, it was not ferocious. Rather, it was gentle, akin to a mother's embrace. All blue-silver grass resonated with a singular voice. "My subjects, your emperor has returned. This lifelight is my gift to you, a token of gratitude for your companionship. May you evolve soon." Tang Tian and Tang Hao did not hear the same sound, yet Tang San, who was at Shrek Academy, did. Moreover, under the catalysis of the life force, even his blue-silver grass martial spirit was gradually transforming into blue-silver emperor. Observing Tang San's peculiar expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but inquire, Xiao San, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Tang San observed Xiao Wu's deeply concerned expression and replied, I am fine. I feel quite comfortable. Ning Rong Rong. Noticing that Tang Tian had been away for an extended period, wondered, where could Tian Gu have gone for so long? Xiao Wu, with a hint of disdain, remarked. He probably left suddenly due to some fleeting thought. Don't mind it. He often acts so unreliable. At that moment, Tang Tian let out a sneeze, and both of them instinctively turned their gaze towards the spot where the blue-silver grass had just been. To their astonishment, there was no longer any blue-silver grass. Instead, a striking young woman stood in its place. Draped in a flowing gown of azure and gold, she radiated an aura of nobility and elegance, unlike any mortal beauty. Appearing to be in her 20s, her sapphire blue eyes were fixed upon the now-stunned figure before her, brimming with endless tenderness. Ah-in. Tang Hao uttered the woman's name with difficulty, but soon felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his gaze, unable to bear the sight of her breathtaking beauty. Tang Hao was evidently oblivious to the fact that the immense surge of life energy had rejuvenated his appearance, rendering him nearly as he was at the age of 30. Save for the greasy disarray upon his face and the unkempt beard, the woman bore no disdain for the untidiness that adorned Tang Hao's countenance. With her delicate and slender hands, she cradled his face, lifting his head anew. Hao, you will always be my Hao. Though I sacrificed my life for you, and have temporarily lost it, I know that your suffering surpasses mine. At last, we can be together again, and this time, I shall never leave you. No matter how you may change, you will always be my man. I love you, forever and ever. Witnessing this poignant scene, Tang Tian felt tears welling in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and turned away, hastening to leave the moment to the two who had just reunited. Upon Tang Tian's return, Daimubai had already commenced the allocation of dormitories, resulting in Tang Tian and Tang San being assigned to a modest wooden cabin. The room was not spacious, measuring approximately a dozen square meters, with little more than 3 beds to adorn it. And Tang Tian discerned that his bed was clearly a recent addition. Tang San glanced around his surroundings and remarked, although this is a triple room, it seems inferior to the work-study student dormitory at Notting Academy. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If it comes to it, we can always have a new dormitory built tomorrow, Tang Tian replied. Tang San tidied up his belongings and said, Brother, it seems there is an issue with my martial soul. Just as you stepped out, I suddenly experienced a rather pleasant sensation, and upon releasing my martial soul once more, I discovered that my blue-silver grass bore a hint of gold. Oscar, intrigued by Tang San's words, blinked his charming eyes and remarked, I have never heard of such a phenomenon before. This is something our mother did, a gift meant for you, Tang Tian replied without hesitation, adding that it would soon cease to be a secret. Tang San, puzzled and bewildered, gazed at Tang Tian, who began to speak with an exaggerated seriousness, all the while teasing Tang Hao. Alas, it's hard to explain in a single sentence. To put it simply, our mother was a princess of a small kingdom. After marrying our father, she found him too despondent and unkempt, so she returned to her family home for a while. However, she has now come back and will soon visit you at school. That seems to be the gist of it. Oscar interjected, is it truly that melodramatic? Your family is indeed quite entertaining. Tang San initially believed that Tang Tian was merely jesting with him, so he offered a faint smile and remained silent. After a brief moment, Oscar recalled something and exclaimed, oh, right. We shall be roommates from now on. As your senior, you ought to address me with respect. You may refer to me as Oscar the sausage vendor, or simply as Little Oscar. Tang Tian rolled his eyes. Is this what you call a term of respect? Surely. You must be misunderstanding the concept of respect. Tang San smiled gently and said, shouldn't it be called Uncle Big Sausage? Tang Tian agreed, saying, this is acceptable. I find it more melodious than the sausage specialty. Oscar, nearly in tears, replied, as long as you refrain from calling me Uncle Big Sausage. Any other title is a mark of respect to me. Little Sausage Uncle? Chapter 35. A harmonious family. Just as Tang Tian was weaving tales, Tang Hao, who was cradling Ain while watching the sunset, suddenly sneezed. Achio. Ain emerged from Tang Hao's embrace, her brow furrowed with concern. Hao, are you all right? Have you caught a chill? Tang Hao, with a hint of vanity, remarked, I am a titled Douluo. How could I possibly catch a cold so easily? By the way, I forgot to mention that from now on, I shall protect you, for I am a deity now. After finishing his words, Ain began to scan the surroundings, inquiring, where is Xiao Tian? He was just here a moment ago. Tang Hao glanced around but could not find Tang Tian. I hadn't paid attention either. He might have gone to seek his mistress. I long to see her as well. Perhaps tomorrow, at Shrek Academy, which is not far from here. Very well, I shall heed your words. After saying this, Ain nestled closer into Tang Hao's embrace, and together they quietly watched the sunset. In the Divine Realm, at the Divine King's Council, the Shura God spoke directly. I trust you are all aware of the collective ascension of the blue silver grass on Douluo continent? The goddess of life remarked. I only sensed an intense surge of life force from the mortal realm. The god of destruction interjected, let us cut to the chase. A new deity has emerged in the mortal realm. What are your thoughts on this matter? The god of evil scoffed, without a divine inheritance, achieving divinity is utterly impossible. The Shura god replied, thus, I assert that the one who has ascended is the sovereign of the blue-silver grass clan, which may indicate they are creating a deity of their own. The god of goodness retorted, a spirit beast achieving divinity? Absolutely inconceivable, especially considering that 99% of the blue-silver grass lack intelligence. Furthermore, I was unaware of any blue-silver grass nearing 1,000,000 years of age. The sea god suggested, let us not concern ourselves with this matter excessively. It may be related to the creator god. I have sensed the presence of a successor to the creator god near the new deity. The Shura god questioned, what successor to the creator god? He has yet to earn our acknowledgement. Furthermore, do you even have the right to attend this meeting? The sea god replied, Shura, you are far too rigid. Do you believe the creator god seeks our counsel? I perceive it as a blatant display of his discovery of a successor of creator god caliber. The god of evil added, the creator god has been absent for so long. His sudden reappearance must have more significance than mere ostentation. I suspect he aims to cultivate a world-class battle deity for Douluo continent and then shift the blame, allowing him to traverse various realms freely. The goddess of life interjected. Should we not be discussing the new deity? The sea god responded, is there truly anything to discuss? With the creator god overseeing matters, what do we have to fear? The goddess of life remarked, yet we do not know his whereabouts. The Shura god concluded, he must be able to observe the entire world's movements. This meeting is adjourned. On the following day, the students of Shrek arrived early at the playground, full of energy and engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a battered face approached from another direction. Upon seeing him, Tang San and Xiao Wu were visibly taken aback. Xiao Wu exclaimed, isn't that the shady merchant uncle? He looks as though he's been beaten up. Oscar quickly cautioned her, what shady merchant uncle? That is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek Academy. The plump one is his direct disciple. Most importantly, our Dean Flinder is notoriously vengeful. If he hears your words, you will surely face repercussions. Xiao Wu muttered, well, you shouldn't have heard me, right? Just then, Dean Flinder's gaze fell upon the students, landing fortuitously on Xiao Wu. His expression briefly revealing embarrassment. Xiao Wu then asked, Uncle Sausage, do we have any soul masters of the Soul Douluo rank in our academy? Oscar shook his head and replied, you should address me respectfully. From now on, please call me Sausage Specialist. Do you think Soul Douluo is as common as cabbage? There are not even 150 on the entire continent, let alone in our vicinity. However, it is said that the dean has reached level 78 and will soon become a Soul Douluo. Flinder approached the students, halting before them. This year is promising. We have welcomed 5 more little prodigies. I, Flinder, the dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome on behalf of the academy. Shortly, each of you will need to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Lee, who manages the finances. The serious tone of his statement, coupled with Flinder's battered appearance, rendered the scene rather comical to the onlookers. Dai Mubai stepped forward, suppressing his amusement and feigning seriousness as he said, Dean. Flinder replied, Mubai. Please take the time to inform them of the Academy's rules. Afterward, allow them to return and rest, ensuring they recover their optimal state. The first lesson will commence tonight. Tang Tian, come with me for a moment. Everyone else, please remain here for the time being. Tang Tian followed Flander to a secluded spot. What is it, Dean? Flander said with a troubled expression. About those 50,000 gold soul coins. Tang Tianqin understood and said, stop. First, our transaction has concluded. Second, 50,000 gold soul coins are merely a trifle for me. Third, I shall donate an additional 500,000 gold soul coins to support the Academy's development. Flander, with a visage of excitement, replied, how embarrassing. Allow me a moment to ponder. Now, please summon Ning Rongrong and Oscar to me, and instruct everyone to return and rest, including yourself. Tang Tian approached Oscar, saying, Xiao Ao, Rongrong, the dean is looking for you. The rest of us may return to rest. Without a glance back, Zhu Zhuqing departed, and after recently experiencing disappointment, Dai Mubai refrained from pursuing her this time. Tang San wished to observe how the dean conducted his lessons, so he chose not to depart. Seeing that Tang San had no intention of leaving, Xiao Wu quietly lingered beside him, while Tang Tian also relished the unfolding spectacle. Flandra, noticing that the Tang siblings remained, could not help but caution them. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. The teaching methods of this academy are unlike those elsewhere. If you do not properly adjust your state of mind before nightfall, you may even find yourselves in peril. Tang San expressed his gratitude to the dean for the reminder, as they truly wished to stay and observe. Just as Flinder was about to reprimand Oscar and Ning Rongrong, Tang Hao and Ayin arrived at the Shrek Academy's training ground. Ayin, from a distance, affectionately called out to Tang Tian, urging him to come closer so that she could have a good look at him. After uttering those words, Ayin rushed over and embraced Tang Tian. Flinder, upon seeing Tang Hao, could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile. His legs trembled slightly, clearly intimidated by the prospect of Tang Hao imparting practical lessons in front of the academy's students. Tang Hao approached Flinder and inquired, Director, are there any classes at present? We would like to see our son. Chapter 36. The reunion of the Tang family. Xiao Wu stood not far away, observing the joyful embrace of Tang Tian's family. She couldn't help but reminisce about her deceased mother and also thought of Deming and Ming. Feeling a twinge of anxiety that Tang Hao might uncover her true identity, amidst her unease, Tang Sen suddenly pulled Xiao Wu closer and introduced her to Tang Hao and Yin, saying, "Father, Mother, this is Xiao Wu, our adopted sister." Tang Tian could not help but remind, little three's dear sister. Yin gazed at the anxious Xiao Wu and gently reassured her, "Child, do not be afraid. Since you have acknowledged little three as your brother, I shall be your mother. We will not harm you, nor will we allow anyone else to do so." Yin spoke with conviction, for she was now a deity, the sole divine being on the continent. "Mom," Xiao Wu exclaimed, embracing her with fervor. Initially, Xiao Wu would not have been discovered had she merely worn the necklace, but it was the first necklace gifted to her by Tang San, and she was reluctant to part with it. The group embraced amidst tears of joy, each harboring their own sentiments. The one most deeply moved was Tang Hao. After a significant pause, he finally spoke. "All right. Today is a momentous occasion for our family reunion. Let us cease the tears, for it has rendered me somewhat unaccustomed." Tang Tian looked at his cheap father with disdain. His attitude was certainly not like this when he was crying yesterday, though he dared not voice such thoughts. Yin nodded and wiped away the tears from Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces. "Your father is right. Today is a day of great joy, and we should be happy. Later this afternoon, let us prepare a few delightful dishes to celebrate our family reunion." At this moment, Tang San had regained his composure and inquired of Yin, "Mother, will you return to your family this time?" This was his foremost concern. With his mother present, he had come to believe the fabricated tale spun by Tang Tian the previous day, and he dreaded the thought of her departing once more. Tang San even envisioned a scene in which Tang Hao implored Yin to come home, and gazing at the still greasily countenance Tang Hao, he felt a twinge of helplessness in his heart. Tang Hao observed the helpless expression on Tang San's face and softly inquired, "What troubles you, little San? Is there something amiss with my visage? How could a son ever complain about his father? It is truly uncalled for," Tang San mused to himself. Nevertheless, he resolved to take action and gently suggested, "Father, perhaps you might consider washing your face." With the return of his wife, Tang Hao felt a surge of joy. "Huh? After all these years, you've never complained about your old man. Why start now that you've grown? Your mother doesn't mind, yet you, my little rascal, dare to utter such words. Who says I don't mind? It would be best if you promptly cleanse yourself and ensure that every whisker is gone." Yin chimed in, supporting her son's playful banter against Tang Hao. "Very well," Tang Hao conceded, utilizing his sole power to rid himself of the grime and stubble, revealing his visage of a man in his 30s. Perhaps emboldened by Yin's presence, Tang San began to jest with his father, saying, "Father, I never expected you to appear so youthful. I thought you were quite old, but it seems the dirt was the culprit." Yin's temperament and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Xiao Wu's mother. Upon hearing that Yin might depart, Xiao Wu quietly asked Tang San, "Third brother, why will mother leave?" Tang San whispered softly in Xiao Wu's ear, "Tian Gu told me yesterday that." Yin listened while covering her mouth, stifling a laugh, and playfully observed Tang Tian, saying, "Little Tian, you might as well deceive your brother with all your might. Your tale is quite compelling. I almost believed it myself." Although Tang San's voice was soft, everyone present could hear it clearly. As Tang Hao listened, his expression gradually turned ashen, and he then feigned an expression of fury as he glared at Tang Tian. Tang Tian had long been prepared to flee, yet he still intended to salvage the situation. With a forced smile, he said, "Hee, father, allow me to explain." Tang Hao brandished his Haotian hammer, poised to unleash a fierce blow upon Tang Tian, exclaiming, "Behold the might of my hammer, little wretch. I was wrong. Please don't strike me." Tang Tian pleaded while fleeing. In the next moment, two golden ribbons coiled around their waists, and Yin swiftly pulled them back. Stifling a laugh, Yin advised Tang Hao, "Enough, enough. The child is still young and lacks understanding. Little San, do you truly believe everything your brother says?" "Oh, you two brothers are driving me to despair." Yin's resurrection had transformed Tang Hao, who was once stern and formidable, into a figure radiating smiles, leaving Tang San feeling somewhat unaccustomed. "Xiao Wu, it's quite perilous for you to be alone outside. How about you accompany little San and the others back home with us? Your father and I still possess the ability to guide you properly." Tang Tian, without a moment's hesitation, declined, saying, "Mother, let us not pursue this. I believe that mingling with peers is quite beneficial. Perhaps in the future, we may even form our own little team." Yin then turned to Tang San and inquired, "Little San, what is your opinion? After all, your father is a titled Douluo." Tang San felt a flicker of temptation, yet deep within, he sensed that remaining at Shrek Academy was the wisest choice. Thus, he subtly declined his mother's suggestion, believing that being with his companions was indeed preferable. Tang Hao also spoke on behalf of the two brothers, expressing the belief that a true man should forge his own path. For flowers nurtured in a greenhouse are ill-equipped to withstand hardship. Let us not impose our will upon them any longer. Besides, with our current strength, safeguarding them is quite effortless. Owen nodded in agreement and then turned to Xiao Wu. why not accompany me? This way, you will be safe. The path you tread is one I have traversed before, and I can impart knowledge that the academy lacks. Xiao Wu grasped Tang San's hand firmly and declared, Mother, I wish to remain with Brother San. Observing the bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San, Tang Hao took hold of Yin's hand, remarking, I believe it would be quite delightful for us to experience our own world together as a couple. Yin noticed the somewhat solitary figure of Tang Tian and urged, Little Tian, it's high time you find a girl you fancy. Both your father and I eagerly await the joy of grandchildren. To Xiao San and Xiao Wu, she added, we look forward to witnessing your union flourish. Tang Tian could not resist reminding Xiao Wu, if you wear the necklace that the little third gifted you last time, you will surely be in for a delightful surprise. Obediently, Xiao Wu adorned herself with the necklace from before. Yin remarked to her, Xiao Wu, once you don this necklace, I scarcely recognize you. You have transformed into a radiant and youthful beauty. Tang Hao was also slightly taken aback and similarly cautioned Xiao Wu, saying, do not remove this necklace in the future. From Tang Tian's earlier expression, it was evident that this necklace was indeed crafted by him. Tang Hao was filled with perplexity. This child, Tang Tian, was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Since he was his own child, he decided to seize the opportunity to inquire later. Both Xiao Wu and Tang Tian understood the cryptic message, while Tang San was oblivious to it. However, it was of little concern to Tang San, as he would eventually come to know the truth. Chapter 37. The deceptive Oscar. Under Tang Hao's insistence, the five of them resolved to prepare lunch at Shrek Academy. It is noteworthy that the Stardo Hotel had hastily constructed a small canteen overnight, which would soon take over the accommodation and dining services of Shrek Academy. Yin and Xiao Wu were responsible for cooking, and Tang San intended to lend a hand. However, Tang Hao stopped the eager Tang Tian, saying, Tang Tian, come with me. Do we really need so many people to prepare a meal? Tang Tian followed Tang Hao to a secluded spot and sat across from him. Father, why have you called me here? Tang Hao, brimming with curiosity, inquired, please, do tell me honestly, where did you acquire the divine water capable of resurrecting your mother, as well as the necklace worn by Xiao Wu that conceals one's aura? Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to disclose, I shall not press you. Matters pertaining to the system are undoubtedly confidential, yet the creator god may still be divulged. You may find it hard to believe, but not long ago, an elderly gentleman approached me, proposing that I undertake the creator god's trial, promising that success would grant me the divine status of the creator. Initially, I was hesitant to accept, but he presented me with an array of splendid gifts, compelling me to reluctantly agree to the trial. Additionally, some of my fortunes stem from my own serendipitous encounters, such as this soul crystal. Do give it a try. Tang Hao utilized the soul crystal, and his soul power immediately ascended by one level. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, the creator god must indeed be real. No one can instantaneously elevate their soul power by a level. As for the trials, they may pertain to achieving the 100th level of divinity, after your mother was resurrected. She also ascended to godhood, further validating the authenticity of the creator god's identity. Tang Tian feigned indifference and remarked, could it be that old man did not deceive me after all? It seems my decision to accept the challenge was indeed wise. Tang Hao spoke with an eloquence that had eluded him for an entire month, yet his words carried a somewhat nagging undertone. It is a matter you ought not to divulge to me. You must understand the boundaries yourself. Many truths are best kept from the ears of the multitude, otherwise they may attract unwarranted envy, as exemplified by your mother, though I need not elaborate further, as you are undoubtedly aware. Now, let us discuss your cultivation. I believe you have outgrown the confines of the academy and would be better suited for practical experiences in the world beyond. True strength cannot emerge from the sheltered environment of a greenhouse. I shall communicate this matter to the Dean of Shrek on your behalf. It is high time you weathered some storms. I have faith that the Master will concur with this sentiment, and he may even advocate for your venture into the world more fervently than I. Very well, I consent. Tang Hao's words seemed to flow endlessly today. As he continued to ramble on, you have been overly indulgent towards the third party, and while the financial aspect may not be of great consequence, there are numerous matters in the realm of cultivation that he must navigate on his own. Furthermore, do not disclose our grievances with the spirit hall to the third party. Yesterday, your mother and I reached a consensus. As long as the spirit hall refrains from provoking us, we shall not seek vengeance. The instigator from back then has already perished, and the lackeys remaining are merely acting out of necessity. Let us move past this. Tang Hao straightened his posture, dusted off his clothes, and handed me a sheepskin map from Tang Tian, revealing the treacherous layout of the city of slaughter. You may venture there when time permits, but be warned, it is fraught with peril. Much like the situation with Tang Tian, Yin also rambled on to Tang San and Xiao Wu, sharing a plethora of thoughts. Eventually, Xiao Wu confessed her true identity to Tang San, who accepted it without objection. Soon, a delightful meal was prepared, and the family gathered around the table, sharing laughter and joy, transforming this simple lunch into a sumptuous feast amidst a warm atmosphere. In stark contrast to the harmonious ambience of Tang Tian's household, the assembly hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was in an uproar. The powerful voice of Sword Douluo echoed throughout the hall, causing the very walls to tremble. Wenji, I insist on bringing Rong Rong back. I cannot rest easy with her out there. Even Bon Douluo, who often opposed Sword Douluo, sided with him this time. Although he frequently spoke nonsense, he was resolute on this matter. Can Shrek Academy truly surpass the teachings of our two titled Douluos? Ning Fengji wore an expression of helplessness. Sword Uncle. It is precisely your and Dragon Uncle's indulgence that has rendered her unmanageable at home. My intention is for her to gain some education outside. This would be beneficial. Sword Uncle retorted. Who claims we have spoiled Rong Rong? You are merely viewing her through tainted lenses, failing to see her obedient side. Ning Fengji firmly replied. Sword Uncle, Bon Uncle, it is time for Rong Rong to amend her behavior. As for safety, you need not worry. The headmaster of Shrek Academy is the pinnacle of the former Golden Iron Triangle. I shall send a letter at once. With his protection, Rong Rong will be safe. Sword Uncle huffed in irritation. If anything happens to Rong Rong, I will hold you accountable. Bon Douluo suggested they stretch their muscles, questioning who merely spoke nonsense in their daily lives. In the afternoon, after Ain and Tang Hao had reiterated numerous instructions, they took their leave. As night descended, 8 students gathered on the playground, awaiting their lesson. Flinder arrived, bypassing the students, and immediately inquired about Oscar. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Oscar coughed and nodded. Director, I have finished. Flinder scoffed. I asked about all of you, not just you. Oscar turned to Ning Rong Rong, whose innocent, large eyes met his, in stealing himself. He affirmed, yes, we have all completed it. Flinder smiled slyly. Excellent, Oscar. I did not expect you to possess such team spirit. Oscar's face revealed a hint of bitter amusement. Flinder approached Oscar, lightly patting his shoulder. Since you were so obedient, run another 20 laps. If you do not finish, you shall go without food. I have sealed your soul power. Do not attempt to break free. Off you go. Xiao Wu, bewildered, assumed Flinder was punishing Oscar for the morning's incident, and she retorted, why are you punishing Oscar? Is it because of this morning? Flinder appeared momentarily confused, but soon donned a sinister smile. Regardless of the reason, he has lied. You are all still children. Deceit should not be a trait you possess. I hope you comprehend this. His gaze shifted from Xiao Wu to the innocent-looking Ning Rong Rong. Tell me, have you completed the task I assigned this morning? Ning Rong Rong honestly shook her head, admitting, I have not. The distance was too great, and I was hungry. I could not persist. Flinder smiled slightly. So you mean to say you ran off to Soto City by yourself and indulged at the Stardo Hotel, only to return now and find Oscar, correct? Ning Rong Rong widened her beautiful eyes. You dare to spy on me? Chapter 38. The willful little sorceress Flinder had initially intended to let the matter slide. But Ning Rong Rong's attitude incensed him, causing his demeanor to darken. As the headmaster, I must be accountable for each student in the academy. While Oscar's behavior may be somewhat excusable, yours is inexcusable. Failing to complete assigned coursework, leaving the academy without permission, and causing upperclassmen to bear the consequences of your actions, any of these infractions would be punishable by military law on the battlefield. Ning Rong Rong furrowed her brow, a hint of grievance crossing her features. This is not a battlefield, it is merely an academy. Flinder softened slightly, recognizing her distress. Every nation has its laws, and every family its rules, and the academy has its regulations as well. Considering you are new and unfamiliar with the rules, if you promise not to violate them again, I shall overlook this incident. Ning Rong Rong smiled, a charming and lovely smile, yet it bore an air of disdain and superiority. Flinder, do you really think you hold such power? You are merely a soul sage. Her words took everyone by surprise, except for Tang Tian, who remained composed. No one expected the seemingly gentle and adorable girl to utter such defiance. Looking at her now, there was no trace of softness on her face. Flinder, rather than being angered, smiled faintly. Though I may be but a humble soul sage, the gap between us remains vast. Even if you are the most talented disciple of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, you are still merely a great soul master. If you disdain this place, feel free to leave. Shrek Academy does not require someone who disregards its rules. Ning Rong Rong scoffed. You want to drive me away? It won't be that easy. Flinder, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Flinder smiled indifferently. What consequences could I possibly fear? This is my territory. I am in control. Mubai, take this young lady to pack her things and escort her out. If she resists, I permit you to employ any necessary means. Director, Mubai stepped forward, still incredulous that Ning Rong Rong would speak such words. Flinder, you dare. Ning Rong Rong exclaimed, hands on her hips, an overwhelming aura emanating from her. This is the first time in my life I have encountered someone so arrogant. Flinder's smile turned chilling. Your father may be reluctant to discipline you, but that does not mean I will spare you. You are neither my daughter nor my treasure. In my eyes, every student here surpasses you. Ning Rong Rong, the most outstanding disciple of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, was accustomed to flattery from those around her, even from the 2 titled Douluos, who were captivated by her charming demeanor. Now, faced with such words, she could hardly contain her indignation. You are speaking nonsense. Am I? Then tell me, how do you surpass anyone present? Flinder challenged dismissively. Ning Rong Rong retorted, I am a support-type soul master, naturally. I cannot compare in martial prowess with those battle-type soul masters. However, my role on the battlefield is far more significant than theirs. With my assistance, the overall strength of a soul master team is greatly enhanced. Flinder shook his finger at Ning Rongrong. No, you're mistaken. Each person's role is equally vital. Have you overlooked the effort they expended to protect you while you only focus on the benefits you provide them? The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda is unparalleled, unmatched by any other. Flander coldly remarked, no matter how powerful a support-type soul master may be, without the protection of teammates, even an ordinary soul master could bring them down. Given your disposition, do you truly believe you can find a companion to whom you can completely entrust your back? Ning Rongrong paused for a moment. Though somewhat willful, she was astute and quickly grasped Flander's meaning. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to counter his assertion. Flander then commanded, Tang Tian, step forward and unleash your soul rings. Tang Tian languidly stepped forward, unleashing his 5 soul rings. The starry-colored rings harmonized with the celestial bodies above, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The master had mentioned this in his letter, and while Flinder was not overly surprised, the 3 senior students, Dai Mubai, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong, were somewhat perplexed, as they had never encountered such soul rings before. Ning Rongrong, dazzled by the brilliance of the rings, exclaimed in admiration, Tian Gu is the most talented genius on the continent. I surely cannot compare, but the others may not be so fortunate. Flinder gestured towards the standing figures, stating, Dai Mubai broke through to soul respect at the age of 13 and is now at level 37. Tang San and Xiao Wu are 12 years old, yet they have reached the rank of soul respect at level 30. Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong found herself unable to counter his assertions. Flinder's words rang true. Yet, she felt a sense of unwillingness. She truly could not accept this. What about Oscar? Surely, I am superior to him. He is merely a lowly food-type soul master. He cannot surpass me. Oscar, who had come over to check on Ning Rongrong, overheard her words and felt a sudden pang of bitterness. Indeed, it seemed that the sycophant would not meet a good end. Flinder shook his head and asked, Ning Rongrong, let me pose a single question. Have you ever encountered a food-type martial soul with innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong's countenance drained of color. No, that cannot be. Auxiliary martial souls cannot possess innate full soul power. She had never anticipated that Uncle Sausage would actually be endowed with innate full soul power. Flinder calmly inquired, do you still consider yourself the best in the world? Ning Rongrong stood there, lost in thought, her face pale. Suddenly, she burst into tears and fled towards her dormitory. A slight smirk of satisfaction spread across Flinder's face as he mused, if I cannot handle a mere 12-year-old girl, I do not deserve the title of Golden Iron Triangle. Dai Mubai, observing the smile on Flinder's face, tentatively asked, Dean, should I assist her in packing her things? Flinder shot him a glare, replying, do you wish for her to leave? Ning Rongrong is not inherently malicious. Let her come to terms with this herself. Tang Tian, cease your yawning. Go comfort Ning Rongrong. You need not attend future classes. Understood, Dai Mubai acknowledged before turning to find Oscar. At that moment, his admiration for Flinder deepened. It took considerable courage to reprimand the favored princess of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Flinder, stroking the letters in his possession, chuckled inwardly. Have they truly mistaken this place for a nursery? Xiao Wu quietly stuck out her tongue. She had felt a certain closeness with Ning Rongrong during their time together, only to discover now that Ning Rongrong's temperament was even more domineering than her own. With the farce concluded, Flinder clasped his hands behind his back, declaring, all right, prepare to depart. You have witnessed the outcome for Ning Rongrong and Oscar. If you wish to remain here to cultivate, you must adhere to the Academy's regulations and attend every class diligently. My words here are commands. Chapter 39, the little demoness lowered her head. Tang Tian wandered aimlessly along the road, unable to devise a means to comfort Ning Rongrong. Having been transported to this world at the tender age of 18, he possessed little experience in offering solace, with the relentless pressure of examinations weighing heavily upon him. Who had the luxury to ponder whether their deskmate was attractive or in need of consolation? As for this life, it was merely a blur of slumber. His prior superficial knowledge was barely adequate, and he was grateful for that. In his desperate struggle to find a solution, Tang Tian turned once more to the system for assistance, imploring it for a manual on providing comfort. The system, however, delivered disheartening news. Apologies, this service is currently unavailable. Frustrated, he retorted. Aren't you supposed to be omniscient? The system replied with a gentle reminder, you have a task reward available for collection. Tang Tian finally calmed down and decided to claim his reward. The system announced, Resurrection of the Blue-Silver Emperor task completed. Reward, 100 treasure chests containing martial arts manuals. Upon glancing at the chests, which appeared to be lottery style, Tang Tian expressed his disappointment. Lottery chests? I wonder if I can actually obtain anything from these 100. If not, I might as well store them away. After a moment of contemplation, adhering to the principle of taking a gamble in hopes of a greater reward, he changed his mind and resolved to proceed with the draws, starting with 10 single draws. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 666 hatred points. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained 66 hatred points. Ding. Congratulations, you have been deducted 6,666 hatred points. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn nothing. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn another treasure chest. Tang Tian felt a surge of emotion, inexplicably losing his hatred points. What sort of bizarre occurrence was this? He decided to attempt a tenfold draw. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, you have won the 9 True Manual. A grand prize. What am I doing? Wasn't I supposed to comfort Ning Rongrong? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Tian refrained from hastily checking the lottery results, only to find himself troubled once more. Ning Rongrong, who had been observing Tang Tian from within the room, curiously inquired, Brother Tian, what are you up to? Did that old ghost, Flinder, send you to console me? I bet that's exactly it. Tang Tian gazed at the beaming Ning Rongrong and inquired with a hint of perplexity, Are you all right? Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head and replied, I simply did not know how to counter the old devil Flan just now, which led to my reaction. What more could Tang Tian say? He could only give a thumbs up. Ning Rongrong, still with her head lowered, shyly remarked, It's not that impressive. When I was at home, I always used this method to deal with my 2 grandfathers. Whenever I cried and fussed, they would surely come to comfort me. After a moment of silence, Tang Tian decided to offer Ning Rongrong a piece of advice. I believe you should apologize to Dean Flander. Ning Rongrong, puzzled, inquired, Why? Isn't this matter already resolved? Tang Tian shook his head. Not yet. If you do not apologize, for a considerable period in the future, everyone will distance themselves from you. Ning Rongrong, with wide innocent eyes, asked, Why? Tang Tian earnestly explained, At home, you are a little princess or a young emperor, but here, we are all equals. Moreover, to my knowledge, Ning Rongrong, in a state of inner turmoil, replied, All right, I understand. I will go apologize to Dean Flander now, but Tian go. You must accompany me. I am afraid to go alone. This left Tang Tian in a quandary, as he still needed to rest that evening. Just as he hesitated, he noticed Oscar lurking outside the door. Seeing Oscar, he felt as if he had found a savior. Uncle Sausage, please take Rongrong to find the Dane. Oscar was momentarily taken aback, but then stepped forward with commendable bravado, assuring, Don't worry, leave it to me. It will be no problem. Witnessing Oscar's noble demeanor, Tang Tian offered a respectful bow, acknowledging his senior's righteousness. Tang Tian attempted to flee the scene with hurried steps, but Ning Rongrong, in her desperation, unleashed a roar akin to that of a lion in the east, commanding, No, you come back to me. Tang Tian halted his steps, inquiring, What is the matter? Ning Rongrong, feeling wronged, asked, Do you dislike me, which is why you are unwilling to take me along? Tang Tianru candidly replied, No, I merely wish to sleep. The look of grievance on Ning Rongrong's face vanished, replaced by a smile as she turned to Oscar and said, Oh, very well. Would you be willing to accompany me to find the Dean? Oscar pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring. The Dean should currently be at the Seoul Arena in Soto City. Shall we walk there? It's quite far, and the journey is fraught with danger. Under the persistent persuasion of the 2 companions, Tang Tian resolved to forfeit his leisure time and escort them to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. In a bid to expedite their journey, he made the additional sacrifice of employing Chitu as a temporary draft horse. It is worth noting that the Soto Great Spirit Arena is impressively constructed. Its towering structure, nearly 100 meters in height, exudes an aura of profoundness under the cloak of night. The faint glow emanating from within suggests an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Upon arrival, You may enter first while I find a place to park, Tang Tian instructed. As they approached, the full grandeur of the Soto Great Spirit Arena unfolded before the trio, its elliptical design reaching an impressive height of 120 meters. The interior comprises a main arena complemented by 24 subsidiary arenas, collectively accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. Undoubtedly, the Spirit Arena serves not merely as a venue for exchange and competition, but also stands as a symbol of national strength, possessing the capacity to influence the rise and fall of a nation in a significant way. Tang Tian chose not to register for the Seoul Arena, instead opting to accompany Ning Rongrong and Oscar in search of Flinder. By a stroke of fortune, the trio arrived at the venue of Xiao Wu's match. The announcer of the Seoul Arena proclaimed, Now, we present the first match of our 14th Seoul Arena, a one-on-one duel. The 2 Soul Masters entering the arena are the Beast Martial Soul, the Jade Rabbit, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar paused to observe, evidently intrigued by Xiao Wu's combat prowess. Her opponent was a formidable strength-type Soul Master, towering at 2 meters with a robust physique, complemented by fierce, bell-like eyes that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Concerned, Ning Rongrong approached Tang Tian and inquired, This fellow appears quite strong. Do you think Xiao Wu can handle it? Perhaps we should call her down. It would be unfortunate if she were to get injured. Tang Tian smiled faintly and remarked, I believe Xiao Wu has a significant advantage, and her victory will be effortlessly achieved. Just as he spoke, Xiao Wu had already leaped onto the stage, her youthful and enchanting face radiating a hint of excitement, instantly capturing the attention of numerous spectators. How old could this girl be? Did the host just refer to her as a soul master? That seems implausible. Doubts similar to these echoed among the audience, yet they swiftly transformed into a chorus of support as the competition was about to commence. The towering 2-meter man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Wu, his expression reflecting a mix of concern and hesitation. Sister, you should step down. It wouldn't be good if you were to get hurt. After all, you are quite small. Xiao Wu furrowed her delicate brows, puffed out her recently developed chest, and retorted. How dare you call me small? Where am I small? Just as the giant was about to respond, Xiao Wu elegantly flicked her long legs, propelling herself off the ground, and aimed a kick at the man's neck. The hallmark of a power-type soul master is their formidable defense, yet witnessing Xiao Wu's seemingly effortless kick, the giant did not even consider evading. The man's inner thoughts were, this young girl is quite naive, coming to participate in the soul arena at such a tender age. Let her land a few hits. When she tires, she will naturally step down. Chapter 40. Soto Great Soul Arena. It was precisely this mindset that led to the hasty conclusion of the battle. Xiao Wu's foot struck the giant's sturdy neck. Then she ensnared it, swiftly raising her other foot and pressing it against his solid chest. Following this, she activated her first soul ring skill, Bow of the Waist. And without needing to employ a second skill, her opponent was sent soaring into the air as if riding clouds, as the giant was hurled off the soul arena. A profound silence enveloped the entire 14th soul arena, with onlookers gaping in disbelief at the scene before them. Sister, you are truly remarkable. I concede my defeat. The 2-meter giant stated as he rose from the ground, acknowledging his loss with straightforwardness. For him, failure was not frightening. It was the inability to acknowledge one's defeat that was truly daunting. Xiao Wu retorted, somewhat irked, what do you mean by sister? Don't you know that those who excel are the true giants? Oh, you are indeed a giant, the 2-meter man replied, his face flushed as he walked away. Suddenly, the arena erupted with cheers, followed by a thunderous applause. Xiao Wu beamed and waved to the audience. Tang Tian looked at Ning Rongrong and said, what do you think? Isn't Xiao Wu impressive? Ning Rongrong, with an expression full of admiration, never expected that a girl of her own age could be so formidable. With a single move, she could defeat opponents of the same rank, truly invincible. Yes, indeed, remarkable. From now on, I shall be a devoted fan of Xiao Wu. Tang San observed Xiao Wu descend from the soul fighting platform and addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong, saying, let us follow Xiao Wu to find Dean Flinder. Ning Rongrong nodded enthusiastically, while Oscar remained silent yet trailed closely behind. As Xiao Wu was registering points, Tang San gently tapped her shoulder and inquired, Xiao Wu, do you know where the dean is? Startled, Xiao Wu responded, Brother Tian, Rongrong, Uncle Sausage, what brings you here? Oscar, who had been quietly following, resignedly interjected, please. Everyone, refer to me as Sausage Specialty or Xiao Ao. Xiao Wu promptly replied, all right. Tang Tian then remarked, Rongrong wishes to apologize to the dean. So Xiao Ao and I have accompanied her to seek him out. Xiao Wu, taken aback, could hardly fathom that the previously resolute Ning Rongrong would indeed come to the dean to express her contrition. Rongrong intends to apologize? Ning Rongrong scurried over and grasped Xiao Wu's hand, her face alight with admiration. Sister Xiao Wu, I witnessed your match just now. You were incredible. That move was truly magnificent. The two young women then began to chatter animatedly. Upon arriving at the room where the Shrek Academy students resided, everyone cast peculiar glances at Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Xiao Wu inquired, do you know where the dean is? Rongrong mentioned she wishes to apologize to him. Daimu Bai, with an expression mirroring Xiao Wu's astonishment, replied, since we parted ways, we have not encountered the dean. Ning Rongrong's face reflected helplessness. Tiange, what should I do? Daimu Bai continued, the dean certainly will not hold a grudge against you. Perhaps it would be best to speak with him the next time you meet. Ning Rongrong responded, oh, I see. Xiao Wu then interjected, by the way. Where's San Gu? Ma Hongjun chimed in. This match is between Xiao San and Zhu Shuqing, and the competition is about to commence. Tang Tian inquired. How is it that Xiao San is at level 30 while Zhu Shuqing is merely in her 20s? How are they matched? Daimu Bai replied with a wry smile. Zhu Qing insisted on challenging Tang San. Tang Tian jested. Oh, Zhu Qing, do you harbor feelings for someone? Ma Hongjun interjected on behalf of Daimu Bai. Of course. I've never seen Boss Dai treat any woman with such kindness. Tang Tian encouraged. Tis tsk, keep it up, Boss Dai. Daimu Bai, surprisingly bashful, responded with a shy smile. Hee, let's enjoy the match. The crowd turned their attention to the soul fighting arena. After Tang San and Zhu Shuqing ascended the stage, the host briefly introduced their names and martial souls, signaling them to commence. Please, Tang San said, gesturing politely. Zhu Shuqing coldly replied, I urge you to give your all. I wish to gauge the distance between us. The exchange between Zhu Shuqing and Tang San unfolded swiftly. After a brief interaction, both revealed their martial souls, and the competition officially began. Watching Zhu Shuqing's claws after her martial soul manifested, Tang Tian recalled the 9 true scriptures he had just drawn. He hurriedly examined the system description, which simply stated, enhanced version of the 9 manual. Tang Tian contemplated, Zhu Shuqing's Miao Miao claw is exceptionally suited for this technique, and Ning Rongrong's use of the 9 white bone claw is commendable as well. As for Xiao Wu, the battle concluded swiftly, devoid of suspense. The disparity in levels between the two sides rendered it inevitable. Even if Tang San refrained from employing his third soul ring, Zhu Shuqing would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail, given that agility-type soul masters excel in ambushes. However, in a straightforward one-on-one arena, how could one execute a surprise attack? Following a duel between Tang San and Xiao Wu, today's competition came to an end as the 8 participants prepared to depart. Once again, Tang Tian inquired about the whereabouts of the dean. Why has T shown up? Daimu Bai sighed. God knows where he has gone. He instructed us to return after the soul battles concluded. Why don't you all head back? The dean asked me to visit his shop. Ma Hongjun suddenly interjected. A glimmer of excitement in his small eyes. Ning Rongrong exclaimed eagerly, I'm going too. I must apologize to the dean today. Ma Hongjun's expression turned slightly awkward. You can't go. Why not? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Dai Mubai smirked. The dean he mentioned is not our flender. Chubby, you should hurry along, but take it easy. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Dai, are you going? Not going. Enough of the chatter, just leave. Dai Mubai shot him a glare, though his peripheral gaze drifted towards Zhu Qing. Ma Hongjun, oblivious to the implications in Dai Mubai's eyes, appeared somewhat slow on the uptake, his round face flushed with excitement. Let us go together. Did you not say that women don't count as resources? Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. Get lost. I don't have such poor taste. Ma Hongjun huffed in dissatisfaction, but, confronted by the glint of anger in Dai Mubai's eyes, he opened his mouth, but ultimately dared not confront the fierce white tiger and turned to leave. Dai, what is Chubby going to see the dean for? Ning Rongrong inquired. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. He off to see the head of the Yihong courtyard. There is no way to suppress Chubby's wildfire. Ning Rongrong's face flushed bright red upon realizing who that dean was, rendering her speechless. She had intended to say she would go with Ma Hongjun to find the dean. Xiao Wu remarked with irritation, is he going to cause trouble for girls again? I truly suspect that the mutation of his martial soul is tied to his innate personality. Dai Mubai replied, it's an unavoidable situation. Aside from that flaw, Ma Hongjun's martial soul is one of the most formidable among beast martial souls. Being a direct disciple of a dean, we can't expect him to abandon his cultivation or witness his demise, can we? Chapter 41. Oscar's breakthrough to soul master Zhu Qing rarely spoke. Men are all filthy. Xiao Wu giggled. Sister Qing, don't be too harsh. Tang San is quite clean. And Tian Go, aside from sleeping, hardly does anything else. Tang Tian found himself somewhat perplexed by Xiao Wu's words, unsure whether they were meant as praise or derision, and thus chose to remain silent. Dai Mubai, however, perceived it as a blatant affront. Indeed, in your eyes, Tang Xiaosan is pure as jade while we are all sullied. Nevertheless, I possess far superior taste than the rotund fellow. Zhu Qing let out a cold huff and abruptly approached Dai Mubai, inquiring, your taste surpasses his? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Realizing she had misspoken, Zhu Qing pondered, does one truly differentiate taste in such matters? A transaction is merely a transaction. Her gaze suddenly brimmed with disdain. Are you but 15? You repulse me. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Since Zhu Qing's arrival at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had consistently suffered indignities, his temper simmering beneath the surface. This public humiliation ignited the usually aloof demeanor he maintained. You. Halt. Zhu Qing disregarded him entirely, hastening her pace instead. Dai Mubai abruptly lifted his right hand, a fierce radiance emanating from his palm. Just moments ago, Ning Rongrong. Her face flushed with embarrassment, instinctively grasped Dai Mubai's hand, only to be repelled by his overwhelming soul power. Fortunately, Oscar, who had been observing Ning Rongrong, swiftly caught her, preventing her from falling. Having always been exceptionally astute, Oscar had long discerned Dai Mubai's volatile state. He intended to offer solace, but was unprepared for the sheer force of Dai Mubai's power. Rongrong, are you all right? Xiao Wu rushed over to check on Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai retracted his soul power, gazing at her with confusion. Rongrong, you? Ning Rongrong, suppressing her pain, managed to smile. Pursuing a girl requires patience. Allow me to speak a few kind words for you to Zhu Qing. In a few days, it should be fine. Ah, thank you. With that, Dai Mubai walked away, shaking his head incessantly. Clearly, Tang Tian's advice had borne fruit, as Ning Rongrong had swiftly gained the favor of both Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai within mere hours. Tang Tian said, let us depart. Everyone is weary. Let us return by horse-drawn carriage. The following day, at dawn, Tang Sen emerged from his meditation, intending to practice the purple extreme magic ice. Due to Oscar's late-night breakthrough and Tang Tian still being asleep, Tang Sen quietly slipped out to avoid disturbing them. After a short while, Oscar awoke and called for Tang Tian, and the two of them set off for breakfast. Observing Tang Tian walking in the opposite direction, Oscar reminded him, hey, Xiao Tian, the dining hall is over there. Tang Tian shook himself awake and replied, I forgot to mention. I've established a new student dining hall at the academy. As for the old one, let the headmaster continue to keep it vibrant. Oscar responded, wealthy friend. I seek your support. Tang Tian, it is free for the students. Oscar leered with a sly grin. Hee hee, from now on, I shall call you Brother Tian. Tang Tian, senior, don't tease me. The capable shall prevail. The capable shall prevail. The first to arrive at the cafeteria were Tang San and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai wore a gloomy expression, evidently still troubled by yesterday's events. Yet upon seeing Tang Tian, he expressed gratitude on behalf of Shrek Academy. Although he is a prince of the Douluo Empire, his wealth is limited, as is that of Ning Rongrong and others, constrained by the myriad traditions of their families, which preclude the kind of reckless abandon exhibited by Tang Tian. In contrast, Tang Tian's fortune is entirely at his discretion, stemming from a vast catering enterprise throughout the empire, with only the shares for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the royal family deducted from his earnings. Following them were Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong, all of whom also expressed their thanks to Tang Tian before taking their seats. After all, why would anyone pass up the opportunity to dine in a new cafeteria when the previous one served such subpar meals, not to mention the terrifying Ant Shaker, who could manage to spill half a ladle of food with a single shake? To dare such a display at the beginning of the semester was utterly unacceptable. Drawn by the enticing aroma, Ma Hongjun wasted no time in sitting down and devouring his meal. Suddenly, Daimubai addressed him. "Fatty, you're not going out tonight." "Are you?" Ma Hongjun, mouthful of food, mumbled indistinctly. "The fiery chaos has subsided quite a bit. I should stay in these next couple of days." Daimubai replied. "That's good. You stay in the dormitory tonight. I need to step out. I'm going to find those twins from last time." Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened. "Boss Dai, if you feast, will there be any soup for me?" Daimubai retorted, somewhat irritated. Such matters require mutual consent for joy. A forceful engagement yields no sweetness. As he said this, he deliberately cast a glance at Zhu Qing, who, however, remained utterly unresponsive. Tang Tian lamented, "I can't believe it. Why am I not as fortunate as you all? Is it because I'm not handsome enough?" Xiao Wu teased Tang Tian. "Your current appearance is quite similar to Uncle Tang House. I assume you haven't freshened up this morning." Tang San shot a glare at Xiao Wu, saying, "Why still refer to him as uncle?" Xiao Wu let out a soft snort and replied meekly, "I understand. It's just that I feel embarrassed to call him that." Tang Tian tousled his hair, merely sensing a slight disarray, yet he paid it no mind and had no intention of freshening up. "Oscar, I have surpassed level 30. Daimubai's gloomy expression lifted significantly, to the extent that he ceased discussing his own matters and promptly offered his congratulations. After hastily consuming a few mouthfuls of food, Tang Tianming remarked, "The dean has granted me the privilege of not attending classes. The academy is rather dull, so it is the perfect opportunity to accompany you on a hunt for soul rings. I also wish to join, Xiao Wu." Thus, they engaged in conversation until the bell signaling the commencement of class rang, at which point everyone made their way to the grand playground. Today's lesson was to be conducted by none other than Dean Flander. However, this particular dean was not known for his reliability, as it took a leisurely 20 minutes for him to make his appearance. Upon seeing Flander, Ning Rongrong quickly stepped forward, saying, "Dean, I apologize for yesterday's incident." Her voice gradually dwindled to a whisper. Flander nodded in acknowledgement. "I accept your apology. Return to your place and perform well in the future." He then cast a critical glance at Oscar, who was still chattering away with Tang Tianming, and admonished, "Oscar, are you thinking about running laps again?" Oscar, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "No, Dean, let me explain. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached level 30. "What?" Flander looked at Oscar in astonishment, his eyes visibly brightening. "Excellent, excellent, Oscar. You have not disappointed me. You are the fourth student among us to reach level 30. On behalf of the academy, I congratulate you." Flander was dissatisfied with the others' reactions, exclaiming, "What is this response? A fellow student has achieved a breakthrough, and you do not express any acknowledgement?" Daimubai kindly reminded him, "Dean, we were already aware of it during breakfast." Flander's eyes narrowed as he retorted, "Oh, I see. So I am the last to know. Let us commence today's lesson." He continued, "Today's lesson is quite simple. Except for Oscar, each of you must consume at least one of the 2 types of sausages made from Oscar's soul power." Xiao Wu expressed her confusion and dissatisfaction, saying, "What? Dean, what kind of lesson is this?" Flander adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and declared with confidence, "This is called adaptive training. Let me ask you, is reputation more important, or is life? If you were stranded in a desert with only Oscar's sausages available, would you eat them? Furthermore, in the future, you will be training and fighting together. If you cannot achieve a rapport, you will squander the potential of your best companions. This is also an exercise for your mental fortitude. Enough talk, let us begin." Flander found himself at a loss for words, and after a few more remarks, he instructed everyone to start eating the sausages. While the boys seemed to handle it better, the 3 girls present turned pale, their expressions noticeably distressed. Ning Rongrong, in particular, appeared on the verge of vomiting. Flander emphasized, "This lesson is mandatory for each of you. Otherwise, there is no reason for you to remain here." "Where's Oscar?" Oscar, who had somehow wheeled over a snack cart, began his sales pitch. "Here it is, Oscar brand grilled sausages. Big, thick, and long. They are edible, useful, and can ward off wolves." Daimubai sprang up and gave Oscar a knock on the head, exclaiming, "What do you mean by ward off wolves?" Oscar, feeling wronged, murmured, "Die. When the girls stuff them in their pants, they feel bigger than a pervert." Daimubai, visibly annoyed, delivered another smack to Oscar's head, saying, "I was considering eating one. But now you've made me feel nauseous." Tang Tian unhesitatingly picked up a sizzling sausage and inquired, "Oscar, is this how you cook it? You haven't even made a decorative cut. Do you truly believe it will taste delightful? What about the seasonings? Did you forget to purchase them?" Oscar replied, This is how it is done throughout the continent. Excuse me. Tang Tian then produced a small knife to make the necessary decorative cuts, followed by 3 bottles of spices, cumin powder, chili flakes, and black pepper. With a knowing expression of a seasoned sausage griller, Oscar asserted, "The most crucial aspect of grilling sausages is mastering the heat. Do you think your decorative cuts will enhance the flavor? That is preposterous." Simultaneously, Oscar extended both hands, grinning mischievously as he chanted his soul spell, "I possess a grand sausage. I possess a petite sausage. Let us compare whose is more delectable." I refused to believe that I could be outdone by anyone in the art of sausage grilling. Flander, teetering on the brink of fury, reminded himself that this was a classroom, not a marketplace or a sausage exchange forum. Observing that aside from Tang Tian and Oscar, others were keeping their distance, Flander mused, "Engaging in sausage grilling is certainly better than this timid approach. I shall let it go." While grilling sausages, Oscar's heart swelled with delight, his eyes glinting with a dubious gleam as he occasionally glanced at Ning Rongrong. As Tang Tian flipped the sausages, Oscar's mind wandered with errant thoughts. Although Ning Rongrong seemed to favor Tang Tian slightly, he mused, "Alas, Tang Tian's emotional intelligence is lacking. In the grand scheme, I still hold a considerable chance." Moreover, in the realm of sausage grilling, Oscar believed he was not inferior to anyone. Just imagine, Ning Rongrong savoring my sausage. The thought alone sends shivers of excitement through me. Tang Tiankai was oblivious to the thoughts occupying Oscar's mind. Merely observing his smile evoked a sense of discomfort. Tang Tian skillfully grilled the sausages, then sprinkled them with black pepper before taking a hearty bite. He soon sampled the cumin and chili-flavored ones, discovering their delightful taste. To be honest, Oscar's sausages were of commendable quality. How much meat was typically present in domestic sausages from his past life? Oscar's were nearly pure meat. Observing Tang Tian devouring the sausages with great enthusiasm, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and instinctively took a step back, maintaining a safe distance. Meanwhile, in an unexpected turn of events, a delicate figure reached for one of Tang Tian's grilled sausages. It was Ning Rongrong, whose heart was stirred by Oscar's breakthrough to the 30th level, prompting her to be the second to step forward. Mimicking the others, she sprinkled her sausage with spices and took a bite. As she sank her teeth into the sausage, a fierce expression crossed her face, causing Oscar to feel a shiver down his spine, instinctively protecting a certain part of himself. Surprisingly, it seemed quite enjoyable. Ning Rongrong began to savor the sausage meticulously. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who had previously attended similar lessons, skeptically took 2 of Tang Tian's grilled sausages. Xiao Wu cleverly remarked to Tang San, "It must be a trap. Just look at their reactions. They are far too exaggerated." Tang Tian mused to himself, TSK, still just a child, unaware of what to consume for nourishment. Meanwhile, his hands moved with increasing speed, even sprinkling spices on the sausages from Oscar before devouring them. Remarkably, the effects of Oscar's sausages were indeed extraordinary. After finishing one, Tang Tian felt no pain in his waist, nor fatigue in his legs, as though he could ascend 100 flights of stairs without losing his breath. Most importantly, he felt invigorated, free from drowsiness. Oscar, probing cautiously, inquired, "Is it truly that delicious?" After uttering this, he sprinkled some spices on his own and tasted it, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, these powders are simply exquisite. Might you spare me some?" Take it. Do not be so modest with your elder brother," Tang Tian replied, continuing to eat. Internally, Oscar thought to himself, "Well, just this morning you said it was forbidden, and now you are so brotherly." Ning Rongrong licked her delicate pink lips, a gentle smile gracing her face as she remarked to Oscar, "The sensation of biting into your sausage is quite delightful." With that, she snatched a few more and stepped aside to indulge in them. Upon hearing her words, Oscar couldn't shake the impression that Ning Rongrong's smile resembled that of a devil. Damubai and Ma Hongjun, his companions, were giving him thumbs up while urging him to hurry up with the grilling, completely oblivious to the fact that they had been the first to oppose Oscar's sausages. As Ning Rongrong returned to the group with her sausage, she cast a glance at Flinder, the dean, and asked, "Would you care for one?" Flinder accepted the sausage, inhaled its aroma, and his eyes lit up. Without a hint of regard for his status, he joined the ranks of those indulging in the sausages. Tang San observed that Ning Rongrong, a lady, had indulged in a sausage, and naturally, he could not fall behind. Swiftly, he retrieved 2 sausages, intending to consume one himself while offering the other to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with a hint of pleading in her eyes, as if silently imploring him not to eat. Tang San smiled faintly, tilting his head towards Oscar's modest stall, and said, "If you don't eat now, there won't be any left." Xiao Wu reluctantly took a sausage, quickly growing fond of its flavor. "Brother San, I want more." At that moment, only Zhu Zhuqing had yet to partake in the sausage. Her icy visage flickered between hues of green and white, as if engaged in an internal struggle. However, the decision of whether to eat or not had become trivial. Even Flinder had neglected his duties for the sake of the sausage. The enthusiastic Ning Rongrong directly handed a sausage to Zhu Zhuqing, exclaiming, "It's truly delicious, I promise you." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the sausage, took a few bites, and simply remarked, "Not bad." At the snack stall, Flinder bellowed, "I am the dean. I am the rule. My sausages should be served first. Ma Hongjun, eager for food, disregarded his pride and asserted, as your direct disciple, you should graciously yield to me. Dai Mubai, feeling exasperated, suggested, why not let Oscar grill the sausages faster? At the same time, he secretly retrieved 2 uncooked sausages. The trio called out, Oscar. Oscar replied, I have a large sausage. I have a small sausage. Tears streamed down Oscar's face as he lamented, it's so hard for me. Don't be lazy. P.S. Thanks to Kakashi for the 300 book coins reward. Chapter 43. For Oscar's soul ring acquisition the following day, after breakfast, everyone gathered in the playground as usual. Since they needed to accompany Oscar to obtain a soul ring, Vice-Dean Xiao Wu led the team. Xiao Wu was quite reliable, arriving at the playground early, though his panda-eye appearance detracted from his dignity, causing the students to stifle their laughter. Xiao Wu, noticing their stares, retorted, what are you looking at, you little rascals? Are you feeling mischievous? Xiao Wu clearly disapproved of the term little rascals and muttered, why not say little bear cubs? Xiao Wu pretended not to hear her, glaring and snorting, all right, everyone. Let's set off. Mubai, you take the lead. Dai Mubai nodded and earnestly stated, the Stardew Forest is not a place for frivolity. The soul beasts there are not domesticated. They are numerous and highly aggressive, harboring little goodwill towards humans. Everyone must not let their guard down. Tang-san, you lead the front. Tang Tian will look after Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while the chubby one and Xiao Wu will monitor the flanks. Zhu Shiqing and I will cover the rear. Once we enter the forest, maintain this formation. We will practice along the way. Tang Tian admired Dai Mubai's arrangements in silence. As a seasoned student, he had meticulously ensured the protection of their support while placing the strongest combatants in the center, ready to provide reinforcements if needed. Dai Mubai himself took on the crucial task of rearguard, demonstrating great responsibility. Xiao Wu merely observed from the sidelines, refraining from engaging in their formation. Moreover, no transportation like carriages was allowed on the journey. They could only run. The long trek made Oscar's role increasingly vital, as his restorative sausages provided significant assistance. Taking a sausage every so often kept everyone's energy levels high, allowing even Ning Rongrong to keep pace. Oscar, recognized for his contributions, received preferential treatment as Dai Mubai and Tang San took turns supporting him, alleviating his burden to conserve his soul power for crafting more sausages. Ning Rongrong, noticing this, occasionally enhanced her speed, insisting that Tang Tian assist her, which caused Oscar to feel envious, wishing he were a combat-type soul master as well. On the other hand, Tang Tian felt quite uncomfortable, having to support the slow-moving Ning Rongrong during the journey. The Stardew Forest was not far from Shrek Academy, merely a distance of less than 500 miles. As night fell, they had already covered over 400 miles. Following Xiao Wu's direction, the group planned to rest and resupply in a small town they had just reached. This town evidently thrived on soul masters, providing weapons, armor, antidotes, and restorative potions in abundance. Xiao Wu led everyone to a rather unremarkable inn, stating, we will rest here for the night and depart at dawn. You will cover your own food and lodging expenses. Other academies might not have such arrangements, but Shrek was notoriously impoverished, with even Xiao Wu and Flinder receiving no income. Let us eat first before heading upstairs. After a day of sausages, I'm starting to feel queasy. Ma Hongjun voiced the collective sentiment, as 2 days of sausages, no matter how delicious, were beginning to take their toll. Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai, should we invite teacher Zhao to join us for a meal? Dai Mubai shook his head and replied, there is no need. Although our teacher will not bear the expenses when dining with us, he also refrains from accepting any benefits. This is a rule established by Dean Flander. The chubby boy chuckled, I truly appreciate Shrek's way of doing things. Everything is laid out transparently. Tang Tian remarked that he would cover the meal expenses for everyone, while the overweight individual would pay for himself. Dai Mubai jestingly added, you glutton, stop your prowling. Ma Hongjun, feeling aggrieved, replied, Boss Dai, could you possibly cover it for me? My allowance has already been spent on other matters. Dai Mubai offered a subtle smile to Tang Tian and said, let me treat everyone to this meal. It would be rather impolite to always rely on you, and besides, I wish to extend a warm welcome to the newcomers. Tang Tian chuckled heartily and remarked, I appreciate your generosity, Boss Dai. The rotund figure, his chubby cheeks quivering with mirth, responded, excellent, splendid. Rest assured, Boss Dai, I shall not skimp on you. Noticing Dai Mubai treating them, Xiao Wu teasingly interjected, fatty. I stand with you. However, the jovial one appeared elated, swiftly ordering a plethora of dishes. Quite commendable, though this place may be modest, it offers a comprehensive selection. I do hope the flavors meet a certain standard. Dai Mubai, with an exasperated sigh, retorted, I genuinely suspect that if you were not a soul master, you would undoubtedly pursue a career in the culinary arts. While the 8 of them sat together in quiet anticipation for their meal, only Ma Hongjun continued to jest and banter. Suddenly, a group of 8 individuals entered from outside. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, followed by 6 young men and 1 woman, all seemingly around the age of 20, clad in identical moon-white soul master robes. Each bore the embroidered characters Tsang Hui on their left shoulder. In stark contrast to Tang Tian and his companion's understated demeanor, These newcomers exuded an ostentatious air, as if eager for all to recognize their status as soul masters. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hurriedly approached them, bowing and fawning with excessive politeness. "That girl is quite lovely, Boss Dai," Fatty remarked, his beady eyes fixated on the sole female among the group. It must be said that the young lady indeed possessed a fair degree of beauty and had matured well, causing Fatty to gaze at her unabashedly. Daimubai curled his lip, dismissing them. "They are merely from the Tsanghui Academy, nothing of significance. What is there to flaunt?" Neither Fatty nor Daimubai lowered their voices, seemingly intentional in their remarks, which piqued Tang San's curiosity. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tsanghui Academy frowned upon overhearing them, his expression darkening. Oscar chuckled softly. "It seems a spectacle is about to unfold." Tang San cast a puzzled glance at him, inquiring, "What splendid performance?" Oscar replied softly. "Dean Flander once stated that a soul master who does not dare to stir up trouble is not a good soul master." Tang San could not help but chuckle. Observing their ages, it seemed that the Tsanghui Academy was indeed a prestigious soul master institution. At that moment, the waiter arrived, presenting their table with the first dish. Suddenly, a youth from Tsanghui Academy stood up and accidentally knocked the dish onto Daimubai's head. "Do not waste food." Tang San firmly steadied the plate, ensuring that not a single morsel fell. The youth from Tsanghui Academy paused momentarily, then revealed a sly grin, feigning embarrassment. He then attempted to kick the leg of the chair beneath Daimubai. Just as the youth swung his leg, Daimubai reacted. He deftly blocked the youth's calf with his own leg, sending a jolt through the assailant's limb. Subsequently, with a swift motion, Daimubai sent the youth flying towards his companions from Tsanghui Academy. Ignoring the reactions from across the table, Daimubai casually remarked, "My apologies, it seems I miscalculated." The essence of the evil eye white tiger became apparent, his face bearing a disdainful smirk, radiating an air of arrogance that made even his allies feel inclined to confront him. A teacher from Tsanghui Academy turned pale with fury, exclaiming, "What a group of arrogant youngsters! Teach them a lesson. Are we fighting? How delightful!" Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly, leaping from her seat without hesitation to confront them. Chapter 44. Those who do not dare to cause trouble are mediocre. 5 individuals emerged from Tsanghui Academy, leaving only the previously injured youth and a girl seated at the table. Meanwhile, from Shrek's side, only Xiao Wu stepped forward, her large, innocent eyes sparkling as she approached, causing the 5 from Tsanghui to lose their momentum. Oscar moved beside Tang San and whispered, "You should hurry and join her. We cannot let Xiao Wu be at a disadvantage." Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, "You have been deceived by Xiao Wu's appearance. These few fellows are in for a big surprise." The 5 young men halted their advance, yet this did not deter Xiao Wu, who continued to stride forward, playfully blinking her large eyes as she cheerfully greeted, "Hello, brothers." The 5 youths momentarily froze, exchanging glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as they hesitated, Xiao Wu sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the 5 members of the Tsanghui team. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy, filled with a mix of anger and frustration, shouted at the fallen group, "Fools, use your martial spirits." Meanwhile, Oscar rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to contain his astonishment. "Wow, she's fierce." "Thankfully, I haven't offended your Xiao Wu." Ning Rongrong chimed in. "Have you forgotten how Xiao Wu easily defeated her opponents of the same rank last time?" At that moment, Daimubai stood up again and said solemnly, "Xiao Wu, come back. With us boys here, there's no need for you girls to intervene." Xiao Wu turned to look at Tang San, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to refrain from further attacks and return calmly. This time, the Shrek team consisted of Daimubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun. Tang Tian did not engage. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the tortoise shell of the Tsanghui Academy. The Tsanghui 5 regrouped, feeling humiliated despite Xiao Wu's restraint from causing them harm. Their anger had reached a boiling point, and they summoned their martial spirits without hesitation. In an instant, vibrant colors erupted around them. Their soul rings, identical in hue, consisted of 1 white and 1 yellow, signifying a 10-year and a 100-year soul ring. Their martial spirits, while not particularly formidable, included a spear and trident as weapon spirits, along with these spirits representing a deer, a sheep, and a horse. Daimubai's disdainful gaze intensified at the sight of the 10-year soul rings. "Brothers, let us finish this in 30 seconds. White Tiger, manifest." As Daimubai's white tiger martial spirit emerged, the 3 beast spirits opposite trembled in fear, evidently affected by the martial spirit's compatibility. "Phoenix, manifest." Ma Hongjun also made a significant display, his plump figure adorned with striking purple-red feathers. Only Tang San's martial spirit remained tranquil, as dense blue-silver grass quietly unfurled around him, spreading gradually. Although he did not release his soul rings, the opposition dared not underestimate him. At that moment, merely Daimubai's released soul rings had already extinguished the fighting spirit of the Tsanghui 5. "Stop." The teacher from Tsanghui Academy could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, waving his hand at his students, signaling them to withdraw. "I am Yijiqiu, the director of the External Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" "We are from Shrek Academy." Fatty interjected proudly before Daimubai could respond. As he spoke, his lecherous gaze lingered on the only female student from Songhui Academy. Shrek Academy? I don't believe I've heard of it. Yi Zhiqiu replied with a cold snort. That is your ignorance. Upon realizing that they were not disciples of a prominent sect, Yu Zhiqiu felt a sense of relief, but simultaneously a wave of helplessness washed over him. Bullying a few children was trivial. Yet retreating in front of so many onlookers would tarnish Songhui Academy's reputation. The students might falter, but he must salvage some dignity for the academy. With that thought, Yi Zhiqiu hesitated no longer. A glimmer sparked in his eyes as he released his martial spirit, Mystic Tortoise, manifest. Upon manifesting, his limbs visibly shortened, and a massive tortoise shell appeared on his back, with 5 soul rings rising sequentially from beneath him, affirming his status as a soul king of over level 50. Although Yu Zhiqiu's 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, were not exceptionally strong among peers, they were more than sufficient to subdue the 3 young men. Following Yi Zhiqiu's display, gasps filled the restaurant, for soul kings were a rare sight on the continent. Yi Zhiqiu had no intention of pressing the 3 further. Instead, he eloquently stated, "You youngsters lack understanding. Please refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. Call your academy's teacher out. This matter should be addressed by him." Tang Tian emerged, wielding the god-slaying spear with one hand. "With a mere old tortoise like you, I have more than enough strength to deal with you. Do you dare to step outside?" Yu Zhiqiu, possessing the Xian Gui martial spirit, harbored a profound disdain for anyone who dared to invoke the term tortoise in his presence. Initially, he had no intention of being labeled as a bully taking advantage of the weak, yet Tang Tian's audacity had crossed a line, compelling him to cast aside his reservations and accept the challenge. Consumed by rage, Yi Zhiqiu laughed bitterly. "Very well. I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us proceed outside." With that, he swaggered out of the hotel, his turtle shell swaying behind him. Ning Rongrong leaned in, whispering to Tang Tian, "Be cautious out there." Tang Tian now remarked, "Soon, I shall shatter that turtle shell." At that moment, several others had gathered around, catching wind of Tang's words, and they erupted in cheers, eliciting smiles from the 3 young ladies present. Tang San felt a twinge of unease regarding Tang Tian. In his recollection, Tang Tian had always relied on his formidable realm to intimidate others, unable to restrain himself. He began to caution, "I can assure you he is a defensive soul master, and most of his soul skills are likely related to defense. Brother Tian, your god-slaying spear is a sharp weapon, and given your limited experience in combat, facing him alone could prove to be quite challenging. What do you say we team up and overwhelm him together?" "Little San, you are being rather shameless," Tang Tian retorted. "There's no need for a joint effort. I can handle this on my own, so rest assured. Moreover, my martial soul conveniently counters his turtle shell, and the god-slaying spear can be wielded like a hammer. It's quite sturdy." Tang Tian declined Tang San's offer, intending to confront Yu Zhiqiu solo. Dai Mubai also urged, "Let us unite and confront him together. After all, wasn't it exhilarating to surround and overpower Teacher Zhao last time? Tang Tian, you must allow me to shatter his tortoise shell first." Soon, the group arrived at the outskirts of the town. Perhaps the 5 soul rings adorning Yu Zhiqiu were too conspicuous, attracting quite an audience as they departed from the small town. As they progressed beyond the town's boundaries, Yu Zhiqiu's mind settled somewhat, and he intoned solemnly, "I shall grant you one more opportunity. It is not too late to admit your mistakes now." Tang Tian brandished the god-slaying spear, its size as formidable as his clenched fist. Yu Zhiqiu let out an indignant snort, challenging, "Come at me together. I shall take it upon myself to teach you all the virtues of being human." The rotund figure chuckled, remarking, "Another Xiao Wu gene, it seems." Before Yu Zhiqiu could make a move, Tang Tian had already surged forward, activating his first soul skill, the Body of Dominance. A brilliant golden light enveloped him, swiftly coalescing into a set of delicate golden armor that adorned his form, representing the perfected state of the Body of Dominance. Yi Zhiqiu sneered, retorting, "I dare say your armor pales in comparison to mine." Chapter 45, A Severe Beating of the Old Tortoise. Tang Tian, upon witnessing Yu Zhiqiu comparing his own formidable physique to a turtle shell, swung his arm with a flourish and exclaimed, "Please open your eyes wide. This is certainly not a mere turtle shell." In the face of Tang Tian's assault, Yu Zhiqiu did not exhibit arrogance. Instead, he murmured softly in the air. And in an instant, his body radiated a brilliant light. The first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, and the turtle shell behind him transformed into a solid black form under the enhancement of his first soul skill, Mystic Turtle Protection. The second soul skill, Mystic Turtle Ice Seal, was evidently intended to instantly encase Tang Tian in ice, aiming for a swift resolution. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Tian did not retreat but instead advanced, secretly intensifying his force as he struck fiercely upon Yu Zhiqiu's shell. The impact caused Yi Zhiqiu's carapace to spin around once before coming to a halt. Dizzied by the child's relentless assault, Yi Zhiqiu felt a mix of shame and fury. Yet, before he could launch a counterattack, Tang Tian's decisive strike descended quietly. Yu Zhiqiu experienced a sudden jolt, his scalp tingling with shock. Unexpectedly, he retracted his neck, causing his entire head to withdraw into his shell, perfectly evading Tang Tian's blow. In that moment, the third soul ring on his body illuminated, and a plume of mist surged directly towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian hastily raised his hand to shield himself from the mist, acutely aware that it was unmistakably foul saliva. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, the armor on his right arm was already encased in the repugnant liquid. Seizing this brief opportunity, Yi Zhiqiu withdrew entirely into the vast shell of the tortoise, then suddenly leaped forth, intending to use the shell to collide forcefully with Tang Tian. Tang Tian suddenly swung his right fist, striking the tortoise shell into the earth, and then wielded the god-slaying spear to strike Yi Zhiqiu like a spinning top. Originally, Tang Tian intended to feign a few rounds of combat before pretending to achieve an unexpected victory, but the audacity of his opponent spitting at him was utterly intolerable. The brief skirmish left the Zhonghui group in a state of confusion. How could they have gone from a fierce exchange to sudden defeat? Especially when their adversary had not even employed any soul skills. Little did they know that the youth before them, in terms of cultivation, was not inferior to their formidable tortoise master. Yi Zhiqiu could hardly endure being spun around. From within the shell, he cried out for mercy, "Little brother, let me go, and let us have a proper discussion." Tang Tian wielded the god-slaying spear, striking the spinning turtle with fervor, while retorting, "I shall not release you unless you declare yourself a turtle." Yi Zhiqiu, lacking any semblance of dignity, pleaded from within the whirling shell, "I am a turtle. I am indeed a turtle. Please, grant me my freedom, O turtle." Tang Tian, feeling satisfied, retracted the god-slaying spear, ready to spare this old turtle. However, the system's notification prompted him to resort to trickery once more. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the enmity value from Yi Zhiqiu. As your hatred has reached a profound level of animosity, this enmity value is doubled. Tang Tian smiled faintly, then abruptly struck the turtle shell a few more times, before turning to Tang San and saying, "Little San, the blue silvergrass is indeed an excellent martial soul for spinning the top." Tang San comprehended the situation and resumed playing with the spinning top using his blue silvergrass. Yi Zhiqiu, in a fit of frenzy within his shell, declared vehemently, "Once I step outside, I shall not rest until we are at odds." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances, pondering whether this was excessively cruel. Zhu Zhuqing continued to observe the unfolding scene with an air of indifference, yet a flicker of compassion crossed her eyes. Dai Mubai, with arms crossed, glanced at the quintet who had just been present, only to discover that they had long since made their escape. "Little San," he sighed, "perhaps it is best to let this matter lie. Further escalation could lead to greater complications." Tang San gazed at Tang Tian, who seemed to share a similar sentiment. He then swung the god-slaying spear again, intending to hasten the spinning of the gyroscope. To his surprise, the tortoise shell shattered abruptly, sending Yi Zhiqiu flying out. Ning Rongrong covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. "Brother Tian, aren't you being a bit excessive?" At that moment, a languid voice broke the tension. "Not at all. It's all about whose fist is larger." Everyone paused in astonishment. "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" Xiao Wu cast a glance at the oblivious Yi Zhiqiu and remarked, "Why do you ask me? Go check if he is dead." Ma Hongjun was the first to respond, rushing to examine the unconscious Yi Zhiqiu. "Someone needs to wake him up." Zhu Zhuqing frowned, feeling disgusted. "Let me handle it." Ma Hongjun, feeling ignored, awkwardly added, "I'll do it." The three girls quickly turned away. After a moment of relieving himself, Dai Mubai inquired, "Fatty, is he awake yet?" Ma Hongjun, realizing that one attempt was insufficient, sighed. "Not enough. I need to do it again." Oscar volunteered to relieve himself as well, and at last, Yi Zhiqiu stirred back to consciousness. Seeing that Yi Zhiqiu was unharmed, Xiao Wu intended to leave with the Shrek students, but Yi Zhiqiu interjected, "Wait a moment." Xiao Wu turned back, somewhat impatiently. "What is it?" Yi Zhiqiu coldly stated, "You are a teacher from that Shrek Academy, correct? Your students have just insulted our Zhonghui Academy. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?" "An explanation? What is there to explain? You brought this upon yourselves. It has nothing to do with me. I won't trouble you, so count yourself lucky," Xiao Wu replied dismissively. Who was Xiao Wu? Once a notorious figure in the spirit master world, he had little regard for a mere 50-level-old turtle. Yi Zhiqiu, incensed, approached Xiao Wu without any intention of letting the matter rest. "How arrogant." Xiao Wu covered her nose and remarked. Ma Hongjun sheepishly admitted, "I ate too many grilled sausages. It's a bit fiery." Tang Tian chuckled mischievously. Just moments ago, he had not yet had his fill of amusement, and now, here it came again. Ma Hongjun kindly cautioned, "Teacher Zhao, that old turtle has urine on it." Xiao Wu snorted disdainfully, "Go back to sleep. I shall wash my hands shortly." At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu was thoroughly incensed. Unleashing his 2,000-year defensive soul technique, he defiantly declared, "Previously, I was careless. Now, you shall pay in blood for your debts." Meanwhile, he mused to himself, "You two were overconfident. Even if your soul power surpasses mine, I can still ensure you suffer a significant loss. Let strength do the talking." Xiao Wu, with an air of arrogance, chose not to summon his martial soul. He raised his right hand and struck towards the approaching Yi Zhiqiu. Unfortunately, it was not Xiao Wu who faced the repercussions. The chilling aura surrounding Yi Zhiqiu was rendered utterly ineffective, and Xiao Wu's strike sent Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell flying. A large crack appeared on the shell. which soared through the air for over 10 meters before crashing into a tree. Xiao Wu cast a scornful glance in Yi Zhiqiu's direction, muttering to himself as he walked. It truly feels gratifying to strike without using martial souls, no wonder. Xiao Wu had long been aware that with Tang Tian, the Soul King, present, there was no rush to intervene. However, upon witnessing Tang Tian and Tang San treating the turtle shell as a spinning top, he felt a sudden urge and could not resist stepping in. Yet, he had not anticipated that the old turtle would be so fragile, easily sent flying with a single blow. Yu Zhiqiu hurriedly called for his fellow students from Songhui Academy to assist him. But upon realizing that not a single person was nearby, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted once again. Chapter 46. The soul ring combinations that shocked everyone as Xiao Wu made his way back. He praised, "You all did well. You did not bring me shame. Remember this. Upon our return, I shall reward you with individual special training." Tang Tian was indifferent, for he had the authority to abstain from training. Meanwhile, although Tang San and the others exchanged glances, none of them voiced any objections. After all, why would one refuse an opportunity to enhance their strength? Tang San expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Xiao." Xiao Wu nodded slightly and solemnly stated, "Do not become overly complacent. Tomorrow, when you enter the Stardow Forest, regardless of whether your opponents are formidable or feeble, you must work together and swiftly resolve the encounters. Always remember that you are a cohesive unit. You must assist and cooperate with one another. Only then can you proudly declare yourselves as the Shrek 8 monsters once you venture out." "Yes, Teacher Xiao." Amidst the envious gazes of many, the group returned to the hotel. The night passed in silence. At dawn the following morning, as the first light began to break, Xiao Wu used his resounding voice to rouse everyone from slumber. Upon awakening, Tang Tian was filled with astonishment, for he discovered that his 9 transformations of profound arts had ascended to the 3rd stage. As the saying goes, achieving the 3rd stage of profound arts renders one invincible among mortals. Although he had only just broken through, he possessed sufficient strength to rival the sole Douluo level of the Douluo continent. As the group set out after breakfast, the sun had just begun its ascent, and the sky was tinged with the soft hues of dawn. Upon exiting the small town, their spirits soared, and they swiftly commenced their march, covering the mere 100 miles in no time. Once they entered the forest, the dense foliage that obscured the sky was a sight to behold, and the gentle breeze carried the refreshing fragrance of the plants, invigorating their senses. Particularly for Tang Tian, each visit deepened his appreciation. The allure of nature's essence was incomparable to the smog of industrial society. Xiao Wu gestured for everyone to pause and take a brief respite. As they halted, Oscar began to chant his soul incantation in a rather mischievous manner, conjuring sausages into the hands of his companions. As the sausages were consumed, their stamina and energy gradually replenished, and their spirits lifted once more. Especially for Oscar, who was on the verge of acquiring a soul ring. He couldn't help but speculate about the surprises his next soul ring might hold. With Xiao Wu and Tang Tian present, a 1,000-year soul ring was assuredly within reach. Noticing the group's renewed vigor, Xiao Wu immediately adopted a serious tone, stating, "Remember, every soul beast in this vicinity is exceedingly dangerous. 1,000-year and even 10,000-year soul beasts may appear at any moment and pose a threat. Therefore, once we formally enter the forest, none of you are to stray beyond a 20-meter radius from me. Even for a simple nature call, at least Tang Tian must accompany you. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you are to stay close to my side. Moreover, without my express command, do not engage any soul beast recklessly. Understood?" "Understood," they replied in unison. Oscar swiftly resumed his incantation, preparing supplies that may be required unexpectedly. Moments later, he distributed a sausage and a cured sausage to each person, explaining, "The effects of my sausages will be realized if consumed within 12 hours. The sausages provide restorative benefits and stave off hunger, while the cured sausages primarily serve to detoxify and eliminate negative effects." Cautiously, they accepted the provisions and stowed them away, while Tang Tian generously shared his sausages with the group, believing that such resources should be reserved for those in need. After distributing the sausages, Oscar began to recover the soul power expended in their creation, and the group took a moment to rest. In the midst of her boredom, Ning Rongrong blinked her large, sparkling eyes and inquired, "Brother Tian, may I accompany you later?" Tang Tian took a sip of freshly squeezed orange juice to replenish his vitamins, then said, "What are you following me for? I am not skilled at protecting others. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao San and Xiao Wu. The last time I brought them to the Stardow Forest, we nearly fell victim to a gorilla, and Xiao San almost got devoured by a millennia-old spider demon." Ning Rongrong, skeptical, inquired, "Really? Is that true, Sister Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu vividly recalled Tang Tian's reckless behavior from their last adventure. Despite merely being a spirit king, he had dared to provoke the 100,000-year-old Titan Great Ape. Moreover, he had later sent Tang San into danger alone. Reflecting on this, she exclaimed, "Brother Tian is such a scatterbrain. The Titan Great Ape is undeniably a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, yet he insisted on challenging it. The fact that he allowed Xiao San to venture into peril alone infuriates me even more upon reflection." At this moment, everyone was idly passing the time, and upon overhearing the conversation between the two, they all perked up their ears to listen. Tang San believed that the incident involving the faceless spider should not be blamed on Tang Tian. He corrected Xiao Wu's assertion, saying, "We cannot hold Tian Gu accountable for the faceless spider. At that time, when the Titan giant ape arrived, there were clearly no soul beasts in the vicinity. Who could have anticipated that once it departed, a 10,000-year-old faceless spider would suddenly appear?" Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "So, how did you manage to escape from the faceless spider?" Xiao Wu candidly replied, "Why escape? In the end, that faceless spider became Xiao San's soul ring." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's final statement, the members of Shrek Academy collectively swallowed hard. Even Xiao Wujia was no exception. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. Sangu is only at the 30th level. How could he possibly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring?" Tang San cast a glance at Xiao Wu, not reproaching her for revealing the duration of his soul rings. Instead, he rose and addressed Ning Rongrong, saying, "Since everyone will find out sooner or later, I shall not conceal it any longer. This is my soul ring configuration." As he spoke, the 3 soul rings beneath his feet illuminated sequentially, displaying the colors purple, and black. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, for many soul masters could hardly reach the maximum age of their soul rings, let alone someone as extraordinary as Tang San. For instance, the pitiable configuration of that old fellow from yesterday consisted of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple rings. After the initial shock, Daimu Bai abruptly stood up, scrutinizing Tang San's soul rings with envy, and inquired, "Tang San, how did you manage to absorb soul rings that exceed the highest age limit?" Tang Tian gestured for Daimu Bai to take a seat, indicating that he would address the matter at hand. This was hardly a secret. I am referring to the master of Xiao San. He has developed a remarkable technique that enables us to double the soul power stored within our bodies. For instance, if Xiao San currently possesses a soul power level of 30, this enhancement would effectively render him akin to possessing 2 levels of 30. While it does not grant additional soul rings, the overall physical prowess and soul power reserves would at least reach the standard of approximately 50. Thus, although absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is fraught with peril, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. The aloof Zhu Zhuqing also posed her inquiry, questioning if that meant that if Tang San did not compress his soul power, he would now be at level 60? Tang Tian shook his head and elucidated. The cultivation of a soul master becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Even if Xiao San does not compress his soul power, he still would not have reached level 60 by now. Ma Hongjun sighed. In comparison to you all, we are no longer considered monsters. Chapter 47, The Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. Tang San consoled, "The teacher may arrive at Shrek Academy in due time. At that moment, you shall have the opportunity to consult him regarding this matter. I firmly believe that he will impart his knowledge to you." Tang Tian appropriately remarked, "A soul master must contend with heaven and challenge the earth. Let us strive forth. Perhaps your next soul ring will be a 10,000-year one." Xiao Wujia was rendered speechless, reflecting on the absence of a mentor during his own journey, and after a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, signaling their departure. "To be honest, I truly envy you all." On this occasion, Xiao Wujia indicated that he would take the rear guard, while Dai Mubai and Tang San led the way. Oscar and Ning Rongrong flanked Tang Tian, and they officially entered the Stardow Forest. The paramount concern of Shrek Academy was, indeed, the safety of the academy itself. And Xiao Wujia was genuinely apprehensive about any potential mishaps that could befall it. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu felt as if she had returned home. Just like the last time, she perceived no danger in this place, skipping joyfully along, which caused Xiao Wujia's brow to remain furrowed. Fortunately, Xiao Wu did not stray far from the group, so he refrained from voicing his concerns. Logically speaking, after Xiao Wu concealed her aura, the Ming and Air Ming should not have sensed her return. However, the method by which soul beasts locate others is akin to a dog's keen sense of smell. They could detect her presence and, excitedly, Air Ming prepared to rush over to see Xiao Wu once more. During their previous expedition into the Stardow Forest, Tang Tian had cleared a path effortlessly with the 4 sword of extermination, oblivious to the complexity of the terrain. Now, with Dai Mubai leading, Tang Tian realized the arduous nature of the task, as each stroke was a laborious hack through the thorns. This time, fortune seemed to elude them, for they soon encountered a group of soul beasts. Xiao Wujia lowered his voice, signaling everyone to halt. The soul beasts, identified as a pack of gold-devouring mice, were discovered by Tang San. These soul beasts are characterized by their gregarious nature and their diet of hard metals and ores. A single bite could easily fracture bones. The gold-devouring mice had already caught wind of the group's presence, but evidently had no intention of engaging, perhaps due to their aversion to flesh. Sensing no immediate threat, Tang San and Dai Mubai resumed their path, merely altering their direction. As they advanced, Ning Rongrong quietly inquired of Tang Tian, "Why are we taking a detour? Those gold-devouring mice could have been annihilated in an instant by your area attack skill, Brother Tian." Tang Tian smiled, feeling disinclined to take action. They held no interest in us, and besides, it might attract a swarm of soul beasts. So why poke this hornet's nest for no reason? Ning Rongrong admired, stating, "I never imagined that Brother Tian's experience was so profound." Tang Tian casually remarked. What the teacher taught was merely a bit I overheard. That master must undoubtedly be an immensely powerful sage, possessing invaluable insights that our 7 treasures glazed sect lacks. Tang Tian smiled faintly. Pondering the notion of strength, perhaps it was true. He had never truly concerned himself with the Master's cultivation. The formations they had encountered were the result of the Master's solitary research over the years within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Many years ago, under Tang Tian's persuasion, the Master had returned to the sect. Otherwise, Tang Tian's enterprises would have lacked protection. The current slow progress was largely due to the presence of many people, contrasting sharply with Tang Tian's previous ostentatious demeanor, making their actions resemble that of thieves. After approximately an hour, they were nearing midday. The efforts of the past hour had left everyone feeling fatigued, as they had to remain vigilant while simultaneously warding off several waves of soul beasts. Due to the circumstances surrounding Tang San and Xiao Wu, they had not killed a single soul beast, even when confronted by the most foolish of them. All right, let us take a moment to rest. We shall depart again in an hour, Xiao Wujing commanded, allowing everyone to relax their tense nerves that had been taut all morning. Tang Tian wielded his god-slaying spear with deft precision, swiftly clearing a substantial area, and produced several sofas for everyone to temporarily recuperate. Tang San, rendered speechless, remarked, Brother Tian, how could you adorn yourself with such trinkets sent by our esteemed teacher? Tang Tian retrieved some water and food, distributing it to everyone in turn. He then remarked, I later acquired some soul-guiding devices. They are remarkably useful. Oscar took a brief respite before commencing the preparation of sausages, which everyone eagerly consumed, paying little heed to the distasteful soul incantations. Just as the group was resting, fortune unexpectedly smiled upon them. Xiao Wuji boomed, Everyone, rise. Something is approaching. From the northwest direction, a rustling sound suddenly emerged, gradually intensifying, revealing the remarkable speed of its approach. Zhu Shiqing, ascertain what it is. Xiao Wuji commanded in a low voice. True to her feline nature, Zhu Shiqing silently ascended a nearby tree, keenly observing the source of the sound. Simultaneously, Tang Tian leapt into action, springing onto a neighboring tree. With cats possessing exceptional vision, it was not long before Zhu Shiqing's cool voice echoed from above, suggesting that it might be a flying serpent. Tang Tian feigned a glance and interrupted Zhu Shiqing's words, declaring, It is a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, Oscar, you are in for a treat. Tang Tian, you shall remain here to safeguard everyone, while I assess its age, he continued. It is approaching us swiftly, yet its body seems to struggle with maintaining balance, Zhu Shiqing remarked once more, her tone as frosty as ever. Tang Tian suddenly inquired. No need to look further. Approximately 1,300 years to around 1,800 years is perfectly suitable for Oscar. As soon as he arrives, I shall secure it immediately. Tang San also felt delighted for Oscar. Little Oscar, if you acquire the soul ring, your next soul skill should pertain to speed. Whether it enhances your supportive abilities or your own velocity, it would be quite advantageous. Moreover, the phoenix-tailed chicken crown serpent possesses weak offensive capabilities and a rather singular approach, making it a rare find over a millennium. You are fortunate. Oscar's enchanting peach blossom eyes instantly brightened. Little San, I've come to realize that you two brothers are like encyclopedias of the Soul Master world. Truly impressive. Not just him, except for Xiao Wu. Even Zhao Wujing's gaze towards the Tang brothers shifted subtly. It is important to note that soul beasts, much like martial souls, are incredibly diverse, with their ages and ranks challenging to ascertain. To comprehend such intricacies merely from their appearances and characteristics is indeed a rarity within the vast realm of soul masters. Tang Sen smiled shyly and replied, This is all the merit of my teacher. Zhao Wujuan could not help but inquire, Since you are familiar with this spirit beast, what is the most effective method for capturing it? Tang San pointed towards Tang Tian, indicating that his brother would take care of the situation shortly. And we simply needed to observe. Zhao Wujia nodded in understanding, realizing, indeed, after all, your Millennium Soul Ring was also captured by Tang Tian. Which puts my mind at ease. Oscar chuckled, Of course, after this, I must treat him to plenty of sausages. Oscar smiled broadly, That's a given. We are all comrades. So he can indulge freely. Chapter 48. Oscar's spring fate often bends to the whims of destiny. The phoenix-tailed chicken crest serpent, initially aimed directly at Tang Tian, seemed to sense impending danger and veered towards Zhu Shiqing. However, just as Tang Tian contemplated unleashing his soul skill to resolve the serpent, Zhu Shiqing leapt down from the tree, fearlessly charging towards the phoenix-tailed chicken crest serpent. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Tian shouted, Zhu Shiqing, strike its flesh crown. That is its Achilles heel. Zhu Shiqing, renowned as A, heeded Tang Tian's command and abruptly altered her attack midair, unleashing her first soul technique, the ethereal thrust, aimed directly at the flesh crown of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent. The serpent was struck forcefully upon its crown, and in agony, it plummeted to the ground. Its mouth agape as it spewed forth a vibrant cloud of multicolored smoke towards Zhu Shiqing. Simultaneously, it took to the skies once more, intent on fleeing. Daimubai, reacting almost instinctively, shouted, Be careful. In the turmoil of concern and fury, he activated the white tiger transformation, his aura surging as he charged fiercely towards the serpent. The famed 7 treasures, particularly the second, speed, bestowed by Ning Rongrong, was perfectly timed, rendering Dai Mubai's body lighter and his speed swifter. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent, quick to react, suddenly twisted its head and veered towards Tang Tian, leaving Dai Mubai grasping at thin air. This, however, ignited a spark of inspiration in Tang Tian, who wielded the god-slaying spear like a club, delivering a mighty blow that rendered the serpent unconscious. To ensure safety, Tang San promptly activated his second soul skill, binding the fainted phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent securely, allowing only its fleshy crest to protrude. Observing Dai Mubai's anxious demeanor, Tang Tian kindly reminded him, "The multicolored mist of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent is merely a fright tactic. It is entirely non-toxic." With this revelation, Dai Mubai visibly relaxed. "It's done." The group erupted into jubilant cheers. Oscar's excitement was palpable as he dashed towards Xiao Wu in quick strides. "Well done. I didn't even need to intervene. You managed it all on your own." Xiao Wujian's deep voice resonated as he applauded and approached the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, her gaze cast downward, her large eyes filled with compassion as she softly inquired, "Must we truly hunt the spirit beast?" Tang San let out a soft sigh and remarked, "The principle of survival is indeed the law of the jungle. If this serpent were to be more powerful than us, do you believe our fate would differ from its own? Moreover, do soul beasts not also inflict harm upon one another?" Xiao Wu remained silent, her head bowed, her complexion still somewhat pale. Unlike Ayin, Xiao Wu had experienced little conflict throughout her upbringing, having always been sheltered by her parents as well as De Ming and Heir Ming, which rendered her so remarkably innocent. Tang Tian tossed his god-slaying spear and addressed Oscar. "Aim this at the flesh crest of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and the soul ring shall truly belong to you." Oscar, brimming with excitement, grasped the spear that had been embedded in the ground, his hand trembling at the prospect of acquiring his third soul skill. Soon, he managed to steady himself and thrust the spear towards the snake's flesh tumor. Due to the relatively shorter duration taken to defeat the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake compared to the original narrative, Tang Tian remained anxious about the anticipated appearance of the formidable dragon snake, which had yet to show itself. Xiao Wu sensed that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had indeed lost its life force and gestured to Oscar that he could absorb the soul ring. Oscar promptly seated himself beside the snake, raised his hand to summon his large sausage, and under the gentle pink glow, the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was drawn into his essence, preparing to absorb his third soul ring. Seeing that the soul ring was secured, Xiao Wu kicked aside the carcass of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out, demanding to know who had slain the creature. Almost immediately, 2 figures emerged from the direction where the snake had fallen, revealing themselves to the onlookers. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s. Yet exuding vitality, her wrinkled face flushed as if she were an infant. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and in her right hand, she wielded a 3-meter-long serpent-headed staff, with 6 soul rings undulating around her. It was evident that the staff was her martial spirit. Beside the elderly woman stood a striking young girl, her short hair framing a face that seemed to belong to a 13 or 14-year-old, clad in fitted attire that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her deep brown eyes fixated on Oscar and the unabsorbed soul ring, and she whispered to the elderly woman, "Grandmother, I have my eye on that boy." The sudden appearance of the elderly woman and the girl startled everyone, but upon noticing that the elder possessed only 6 soul rings, they collectively sighed in relief. Leaving aside Xiao Wujia's 7 soul rings, even Tang Tian's 5 would likely be sufficient to handle the aged woman. Meanwhile, Tang Tian's 5 soul rings flickered momentarily. Although their colors were indiscernible, it was clear that he was not to be underestimated. While Shrek Academy felt a sense of relief, the elderly woman's expression grew grave. She quickly noted the 7 soul rings adorning Xiao Wujia and recognized Tang Tian's display of strength. A soul sage. How curious that a soul sage and a soul king would appear in the outskirts of the Douluo forest, she mused, her heart sinking. Confronting them would surely yield no favorable outcome, and she resolved to heed her granddaughter's inclination. "What brings you here?" Xiao Wujia inquired, casting a glance at the serpent-headed staff in the elderly woman's grasp. She cleared her throat, softening her expression, and replied, "Greetings, esteemed soul sage. That phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was hunted by us first." Before Xiao Wujia could respond, Tang Tian interjected, "Ah, dear grandmother, that soul ring is on the verge of absorption. Even so, it cannot be taken from us." Xiao Wujia nodded noncommittally, then smiled coldly. "If I may ask, what is your esteemed name?" The elderly woman replied, "I dare not presume. I am Chao Tianxiang, known in the spirit master community as the Serpent Matriarch. My husband is Ming Shu, referred to as Dragon Lord. We have come to the Douluo forest in search of a suitable third soul ring for our granddaughter, and little did we expect to encounter such an incident." At her introduction, Xiao Wujia was taken aback, his voice deepening. "You are indeed the Serpent Matriarch of the legendary dragon snake?" Chao Tianxiang smiled lightly. "Indeed, I am. And may I inquire about your esteemed name, soul sage?" Xiao Wujia's expression shifted slightly. He had heard of the legendary couple, renowned for their formidable prowess. In particular, he was aware that Dragon Lord Meng Shu had reached the level of Soul Sage long ago, and it would not surprise him if he had now attained the rank of title Douluo. The thought of their exceedingly potent martial spirit fusion technique filled Xiao Wu with trepidation. Resisting it would be nearly impossible without the strength of a title Douluo. Chapter 49. A new addition to Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu contemplated the possibility of eliminating the grandmother and granddaughter duo to silence them. Yet he realized he had yet to discern their intentions, making action premature. Moreover, the couple shared an unbreakable bond, and with the serpent matriarch present, Dragon Lord was likely nearby. "I am Xiao Wu," he stated, softening his demeanor as he introduced himself. He had little choice. The safety of his students was paramount, and provoking the pair could spell disaster. Xiao Tianxiang's demeanor shifted slightly. "No wonder I encountered such a young soul sage. It is the renowned, immovable king of the spirit master community." Xiao Wu chuckled awkwardly. "I am unworthy of such accolades. I was once infamous, but I have since sought a quieter life, teaching at Shrek Academy. This time, I brought these children to the Stardow Forest, not only to secure a soul ring for one of them, but also to expose them to the world. Little did I anticipate meeting esteemed predecessors." Xiao Tianxiang's eyes brightened as a thought struck her. "Given our age difference, I shall be bold and address you as Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, while the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is of great significance to my granddaughter, since your disciple has absorbed it, I shall not press further." Xiao Wu was astonished at how amicable the once feared serpent matriarch was being. The pair shared whispered words before she continued, "However, my granddaughter is 14 this year and lacks a mentor. Might you consider taking her under your wing? I assure you, I will remember this kindness and repay it in due time. Of course, we are not short of funds." Shouted Jia. "Are you truly willing to entrust your granddaughter to us?" Xiao Wu expressed his astonishment. The girl beside Xiao Tianxiang, who had been eyeing Oscar intently, chimed in, "Of course. I am so bored at home by myself. I would love to find some peers to play with." As she spoke, she set aside her serpent-headed staff. Her gaze filled with youthful exuberance as she continued to watch Oscar. The members of Shrek Academy were not oblivious, with one exception. They all recognized the girl's interest in Oscar. However, out of respect for her elder, no one mentioned it, including Xiao Wu who pretended not to notice. Xiao Tianxiang frowned at her granddaughter. "You silly girl." Xiao Wu smiled gently. "Sister Han, if that is the case, I will gladly accept your granddaughter as a student at Shrek Academy. I will ensure her soul ring is suitable, a millennium soul ring, no less. Besides, young people thrive on companionship. Your granddaughter may even find a friend at the academy." Xiao Tianxiang responded with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Xiao Wu nodded and began to boast about Shrek Academy's educational standards. "Children, release your soul rings." As Xiao Wu issued his command, everyone unleashed their respective martial souls. Among them, Ning Rongrong and Tang Sen revealed only their soul rings, leaving the nature of their martial souls undisclosed to each other. Meanwhile, Tang Tian, absorbed in thought, pondered why this matter had been so effortlessly handled, reflecting on his earlier oversight. Before him, 7 young men and women stood, their soul rings gleaming brightly, each possessing at least 2 yellow soul rings symbolizing centuries of cultivation, while Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu boasted an additional purple 1,000-year soul ring. 2 purple and 1 black. What a monstrous combination. Surely, I must be seeing things. This sight left Shipa Xiang astounded, doubting her own vision. She turned to observe Oscar once more, realizing he was indeed the one her granddaughter had chosen. Observing the astonishment in Xiang's eyes, Xiao Wu felt a surge of satisfaction within himself and, with a hearty smile, remarked, "Elder, our Shrek Academy's teaching standards are quite commendable, wouldn't you agree?" Xiang took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, and responded with genuine delight. "Truly, as a disciple of the unmoved king, it is evident that heroes emerge in youth. I can rest assured to entrust my granddaughter to you." The girl, much like Ning Rongrong, had been spoiled by her family, and Xiang eagerly sought a place for her to hone her skills. Xiao Wu, patting Oscar on the back, resumed his boasting. "This lad here is a food-type soul master, having just reached level 30. Alas, I am a busy man, and thus I brought them here, fortuitously encountering the soul ring, which he still bears." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Xiang was once again taken aback. "What did you say? He is a food-type soul master?" The term food-type instantly elevated her perception of Oscar. With a warm demeanor, she turned to Oscar. "Young man, are you truly a food-type soul master? May I inquire about your sect?" Oscar shook his head and replied, "I am not from any sect. The dean mentioned that my martial soul has undergone a mutation, resulting in this." A talented food-type soul master without a background and a mutated martial soul, this combination tightened Xiang's heart. She resolved to ensure her granddaughter captured his interest. With Oscar's assistance, her granddaughter's future would be nothing short of splendid. As she gazed at Oscar, her expression increasingly resembled that of a senior regarding a junior. She mused that Oscar might one day become her granddaughter's husband, thus allowing him to benefit from her family's resources. This might be the best outcome, for she had long heard of Xiao Wu's notorious reputation. Had it not been for his formidable title, who knows what might have transpired. The more she contemplated, the more fitting it seemed, even prompting her to urge Oscar to swiftly absorb the soul ring. With a protective entourage surrounding him, Oscar began to absorb the soul ring without a hint of danger. After approximately half an hour, he awakened with a look of sheer excitement. "Congratulations, young Oscar," Xiao Wu said, smiling at him. Following the acquisition of his third soul ring, Oscar underwent subtle changes. He appeared slightly taller and more spirited. But the most striking transformation was in his peach blossom eyes, which sparkled with 7 colors. Reminiscent of the energy released when the phoenix-tailed cox-crowned serpent had intimidated everyone earlier. Daimubai's hearty laughter echoed, "Little Oscar, congratulations. Show us what your third soul ring skill is." Clearly thrilled by the acquisition of his third soul ring, Oscar's excitement waned when Daimubai mentioned the skill. He awkwardly replied, "Never mind, let's discuss it later." Just then, with Sheepa present, Xiao Wu, mindful of her reputation, playfully tapped Oscar's head and insisted, "Little Oscar, do share." Reluctantly, Oscar raised his right hand and finally recited his third soul spell, "I possess a mushroom sausage." The moment his words escaped, laughter erupted among the group. Ma Hongjuan's amusement escalated to the point of gasping for breath, and even Xiao Wu and Sheepa joined in the hearty laughter. Oscar, filled with indignation, glared at everyone. Weren't we supposed to refrain from laughing? His words only exacerbated the hilarity. Xiao Wu, being a teacher, was the first to regain composure, looking at Oscar's frustrated expression. "Little Oscar, please enlighten us on the uses of this mushroom sausage. The abilities derived from a 1,000-year soul ring must be impressive." With a huff, Oscar replied, "Laugh as you will, from now on, aside from Tang Tian and the new junior, no one shall partake of my mushroom sausage." As he spoke, he proudly lifted the sausage he had just created and declared, "Mushroom sausage, third soul ring skill. Effect, flight." The laughter ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned to Oscar in disbelief. Even Ning Rongrong, who hailed from the 7-treasure glazed tile school and was known for possessing the continent's strongest support martial soul, stared wide-eyed at Oscar. She understood well that among support-type soul masters, those with the ability to assist flight were exceedingly rare, typically only appearing at the 6th soul skill or higher. Yet Oscar's flight ability manifested at merely his 3rd skill. This confirmed Flanders' assertion that Oscar could potentially surpass the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. When he first arrived at the academy, despite Oscar's good looks, Ning Rongrong had deemed him the least promising due to his lack of offensive capabilities and the fact that he wielded a sausage martial soul. She had even dismissed his advances as a joke. However, with Flanders' endorsement and her own experience of Oscar's support capabilities, her perspective began to shift. Yet, it was limited. She was not superficial, and some opportunities, once missed, could not be reclaimed. Moreover, regardless of Oscar's potential, his lewd demeanor while reciting soul spells had always left her feeling uncomfortable. Mengeran, however, held a different view, having been infatuated with Oscar from the start. The revelation of his powerful soul skill only deepened her admiration, eagerly wishing to confirm their relationship. Clearing his throat, Oscar observed the stunned expressions around him and, feeling quite pleased, feigned a cough before continuing. "I have yet to mention that my 3rd soul ring skill allows me to fly for 1 minute." With the exception of Xiao Wu, who managed to contain himself, everyone else erupted in exclamations. Daimubai, exasperated, remarked, "Little Oscar, why the heavy breathing? Are you courting punishment?" Meng Iran shot Daimubai a glare, prompting him to quickly silence himself. Oscar grinned and teased, "Dai, are you threatening me? What's wrong with flying for 1 minute? This is at the speed of the phoenix-tailed cox-crowned serpent." "What?" Daimubai exclaimed, astonished. "Are you saying that consuming your mushroom sausage will enable one to fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed cox-crowned serpent for 1 minute? Is that even possible?" Oscar responded with pride, "Why not? My instincts are infallible. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. But from now on, if you wish to have my mushroom sausage, you'll need to plead with me." Tang Tian meticulously analyzed. Oscar's soul skill indeed originates from the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, making the acquisition of such a skill highly plausible. "Congratulations, little Oscar, on gaining a rare escape technique. From now on, you shall be affectionately known as Oscar the Fleeter." Tang Sen nodded in agreement, stating, "The phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake can soar over 2,000 meters in a minute. Xiao Ao's skill is undoubtedly an extraordinary escape technique. However, I wonder how many of these sausages you can produce at once." Oscar pondered for a moment and replied, "This mushroom sausage consumes a significant amount of soul power, as it is a millennium soul skill. Given my current condition, I can only produce a maximum of 10 at once before my soul power is depleted. I would need to fully recover before I can manufacture them again." Daimubai then offered a compliment. 10 is sufficient. As your soul power increases, that number will also rise. Among food-type auxiliary martial spirits, your sausages can now be classified as top tier. It seems we shall soon have to call you Ao-run. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction, saying, "At least the effort was not in vain. Xiao Ao, well done. I'll arrange some additional training for you later. Now, everyone, prepare to camp. Tomorrow we shall hunt soul rings for our new recruits." At that moment, a young girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello everyone. My name is Mengiran. My martial spirit is the snake staff. and I am a 30 level 2-ring battle soul master. As she drew closer, Tang Tian noticed that this girl, Meng Yiran, was exceptionally beautiful. Though she was merely 14 years old, her physical development was already remarkable. Compared to her, the girls from the academy seemed somewhat immature. Perhaps only the youthful-looking Zhu Zhuqing could rival her. A hint of a smile graced Zhu Zhuqing's cool, delicate face. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong rushed over to take her hand. Everyone was filled with excitement, as the number of Shrek Academy students was exceedingly small. Even with Meng Yiran included, there were merely 9 of them, a number insignificant compared to the multitude within a single class at any other academy. Xiao Wujia also exhibited a face of exhilaration. A 14-year-old Grand Master of Souls, while not exceptional within Shrek Academy, would be considered a prodigy elsewhere. Meng Yiran was perhaps the greatest boon of this expedition. The thought of returning to see Vlad's tearful gratitude made Xiao Wujia feel even more elated. Suddenly, however, the mirth in Xiao Wujia's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy aura that emanated from him. With a low growl, he summoned his martial spirit, the powerful golden bear, which rapidly enveloped him. Everyone, be on high alert, Xiao Wujia bellowed, his deep voice startling everyone. After days of collaboration, the students had developed a certain synergy and quickly formed the previous formation, with Meng Yiran and Oscar surrounded at the center, while Snake Lady kept a wary eye on the direction Xiao Wujia was facing. Teacher Zhao, what is happening? Dai Mubai inquired. Swiftly approaching Xiao Wujia with a look of concern, Xiao Wujia did not respond directly to his question, instead instructing, everyone, gather behind me. If anything occurs, do not concern yourselves with me, evacuate immediately and leave the Stardow Forest. He turned to Tang Tian, you possess the highest soul power here, while I am absent. The responsibility of protecting everyone falls to you. Do not let my sacrifice be in vain. Snake Lady then addressed Meng Yiran, who was shielded by the group, saying, in my absence, listen closely to your grandfather. While Tang Tian had an inkling of what was transpiring, the rest remained oblivious to the situation that had provoked Xiao Wujia's usual self-assured demeanor to shift into one of anxiety. Just then, the Titan Great Ape stealthily emerged in front of them. Chapter 51. The disturbing presence of the Titan Great Ape. This Titan Great Ape was notorious for its penchant for surprises, lurking silently nearby before suddenly appearing to elicit a shock from its unsuspecting audience. Tang Tian beheld the Titan Ape, and the Titan Ape, in turn, gazed back at him. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before the Titan Ape spoke. Human, you again, what a narrow path for old enemies. It was indeed the king of the forest. The Titan Ape. The sheer enormity of the creature made Xiao Wuji's voice tremble. Esteemed king of the forest, we have not meant to offend you. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately, Xiao Wuji said, forcing himself to remain composed. He believed that since the Titan Ape could articulate human speech, it must also comprehend his words. Faced with such an imposing presence, engaging in dialogue seemed the only viable option. The Titan Ape paid no heed to Xiao Wuji's entreaty and took a step towards Tang Tian. This seemingly minor movement sent shivers down Xiao Wuji's spine. After all, if this formidable being were displeased, it could spell doom for them all before they even had a chance to flee. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wuji resolved to sacrifice himself, declaring, I will hold it off. You must swiftly consume Oscar's mushroom sausage and evacuate from here. I fear I cannot endure for long. You must act quickly. With that, Xiao Wuji took a deep breath, his 7 rings shining brightly as he charged towards the Titan Ape. Before the Titan Ape, the unmoved king unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills, amplifying his power. Yet, the Titan Ape remained haughty, disregarding Xiao Wuji entirely and deftly sidestepping him, leaving Xiao Wuji grasping at thin air. Having encountered Tang Tian before, the Titan Ape had learned to evade rather than engage. With Xiao Wu present, killing was not an option, it could only dodge and weave. Big guy, it seems you've grown clever in our brief absence, Tang Tian interjected, sensing Xiao Wuji's impending confrontation with the Titan Ape would end poorly. Human, do you believe I could squash you with a single slap? The Titan Ape taunted, opting for a war of words instead. Words are free, Tang Tian replied, but I recall you were sent flying by me several times before. The Titan Ape remained silent, instead digging in its nose and flinging the contents towards Tang Tian. The sight of the basketball-sized booger made Tang Tian recoil in disgust. Big guy, with behavior like that, no girl would ever fancy you. The Titan Ape chose not to respond, turning away and preparing to unleash a fart upon Tang Tian. Phew. The members of Shrek hurriedly dodged, and Xiao Wuji rushed back to assist the students. Unfortunately, in his eagerness, he collided with Ma Hongjun, resulting in both being caught in the blast zone, fortuitously propelled far away by the foul wind. Xiao Wu, you handle this, Tang Tian declared, utterly speechless at the Titan Ape's antics. It's hard to believe this monkey, the esteemed king of the forest, turns out to be Xiao Wu's friend. Xiao Wuji remarked as he munched on Oscar's healing sausage, casting a glance at Tang Tian. Tang Tian lowered his voice and addressed the crowd, stating, as far as I am aware, this monkey has a fondness for Xiao Wu. Roar. You are indeed a monkey. Have I spoken incorrectly? Humanity, do not overstep your bounds. Tang Tian lay on the grass with his hands clasped behind his head, exclaiming, oh, I am so tired. Xiao Wu, Let this foolish giant keep watch. I am going to sleep. The Titan giant ape felt a twinge of displeasure at being ordered about by Tang Tian, retorting, human. Why aren't you keeping watch? Xiao Wu interjected, Ming, do not take him seriously, you cannot win against him. Tang Tian continued, if you are unwilling to take on such a noble task as keeping watch over Xiao Wu, how can you claim to harbor any affection for her? Are you even a man? The Titan giant ape intended to heed Xiao Wu's words and ignore Tang Tian, yet could not restrain itself from uttering another remark. Human, I shall guard. You need not prattle on. Tang Tian yawned, preparing to succumb to slumber, yet he couldn't resist teasing the Titan giant ape one last time. Everyone, make sure to rest well. Free labor should not go to waste, and it's quite safe, indeed. The anxious crowd, witnessing Tang Tian's peaceful slumber, gradually surrendered to their exhaustion, as the day's exploits in the Douluo forest had proven overwhelmingly taxing. As for the night watch, the Titan giant ape merely needed to exude its aura. However, to everyone's surprise, it chose to suppress its presence, standing resolutely like a sentinel. Once the others had drifted into dreams, Xiao Wu quietly rose and conversed with the Titan giant ape, which delighted the creature immensely. The following morning, the group awakened early. Finding the Titan giant ape still awake, playfully toying with a feeble little spider in its grasp, Tang San immediately recognized the creature as a humanoid demon spider, akin to his third spirit ring, albeit younger in age. Xiao Wu, rubbing her eyes, inquired of the Titan giant ape, Ming, what do you have there? The Titan giant ape, eager to please, placed the humanoid demon spider at Xiao Wu's feet, startling her. However, Long Po's eyes sparkled at the sight, as this spider would serve as an excellent third spirit ring for her granddaughter, Meng. Eventually, through Xiao Wu's persuasion, Meng absorbed the humanoid demon spider. The Titan giant ape's amiability stemmed from the fact that humanoid demon spiders are universally detested, feared by both spirit beasts and spirit masters alike. It was unclear whether it was due to the high prevalence of humanoid demon spiders or some other reason, but Meng also obtained a soul bone, specifically the left arm bone from the humanoid demon spider. With this matter settled, the group began their departure from the Douluo forest. After bidding farewell to the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu's mood visibly dampened, prompting Tang San to rush over to console her. Along their journey, they encountered Long Gong Meng Shu, a tall, elderly man who appeared to be in his 70s, with a head full of silver hair, similar to Chao Tianxiang. He wielded a silver dragon-headed cane, intricately detailed and dazzling. What brings you all here? Long Gong Meng Shu inquired, his voice clear and youthful, a stark contrast to his age. Chao Tianxiang, surprised to see her husband, hurried over to whisper a few words to him. Xiao Wu, after their exchange, greeted the elder with a smile, saying, it is an honor to meet you, Senior Long Gong. Long Gong, already informed of the situation by Chao Tianxiang, responded with a smile, you are too kind, Teacher Zhao. We may require your assistance in the future. I must trouble you with my unworthy granddaughter. Xiao Wu humbly replied. Rest assured, Senior Long Gong, we at Shrek Academy have demonstrated our teaching prowess to Sister Chao. Your granddaughter will be in capable hands. Old Meng Shu, astute as ever, produced a pouch of gold soul coins and offered them to Xiao Wu. Teacher Zhao, please do not call me senior so casually. This is Iran's tuition fee, and I hope you will take good care of her moving forward. Xiao Wu, ever perceptive, quickly grasped Meng Shu's intent and insisted, Senior Long Gong, this is far too much. We truly do not require such an amount. After a round of polite refusals, initially thinking the funds insufficient, Meng Shu added more. Upon realizing Xiao Wu was genuinely reluctant to accept excess, he stated, Teacher Zhao, if you continue this, I shall be displeased. Only then did Xiao Wu accept the coins, and the two exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. Long Gong called for Chao Tianxiang, indicating he needed to discuss something with Meng Yiran, and the three of them moved to another location to converse. Meng Yiran asked her grandfather, why did you summon me here? Long Gong Meng Shu probed, do you truly have feelings for that food-type spirit master? Meng Yiran's cheeks flushed, and she hesitated to respond. Long Gong and Chao Tianxiang exchanged knowing smiles, with Chao Tianxiang encouragingly saying, if you truly like him, pursue him. After all, it was I who chased after your grandfather. Long Gong Meng Shu remarked, that lad seems quite exceptional. Not only is he talented, but he also possesses a humble demeanor. If you were to wed him, within 2 decades, he would undoubtedly elevate our family to new heights. Meng Yiran paused, her eyes shimmering with determination. I understand. I shall give it a try. Meng Shu smiled. As long as you are happy, it matters not. Even if you later realize he is not to your liking, we will not force you. Chao Tianxiang sighed. Each generation has its own fortune. Let Iran decide her own path. However, I must advise you, dear, that some opportunities come but once in a lifetime, and they are fleeting. If you truly care, do not let go. Meng Shu grasped Chao Tianxiang's hand, reassuringly saying, come now, do not speak so gravely. Our Iran is beautiful. I cannot fathom any young man not being drawn to her. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, watching the three depart, turned to Oscar with envy, exclaiming, Oscar, you've hit the jackpot. Not only have you gained a remarkable spirit skill, but you've also caught the eye of a stunning girl. Just look at our new classmate's figure. He sighed, Why is it that no beautiful girls are interested in me? Dai Mubai teased. Come on, let's not even mention your looks. Just consider your physique. Ma Hongjun retorted, Dai, with your charm, you're hardly a romantic expert. Don't you know that while attractive appearances are commonplace, interesting souls are rare gems? Dai Mubai scoffed. Please, do you even possess an interesting soul? Zhu Zhiqing, unable to resist, chimed in, you're not much better. Both of you have rather unrefined souls. Dai Mubai, feeling embarrassed, quickly changed the subject, asking, so, Xiao Wu, how did the Titan giant ape come to like you? And what about Tang Tian? That Titan giant ape clearly harbors some grievances against you. Dai Mubai's deft topic shift drew everyone's attention to Tang Tian and Xiao Wu. In a brief span, Tang Tian's brain cells perished in rapid succession, totaling 100. He mused, in truth, even during the days when the Titan great ape was merely a little monkey, I had already developed a fondness for Xiao Wu. As for my sentiments, Ning Rongrong made a funny face, and I was foolish enough to believe it. Isn't it a known fact that little monkeys are attracted to female monkeys? To me, Xiao Wu is nothing more than a mere little rabbit. How could that be possible? Tang Tian wore an expression of utter bewilderment. How could we possibly comprehend the thoughts of a monkey? After all, the last time we ventured into the Stardow forest, Xiao Wu had captured the affections of that little monkey, and I found myself embroiled in a skirmish with it. All in the name of protecting Xiao Wu and Xiao San. Zhu Zhiqing approached and patted Tang Tian on the shoulder, saying, stop fabricating stories. None of us believe you. Zhao Wujie regarded Tang Tian with an incredulous look, then remarked, regardless of the circumstances, we have emerged from this adventure unscathed. Once the new junior returns, we shall promptly return to Shrek Academy. Xiao Ao seized the opportunity. Bidding farewell to the formidable dragon and serpent, the group continued on their journey, swiftly exiting the Stardow Great Forest. Although the refreshing air was no longer present, a sense of relief enveloped them. If we push on a little further, we shall be able to rest in the town, Zhao Wujie smiled. Tang Tian Dao, if everyone is in good spirits, let's tighten up a bit. Once we arrive at the town, I will treat everyone to drinks as a gesture to welcome our new junior sisters. Teacher Zhao, you must not decline this time. You are indeed the great benefactor of this occasion. Zhao Wujie smiled gently and replied, Little Tian, I am aware of your wealth. However, my capacity for alcohol is quite substantial. Tang Sen chuckled heartily. Teacher Zhao, have you ever heard of Matai? That distillery is all run by Brother Tian. Zhao Wujie licked his lips and replied, then I shall not be polite. Their expedition into the Stardow Forest yielded remarkable rewards. Not only did Oscar successfully ascend to the Soul Master realm, but they also welcomed a new junior sister who had reached the same level. More significantly, the experience fostered a deeper camaraderie and strengthened the bonds among them, laying an unshakable foundation for the harmonious atmosphere of Shrek Academy in the future. The group took a full 2 days to recuperate in the quaint town. While their soul power and physical strength could have been restored in a shorter time, the mental strain they had endured necessitated a more extended period of relaxation. Tang Tian exuded an air of grandeur, covering everyone's expenses over the span of 2 days. The group refrained from their usual training, instead indulging in feasting, revelry, and delightful camaraderie, allowing their taut nerves to unwind in a euphoric manner. This fostered a swift deepening of relationships for Meng Yiran, particularly with Oscar. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to pursue Zhu Zhiqing, albeit with minimal success, nevertheless. Zhu Zhiqing finally showed willingness to converse with him, a mere fact that sent Dai Mubai into a state of exhilaration. He remained patient, recognizing that she was merely a 12-year-old girl. After 2 days, the group set out once more, and after a day of travel, they successfully returned to the Shrek Academy, located just outside Soto City. At last, we are home, Oscar exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. Zhao Wujie shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing, lower your voice. Can't you see it's already dark? He then instructed, ensure that Iran's dormitory is arranged for her, and then you all may return to your own dorms to rest. I must meet with the dean to report on our journey. After a long day of travel, fatigue enveloped the group as they made their way towards their respective dormitories. Tang Tian, wait a moment, called Ning Rongrong, just as Tang Tian was about to retreat to his dormitory for rest. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Rongrong, is there something you wish to discuss? Ning Rongrong gently bit her lip and replied, I would like to speak with you privately, if that is all right. Chapter 53. The master arrives. Oscar witnessed this scene unfold, yet he felt indifferent, for he had already established a budding relationship. Ever since Meng Yiran had joined Shrek Academy for his sake, Oscar's affections had shifted from Ning Rongrong to her, as he understood that Ning Rongrong did not harbor any feelings for him. Moreover, Meng Yiran was of a similar age, strikingly beautiful, well-proportioned, and her personality aligned perfectly with his. He thought it possible that he might even enjoy the comforts of her support in the future. To squander such a chance would be a grave injustice. Indeed, as soon as Oscar stepped outside, he was whisked away by Meng Yiran to gaze upon the moon, which filled him with immense joy. Xiao Wu, with a playful smile, looked at Ning Rongrong and encouraged, Rongrong, go for it. I'm rooting for you. With that, she made a cheeky face at Ning Rongrong before dashing off to the dormitory. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had already returned to their dormitory. At this moment, only Tang Tian and Ning Rongrong remained at the entrance of the academy. Rongrong, what is it? Tang Tian inquired. Ning Rongrong replied, Brother Tian, thank you. Thank me? Tang Xin responded with surprise, pondering to himself that he had not recently assisted Ning Rongrong in any significant way. Ning Rongrong earnestly nodded. It is precisely because of the many principles you shared with me that night that I am now fortunate enough to have so many friends. Although my father and both of my grandfathers have imparted similar wisdom, I truly cherish hearing it from you directly. Tang Tian, through keen observation, discerned that Ning Rongrong's expression was earnest, devoid of deceit. Speak plainly, what is it? Surely, it cannot be merely to express your gratitude towards me? Ning Rongrong replied. There is indeed a matter that I wish to inquire about. That night, why did you impart so many profound truths to me? If it was Dean Flanders' intention for you to console me, upon seeing that I was well, you ought to have taken your leave immediately. Tang Tian was uncertain as to why he divulged so much to Ning Rongrong. After much contemplation, he finally replied, I do not wish to see such a beautiful girl like you isolated. Ning Rongrong, brimming with excitement, turned around and skipped away, leaving behind a trail of laughter as she exclaimed, Tian Gu, if only you were not so lazy, I would surely like you. Tang Tian gazed at Ning Rongrong's departing silhouette, then glanced at the non-existent watch on his wrist, shaking his head and lamenting, alas, I have inexplicably squandered 5 minutes. It was not until he returned to his dormitory that he suddenly realized, could it be that she harbors feelings for me? Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang San did not rest. Instead, he lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. Brother Tian, why have you returned so late? Tang Tian candidly remarked. Rongrong called me aside to share a few words. Observing Tang Tian's bewildered expression, Tang Sin could not help but chuckle softly, teasingly saying, at last, you've come to your senses. It's quite remarkable, Brother Tian. What? Am I not clever? Tang Tian inquired, perplexed. Tang Sin shook his head and said, in certain respects, you truly are still a child. For instance, it is evident to everyone that Ning Rongrong has feelings for you, yet you remain oblivious to it. Tang Tian is not at a disadvantage either. As for you, the other woman, your situation is hardly any better. Tell me, what is your relationship with Xiao Wu? Tang San replied without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu is my sworn sister. Tang Tian, does she feel closer to me, or to you? Tang San pondered for a moment. Along with me. Tang Tian inquired once more, are you aware that Xiao Wu harbors feelings for you? Tang San, indeed, I am aware. He then secretly added in his heart, did you not say that last time? From then on, I became fully informed. Tang Tian closed his eyes, not in a hurry to sleep, but rather reflecting on the figures of his companions from the Shrek Academy in his mind. Each of them was a prodigious talent, their intellect surpassing that of their peers, if it weren't for his own extraordinary abilities. He recalled the fact that Ma Hongjun had already begun frequenting the Red Lantern Pavilion at the tender age of 12, along with the enigmatic twins, Dai Mubai and his counterpart. Contemplating his own budding romance, he mused that perhaps it was not too early for such feelings. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted off to sleep. In the dean's office, Flender listened with astonishment to Xiao Wuji's account of their expedition to the Stardow Forest. His expression changed several times, and only when he heard that everyone had returned safely did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed we had indeed been overly complacent, he lamented inwardly, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The next time we venture to hunt soul beasts, I will lead the team alongside 2 other instructors. These children are exceptional. Any mishap could extinguish their bright futures. Zhao Wujie, seated nearby, was even more anxious than Flender. Managing a wry smile, you cannot blame yourself. Who could have foreseen the peculiarities that the Stardow Forest now exhibits? It's astonishing that so many incidents occurred even at the periphery. Additionally, we encountered the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent. Fortunately, I was able to cleverly turn that situation to our advantage. However, I remain puzzled by the appearance of the Titan Great Ape, given its status among soul beasts. It shouldn't have ventured to the forest's edge. Thankfully, Xiao Wu and Tang Tian have some connection with it. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. To be frank, even if you had brought 4 instructors to protect these children, we would have still been in peril had we encountered the Titan Great Ape. Flender nodded, acknowledging that the Stardow Forest was the closest habitat for soul beasts to the Academy, leaving them little choice but to return there. Yet, from what you imply, it seems the Titan Great Ape harbors no hostility towards you and may even possess a fondness. Otherwise, even your martial soul's true form would not have sufficed to deter it. Tang Tian's reasoning was indeed astonishing. Could it be that the king of the forest has a penchant for young girls? Or perhaps Xiao Wu can resonate with soul beasts in some way. Let us not delve too deeply into this matter. It is ultimately beneficial for us. A voice interjected from outside. Zhao Wujia was startled. He had previously heard footsteps approaching but had thought little of it, assuming it was merely a teacher from the academy. Upon hearing the voice, he realized that such a tone was unfamiliar within the academy. Ah, the master has arrived. Xiao Gang, come in. The door opened, and the master entered. He appeared more relaxed, his face less rigid than before, yet his eyes retained their penetrating wisdom. The master walked into the room with an upright posture, unhurriedly. Come, Wujia. You have not met this person before. Let me introduce you to my old friend, who is also the teacher of Tang Tian and Tang San. You may address him as Master. That is how everyone in the Soul Master community refers to him. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Recognizing the Master. So you are the Master. It is an honor to meet you. I am Xiao Wu. Chapter 54. The dispute between the Master and Flinder. The Master's tone was perpetually calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. No need for formalities, Wu. You have returned. My two disciples should have accompanied you back as well. Xiao Wu chuckled. Fortunately, we were lucky. Everyone returned safely. It was thanks to Tang Tian and Tang San that we made it through. You have indeed taught them well, Master. When did you arrive at the academy? Flinder interjected. Answering Xiao Wu's inquiry, he arrived just 2 days ago. If not for his two disciples, he might never have set foot in my office. Xiao Gang. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu's disciples were unharmed, visibly relaxed and took a seat without hesitation. Xiao Wu was surprised to learn that the Master's real name was Xiao Gang. A name that, while somewhat comical, exuded a certain vigor. He had heard numerous tales about the Master, although he appeared somewhat frail and lacking in strength. His reputation for having a notoriously unyielding temperament was well known. Once, he had distanced himself from his family for various reasons, which led him to meet Flinder and another individual, culminating in the formation of the renowned Golden Iron Triangle. Intrigued by the matter concerning Xiao Wu and the Titan Great Ape, Xiao Wu eagerly inquired, Master, do you have any idea why the Titan Great Ape favors Xiao Wu? The Master displayed a hint of embarrassment. I am not omniscient, and I cannot know everything. However, creatures like the Titan Great Ape possess an intelligence comparable to that of humans, making their thoughts quite inscrutable. Moreover, once they reach a certain level of cultivation, they can articulate human language and may develop preferences for certain individuals. Oh, I see. It appears Xiao Wu is quite fortunate. She will undoubtedly navigate the Soul Beast Forest with ease, Xiao Wu remarked. The Master then shifted the conversation. Zhao Laosher. I have thoroughly reviewed the profiles of the current students. Your expedition to the Stardow Forest was to assist the Food System Soul Master in obtaining their third soul ring. Do you know what soul beast they ultimately acquired? Xiao Wu chuckled. We were quite fortunate. We managed to seize a prime opportunity right from under the Gaishi Dragon Serpent family's noses, thanks to my cleverness. We also brought back their granddaughter, thus adding another student to Shrek Academy. The Master praised, indeed, the unmoving king is both courageous and wise. Xiao Wu feigned modesty. Oh, it was nothing special. By the way, that boy Oscar obtained a 1,000-year phoenix-tailed cockerel snake soul ring, granting him a rather impressive third soul skill. The Master's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed cockerel snake. That is indeed remarkable. I had anticipated several suitable soul rings for this food system child, but none would compare to the effects of the soul beast he acquired. The phoenix-tailed cockerel snake is inherently mild but exceedingly cunning, particularly adept at evasion. If I am not mistaken, Oscar's third soul skill must be related to speed. Xiao Wu expressed his admiration, as expected of the Master. Your insights are spot on. Oscar's third soul skill indeed pertains to speed. His third soul skill allows him to consume a special mushroom sausage, enabling him to fly for a minute at a speed comparable to that of the phoenix-tailed cockerel snake. The Master seemed taken aback, evidently surprised by the nature of Oscar's newfound ability. This child possesses unparalleled talent in the food system. He is the most outstanding food system soul master I have ever encountered, and his future is limitless. Flinder chuckled. My Shrek Academy has always been a sanctuary for prodigies. Did you only just realize this? Alas, this will be the last cohort. These few children are the final disciples of the Academy. I am determined to nurture them into exceptional talents. With your assistance, we will undoubtedly make the Soul Master community tremble at the mention of Shrek in under a decade. The Master shot Flinder a disapproving glance. If it weren't for my two disciples, I would not have stayed here. Flinder retorted, regardless, you have boarded this ship. Do not expect to disembark now. The Master chose to disregard Flinder and began inquiring about Xiao Wu's new students. Xiao Wu recounted in detail the earlier conversation he had with Flinder, elaborating on their journey into the Stardow Forest. The Master listened intently, absorbing every word Xiao Wu spoke, a contemplative light gleaming in his eyes. Flinder observed the Master diligently laboring for the Shrek Academy and chuckled, feeling reassured. With your dedication, I can rest easy. We brothers can finally be together again. Alas, she is not here. Upon hearing Flinder mention her, the Master's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing. Flinder. Do not speak of her. I do not wish to argue. Flinder shrugged in resignation. Very well, I do not wish to quarrel either. However, I sincerely hope you will stay. After all these years of devotion to Shrek Academy, I have decided to bring it to a close. I hope this final batch of students will grant me a perfect conclusion. With you here, everything will become more manageable. From Flinder's eyes, the Master perceived a hint of fatigue, and his previously stern demeanor softened somewhat. He nodded. Rest assured, I will assist you in guiding this last group of students. Flinder turned to Xiao Wu. Wu, you have traveled a long way and must be weary. Go and rest. You have worked hard this time. Xiao Wu smiled gently. The academy is not solely yours. If we were not filled with hope and fondness for this tranquil life, who would remain here for so many years? This place is the culmination of our collective efforts. No need for niceties. Master, Flander, I shall take my leave. With that, Xiao Wu rose and departed from Flander's office. Flander watched him leave, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Had it not been for these steadfast brothers over the years, perhaps the academy would have long since faltered. Once this batch of students graduates, I shall take the time to relax and traverse the continent to rejuvenate my spirit. Xiao Gang, would you care to join me? The master paused momentarily, shaking his head. I do not know. Flander sighed, though I understand your reluctance to reminisce. I cannot help but express that the life we shared back then is an indelible memory for me. Those were the happiest days of my life. How wonderful it would be to live so carefree forever. As he listened to Flander's words, something seemed to flicker in the master's eyes. He lowered his gaze and spoke softly. Everyone ages and matures. Since the past is already behind us, what purpose does it serve to dwell on it? Life, if only it were as it was at first sight, is easy to say, but can it truly be realized? Chapter 55, The Dispute Between the Master and Flander. Flander shook his head with a sigh. Xiao Gang, your demeanor is far too rigid. If you could soften a bit, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. Can you truly not accept her anymore? After all, it was not her fault. Furthermore, do you care so much about societal opinions? Be silent. The master's emotions flared suddenly, his voice rising as he fixed an intense gaze upon Flander. Do not mention her again in my presence. And what of you? What have you been doing all these years? Why have you not been with her? Do not tell me you do not care for her. If that were the case, why remain single and persist with Shrek Academy? It was merely a jest from her. Flander's expression grew colder. Xiao Gang, you remain as obstinate as ever, unchanged after all these years. Yes, I admit that I have feelings for her. However, her true affections lie with you. A gentleman does not take what another cherishes, and in my heart, you have always been my dearest brother. I cannot forget her. Yet I shall never act upon those feelings. All I desire are the memories of the past. Is it not pleasant to live freely as I do now? The master abruptly stood from his seat. Free? Nonsense. What I desire is for you to bring her happiness. It is astonishing that after all these years, upon seeing you again, you tell me that all you want are mere memories. Flander sighed. Xiao Gang, do not be agitated. Let us change the subject to something lighter. Have you returned home? Flander shifted the topic. The master nodded. I have returned. For the sake of my disciples, there is nothing I cannot accept. Flander sighed again. That is still your home, even if they do not welcome you. What? Flander retorted with anger. You have returned home, and yet have not thought to visit her? The master waved his hand, signaling Flander to cease. Did we not agree to speak of lighter matters? A sudden smile appeared on Flander's face. It seems you have truly devoted all your thoughts to your disciples. You know, for the sake of your two students, Wu Jia and I even endured a beating. Had it not been for certain unknown reasons, we might have been punished for a month. The master laughed. Though I know not what transpired, I can certainly guess. That person is not one you can afford to offend. You know? Flander exclaimed, his gaze towards the master becoming somewhat peculiar. The master produced a badge from the Wuhuan temple and tossed it to Flander, revealing 6 distinct markings before his eyes. Flander gasped. The Pope's order? As the new dawn of the following day approached, Tang Sen quietly exited the dormitory, careful not to disturb the slumbering Oscar and Tang Tian. Tang Sen skillfully leapt onto the rooftop, poised to commence his training of the purple extreme magic eyes. Unlike any other day, however, he was startled to find someone seated atop the roof. It was none other than his master, lying in wait. Master, when did you arrive? Tang San inquired, his voice laced with surprise. The master made a gesture for silence, whispering, Hush, we mustn't awaken Xiao Tian. He then affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair. A habitual gesture of his. I mentioned I would come to find you. I've been here for a few days. I learned that you ventured into the Stardow forest. Yet, you have also surprised me. I never anticipated that you would break through to level 30 in just a few days after graduating from Nodding Academy. Tang San chuckled and replied, Isn't that a testament to your excellent guidance? The master gently patted Tang San's head and then said, Let me take a look at the third soul ring that Xiao Tian helped you acquire. Tang San promptly unleashed his third spirit ring. The master shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips, and remarked, You two truly possess audacity, daring to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Yet, this aligns with my expectations, otherwise. Compressing spirit power would be utterly futile. He continued, In the future, it is imperative to absorb spirit rings with utmost certainty, even if the age is somewhat lower. It matters not. Xiao Tian has discovered a treatise on formations that can enhance the age of spirit rings. If necessary, we can simply compensate with a few additional years. Tang Sen hurriedly nodded and said, Master, shall I then cultivate for 100,000 years? The master smiled gently and replied, Let us discuss that when you attain the rank of title Douluo. For now, it is still a bit premature. Tang San was filled with joy and then continued, Master, please come outside. I have a question to ask you. The master and disciple leaped down from the rooftop, making no sound to disturb anyone, and quietly exited the village. Arriving at a small grove just beyond its borders. After demonstrating his third soul skill, Tang San revealed his 8 spider legs. The master slowly approached Tang San, carefully navigating around his spider limbs. Little San, What you have gained the most is not the third soul ring, nor the third soul skill, spider web binding, but these 8 spider legs. Or rather, this external spirit bone. External spirit bone? My brother mentioned that as well, Tang San responded, looking at the master. Oh, it seems that Xiao Tian has done his homework quite well. This is a perfect opportunity for me to explain to you what a spirit bone is. The master patiently began to impart knowledge about spirit bones to Tang San. Time flew by, and then the master said, Little San, let us go eat. From today onward, I will rearrange your training schedule. As the two made their way to the dining hall, they found it strangely deserted. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from their arduous journey the day before. Although breakfast had already been prepared, the hall was completely empty. Tang Tian took 2 small plates and handed one to the master. Master, the dishes here are available for free selection. You may take whatever you desire, without limit. Receiving the small plate that Tang San placed before him, the master remarked, It seems that Flander has not been stingy with you in terms of food. Tang San remarked, This cafeteria has been specially constructed by my brother for students. Henceforth, teachers will dine here, as the previous cafeteria does not offer such excellent provisions. Indeed, I understand. Xiao San, replied the master. After selecting several delectable dishes, he joined Tang San at the table. As the master savored a delightful breakfast, a somewhat envious voice echoed from outside. Xiao Gang, your privileges are truly admirable. I had no idea the academy had opened another cafeteria after all these days. With that, Flinder entered from outside. Upon seeing him, the master smiled and said, I knew you, the ever-frugal one, could hardly bear to treat the children to such exquisite delicacies. Tang San, Dean, if you don't mind, let's have our teachers dine here from now on. Flinder felt a surge of joy in his heart, but feigned indifference, replying, How could that be? It is our Shrek Academy's principle not to take advantage of the students. The master nodded in agreement. Flinder was correct. The dean should indeed treat himself with some exceptions. I propose that the old cafeteria be reserved as a private kitchen for the dean. Flinder promptly fetched some dishes and took a seat opposite the master. I have decided that as the dean, I should share meals and accommodations with the students, avoiding any special treatment. The master shot Flinder a glance, urging him to eat. Flinder chuckled. Chapter 56. The initial display of Tang Sek's hidden weapons after breakfast. The bell rang punctually, summoning the students to the academy's playground, and Tang Tian was no exception. Today felt particularly lively. Not only were the 2 deans, Flinder and Xiao Wu present, but also the master and several other teachers had gathered on the playground. Besides the 2 deans, the academy originally had 3 other teachers who were responsible for the first 3 rounds of the entrance examination. All right, everyone is here. I have a few announcements to make. Flinder stepped forward, his gaze sternly sweeping over the students. First, I would like to introduce the academy's teachers to the 4 new students. This is Teacher Li Yusong, with the martial soul dragon pattern staff, a soul emperor of level 63. This is Teacher Lu Qibin, with the martial soul star chess, a soul emperor of level 66. This is Teacher Xiao Xin, with the martial soul jelly bean, a soul sage of level 71, specializing in food type soul techniques. Teacher Xiao is among the top 5 food type soul masters I know. Finally, Flinder approached the master, placing an arm around his shoulder. Now, I must introduce this last individual in detail. He is Mr. Yu Xiaojiang, renowned for his research that established the top 10 martial souls in terms of competitiveness. He is celebrated as the strongest in martial soul theory and the wisest soul master, as well as the mentor of Tang San and Tang Tian. Of course, he is also my old brother, having known each other for decades. You may not be familiar with his name, but I believe you have heard of his titles. From now on, you may simply refer to him as the Master. Upon hearing the title of Master, the crowd's spirits lifted, their gazes drawn to him, aware that it was the Master's wisdom that allowed Tang San to possess 3 dazzling soul rings. Flinder continued, from today onwards, the Master will be fully responsible for your instruction, and we will all cooperate with him. Also, due to yesterday's travel, I will grant you a day off, and classes will officially commence tomorrow. Now, I invite the Master to speak. The Master nodded, gazing at the 9 students before him, and calmly stated, Although there are only 9 of you, I see you as a cohesive whole. I have already reviewed your detailed profiles and will formulate a targeted teaching plan. Besides cooperation, I expect no dissenting voices. Regardless of who it is, I will treat everyone equally. Since you are students of the monster class, you must ensure that when ordinary soul masters refer to you, they will associate you with the term monster. From this moment on, aside from Tang Tian, the 8 of you will undergo unified instruction. I will arrange you by age. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Mingaran. Number 4, Tang San. Number 5, Ma Hongjun. Number 6, Xiao Wu. Number 7, Ning Rong. Number 8, Zhu Qing. Tang Tian inquired, Master, what about me? The Master replied, You should spend a few days at the academy before embarking on your training journey. Your current level of cultivation has rendered conventional teaching methods ineffective. After speaking, the Master's gaze swept across the crowd. All right, you may disperse now. We shall gather here at dawn tomorrow. Furthermore, I expect no one to be absent during breakfast. Otherwise, special measures will be taken during training. While a day of rest is undoubtedly a blessing, The master's arrival instilled a sense of curiosity and unease among the students. As they watched their teachers depart one by one, Oscar turned to Ming Iran beside him and whispered, "Iran, it seems we will be training together from now on." Ning Rongrong, standing next to Tang Tian, quietly remarked, "Brother Tian, your teacher appears to be even more formidable than Dean Flandra." Tang Tian remained silent. Yet Tang San offered a subtle smile, remarking, "Our teacher is always meticulous in his endeavors. As long as we adhere strictly to his instructions, there will be no issues." Dai Mubai chuckled. "It seems we are once again free to enjoy a delightful day out." The chubby one grinned. "Are you referring to the Red Chamber, Boss Dai?" Dai Mubai had indeed felt a bit pent up these past few days, but following their expedition through the Star-Do Forest, his relationship with Zhu Zhiqing had finally eased somewhat. Naturally, he wished to preserve the fragile image he had just begun to cultivate. He raised his hand and playfully delivered a light smack to the chubby one, saying, "Do not speak to me. I do not know you." Xiao Wu shot him an exasperated glance. "Is the Red Chamber all that's on your mind?" The chubby one blinked in surprise. "Ning Rongrong is even more extreme." He added, "Chubby, I suspect your physique is a result of your indulgences." Zhu Zhiqing's response was succinct. Her cold gaze directed at Ma Hongjun, uttering but 3 words, "Truly disgusting." "Fine, I shall endure," the chubby one muttered, waving his hand in mild frustration. Tang Tian suggested, "Has anyone ventured into the city? I invite you to explore the Starry Diner." Xiao Wu exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful. I also want third brother to carry me while we enjoy the trampoline." Tang San suggested to Xiao Wu that they should try a new activity. Oscar yawned and replied, "I'm not going. I'm going back to catch up on my sleep." Having finally reached level 30, he felt he could afford to be a bit more leisurely from now on. Xiao Wu sighed softly, but there are so many activities meant for couples. Ming Ran shot a glare at Oscar, who promptly agreed in a flurry of nervousness. Tang Tian glanced at Ning Rongrong, then said to Tang San, "Little San, you should make a trip to the blacksmith shop alone first. I need you to take care of something for me." Tang San inquired, "What is the matter?" Tang Tian Dao, "Crafting some concealed weapons to gift to young ladies for self-defense. For instance, someone like Ning Rongrong, an auxiliary soulmaster, possesses little offensive capability and is inherently delicate. Should she encounter any malefactors, it could pose a grave threat." Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother Tian, your idea is splendid." Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, intrigued. "What is it exactly? You're being so mysterious." Tang San smiled and shook his head, saying, "You will discover it soon enough." The group arrived at a small grove. Tang San raised his hand and brushed over the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, revealing the Zhuge Divine crossbow. He lifted the weapon and aimed it at a tree so large that it required 3 people to encircle it. Tang San pressed the switch. A series of crisp mechanical sounds resonated, and the onlookers felt a momentary blur before a succession of popping noises ensued. The expressions of the crowd shifted, their astonishment palpable. Approaching the tree, they could distinctly observe 2 rows of 16 small holes, each as thick as a finger, now punctuating the once imposing trunk. Light could be seen passing through, illuminating the view from one side to the other. Dai Mubai could not help but inquire, "Little San, what is this contraption? How did you accomplish this?" Tang San presented the Zhuge God crossbow before Dai Mubai, declaring, "I refer to this as the Zhuge God crossbow. It is an extraordinarily formidable contraption, a type of hidden weapon that anyone can wield. It is equipped with 48 crossbow bolts, and upon being loaded, it can instantaneously unleash 16 bolts through its mechanism." Dai Mubai, perplexed, inquired, "Are you suggesting that the bolts just released were crossbow bolts? But where did your bolts land?" Tang San led everyone to a large tree that had been pierced by arrows. 16 crossbow bolts were seen, arranged in 2 neat rows, completely embedded within the trunk. Chapter 57, The City of Carnage, Part 1. Dai Mubai glanced at the tree in front of him, and then at the one nearby. "Little San, did your crossbow bolts penetrate the previous tree and then embed themselves in this one?" Tang San nodded and remarked, "The power of the Zhuge Divine crossbow is formidable, specifically designed to penetrate soul force defenses. If one's defenses are not exceptionally robust, one could be struck down in an instant. However, this is also its drawback. Due to the immense force exerted by this repeating crossbow, the metal components are prone to failure. Thus, once the mechanism is properly set, it must be fired immediately." Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, the crowd could not help but gasp in astonishment. With such overwhelming penetrating power, everyone present, except for Tang Tian, understood that they could not withstand it. Dai Mubai murmured to himself, "This weapon is exceedingly tyrannical. Even if I were to unleash my white tiger diamond transformation, I would likely sustain severe injuries." Tang San raised his hand and struck the tree trunk, utilizing the Xiantian skill combined with the dragon capture technique to gradually dislodge the crossbow bolt from the tree. Although the 2 brothers intended to establish the Tang sect in the Douluo continent, they had yet to embark on that journey, lacking the means to produce hidden weapons. Furthermore, given the complexity of crafting such crossbow bolts, they could not afford to waste them, while continuing to strike the trunk. Tang San addressed the group. "The Zhuge Divine crossbow can be regarded as a nightmare for ordinary warriors. Its greatest attribute lies not in its raw power, but in the unique stealth and suddenness characteristic of hidden weapons. Once properly set up, it can be fired without expending any soul power. enabling even an ordinary person to wield it effortlessly. According to my calculations, a soul master below level 40 has a minimal chance of survival if struck directly. It poses a formidable restraint against non-defensive soul masters. Tang-san, did you develop all of this? Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang-san paused momentarily. A wry smile gracing his lips as he replied, I suppose so. Ning Rongrong tentatively inquired, Tang-san, would you be willing to sell me this item? You may set any price you deem fit. As you are aware, I am a support-type soul master, lacking in self-defense capabilities. During intense battles, apart from providing a modicum of assistance with my soul skills, I am left as a mere spectator. If I were to possess this item, I could also gain a semblance of offensive power. Tang-san smiled lightly and said, what am I selling? Since Brother Tian has spoken, I must equip you ladies with hidden weapons. If I were to charge for this, wouldn't Brother Tian come after me? At that moment, the crossbow arrows from the tree had already been unleashed. Tang-san flicked the side of the Zhuge crossbow, opening the arrow chamber, and carefully pressed the 16 arrows back into their case. Oscar had now approached, wearing a flattering smile. Little San, aren't we good brothers? Tang-san gazed at him with a gentle smile, fully comprehending Oscar's intent. Naturally, he assured them, rest assured. I shall personally provide each of you with a set of Zhuge divine crossbows. He continued, do not be anxious. I will head to the blacksmith shortly to commission the necessary parts, but it will take some time before they can be delivered to you. Tang Tian patted Tang San's shoulder with an air of undeniable authority and declared, Little San, in a few days, I shall venture forth to gather talents and officially establish the Tang sect. When the time comes, you shall still be the sect master. Xiao Wu, unwilling to be overshadowed, interjected, I will be the vice sect master as well. Ning Rongrong eagerly joined the fray, adding, I wish to be a part of it too. A few days later, in the city of Slaughter, Tang Tian followed the map's guidance to a tavern in a small town, seeking the king of Slaughter to demand a token of the Haotian sect. The air inside the tavern was thick and murky, and the decor was predominantly black, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Although it was daytime outside, stepping into this establishment evoked a chilling sense of darkness. In such an environment, Tang Tian's mood became increasingly agitated. The tavern was sparsely populated, with only about a dozen patrons, yet an eerie silence prevailed as no one spoke. Tang Tian found a spot in the corner to sit down. Soon, a waiter dressed in black, with a cold expression, approached him. What would you like to order? Tang Tian casually remarked, bring me the finest wine you have, preferably chilled. The server's expression shifted slightly. Are you certain? Tang Tian nodded affirmatively, and the server ceased further inquiry, turning to depart. Shortly thereafter, a glass of murky liquid was presented. The liquid, a deep crimson hue, emanated a potent, metallic scent, reminiscent of freshly spilled blood. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, perplexed by the peculiar concoction before him. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly raised the wine glass to his lips and took a small sip. The liquid bore a slightly salty taste, accompanied by a hint of sourness. A strong metallic tang of blood suddenly enveloped his palate and nostrils. Observing Tang Tian's reaction, the waiter calmly remarked, this is a glass of human blood. What? I did not request human blood. Tang Tian exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he fixed the waiter with a piercing gaze. A signature drink, you say? Do you not comprehend human language? Or are you deliberately toying with me? Tang Tian's voice captivated the attention of all the patrons. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Where did this little brat come from? Go back home. This is not a place for you. You can't even afford a Bloody Mary, yet you aspire to gain entry? Ha ha, go home and seek solace from your mother. Various sordid remarks permeated the tavern, as the drunken revelers seemed to discover a release in their suppressed frustrations. Mercilessly targeting Tang Tian, Tang Tian unleashed his martial soul, the god-slaying spear, and spoke in a calm tone. You waste resources with each passing day. Allow me to grant you liberation. The mocking laughter abruptly ceased, and the gazes of those around Tang Tian transformed into something peculiar. Before Tang Tian could make a move, a burly man closest to him suddenly lunged forward, declaring, I will take you down first. A sharp knife was thrust at an acute angle, aimed directly at Tang Tian's heart. This individual clearly possessed considerable experience, as the trajectory of the strike was precisely aligned to slip through the gaps between Tang Tian's ribs. Tang Tian, disinterested in the brutish man before him, swung the god-slaying spear with a swift motion, cleaving the first rushing giant in twain. Seemingly unsatisfied, Tang Tian charged forth without the aid of soul power, wielding the spear with reckless abandon. Soon, the chaos subsided, leaving only Tang Tian and a handful of waitstaff amidst a disarray of fragmented debris. Aware that the patrons of this establishment were no strangers to nefarious deeds, he felt no moral qualms about the slaughter. The waitstaff remained unfazed by the carnage, their demeanor as composed as Tang Tian's, as if they had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. You think you can waltz into the city of carnage after slaying a few? Scoffed the server who brought forth a Bloody Mary, a look of disdain etched across his face. If you can't even handle a single drink, what gives you the right to enter? With a swift thrust, the sharp tip of the god-slaying spear emerged from his chest, extinguishing his very soul. Tang Tian merely replied indifferently, Are you also a provocateur? If so, I must apologize. The waiter was clearly at a loss for words. unable to fathom why Tang Tian would resort to such measures against him. Tang Tian gently lifted the body of the waiter and tossed it into the midst of the shattered debris. Chapter 58, The City of Carnage, Part 2. After executing these actions, Tang Tian rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the bar counter. Casting not a glance at the two other waiters behind the counter, who were rendered utterly speechless, he raised his hand and slammed it heavily upon the bar. With a thunderous crash, the bar splintered into fragments, revealing the ground beneath. The two waiters stood dumbfounded, while Tang Tian, having sheathed his god-slaying spear, inquired of them, "Where is the entrance to the City of Carnage? If you do not answer, you shall meet your demise, just like the others." Trembling with fear, the two waiters replied, It's beneath the bar, just open it." Tang Tian heavily stomped on the ground beneath the bar, and with a resounding crash, a massive hole appeared in the floor, from which a chilling wind blew upwards. He tossed a few packets of gold soul coins to the two waiters, generously complimenting them. "Well done, there's a reward." Without hesitation, Tang Tian leaped into the pitch-black abyss below. Instantly, his body was engulfed by darkness. After descending only a few meters, he found solid ground beneath his feet. The absence of light was irrelevant, for his demon god eye could pierce through all shadows. Before him lay a long corridor sloping downward, a cold aura continuously wafting up. Without a second thought, Tang Tian proceeded down the path. After walking for a while, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from all directions, "Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the capital of Hell, a realm steeped in bloodshed. Here, you may acquire everything you desire, at the cost of your life. Are you a critic?" No answer came, yet Tang Tian continued his descent. Turning a corner, he faintly perceived a glimmer of light ahead. It was an open portal. On the other side, he sensed the presence of life. He quickened his pace, striding forward. Upon exiting the corridor, he was confronted by a squad of 101 individuals. Each member was clad in black armor, their faces entirely concealed by helmets. With one exception, one figure sat majestically atop a grand warhorse, which too was shrouded in heavy black armor. Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively, courteously stating, "There is no need for such a grand reception in my honor. I merely came to take a casual glance." The black-armored knight replied in an exceedingly frigid tone, "You have transgressed the rules." Tang Tian did not look at him. Instead, his gaze was directed towards the space behind him. What he beheld was a city shrouded in darkness. The robust black city walls were exceedingly broad, indeed forming a true city, and above it, a violet moon hung ominously low in the sky. The moon appeared to hover less than 500 meters above the ground, and as one looked higher, all else was engulfed in blackness, reminiscent of a nightmarish existence. "Am I not the embodiment of rule?" Tang Tian inquired calmly. The voice of the black-armored knight remained icy, devoid of any human warmth. "Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the City of Carnage." "Are you a robot?" Tang Tian asked with a trace of indifference. The black-armored knight had not responded to Tang Tian throughout their exchange. Upon delivering his final statement, he slowly raised his elongated lance, while the black-armored warriors flanking Tang Tian gradually retreated, clearing a space for confrontation. "I am the fearsome knight, Scott." With a sudden surge of speed, the black-armored knight charged toward Tang Tian, exuding an aura of dread. A chilling presence enveloped the air, and an overwhelming sense of murderous intent surged forward. Tang Tian suddenly realized that his soul skills appeared to still be at his disposal. Tang Tian recalled that Tang Hao had once told him about the unique rules of the City of Slaughter, where no soul skills held any efficacy. Even soul masters were restricted to employing only their fundamental powers and the most basic forms of their martial spirits. Yet, why was he still able to utilize his abilities? Before Tang Tian could ponder further, a black-armored knight charged toward him. Tang Tian had no choice but to position the god-slaying spear in a defensive stance. Silently contemplating, "Charge forth. The faster you come, the more tragically you shall meet your end," accompanied by the mournful cries of the warhorse. A 4-meter-long heavy knight's lance soared through the air, hurtling away into the distance. The fearsome knight, Scott, had not perished. Fortune smiled upon him as he was thrown off by the horse, preserving his life. Tang Tian sheathed the god-slaying spear, and the warhorse subsequently reared and fell, convulsing violently. The formidable knight, Scott, had been rendered unconscious by the tremendous force, lying motionless upon the ground. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. However, he had no intention of delivering a final blow. Any further action would diminish his elegance. Had it not been for his desire to remain inconspicuous, he could have effortlessly annihilated the group of 101 with a single area attack skill, thus avoiding such complications. This time, no one dared to obstruct him. He advanced step by step, gazing up at the violet moon. In his heart, he mused, "Since I am already here, why not clear this level? After all, the supplies I have are sufficient to last 3 to 5 years. A few days more make little difference." Stop right there," Scott shouted, his voice betraying his inner trepidation. Tang Tian turned around, and at that moment, Scott's helmet had fallen away, revealing a grotesque middle-aged face. In his eyes, there was now a glimmer of fear, clearly unable to fathom why this young man possessed such terrifying strength. "Is it that I must kill you to pass the test?" Tang Tian inquired. "No, not at all. You have indeed passed my test, and are qualified to enter the City of Slaughter, the fearsome knight replied somewhat laboriously. He presented a black plaque to Tang Tian, who accepted it casually. The plaque was etched with a skull and bore the number 8,888 beneath it. This is your proof of entry into the city of slaughter. Please proceed. Someone will guide you at the city gate. Holding the plaque, Tang Tian glanced at it and remarked, "Oh, rather auspicious. Thank you." As he watched Tang Tian's figure gradually recede, Scott muttered to himself, "In the future, should I encounter such a young man, I'll let him pass without hesitation. He is far too dangerous." The ominous city gates exuded a stifling aura, with the imposing words City of Slaughter inscribed above. Before the gates, 2 rows of armored warriors stood silently, without waiting for Tang Tian to present his identification plaque. A woman veiled in black lace emerged from within. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter," she intoned melodiously, stepping aside to gesture for Tang Tian to enter. This underground city piqued Tang Tian's curiosity, especially since his soul abilities were unrestrained, igniting a desire for exploration. As the woman led him through the gates, perhaps due to some form of permission, no one dared to obstruct their path. Entering the city, Tang Tian beheld a world bathed in shades of blue and purple. The streetlights illuminated the surroundings with only these 2 hues. The streets were populated, yet no one paid him any heed as an outsider, apart from the pervasive darkness. It appeared strikingly similar to an ordinary city at first glance. Chapter 59, The City of Slaughter, Part 2. The woman in black lace introduced herself. "I am your guide. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will answer all inquiries within the span of 12 hours. After 12 hours, this place will become your home, and you will officially be a member of the City of Slaughter." Tang Tian nodded and directly addressed the matter at hand. "How can one meet the King of Slaughter?" The girl in the black veil replied, "Only by winning the championship at the Hell Arena in the City of Slaughter can one earn the privilege to meet the King of Slaughter." Tang Tian, filled with disbelief, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" The girl in the black veil nodded in affirmation. Tang Tian Dao, how did the City of Carnage come into existence? The girl in the black veil provided an answer that aligned with what Tang Tian Dao already knew. The City of Carnage has existed for a millennium. According to legend, it is a realm left behind by a powerful soul master who transcended the 100th level. Within this domain, no soul master skills may be employed. Survival hinges solely on instinct and one's innate strength. Soul power serves as the wellspring of that strength. Tang Tian gazed at the girl in the black veil and inquired if there were any individuals capable of employing soul techniques after entering. The girl in the black veil calmly replied, "Unless one is a god of slaughter who has departed from the City of Slaughter. No one can utilize soul techniques here without the consent of the King of Slaughter, not even a title Douluo." Very well. Tang Tian was deep in contemplation, pondering whether he should enter the Temple of Time at night to cultivate the 3rd level of the 9-turn mysterious art to its utmost perfection, lest he inadvertently falter and find himself in an awkward predicament. "I understand what you were thinking," suddenly interjected the girl in black gauze. Tang Tian was taken aback. "Can you truly perceive my thoughts? I surmise you are pondering how to escape the City of Carnage, are you not?" Tang Tian gradually calmed down, enveloped in silence. The girl in the black veil, convinced she had deciphered his thoughts, began to elucidate. Every newcomer to the City of Carnage harbors such notions initially. However, they soon abandon these thoughts. Entering the City of Carnage demands one to endure trials and the scrutiny of bloodshed, although you have entered through unconventional means. The aura of slaughter surrounding you is substantial, and you have vanquished the formidable Knight's God. Thus, you have been granted entry. Yet, I must caution you, while entering the City of Carnage is relatively easy, escaping from it is nearly impossible. Only entry, no exit? Is it truly unfathomable to break free? Tang Tian feigned astonishment as he gazed at the girl in the black veil, suspecting that she was merely attempting to intimidate him. He believed that once he achieved the pinnacle of his cultivation, no one would be able to restrain him, even if he charged forth recklessly. The girl in the black veil nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Within the City of Carnage, there exists a specialized enforcement team. The terrifying Knight Scott you encountered is merely one of their ranks. The great King of Carnage wields dominion over all here. And the true powerhouses within the enforcement team are those bestowed with the ability to wield soul techniques, known as soul fighters, by the King of Carnage himself. The captain is an esteemed title Douluo. Many have attempted to break free, yet none have succeeded without exception." Tang Tian's resolve grew ever stronger as he decided to immerse himself in cultivation that very night. Once he attained the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation of his profound skills, the forces of the mortal realm would no longer pose a threat to him. Observing Tang Tian's silence, the girl in the black veil continued, "There exists a means to escape, albeit not without its challenges. To depart from the City of Slaughter, one must achieve victory in the Hell's Arena, thereby earning the qualification to challenge the road of Hell. Only then can one break free from the City of Slaughter. Those who accomplish such feats will be bestowed with the title of God of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter has stood for over a millennium, during which 8 gods of slaughter have emerged." Tang Tian smiled faintly, expressing his gratitude for the reminder. The girl in black lace continued, "In the City of Slaughter, there is no currency. All sustenance is provided free of charge. Of course, one must not discount the possibility of poison. Here, the dead hold the greatest value. Each individual wields the number of skulls they possess as a potent emblem of strength. The bloodshed and skulls obtained from vanquishing adversaries can be exchanged for other goods. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Tang's eyes. It appeared that none among these individuals could be spared. How could those who commit heinous acts be allowed to linger? Contemplating this, Tang spoke with an air of indifference. Take me to the arena of slaughter in hell. My weapon has long been thirsting for action. The girl clad in black gauze paused momentarily, her thoughts untainted by misinterpretation. Are you certain? Once you enter, the chance of emerging alive is less than 1 in 10. It is also the most effective place for thinning the population in our city of slaughter. Each individual is only required to enter the hellish arena once a year. If one can survive a single battle, they are granted another year of existence in the city of slaughter. Tang Tian spoke softly. I am certain. I shall go now. With that, the girl in black veils instructed, then please follow me. She then proceeded into the city, maintaining a steady pace, consistently staying half a step ahead of Tang Tian. Tang Tian was not in a hurry to do anything. He quietly observed everything around him during his leisurely stroll. As he walked, a figure suddenly stood up by the roadside. Ah, a newcomer has arrived. It seemed that yet another Bloody Mary was about to emerge. With a keen glance at the emaciated individual, Tang Tian restrained the impulse to eliminate him and then inquired of the girl in the black veil. Is it true that someone like him can survive a battle in the Hell's Arena each year? Upon noticing the girl beside Tang Tian, the skeletal figure appeared to be confronted with something terrifying, and he hurriedly retreated into hiding. Not everyone is required to undergo the baptism of the Hell's Arena, she explained. After all, the mortality rate there is exceedingly high. Besides the annual combat in the Hell's Arena, there exists another means of survival in the city of slaughter, contributing 2 cups of Bloody Mary each month. Oh, now I understand why these individuals have become this way, Tang Tian remarked. The outer city of the city of slaughter was lined with rudimentary black stone houses, with only occasional establishments for dining. A considerable number of people queued there, awaiting the distribution of food, appearing only marginally better off than beggars. The so-called paradise of vice and pleasure was utterly non-existent. The girl in the black veil provided a simple explanation. Even among the wicked, there are distinctions in rank. Only the truly powerful evildoers can indulge in the decadence of this fallen paradise, while the useless refuse are denied such privileges. Upon entering the inner city, Tang Tian's worldview was continually challenged, as he encountered numerous sights he had never before witnessed. Tang Tian looked on in disgust. Such behavior was something even primitive people would shy away from. It seemed only beasts could attempt such acts, and yet, the individuals here were even beneath that. For no creature would stoop to such depths. Chapter 60, the commencement of the killing journey. If the outer city is a realm of deathly silence and indifference, then the inner city is a world of opulence and madness. Colorful lights abound in every corner. The populace within the inner city far exceeds that of the outer city, presenting a stark contrast to the tranquility outside. Inside the inner city, chaos reigns supreme. Everywhere, one can hear the sounds of exuberant laughter, anguished cries, and many other chilling noises. All these individuals seem to have embraced a path leading to their own demise. With narrowed eyes, Tang Tian observed the incessantly unfolding scenes of depravity around him and spoke in a measured tone. Beside him, the girl in the black veil felt the light in her eyes dim abruptly as she replied somberly. Who would willingly come to such a place if they were not left with no other options? Tang Tian cast a non-committal glance at her. How far away was the hellish arena of slaughter? The girl in the black veil harbored a flicker of affection for Tang Tian. Yet it was overshadowed by a sense of sorrow, for she doubted his ability to escape the city of carnage. Upon hearing Tang Tian's request, she initially intended to offer further counsel, but the resolute look in his eyes ultimately quelled her words. Soon enough, the inner city could indeed be described as a metropolis of luxury, or perhaps debauchery, just as the girl in the black veil had remarked with her presence beside him. Despite the numerous disdainful gazes directed at Tang Tian, none dared to approach him. Nevertheless, Tang Tian remained unfazed by these lowly creatures. Tang Tian suddenly realized that within the city of slaughter, his martial soul, the 4 swords of extermination, was subtly brimming with excitement. It seemed almost amusing. The legendary swords that once severed gods and vanquished Buddhas were now intrigued by mortals. As he walked, a commotion erupted ahead. At least 100 people were gathered there, and anguished cries echoed from within. A torrent of blood surged forth, prompting the onlookers to part and clear a path. A figure emerged slowly from the chaos. Upon seeing this person, Tang Tian instinctively halted, his eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. He could hardly believe that amidst this den of iniquity, there stood such a stunning young woman. Emerging from the crowd was a girl clad in golden-threaded white robes, her golden locks cascading effortlessly over her seemingly delicate shoulders. Yet neither her attire nor her hair bore a trace of blood. She wielded a long sword, gleaming with a chilling light, exuding an air of valor. At the tip of her blade, a drop of blood silently slid down, surrounded by countless lifeless bodies. As the girl's captivating eyes sparkled upon spotting Tang Tian, her complexion was as pale as snow, her phoenix-like eyes radiating authority, with a straight nose and a slightly delicate visage that conveyed an aura of cold dignity. Compared to the alluring women he had seen earlier on the streets, she appeared as a pure lotus, untouched by the murky waters of the world. Her flawless figure, combined with her elegant aloofness and noble presence, captivated all who beheld her, which explained why she was encircled by a group of burly men. Although the intentions of these men were far from noble, the gazes directed at the girl from the surrounding crowd held no trace of lewdness, only sheer terror. A thought flashed through Tang Tian's mind. I feel as though I have seen this person somewhere before. He instinctively scrutinized the girl's perfect form and couldn't help but remark, I wager these men are here solely to pursue you. The girl had long been aware of Tang Tian and had distinctly heard his sardonic remarks. After dispatching a few more of the men who lunged at her, she retorted, Tang Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and lend a hand. Their eyes met, and Tang Tian momentarily froze before responding. Who are you? We don't know each other, do we? The girl, infuriated by his words, felt a surge of killing intent rise within her. Her movements quickened as she continued to eliminate her attackers. While Tang Tian admired the girl's graceful form as she fought, he suddenly sensed a chill creeping towards him. The girl sprang into action, her sword drawn, launching towards him with alarming speed. Is it really necessary to resort to an ambush just because I won't assist you? Tang Tian thought, unperturbed, his confidence unwavering. After all, was the body of a demon god vulnerable to mere mortal weapons? With a sharp clang, to his astonishment, the girl's sword did not thrust towards him, but rather intercepted a gleaming curved dagger that had been the true source of the ambush directed at him. The assailant, a short man clad in black, now stood completely still, a fissure appearing in his forehead, a testament to the blade's lethal precision. Tang Tian has encountered a setback. He assumed that with the presence of the veiled maiden, he could rest easy. However, there are indeed audacious individuals unafraid of launching a surprise attack. As an observer, the veiled maiden witnessed the entire unfolding of events. Initially, she intended to intervene and save Tang Tian, but someone else acted first. Upon witnessing the disregard for established rules, the veiled maiden addressed those around her with a stern tone. Do you wish to undermine the rules established by the King of Slaughter? Tang Tian did not express his gratitude to the young girl. The ambush by this diminutive figure filled him with immense rage. Damn it, can I eliminate these scoundrels? The girl in the black veil replied with a hint of regret. I can make an exception for you this once. After the battle, you may still enjoy my protection. Tang Tian, with remarkable decisiveness, unleashed the long-dormant four swords of Zhu Xian. Under his mastery, the swords shot forth with astonishing speed, piercing through the bodies of over 100 burly men present, all within the span of a single second. Although this scene was undeniably gruesome, neither the young girl nor the maiden in black gauze exhibited any significant emotional response. The girl expressed her gratitude to Tang Tian, acknowledging that had she faced these men alone, it would have taken her an indeterminate amount of time. Tang Tian nodded towards the young girl, then noticed her identification badge and inquired, Are you also new here? The girl nodded in response, her gaze shifting slightly. This place is fraught with peril. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. If you do not mind, we could form a team. After uttering these words, she cast a penetrating glance at Tang Tian before striding towards the darkness at the opposite end of the street. I now believe you can survive the City of Carnage. However, should you wish to avoid complications upon your exit, it would be prudent to maintain distance from that woman. The voice of the girl in black silk echoed in Tang Tian's ears, clearly imbued with a hint of animosity towards the girl. Why is that? Tang Tian queried. The girl in black silk replied softly, She has also arrived recently, and her entrance was rather unconventional. She gained access through connections. Connections? Tang Tian asked, perplexed. The girl in black silk whispered, The Spirit Hall. With that brief mention, she led Tang Tian onward. Come, ahead lies the Hell's Killing Arena, the very heart of the City of Carnage. Under the guidance of the girl in black silk, Tang Tian beheld an extraordinary structure. It was circular in form, or more precisely, an irregular cone, with the largest base tapering as it ascended. At approximately 30 meters above the ground, it maintained a consistent diameter, extending upward to a height of 50 meters. Are there any rules regarding combat here? Tang Tian inquired. The girl in black silk replied, It is quite simple. Upon entering, register using your identity badge and await the commencement of the match. During this waiting period, no combat is permitted. Each group entering the arena consists of 10 individuals. Regardless of the means employed, the only requirement is to emerge alive. Only one survivor is permitted from each group. Survive 1 out of 10, indeed. It lives up to its reputation as the City of Carnage, yet it still seems devoid of pressure, Tang Tian remarked, continuing his inquiry. How does one attain the title of champion? The girl in black silk looked at Tang Tian with surprise. As long as you participate in 100 matches, you shall be deemed the champion. However, the current leader of the Hell's Killing Arena has only participated in 67 matches thus far. With each match you partake in, your identity badge records a victory, granting you an additional year of existence here, allowing you to indulge in the pleasures of the inner city. Of course, you must ensure that you survive your indulgences. Although your strength is indeed formidable, negligence could still lead to perilous consequences. Perhaps I should enter and observe, Tang Tian suggested. The girl in black silk responded, To qualify for spectating, one must offer a Bloody Mary. It can be your own or someone else's. As long as you do not tire, you may watch indefinitely once inside. Matches are ongoing. Whenever there are 10 participants ready, a match can commence. Tang Tian furrowed his brow, lamenting the waste of so many Bloody Marys, which might now prevent his entry. At that moment, several individuals entered the slaughterhouse, each holding a cup filled with crimson blood. Who among you is willing to trade your Bloody Mary for your life? Tang Tian proclaimed, exuding an air of bravado. The group hesitated momentarily before Tang Tian swiftly beheaded them with a single stroke of his sword. A trembling voice emerged from the veiled girl, Mr. 8888. You truly adapt remarkably fast. Tang Tian sheathed the four swords of Zhu Xian and spoke calmly, I merely eliminate harm for the people. Furthermore, their reactions are exceedingly slow. And I have little patience for waiting. This marked the second occasion that the girl in the black veil had witnessed Tang Tian take action, and on both instances, he left no survivors while offering an abundance of justifications. She had encountered shameless individuals before, but never anyone so utterly devoid of shame. Moreover, the girl sensed that although Tang Tian exuded no overwhelming aura, his lethality was as effortless as crushing a few ants. Let us depart, Tang Tian remarked to the somewhat dazed girl in the black veil. Upon entering, the Bloody Mary that Tang Tian had held was poured into a vast vessel. I kindly ask you to register me for the upcoming half-day competition, he instructed the girl. Without hesitation, she nodded and took the identity token he extended. In the city of Slaughter, Tang Tian's sole objective was to meet the King of Slaughter at the earliest opportunity and reclaim the token. Though the atmosphere here was repugnant, he could still endure it for the time being. He had resolved to eliminate the detestable beings in this place before departing. This evening, he would engage in cultivation. And tomorrow, he would seek out the girl from the Martial Soul Hall to gauge the situation. The journey of Tang Tian's slaughter officially commences now, in the shadowy underworld. Within the span of less than half a day, Tang Tian has already dispatched hundreds of foul beings. As night falls, he enters the Temple of Time in a dim corner. Arriving at the ethereal portal that leads to the temple, he finds that, despite lacking the key, the two massive gates do not hinder his passage. Upon traversing the white barrier, Tang Tian discovers the 6 individuals previously sent here on the adjacent grounds. How has your cultivation progressed? At that moment, Xiao Zhan, having just exited his state of meditation, hurriedly greets Tang Tian with utmost respect. Principal, I have now attained the rank of a level 93 title Douluo, while the others remain uncertain for the time being. This place is truly extraordinary, since our arrival. Our cultivation has surged rapidly. In just over half a month, I have reached this level, and the others should not be far behind. Here, one day equates to a year outside. Moreover, having utilized the soul crystal, your cultivation potential is indeed among the finest in the entire continent. Soon, I shall return to escort you for soul ring hunting. For now, I shall take my leave. Please inform me once their training is complete. With that, Tang Tian intends to depart from the open space. Xiao Zhan respectfully responds, Principal, please take care. The 6 of us are willing to serve you faithfully. Tang Tian, with a dismissive wave of his hand, remarked, Focus on your cultivation. In due time, perhaps you will ascend to the rank of deities at the 100th level. In that event, your departed wife and children may, in a different guise, return to your side. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan hurriedly knelt, expressing his profound gratitude to Tang Tian. Just as Tang Tian intended to engage in meditation within the hall, a hearty laugh startled him. Ha ha ha, young man, you have finally chosen to embrace the challenge. Tang Tian rose to his feet and said, the Creator God? Did you not bestow the Temple of Time upon me? Why do you linger here still? The Creator God appeared before Tang Tian in a guise reminiscent of a charlatan, feigning anger, the last time you ventured out. You spoke ill of me in secret, thinking I remained unaware. Young man, consider this. You have yet to pass the trial. How can the Temple of Time truly belong to you? Very well, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. The Creator God, noticing Tang Tian's lack of enthusiasm, quickly added, however, I assure you that I am quite benevolent towards those undergoing trials. Although you have yet to conquer the test of the God of Shura, I have decided to grant you your reward in advance. Tang Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he couldn't help but inquire, what reward? The enigmatic Creator God cryptically replied, Release your mysterious spirit tower and let me see. Tang Tian unleashed the heavenly Xin Wang Tower, a relic devoid of any soul rings, only to be astonished by the sudden appearance of 10 soul rings upon it. Goodness, is this your doing? I'm still not even at level 60, he exclaimed with excitement. The Creator God, pleased with himself, stroked his beard and replied, It is essential to display my abilities in such a manner. Feel free to utilize the initial soul rings. They're not bound to soul power. Of course, your current strength is rather low, and I fear you may perish in the city of slaughter. Young one, consider yourself fortunate to encounter a Creator God as exceptional as myself. After the Creator God's whimsical interference, Tang Tian found his desire for cultivation entirely evaporated, redirecting his focus towards the study of several divine soul rings. First soul skill, Power of Blessing, Instant Restoration. Removal of negative states. Second soul skill, Tri-Elemental Power, Comprehensive Amplification of 500. Third soul skill, Indomitable Power, Damage Defense Amplification of 500. Fourth soul skill, Wisdom Power, Mental Strength Amplification of 500. Fifth soul skill, Limiting Power, Forced Comprehensive Reduction of 99. Sixth soul skill, Infinite Power, Soul Power Consumption Reduction of 88. Seventh soul skill, life and death power, 8th soul skill, spatial power, 9th soul skill, temporal power, 10th soul skill, creation power. Chapter 62. A real-life hero saving the beauty observing the last few soul skills, all marked with question marks. Tang Tian inquired curiously of the creator god. Why are the latter soul skills lacking descriptions? The creator god, somewhat embarrassed, replied, those skills can only be wielded once you ascend to godhood. Using them without such status would lead to catastrophic consequences. In principle, you should not be able to use these skills at all. But you have encountered the omniscient and omnipotent me. I have weakened these divine soul rings slightly, allowing you to utilize them temporarily. However, as they have been diminished, their power remains limited, suitable only for dealing with mere mortals. Tang Tian, rendered speechless, remarked, should I then extend my gratitude to you? Although Tang Tian expressed such sentiments, his inner thoughts diverged. How frustrating. Initially, I could simply acquire a few soul rings to utilize my martial spirit. Yet you insisted on complicating matters by introducing some temporarily useless junior soul rings. Are these junior soul rings not akin to occupying a latrine without relieving oneself? The creator god, however, remained unperturbed and straightforwardly replied, no need for thanks, my friend. Gifting a few soul rings is a trivial matter. Tang Tian lamented with unwept tears. But these soul rings you have bestowed upon me are of no use to myself. Surely, you do not expect me to become an auxiliary, do you? I must inform you, I am a warrior. The role of an auxiliary is utterly unfathomable to me. The creator god gazed at Tang Tian with an expression akin to that of a simpleton, exclaiming, I have already informed you that these are divine soul rings. Why can you not comprehend? As the greatest creator god of this realm, do you truly believe that the soul rings I bestow could ever be compared to those of the mortal realm? Tang Tian, filled with skepticism, inquired. Are you suggesting that these soul abilities serve to assist oneself? The creator god regarded Tang Tian with an expression akin to disbelief, perceiving the young man as somewhat dim-witted. Despite his astonishing potential, I shall take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again another time. Your ignorance is so profound that it renders me reluctant to engage in conversation with you. Tang Tian, after the departure of the creator deity, Tang Tian endeavored to calm himself and prepared to cultivate the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. At that moment, the creator deity returned, accompanied by a battalion of silver-armored soldiers wielding long spears. Ha ha ha, young one, I have returned. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Tang Tian, feeling increasingly agitated, rose once more and impatiently inquired, what are you attempting to do? Are you staging a rebellion? The creator deity clapped his hands, and a squad of silver-armored soldiers performed a gesture of respect towards Tang Tian. This unexpected display left Tang Tian utterly bewildered. Perhaps fearing that Tang Tian might not comprehend the situation, the creator deity added, young man, these soldiers are temporarily at your command, as I have lent them to you. Furthermore, the auxiliary soul technique I have bestowed upon you can be utilized on yourself. I truly must take my leave now. I shan't engage in further trivialities. After the creator deity departed, a soldier of apparent leadership stepped forward and, executing a respectful gesture, inquired, may I ask, Your Highness, what commands do you have for us? Tang Tian inquired, what were your previous occupations? The squad leader replied, we were once the guardians of the supreme divine temple, entrusted with the sacred duty of ensuring the temple's safety. Tang Tian replied, very well, there is nothing pressing at the moment. Please, feel free to leave for now. Tang Tian felt a flicker of affection for the creator god, as if a pillow were offered to him upon the arrival of drowsiness. The godly warriors stationed in the mortal realm should be invincible, one would presume. However, Tang Tian possessed a gentle heart. He was not one to recklessly annihilate a faction. Thus, for an extended period, these warriors would merely serve as ornamental figures. As tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Tang Tian settled into a lotus position and commenced his cultivation of the 9 transformations of profound arts. After a lengthy day, a radiant purple aura emanated from the crown of his head, and strands of Taoist rhythm unfurled within the surrounding space. Subsequently, countless threads of Taoist rhythm surged into Tang Tian's being like a tidal wave. In that fleeting moment, Tang Tian felt a torrent arise within him, coursing through his flesh and organs, then cascading over his skin and skeletal meridians in a successive cleansing. With each wave, his strength would intensify, while the essence of Taoist rhythm would gradually diminish. Under the continuous enhancement of the Taoist rhythm, Tang Tian took his initial step from the mortal realm into the divine. The profound arts achieved a grand completion at the 3rd transformation. Tang Tian did not hasten to ascend to the 4th transformation for the 9 transformations of profound arts. A quintessential path of cultivation emphasizes a gradual and cyclical progression. Lacking the requisite mental state to align with his own prowess could easily lead to catastrophic consequences. Upon exiting the Temple of Time, Tang Tian noticed that 4 or 5 individuals had, surprisingly, taken heed of his presence. Without further contemplation, he summoned the 4 swords of extermination to grant them liberation. After dispatching them, Tang Tian murmured to himself, why do so many individuals prefer to conceal themselves in such shadowy corners? Truly perplexing. Nonetheless, it matters not. Let us first eradicate evil and punish the wicked. Tang Tian began to search for individuals far and wide, and after taking the lives of dozens, he stumbled upon yet another tumultuous scene ahead. This time, approximately 20 individuals were gathered in a circle, and without a doubt, at the center of it all was the young girl he had encountered 2 days prior. Tang Tian cast a cursory glance. Although the number of participants this time was fewer than the last, each individual possessed formidable strength, far surpassing the previous 100 wretches. The universe, with its profound mysteries, echoed the incantation of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 soul skills. Without hesitation, Tang Tian enveloped the young girl in the full amplification of the heavenly yellow tower. However, the effect was explosive in an unexpected manner, rather than experiencing an enhancement. The girl's legs buckled beneath her, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Damn it. He had forgotten that the restriction power was not an amplification soul skill. Tang Tian's expression darkened as he swiftly recognized his blunder and resolved to remedy the situation. Hey, you ruffians ahead, do not lay a finger on that girl. Allow me to handle this. The 20 or so burly men, witnessing the girl's fall, hesitated, none daring to take the first step forward. After all, in a place like the city of slaughter, treachery and schemes abound, and no one wished to gamble with their lives. At that moment, seeing Tang Tian, this fool, volunteering to test the waters, the group parted to make way. One particularly imposing figure, donning a spiked knuckle, feigned camaraderie, and said, "You go first. Enjoy yourself. And once you are done, we will partake as well. We are all brothers here, no need for formality." Tang Tian, upon hearing such nonsensical chatter, promptly brought the heavenly Linglong Tower crashing down upon the face of the burly man, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do I resemble such a person?" He then declared, 3 cups of penalty wine, and let this be a lesson not to be repeated." The robust figure of the burly man fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, while those surrounding him displayed no reaction whatsoever, as losing one more individual merely meant they could advance in the queue more swiftly. Tang Tian extended a helping hand to the girl, inquiring gently, "Are you all right? Do you need assistance to stand?" The girl grasped Tang Tian's hand and managed to rise. Yet she swiftly collapsed back into his embrace. With a faint voice, she murmured, "I am fine. I just cannot fathom why my soul energy has suddenly vanished. And I feel utterly drained." Tang Tian let out a bitter laugh, pondering to himself, "The power of constraint truly is a divine technique among mortals. Fortunately, I was not the subject of the first experiment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." The surrounding brute men, upon hearing the girl's words, revealed their true colors, saying, "Kid, release that girl and let me take over. Otherwise, you shall face death." "You certainly do talk a lot," Tang Tian retorted, replicating his earlier actions. And yet another man's face met intimately with the celestial Linglong Tower, resulting in a resounding thud as he collapsed. The remaining surviving men exchanged glances, and without a word, reached a tacit agreement. Whoever killed that boy first would have the privilege of claiming the girl. "Kid, attempting to be a hero and save the damsel in such a place, do you not value your life?" They jeered. The villain often meets his end through excessive chatter. Let us take action directly. Chapter 63. A different Qian Ruxue. In the blink of an eye, several loquacious brutes were brought down by Tang Tian, never to rise again. After dealing with a few rotten fish, Tang Tian turned his gaze to the girl in his arms and said nonchalantly, "Miss, we are not well acquainted, and your current position is rather uncomfortable for me." The girl in his embrace replied shyly, "Let me assist you in sitting up first." Tang Tian said as he led her to a clean spot to sit down. "Now, may we converse? How did you come to know my name?" The girl hesitated for a moment, then stammered, "I am actually a maidservant to His Highness the Crown Prince. When you and His Highness were discussing matters, I had the fortune of seeing you on a few occasions." Tang Tian suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment at that time. Shuqingha had not yet ascended to the position of Crown Prince. For various reasons, Tang Tian had spent half a year indulging in revelry with Shuqingha. However, his flattery during that period was primarily motivated by business interests. Overall, Tang Tian regarded it as a transaction, a mutually beneficial arrangement wherein his profit-making enterprise gained a green channel and protection from the Starry Empire, while Shuqingha earned merits that enabled him to rise to the status of Crown Prince. After reminiscing about the past, Tang Tian, still somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why do I not recall your beautiful maid accompanying Brother Shui?" Upon hearing Tang Tian address Shuqingha as Brother Shui, the young maid's face lit up with delight as she replied, "At that time, I was merely a small maid. Surely you would not remember me." Tang Tian pondered. This is truly absurd, even more so than I could ever imagine. How could a maid possibly possess such an aura? Could it be that Shuqingha was swapped out at the tender age of 8? Since you have been cast out by Brother Shui, I cannot extend my assistance. Furthermore, I have no desire for anyone to hinder my progress. With that, Tang Tian intended to depart. The young girl's internal thoughts. How forthright. Seeing Tang Tian distance himself, she felt a surge of urgency and hastily called out to him, "Tang Tian, wait." Tang Tian turned his head and said, "What is the matter? Are you willing to reveal the truth now? What is your connection to the spirit hall? Are you a disciple of Bibi Dong or perhaps her daughter?" To his surprise, upon hearing the name Bibi Dong, the young girl reacted with such intensity, exclaiming, "Do not mention that woman, Bibi Dong. in my presence. Tang Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. So, it is you, Qian Rinxue. Pray tell, what have you done to my brother, Shui? You are quite astute. The Shui you were with before was indeed me. But how did you ascertain my identity as Qian Rinxue? You must be aware that within our spirit hall, there are many extraordinary talents, and it would be quite a feat to connect them to me, the Holy Maiden. The young woman appeared to have regained some composure. Tang Tian returned and continued to inquire. I was merely speaking casually, yet I did not expect you to reveal so much. Pray tell, how did you come to this place? Qian Rinxue gestured for Tang Tian to sit beside her, then furrowed her delicate brows and spoke softly. I harbor a deep disdain for that woman. Despite her being my mother, I find no solace in her presence. Therefore, I used the pretext of infiltrating the Dou Empire to stealthily escape and live my own life. At that time, you were the first person willing to accompany me in play, and you even aided me in ascending to the position of Crown Prince. From that moment forth, I have held you in my memory. Before Qian Rinxue could finish her thought, Tang Tian callously interjected. Simply state why you chose not to remain hidden in the Dou Empire, but instead ventured here. Because I yearned to grow stronger, to avenge my grandfather. Qian Rinxue replied, her teeth clenched in fury as she uttered those words. Tang Tian sat beside Qian Rinxue, perplexed as he inquired, isn't the spirit hall's strength formidable? How could anyone dare to challenge your grandfather? Qian Rinxue elucidated, apart from you, my grandfather shares the closest bond with me, as he was the only one willing to care for me and play with me during my childhood. However, just a few days ago, 2 individuals arrived at the Spirit Hall. After dealing with the Hall of the Pope, they sought out my grandfather in the Hall of Elders and issued numerous threats, compelling him to make several assurances. I could not contain my anger, which prompted me to leave. Of course, my undercover mission has not concluded. It has merely transitioned to another powerful figure within the Spirit Hall, whose spirit possesses the ability to disguise itself in any manner. Tang Tian filtered out the irrelevant information. Then, with a hint of disbelief, inquired, has the limit Douluo truly been defeated? Surely, you jest. Qian Rinxue, perceiving Tang Tian's skepticism, replied with a touch of annoyance. The man wields the Haotian hammer, while the woman possesses the blue-silver grass as her spirit. In a 2-against-1 scenario, my grandfather, of course, would find it impossible to prevail. Tang Tian now wished to laugh yet dared not to, covering his already smiling face with both hands, and said, I express my deepest sympathy for your plight. What has befallen you? Qian Rinxue, noticing Tang Tian's hand shielding his face, inquired with concern. Tang Tian tightly covered his face and said, haha cough cough, I am fine. However, you should refrain from provoking those 2 individuals. If my conjecture is correct, one of them is an extreme Douluo, and the other is a deity, whom you cannot afford to offend. Qian Rinxue replied earnestly, so what if they are gods? One day, I too shall ascend to divinity. Ha 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 cough cough. Are you all right? Ha 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 ha. Why do I sense laughter from you? I am not, he retorted. Ha 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 ha. You are. She insisted. Could it be that you were truly Brother Shui, and would not deceive me? Tang Tian likely imagined the sequence of events surrounding this incident. The general situation is that Tang Hao absorbed the soul crystal and attained the rank of limit Douluo. Subsequently, he, alongside Ain, launched an assault on the Spirit Hall, delivering a resounding defeat to Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo. Upon learning that her grandfather had been vanquished, Qian Rinxue, who shared a close relationship with Qian Douluo, hastily retreated to the city of Slaughter to cultivate. Tang Hao's intention was presumably to caution the Spirit Hall against harboring designs on Tang San. Yet it might yield the opposite effect. After all, the most insidious spy within the Spirit Hall is Bibi Dong, who, harboring resentment after being forcibly united with the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, now seeks to create enemies for the Spirit Hall, determined to bring it to ruin. Regarding Qian Rinxue's attitude towards him, Tang Tian had gleaned some understanding. Who says that a devoted admirer ends up with nothing? Tang Tian had fervently admired Shui Qinghe, largely anticipating that Shui Qinghe's fate would soon take a turn for the worse, a rather embarrassing episode that would remain largely unknown. Unbeknownst to him, Shui Qinghe had already been swapped out, and he was, in fact, lavishing his attentions on Qian Rinxue, leading to the consequential events that followed. As Qian Rinxue grasped Tang Tian's arm, her animated chatter revealed not a hint of the demure saneness of the Spirit Hall. You remember those days when I wasn't feeling well? You personally concocted red bean caramel milk tea for me, and came to keep me company. And not to mention, you customized a personal recipe for me and gifted me that mysterious stone which significantly enhanced my soul power, and so on. With each word that left her lips, Tang Tian's expression darkened, and thoughts of silencing her began to surface. All right, the family recognition segment is concluded. I implore you to cease. I believe you're indeed Shui brother. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, a triumphant smile bloomed on Qian Rinxue's face. And she even flashed a victory sign, a gesture Tang Tian had previously taught her. Though she was elated, Tang Tian felt increasingly restless, contemplating an escape. Shui brother. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Quickly, Qian Rinxue grasped his arm and even leaned in close, insisting, No. You must take me out of the city of slaughter and into the realm of the god of killing. You are overreaching, Tang Tian replied. somewhat at a loss for words in the face of Qian Rinshua's demands. Noticing his reluctance, she added, as compensation, I can grant you the status of an elder in the spirit hall. Consider it, he mused. Assist me in toppling Bibi Dong, and I shall make you the pope of the spirit hall. Qian Rinshue continually raised the stakes. Deal. But isn't it the case that one must win the championship to unlock the path to hell? Tang Tian, are you foolish? Why abide by their rules? We could simply eliminate all the inhabitants of the inner city, and that would equate to victory. Your proposition is perilous, yet I find it appealing. Tang Tian's meticulous care for Qian Rinshue, even bordering on adoration, had successfully penetrated the depths of her childhood heart. Although that was during a time when she was yet naive and oblivious to his true intentions, fate often weaves its tapestry in the most inexplicable ways. A woman's affection for a man can stem from myriad reasons. Qian Rinshue had long recognized her feelings for him, despite their interactions spanning less than half a year. In her still grappling with his thoughts, she was unequivocally certain that her heart could accommodate no one else but him. Fate is indeed wondrous. With a mischievous smile, Qian Rinshue took Tang Tian's hand, ready to embark on their bloody feast. Ah, please do not grasp my hand. It is quite detrimental to my performance, Tang Tian protested, as he withdrew a piece of fabric from his storage ring and inscribed it with hastily scrawled characters using dye, for the sake of righteousness. Upon completing this task, he summoned the god-slaying spear and affixed the fabric to it, crafting a makeshift banner. Qian Rinshue gazed at him in confusion, her brow furrowed. Tang Tian, what are you doing? As Tang Tian waved the banner, he elucidated. The preparations prior to the city's massacre must be justified, for I shall remain unburdened by psychological strain. Seeing that Tang Tian was ready with the flag, Qian Rinshue rushed to grasp his hand. Though she was uncertain of its significance, she felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for his prowess, perhaps due to his urgency. Tang Tian did not shake off Qian Rinshue's hand this time. Hastily, he led her to the battlements of the inner city, unfurling the banner of the god-slaying spear. He then utilized his soul energy to amplify his voice, reaching every corner of the Slaughter City's inner sanctum. Beasts of the Slaughter City, heed my words. I am the embodiment of justice, nay, I am justice itself. Today, I shall deliver judgment upon you. In that moment, every individual in Slaughter City turned their gaze upon Tang Tian. Some watched with a sense of morbid curiosity, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, while others harbored sinister intentions towards Qian Rinshue, concocting nefarious schemes. A portion of the crowd was merely a collection of passive spectators, oblivious to the calamity that loomed before them. Who is this person? Bring him down. I'm parched. Let us make him into a Bloody Mary to quench my thirst. Wait a moment. Listening to a joke could be quite entertaining. Kid, toss that girl beside you down, and I might spare your life. Is this young man mad? Indeed. Who in their right mind would act in such a manner? Tang Tian looked down coldly at the multitude of grotesque faces below, intending to bestow upon them a final requiem. All things in the universe are born to nurture humanity, yet mankind incessantly laments the heavens for their perceived indifference. In life, there exists a hierarchy of wealth, where the affluent are often favored by celestial grace. Prosperity and nobility are bestowed by the heavens, but wickedness invites divine retribution. The day of judgment commences now. Why should one spare any effort in the act of killing? The disloyal may be slain. The unfilial may be slain. The unkind may be slain. The unjust may be slain. Those lacking in propriety, wisdom, or faith, Tang Tian declared in fury. Kill, kill, kill. Upon the city walls, a flag is raised in the name of heaven. Those who defy the divine shall perish, whether standing or kneeling. Kill, kill, kill. Having completed the lengthy eulogy, Tang Tian paid no heed to the adoring gaze of Qian Rinshue. He directly activated the Tower of Heaven and Earth to amplify his strength, invoking the primordial forces of the cosmos. The four swords of extermination were already trembling with excitement. Tang Tian, not one to dally, issued the command for slaughter, simultaneously unleashing his area of effect attack in the City of Carnage. In the City of Carnage, a dark and expansive chamber housed an extraordinarily large chair, adorned with blue and purple crystals shaped like a drum tower. Everything else in the room was steeped in dark red. Someone was unleashing soul techniques to wreak havoc upon the city. A chilling female voice echoed in the shadows. I am aware. A tall figure seated himself upon the massive chair, obscured by darkness, his silhouette revealing a slender frame. Great King, shall we take action against him? He has violated the rules of the City of Carnage. He does not violate the rules. They simply do not apply to him. The imposing man replied from his seat. If this continues, the inner city will be annihilated. The King of Carnage was silent for a moment. And what do you propose we do? Eliminate him. The King of Carnage spoke coldly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Why not? Great King, do you wish to see the City of Carnage weakened? Although we once reached an agreement with the Spirit Hall a millennium ago, who knows when they might tear it asunder? The King of Carnage interrupted the chilling voice. The Spirit Hall will not intervene with us now. Do you remember the two guests who visited a few days ago? Guests? Indeed, the last two living gods of slaughter. Could it be that this individual is connected to those two gods? The cold voice trembled. The King of Carnage replied nonchalantly. You have guessed correctly. In this world, if anything truly threatens the City of Carnage, it is not the Spirit Hall, but rather those two gods of slaughter. I cannot afford to offend them. You should know that those who traverse the path of hell can still wield soul techniques within the city of carnage. This person is the most fearsome among the two gods, and did you notice the woman beside him? The other god came for her. Let things unfold as they may. While I am reluctant to see the two gods of slaughter appear, I fear their wrath even more. The icy voice gasped, Great King of Carnage. If we allow this to continue, there will be no one left in the inner city. Moreover, does the fable wall of the city of carnage not bear such a warning? The gods of slaughter descend, heralding calamity from hell. I fear. The King of Carnage solemnly stated, I have considered this as well. But do you have a better solution? If we offend those two gods, then the outer city will also be lost, and the city of carnage will be beyond salvation. Great King, why not send those two gods away from the city of carnage in advance? The King of Carnage replied coldly, Leave? Send these two away? There is no one left in the inner city. P.S. Gratitude to Ningmu for the 98 book coins donation. To the Emperor of Seizing for the 100 book coins donation, and to the Invincible Pony for the 8 book coins donation. Chapter 65, The Path of Hell Opens. In a fit of rage, Tang Tian claimed the lives of 100,000, leaving a scene drenched in blood. The city of slaughter has transformed into a veritable inferno of human suffering, where dark crimson blood intertwines, coalescing into a river of sanguine hue. The majority of this lifeblood flows incessantly into the subterranean pools beneath the city of slaughter, while a portion trickles down the city walls toward the outer realms. The fallen of the outer city, witnessing the relentless cascade of blood upon the ground, succumb to madness. Some zealously scoop the crimson liquid into crystal chalices, while others prostrate themselves, voraciously consuming what is for them a rare delicacy, a Bloody Mary. Step aside, do not vie with me. They exclaim. It is a Bloody Mary. A Bloody Mary. The inner city is in turmoil. We need no longer linger in despair. Come, let us revel in the inner city. Our days of fortune have arrived. Tang Tian stood atop the city walls, gazing with satisfaction at the fruits of his labor. He waved the makeshift banner fashioned from the god-slaying spear, proclaiming that while justice may be delayed, it shall never be absent. In the inner city of the city of slaughter, all had met their demise. Qianren Xue, lacking Tang Tian's worldview, looked upon the scene with a tinge of reluctance, her voice slightly faltering as she inquired, Tang Tian, have we gone too far? Not at all. We are the embodiment of justice. Wasn't this proposal your own creation? Are you having second thoughts now? Tang Tian teased. It just feels a bit cruel. TSK. It's not just a bit. It's exceedingly cruel. As their conversation unfolded, the King of Slaughter emerged, his massive hand gesturing with force, causing the thick, dark red liquid on the ground to swiftly ascend. In the enveloping darkness, only a small portion remained visible, while the rest fell into a vast blood pool beneath, where the viscous blood already present vastly exceeded that which Tang Tian had conjured. He opened his mouth to consume some of the fresh blood, and in the dim light, the King of Slaughter faintly revealed 2 fangs. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the trial of the city of slaughter. A low, piercing voice resonated from all directions. The overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped Tang Tian. Yet before it could approach, it was swiftly absorbed by the 4 swords of extermination. This maneuver left Tang Tian feeling quite vexed, inwardly lamenting. I originally thought that having slaughtered the entire city, I would exude an astonishing aura. For instance, a mere hint of murderous intent should be enough to intimidate the extras and the foolish, yet you've snatched it all away. How can I bear this? In the midst of Tang Tian's fleeting distraction, the atmosphere of the city of slaughter surged to its zenith, as a blood-red figure descended from the heavens. The thunderous shouts of King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter rang out from the outer city, leaving the fallen horse, yet they showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, Tang Tian regained his senses and cast his gaze towards the crimson figure suspended in midair. It was a tall man, entirely enveloped in a grand scarlet cloak. His pallid complexion and blood-red eyes were striking as his body descended gracefully, seemingly unbound by the constraints of gravity. Clearly, he was at least a titled Douluo. Finally, he hovered about 7 or 8 meters above the ground. The King of Slaughter paused his descent, looking down upon Tang Tian. His deep, yet piercing voice resonated once more. You are quite impressive. Thank you, King of Slaughter, for stating the obvious. You possess a sense of humor, Tang Tian replied. Following this, the King of Slaughter began to ascend, addressing the fallen ones outside the city of slaughter. I am delighted to witness the emergence of 2 formidable champions in the arena of slaughter. The long-absent 100 victories has manifested in an even more powerful form through these 2 young individuals. With their formidable strength and terrifying aura of death, they instill trembling fear within you. Do they not, my subjects? Yes, the fallen ones responded, as an unmistakable allure emanated from the King of Slaughter, invoking a near-manic reverence among all who beheld him. The King of Slaughter lowered his gaze towards Tang Tian and Qianren Xue. Thank you for rekindling the passion within me. The carnage is commendable. In recognition of your achievements, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of Slaughter God. From this day forth, you shall have the freedom to enter and exit the city of slaughter at will, and you shall be appointed as guest officials under my command. Tang Tian, witnessing the King of Slaughter resort to such petty tricks, could not help but sarcastically reminisce about the past, questioning whether he had lost his senses. With such a promising future ahead of him, how could he possibly deign to serve as a mere guest elder? Qian Rinxue harbored a similar sentiment. Albeit expressed more diplomatically, there is no need for that, esteemed King of Slaughter. We must not disrupt the established order of the City of Slaughter for our sake. I am willing to endure the trials of the Hell Road to earn your favor. I aspire to rely on my own strength to emerge from this place, becoming a true god of slaughter, rather than merely a figurehead. The King of Slaughter's gaze sharpened, revealing an unsettling truth about the terrors that lie within the Hell Road, which you may not fully comprehend. I implore you to understand that life is singular and fleeting. The malevolence that surrounds you is insufficient to safeguard your passage through the Hell Road. I sincerely hope you heed this well-intentioned counsel. Tang Tian chuckled lightly, addressing the illustrious King of Slaughter. Have you finished your incessant babble? The King of Slaughter, momentarily perplexed, could not fathom the meaning behind Tang Tian's words. Although Qian Rinxue was equally bewildered, she discerned from Tang Tian's expression that his remarks were far from complimentary. Fearing that Tang Tian might provoke the King of Slaughter, she hastily redirected the conversation. Esteemed King of Slaughter, might you open the path to hell for us? A more intense crimson light flickered in the King of Slaughter's eyes, his gaze suddenly turning icy. If that is the case, then traverse the path to hell. Companionship along this journey can be quite the adventure. Should you successfully endure the trials of this path and emerge as the new generation of slaughter gods, please extend my regards to your elders. Now follow me. Upon reaching the arena of hell, the King of Slaughter poured the blood he had deliberately set aside onto the ground, and streams of blood converged towards the center of the slaughtering ground. His somber voice echoed, I thank you for rendering the City of Slaughter incapable of providing even the offerings necessary to open the path to hell. Unbeknownst to them, grooves had appeared on the ground, into which the blood flowed, gradually forming a colossal, crimson emblem. At that moment, Tang Tian and Qian Rinxue stood at the heart of the emblem. Tang Tian, preoccupied with thoughts of whether to return for the token after exiting the City of Slaughter or to request it immediately, ultimately resolved to delay his request. After all, should a conflict arise with the King of Slaughter, he would be unable to fulfill his promise to Qian Rinxue. May fortune favor you on the path to hell, were the King of Slaughter's final words. As his voice faded, the formation to open the path to hell enveloped the two, and Tang Tian and Qian Rinxue simultaneously felt the ground beneath them vanish, their surroundings becoming ethereal. After a moment, Tang Tian found himself on a circular platform, approximately 5 meters in diameter, rather modest in size. Tang Tian cast a glance at Qian Rinxue and noticed that her eyes had turned a vivid crimson, indicating a likely descent into madness. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to summon the Tower of Heaven and Earth, activating his first soul skill, the Blessing of Power. Are you all right? He inquired, raising his right hand to bestow the enhancements from the tower upon Qian Rinxue. A pure and invigorating life force surged into her being beneath the gentle blue glow of the tower, gradually restoring her to normalcy as the blood-red hue in her eyes faded. Thank you, she uttered, a simple expression signifying her regained sanity. Let us depart. I shall escort you out first, as I have matters to attend to. Gazing at Tang Tian, Qian Rinxue found herself at a loss for words. As she steadied her breath, she suddenly unleashed her 6-winged angel spirit. Upon seeing the small angel in Qian Rinxue's grasp, Tang Tian couldn't resist tugging at her wings and remarked, I have observed that aside from this platform, we are surrounded by an abyss of unfathomable depth. I am unable to fly. Thus, I must rely on you. Do not worry. Your soul skill is now at your disposal, he reassured her. Qian Rinxue, her complexion flushed, handed her long sword to Tang Tian and softly suggested, shall I carry you down? Tang Tian calmly remarked, it must be this way. If you prefer not to carry it, you may embrace it instead. Ultimately, it was decided to carry it. Qian Rinxue swiftly completed the manifestation of her martial soul, turning her back to Tang Tian, signaling him to hasten his ascent. Tang Tian did not hesitate, pressing his body against Qian Rinxue's back. Her prominent curves and sudden elasticity caused him some discomfort. Qian Rinxue was notably tall, yet still slightly shorter than Tang Tian, whose nose brushed against her tousled golden hair. His arms distinctly felt her smooth and delicate neck. Change your hand position. Do not touch me there, she said, her long, slender legs taut and trembling slightly. Tang Tian could sense her unease. This won't hinder your flight, will it? He wrapped his arms around her slender waist once more. Just hold on to my neck. Qian Rinxue's voice was natural, yet her heart raced with anxiety, her quivering form betraying her composure. If the person behind her were anyone other than Tang Tian, she feared the consequences would be dire. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. How much longer do you intend to linger in this dreadful place? Qian Rinxue urged Tang Tian, striving to maintain a calm tone to mask her embarrassment. Tang Tian quickly wrapped his arms around her neck and said, all right. Let us hasten our departure. Qian Rinxue shot him an annoyed glance, thinking to herself that men only seek to take advantage. Tang Tian, oblivious to the meaning behind Qian Rinxue's gaze, helplessly urged her, hurry and take flight. Hold on tight. If you drop me, it will be beyond my concern. Qian Rinxue offered a brief warning before preparing to spread her wings. Despite her words, she ascended with great caution, positioning herself vertically to ensure that gravity securely bound Tang Tian to her. Fearing for his safety, she flew at a deliberate pace. After some time, she softly remarked, "We have descended over 400 meters. Have you noticed that the air has begun to warm? Moreover, it seems that tranquility has forsaken us. There are sounds surrounding us. Though faint and distant, their intent appears directed towards us. Remain vigilant. Continue to fly downwards. The faster we go, the safer we shall be. Leave the rest to me." As she spoke, Tang Tian summoned the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, encircling them protectively around the pair. Noticing the 4 swords of Zhu Xian orbiting her, Qian Rinxue felt a surge of calm, clearly reassured by the presence of these formidable blades. After all, she had witnessed their devastating prowess during the recent massacre. As the swords manifested, the ominous aura in the vicinity swiftly converged upon them, yet the palpable heat in the air noticeably dissipated. A clear testament to the power of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian. What? How is this possible? The malevolent energy here has been absorbed by your martial soul. Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her astonishment directed towards the shimmering swords. Tang Tian casually remarked, "Keep going. There are less than 1,000 meters left. The road ahead will undoubtedly be smooth." Upon hearing his words, Qian Rinxue felt a chill in her heart. A simple analysis led her to a conclusion. Tang Tian, do tell me, how many martial souls do you possess? 3. You have seen them all, have you not? The 4 swords of extermination, the god-slaying spear, and that little tower which saved you just now, Tang Tian replied with a hint of impatience. Tang Tian spoke in a low voice, urging, "Let us set aside these matters for now. Please take me down quickly, for I have a slight fear of heights." As their conversation unfolded, the humming noise intensified, and they could vaguely discern crimson figures rapidly approaching. Moreover, these creatures were not solitary. Rather, they arrived in droves, at least 1,000 strong. As they drew nearer, the flying beings became discernible, revealing themselves to be blood-red bats. Unlike ordinary bats, each of these sanguine creatures measured approximately a foot in length. Yet their expansive wingspan exceeded a meter. While 1 or 2 of these blood bats would pose no significant threat, the sudden emergence of thousands resembled a swirling crimson cloud. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's expression soured considerably, and she could no longer afford to be astonished by Tang Tian's 3 lives martial soul. As they both faced the grim possibility of peril, what were they to do? Tang Tian, feeling somewhat uneasy, urged, "Hurry and fly down. I am extremely afraid of heights." "Do not concern yourself with those threats." The crimson bats flew swiftly, rapidly approaching them in mere moments. Their eyes glowed a blood-red hue as they spotted their target, emitting harsh caws while revealing their sharp fangs. Thousands of these sanguine bats flapped their wings in unison, generating a foul wind that momentarily jolted both Tang Tian and Qian Rinxue. In such dire circumstances, Qian Rinxue chose to place her trust in Tang Tian. Being a woman, she instinctively felt a sense of reliance and trust in him amidst this unknown and terrifying environment. Gradually, her flying speed began to increase, and she paid no heed to the friction between their bodies caused by the turbulence. Both were now enveloped in tension, particularly Tang Tian, who was genuinely fearful of heights. Just a moment ago, he had managed to remain calm, but now he buried his head within Qian Rinxue's flowing golden hair, pretending he was oblivious to the chasm below. Chapter 67. Slaying the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. They landed. Qian Rinxue shook her shoulders, signaling for Tang Tian to descend promptly. Tang Tian gazed at the narrow path beneath his feet, perplexed, and inquired, "Oh, how did you land on this narrow road? Did you not mention your fear of heights? Wait, it seems we are in trouble." Qian Rinxue had indeed chosen a rather precarious location. Directly ahead on their narrow path, dangling below, was a colossal creature. This beast measured over 4 meters in length, its body a dark golden hue, and astonishingly, it possessed 3 heads. 2 enormous claws gripped the narrow path, each with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, their sharp talons embedded into the stone. "You truly have remarkable luck," Tang Tian remarked, somewhat speechless. Qian Rinxue, visibly anxious, urged, "Quick, what shall we do?" "Not a significant issue, just step aside," Tang Tian replied. As he spoke, he hurled the god-slaying spear like a javelin, striking the dark golden, 3-headed bat squarely. Screech! The central head of the slumbering bat emitted a shrill cry, unfurling its terrifying 10-meter wingspan, plummeting into the blood pool below. "You are truly impressive. If it were me, it would surely take a considerable amount of time, and I might even fall," Qian Rinxue analyzed thoughtfully. "That is only natural." Just as Tang Tian basked in his triumph, the bat that had just fallen into the blood pool suddenly erupted. Countless tiny bats surged forth, darting towards Tang Tian. "Angel's domain!" Qian Rinxue suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, her entire being radiated a blinding golden light, which expanded at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian observed that half of the underground area of the City of Slaughter was enveloped in this golden glow, transforming everything around them into a golden hue. Countless tiny bats found themselves immobilized within Qian Rinxue's Angel's domain, while a few fortunate enough to advance were swiftly pulled back to their original positions. 4th soul skill. 10,000 suns ascending. With a commanding shout from Qian Rinxue, golden flames began to coalesce in the air, unerringly striking the location of the myriad tiny bats, incinerating them to nothingness in an instant. As Tang Tian stood in stunned silence, the golden light surrounding Qian Rinxue gradually dissipated, and she gently descended onto the narrow path. The recent exertion had left her somewhat weakened. Tang Tian, it is your turn to carry me now. Tang Tian instinctively prepared to lift Qian Rinxue, murmuring, is it really necessary to mobilize such a force for a few little bats? Unbeknownst to him, these bats were truly despicable. Qian Rinxue, leaning against Tang Tian, spoke vehemently, clearly harboring some resentment towards the bats that had turned to ashes. As Tang Tian advanced, he spoke, do not move recklessly. I shall accelerate our progress. I sense that the exit is near. Qian Rinxue softly replied, resting her head on Tang Tian's shoulder and closing her eyes. As they continued their journey, a sudden rustling sound emerged from ahead, prompting Qian Rinxue to open her eyes, which she had only just closed moments before. Tang Tian and Qian Rinxue simultaneously caught sight of the source of the sound, a pair of fiery red eyes and a dark crimson body slithering along the narrow path. A 10-headed solar serpent? It appears rather unimpressive. Tang Tian scoffed, dismissing it entirely as he continued to carry Qian Rinxue on his back. With every step he took, the dark crimson serpent seemed to sense the provocation, slowly beginning to glide forward. As Tang Tian had surmised, the serpent's head and back bore a total of 9 protrusions, each resembling a vivid red mushroom, seemingly pulsating with flowing blood. The serpent's abdomen was particularly immense, bulging along the narrow path, and its length exceeded 10 meters. Qian Rinxue remained sprawled across Tang Tian's back, evidently unperturbed by the serpent, primarily due to her unwavering faith in his ability to handle the situation. As the distance between them shrank from 100 meters, the creature emitted a croaking sound akin to an infant's wail. The 9 fleshy growths on its back began to emit a golden red glow. When the distance dwindled to 20 meters, Tang Tian could no longer endure the bizarre cries of the 10-headed solar serpent. Swiftly, he summoned the celestial tower of earth, sky, and yellow, benevolently casting a false amplification to restrain the creature's power. As the serpent's 99 attributes were completely restricted, it became incapable of mobilizing its massive form. Lying motionless on the narrow path, like a lifeless pig, approaching the monstrous serpent, Tang Tian gently set down Qian Rinxue. Hand me your longsword, and remain here without moving. Understood. Qian Rinxue's earlier exertion had evidently drained her significantly, for she had yet to fully recuperate. With a simple acknowledgement, she relinquished her weapon to Tang Tian. Tang Tian grasped the long sword with the intention of obtaining the inner dan of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. However, recalling that Tang San favored the use of poison, he retrieved several glass vials from his soul-guiding device and collected some venom from the serpent's fangs. After securing the venom, Tang Tian pondered for a moment, contemplating that the serpent's gallbladder might be a valuable treasure. Consequently, he resolved to slice open the creature's abdomen to extract the gallbladder, perhaps sensing its impending demise. The monstrous serpent suddenly caused the 9 fleshy tumors atop its head to rupture simultaneously. 9 streams of golden red liquid erupted forth, not directly aimed at him, but rather arching over Tang Tian's head. As the streams converged mid-air, they paused momentarily before retracting and coalescing into a fist-sized golden red sphere, which then plummeted toward Tang Tian. Looking up, Tang Tian's expression shifted to one of delight, for he was indeed seeking its inner dan. A glimmer of golden red descended from above, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned the orb through an invisible force, allowing it to rest within his palm. This was none other than the golden red sphere formed from the liquid expelled from the serpent's 9 tumors. Be careful. It is undoubtedly poisonous. Qian Rinxue called out anxiously from behind. Tang Tian shook his head, signaling Qian Rinxue to remain calm. There was no need for concern. Even if it were poisonous, it could not harm him, for he was impervious to all toxins. Are you not afraid of it exploding? Qian Rinxue, still somewhat uneasy, stepped forward swiftly, positioning herself behind Tang Tian, and continued to urge him. Tang Tian gazed at the still-living monstrous serpent upon the ground and decisively delivered a finishing blow. Though uncertainty lingered, he believed that slaying it would avert disaster. Despite the serpent being momentarily restrained, there remained a risk that it could later trigger the explosion of the inner elixir. Tang Tian was oblivious to the true nature of the elixir, yet he recalled it was a valuable item. Fortunately, his soul technique had suppressed 99 of the serpent's mental strength, preventing it from communicating with the elixir. Otherwise, an explosion would lead to Qian Rinxue's demise and Tang Tian's own drowning in a pool of blood. In Chapter 68, having acquired the serpent's gallbladder, Tang Tian returned the sword to Qian Rinxue and gestured for her to climb onto his back, prompting them to continue their journey. They breezed through 2 successive challenges, uplifting their spirits, with Qian Rinxue even dozing off on Tang Tian's shoulder during the journey ahead. Tang Tian found himself increasingly at ease, as the ominous aura and malevolence surrounding them seemed less daunting than depicted in the original narrative. Unbeknownst to him, a martial spirit had been leading the way, continuously absorbing the negative energies throughout their passage. No matter how formidable the forces of evil and bloodshed, they became mere sustenance in the presence of that martial spirit. Tang Tian felt the warmth and softness radiating from his back, quickly activating 2 enhancement spells. The comprehensive augmentation from the Tower of Heaven and Earth accelerated his pace significantly. Within approximately half an hour, Tang Tian reached the end of the narrow path, where the four swords of Zhu Xian spun continuously around a dark opening about 200 meters above. Tang Tian surmised that must be the exit. However, he was incapable of flight, so he gently roused the slumbering Qian Rushiwei resting on his shoulder. We have arrived. Please wake up and disembark. Qian Rushiwei stirred slowly from her slumber on Tang Tian's shoulder, perhaps realizing she had slept for quite some time. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she replied, I apologize, Tang Tian. Tang Tian pointed to the cave entrance approximately 200 meters above the narrow path and said, Do you see that opening? That is the exit. As he spoke, Tang Tian bestowed upon Qian Rushiwei the powers of blessing and the enhancement of the three phases. The moment Qian Rushiwei was imbued with these enhancements, she felt an overwhelming surge of strength and vitality, as if her state had never been so invigorating before. Without further exchange, Qian Rushiwei completed her martial soul manifestation and, facing away from Tang Tian, declared, Hold on tight, we are about to ascend rapidly. As the two soared to a height of 100 meters, the white light within the black cave entrance became visible. Brace yourself, I am accelerating. With a whoosh, Qian Rushiwei suddenly propelled herself forward, carrying Tang Tian into the luminous curtain. The four swords of Zhu Xian followed their master, merging into the radiant glow. At the instant they penetrated the white light, everything around them seemed to transform. They instantly sensed that their bodies had entered a peculiar realm. Surrounding them was an expanse of pure, snowy void, and the wings that manifested from Qian Rushiwei's martial soul were compelled back into her form by this extraordinary force. An unexpected chill permeated the air. It was not a true drop in temperature, but rather the frigid aura of murderous intent. The purest essence of slaughter swiftly invaded Qian Rushiwei's being, each incursion filling her with an abundance of white-killing energy. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained unaffected by this onslaught, as the four swords of Zhu Xian shielded him from harm. When the wave of murderous energy subsided for Qian Rushiwei, it had not yet concluded for the four swords of Zhu Xian. Rather than receiving further assaults, the swords began to actively absorb the energy. As the surrounding aura of death was nearly depleted by the swords, Tang Tian confirmed that he had indeed acquired a domain. Indeed, this was a domain, one forged from the murderous essence by the four swords of Zhu Xian. It could also be described as a formation. A miniature Zhu Xian sword array crystallized from the ancient remnants of instinct. In the next moment, Tang Tian and the four swords of Zhu Xian were forcibly transported from this extraordinary place. Tang Tian was mercilessly cast onto the ground of the outside world. As he attempted to turn and sit up, he noticed a figure not far away, prompting him to glance in that direction. A graceful silhouette stood there, clothed in a striking ensemble of platinum and white, enveloping her exquisite form. Her eyes were fixed upon him, sparkling with excitement. Qian Rushiwei approached Tang Tian step by step, a subtle smile gracing her delicate features. Do you sense it? We share the same realm of talent. I owe all of this to you. Her melodious voice echoed in Tang Tian's ears. What vanity! I am wielding the sword array of the immortals. We are not the same. Though these thoughts remained unspoken, they lingered in his mind, while his gaze remained steadily upon her. Why is it not evening? That way, we could share a beautiful sunset together. At last, Qian Rushiwei reached Tang Tian and paused beside him, then sat down next to him. As she regarded Tang Tian, her gaze softened immeasurably. Tang Tian was taken aback by how exquisitely perfect Qian Rushiwei appeared against the backdrop of nature. Momentarily lost in thought, he recalled a phrase from his memory. The sunset is extraordinarily beautiful, yet it is but a prelude to dusk. To his surprise, Qian Rushiwei was capable of articulating such profound sentiments. She embraced Tang Tian's shoulders, gently guiding him to the grass, and they lay there quietly, inhaling the fragrant essence of the natural world. At that moment, an incongruous, resonant voice echoed in their ears. Tang Hao, unbeknownst to them, had silently positioned himself ahead. Dad! Tang Tian exclaimed, jolting upright. Although puzzled as to why Tang Hao was there, he hastened to approach him. Meanwhile, Qian Rushiwei covered her flushed face with her hands, too shy to meet Tang Hao's gaze. It was only then that Tang Tian realized the exit of the city of slaughter had inexplicably transported them to the rear mountains of Holy Soul Village. Explaining Tang Hao's unexpected presence in this location, Tang Hao nodded, a faint smile gracing his face. I went up the mountain to gather some firewood and ended up encountering you. You should have informed me before heading to the city of slaughter. What if something unexpected occurs? Your mother would surely reprimand me. He continued, invite your friend to join us for dinner. With that, he hoisted the firewood and strode ahead. Firewood? Father, do you still have the energy to concern yourself with this? There's no choice. Your mother insists that meat smoked with this firewood is delectable. It appeared that both the father and the mistress shared a common ailment, bronchitis, mused Tang Tian quietly. After a moment's pause, Tang Tian awkwardly patted the back of the turned-away Qian Rushiwei. Perhaps you should return for now. I'll visit you at the Spirit Hall in due time. With this simple remark, Tang Tian turned to make his hasty exit. Qian Rushiwei chuckled lightly, grasping Tang Tian's hand. Do you take me for a fool? Your father invites me to dinner, and you think I would refuse? Upon hearing Qian Rushiwei's words, non-existent tears traced a path down Tang Tian's face. What a predicament this is. When we arrive, you might encounter the enemy who brutally assaulted your grandfather. With each step that Qian Rushiwei urged him forward, Tang Tian felt his anxiety intensify. He harbored a budding fondness for her. The entire journey out of the city of slaughter had been a fortunate affair. Yet it was also the fruit of their combined efforts. Moreover, Tang Tian sensed a certain innocence in this girl, making it difficult for him to harm her. After all, how many would fall asleep atop a long-lost friend's shoulders, especially in such a perilous place? Chapter 69, Bronchitis Shui, you truly cannot go. I implore you. Tang Tian suddenly grasped the forward-moving Qian Rinxue with earnestness. The light in Qian Rinxue's eyes dimmed noticeably as she turned to meet Tang Tian's gaze directly. Why? Tang Tian felt a twinge of anxiety under the scrutinizing gaze, and the fabricated lies he had prepared suddenly faltered on his lips. After a moment of disorientation, he ultimately resolved to speak the truth, his voice tinged with impatience. Alas, I suspect that your grandfather may have been beaten by my father, and that your father might have been killed by him. Furthermore, your father has also caused harm to my mother. So, is your father Tang Hao? Are you a disciple of the Haoyan sect? Qian Rinxue found it difficult to believe, for Tang Tian did not possess the Haoyan hammer martial spirit. Tang Tian remained silent, gently nodding as he awaited Qian Rinxue's response. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue appeared lost in thought, her grip on Tang Tian inadvertently loosening. Tang Tian, feeling a tumult of emotions, gazed intently at her, outwardly composed, yet inwardly fraught with anxiety. He feared the potential loss of this girl. Could you elaborate for me? I genuinely wish to understand these matters. Although I have some knowledge, much of the truth has been concealed from me by my grandfather and others, Qian Rinxue said calmly. Leaning against a nearby tree, Tang Tian resolved to share what he knew with Qian Rinxue. Leaving the future of their relationship to fate, whether they would be adversaries or allies was yet to be determined. After he concluded his succinct account, Qian Rinxue grasped the reality of the past. With a sorrowful smile, Qian Rinxue said, I apologize for the actions I have taken on behalf of my father, though you may never find it in your heart to forgive me. What? Tang Tian was left bewildered by her words. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively replied, I believe the grievances of the previous generation should not burden us, the youth. Silent tears began to cascade down her flawless visage. This marked the first time Qian Rinxue had ever wept. In the presence of this man, she chose to cast aside the mask she had worn for so long. Tang Tian consoled, Are you all right? Qian Rinxue did not respond to Tang's words. Instead, she sobbed, I have always known the true cause of my father's demise. After the fierce battle between him and your father, both were gravely injured, and that wicked woman, Bibi Dong, seized the opportunity to strike my father down. At that time, my grandfather refrained from taking action against Bibi Dong to spare me the loss of my mother, yet I believe this was a grave error. One day, I shall rectify the mistake my grandfather made. You may find it hard to believe, but though I am Bibi Dong's daughter, she has never once come to see me. Not even a single time. She treats me with such indifference, as if I were her enemy. Tang Tian gazed at the weeping Qian Rinxue before him. Wishing to offer comfort yet at a loss for words, he could only remain a silent listener. I have lived alongside my grandfather for many years and have made some friends in the spirit hall. But it was only upon arriving in the Star Dough Empire that I met you. I have never encountered someone as kind to me as you. You are the sole exception, and thus, I do not wish to lose you, Qian Rinxue confessed, ultimately enveloping Tang Tian in an embrace. Tang Tian could never have imagined the tragic childhood of the holy maiden of the Wuhuan Temple, who stood above all. Simultaneously, he admonished himself that should he ever have a daughter, he must treat her with utmost care. Otherwise, it would be distressing if someone with feigned intentions were to whisk her away. Tang Tian continuously reminisced about the moments spent with Shui Qinghe, realizing how fortunate he truly was. Rest assured, you will forever be my friend, he sincerely declared to the girl in his embrace. Qian Rinxue numbly nodded. I believe you. In the distance, on a branch, Tang Hao and Ayin observed the scene. Tang Hao, somewhat uncertain, inquired of Ayin, so this is the situation. What do you think we should do? Ayin shot him a glance. What else is there to do? I think this girl is quite admirable. Let us consider it a compensation from the Qian family. I'm curious, do you think the Wuhuan Temple will bear the Tang surname in the future? Tang Hao concurred. You are right. I share your sentiments. Xiao Tian, have you been bullying that young lady? Let me tell you, if you have wronged her, you must take responsibility. The usually gentle Ayin looked at Tang Tian with a hint of disappointment. Mother, what brings you here? Tang Tian exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Ayin hurried forward, grasping Qian Rinxue's hand. Dear, if anything troubles you, do not hesitate to tell me. If he dares to mistreat you, I will surely help you deal with him. Wiping her tears, Qian Rinxue managed a faint smile. Andy, I'm all right. Ayin shot a stern glance at Tang Tian before saying, Come now. Let us go home for dinner. Ayin led Qian Rinxue ahead, while Tang Tian trailed behind slowly. Tang Hao leaped from the branch to Tang Tian's side and patted his shoulder, inexplicably remarking, It seems our little third wheel has been undone. You are the only man in our family now. That girl is quite exceptional. You must win her heart. To ease the awkwardness, Tang Tian chose not to respond to the last statement made by Tang Hao. Tang Hao shook his head, a glimmer of happiness evident in his eyes. You will understand in due time. Come, let us hurry back. The food will soon grow cold. At noon, the two of us must indulge in a few drinks. Upon arriving home, they found the table lavishly set with dishes. Tang Hao pulled Tang Tian over and boldly took a seat. Tang Tian swiftly poured a glass of Maotai for his father, and they raised their cups to share a drink. Ain beckoned Qian Rinxue to take a seat and poured her a glass of orange juice, simultaneously cursing Tang Tian for his lack of discernment. Tang Hao gazed at Tang Tian with satisfaction, unperturbed by the presence of Qian Rinxue beside him. I never expected you, young lad, to be so swift. You've brought someone back in just a few days. Let us drink, let us drink. Tang Tian feigned ignorance of Tang Hao's meaning, hastily pouring another full cup for him. Ain, observing the somewhat uneasy Qian Rinxue, gestured towards Tang Hao and reassured her, do not be tense. Consider it as if you were at home. However, the familial banter left Qian Rinxue feeling quite out of place. Tang Hao, surprisingly, possessed an astonishing tolerance for alcohol. As he and Tang Tian indulged, their conversation gradually shifted to more serious matters. Xiao Tian, do you have any plans lately? Do share. Your mother and I will undoubtedly support you in secret. Tang Tian, somewhat inebriated, confided his true thoughts to Tang Hao. He expressed a desire to seek the token of the Haotian sect in order to mobilize the 4 major clans of a singular attribute to establish a new force. He had even devised a name for it, the Tang clan. Tang Hao pondered briefly before responding. The token of the Haotian sect rests in the hands of the ancestor. I am unaware of his whereabouts, so how could you possibly know? Do not dwell on it. I shall pen a letter for you. Perhaps you could seek out the 4 great sects. The sudden decision of the Haotian sect to withdraw from the world certainly caused distress among our brethren. If they are still willing to serve you, you must not neglect them. Rest assured, father. Chapter 70. The Hall of the Papal Steed After Dining. Tang Tian bid farewell to Tang Hao and Ain, preparing to embark on the journey alongside Qian Rinxue. Just before their departure, Ain grasped Qian Rinxue's arm and remarked, after all, this is your family matter. There is little we can do as your uncle and I. Qian Rinxue nodded in acknowledgement, engaging in further conversation with Ain. Tang Tian urged impatiently as he rode atop the magnificent steed. Qi too. Hurry up. Hurry up. Are we moving or not? I'm coming. I'm coming. No need to rush. Qian Rinxue followed closely behind him, her demeanor slightly animated, likely influenced by whatever Ain had whispered to her. Upon reaching the front, Qian Rinxue inquired, is this the only horse? Indeed, such exceptional steeds are rare to encounter. Tang Tian replied, soaring into the sky on Qi Tuesday. This was Qian Rinxue's first encounter with a flying horse, and driven by curiosity, she ascended into the air, landing gracefully behind Tang Tian. Let us proceed to the spirit hall. Do you think we will face any obstruction if we attempt to topple Bibi Dong? Tang Tian questioned ahead. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Rinxue responded, if I am present, the elders of the spirit hall would likely remain neutral, neither aiding nor opposing us. Qian Rinxue pressed further. Why do you ask? Seize the day. Today we shall confront Bibi Dong. As he spoke, Tang Tian unleashed his heaven and earth Xianwang Tower, where 10 divine soul rings floated above, radiating a resplendent blue-gold luminescence. Wow, the spirit city, with Qian Rinxue by his side. No one dared to challenge them along the way. After all, she was the holy maiden of the spirit hall, who would dare interfere? Without a moment's pause, Qi too galloped through the air, swiftly arriving at the papal palace, the highest governing body of the spirit hall. Before the papal palace, 2 knights clad in silver armor halted Tang Tian and Qi Tuesday. 100 palace knights simultaneously raised their long swords. This is a forbidden area. Advance another step, and you shall be executed without mercy. Qian Rinxue, shielded by Tang Tian's figure, regained her former authority upon seeing the obstruction and sharply rebuked the knights. Preposterous. The leading knight cast a glance back at the horse, and upon recognizing Qian Rinxue's imposing visage, he instinctively shivered. With a thud, he knelt on one knee. I pay my respects to your holiness, the holy maiden. The 100 palace knights uniformly mirrored his actions. Qian Rinxue, however, showed little sign of appreciation and continued to admonish, will you not withdraw? We beseech the holy maiden to dismount. This is, after all. The leading knight trembled as he gestured for the others to retreat. Qian Rinxue, perhaps wishing to avoid complications, clarified, this matter does not concern you. Depart swiftly. Once the knights had retreated, Tang Tian, still mounted on Qi Tu, advanced without regard for the sanctity of this most revered domain of the spirit hall. In the vast expanse of the grand square, over 1,000 square meters, only Qian Rinxue and Tang Tian remained. Tang Tian urged the steed, red hair, to advance without casting a glance at the resplendent surroundings. Upon reaching a towering archway, a gentle voice emanated from within, instructing, you shall wait outside. None are permitted to disturb without my command. The doors opened, and red hair continued into the Pope's chamber. Seated upon the throne was a young woman, seemingly in her 20s, yet exuding an aura of profound wisdom. She was petite, adorned in an opulent black robe embellished with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold diadem, and wielding a scepter, approximately 2 meters in length, encrusted with countless jewels. Her alabaster skin and nearly flawless visage set her apart, radiating an intangible nobility and sanctity that inspired reverence. The two remained mounted upon red hair, which halted as they entered. Qian Rinxue dismounted gracefully, advancing toward Bibi Dong. Their gazes colliding in the air. A complex array of emotions flickered across the woman's face. Though she appeared youthful, she had long surpassed her 40th year. The scepter fell to the ground with a soft chime. "You have arrived," she spoke, her melodious voice evoking a sense of spring's gentle caress. Qian Rinxue's expression grew equally intricate as she embedded her exquisite sword into the ornate floor, her delicate hands resting assertively upon the hilt, exuding an undeniable presence. "Indeed. I intend to unseat you from that position." A subtle smile graced the woman's lips. "Qian Rinxue, have you made your decision? Do you believe yourself capable of such a feat?" With a sigh, Qian Rinxue replied, "Bibi Dong, your lofty demeanor is perpetually irksome." "Bibi Dong? Were it not for your mention, I might have forgotten that name. Please refer to me as the Pope, or simply as your Majesty. Even your esteemed status as a saintess does not exempt you." Tang Tian sat quietly atop the steed, observing the mother and daughter duo, a flicker of regret surfacing within him. He had initially anticipated a straightforward confrontation upon arrival, yet the reality proved far more complex. Why had he chosen to immerse himself in this turmoil? Now, he found himself in a precarious predicament. "Would you descend on your own, or shall I forcibly dislodge you from your elevated position?" Qian Rinxue's pupils constricted slightly, a hint of anguish spilling from her gaze as she turned her back on Bibi Dong. Observing Qian Rinxue's silhouette, a fleeting pang of sympathy crossed Bibi Dong's countenance. She lifted her foot, seemingly inclined to approach, yet ultimately halted her advance. "What brings you to seek me? If it is merely a trivial matter, you are free to depart." The Pope's voice maintained an unwavering calm. Noticing that both women disregarded his presence, Tang Tian inhaled deeply, acknowledging the undeniable bond of blood that, despite deep-seated enmity, still tethered them. "Your Holiness, I shall address you once more. It is time for you to vacate that position." "Oh." Bibi Dong regarded Qian Rinxue with surprise. "This is indeed a foolish choice. To attempt the assassination of the Pope of the Spirit Hall is a perilous endeavor. Even as the esteemed saintess, you cannot evade death. And as for your accomplice, regardless of his identity, anyone daring to confront the Pope today shall find no escape." Qian Rinxue offered no retort. Instead, she spoke slowly to Tang Tian. "Tang Tian, assist me in subduing her." Tang Tian nodded slightly, releasing the martial soul, the celestial yellow tower, which enveloped Bibi Dong in a false augmentation, restricting her power. As Bibi Dong's staff clattered to the ground, she herself fell weakly onto the throne behind her. Observing the 10 azure golden soul rings surrounding Tang Tian's tower, Bibi Dong's pupils constricted for a moment, yet her expression remained devoid of fear as she calmly remarked, "It seems you have truly matured. You even have the assistance of a divine entity." Qian Rinxue did not conceal the truth. "He is my friend, and we have known each other for many years. Fortuitously, fate has reunited us in the City of Slaughter." Chapter 71. The obsessive Bibi Dong, what of it? "As long as I live, I shall forever be the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Your friend cannot protect you for eternity." Bibi Dong's voice suddenly turned icy, showing no concern for her current restrained state, as if deliberately provoking Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue's gaze shifted to one of indifference as she replied sternly, "Thank you for your reminder. Today, I shall take your life to avenge my father." A faint smile appeared at the corners of the Pope's lips, her eyes reflecting a hint of relief. "Come then. Your father was slain by me, and I harbor not a shred of remorse. I would gladly kill him 1,000 times over." Qian Rinxue's body shook violently as she soared to the height of the throne, her sword aimed directly at Bibi Dong's heart. "Do not utter another word." Bibi Dong, undeterred, felt her once beautiful features contorted by hatred, and she continued to provoke Qian Rinxue. "I know you despise me. Indeed, I can assure you, while Tang Hao severely injured your father, he ultimately fell at my hands. I personally dispatched that beast who violated his own disciple. Your hatred is justified. I am your father's nemesis and have never fulfilled a mother's duty. Yet, I still believe I was right. Had it not been for you, had it not been for that tarnishing beast, I would be living happily with that man now. I have no desire for further discourse with you, little beast that should never have existed. Even with divine assistance, you cannot resurrect your beastly father." As Qian Rinxue gazed upon Bibi Dong's contorted visage, her eyes were suddenly engulfed in crimson, her entire being trembling with fury. In a moment of resolve, she lunged forward, aiming to pierce Bibi Dong's chest with her sword. Just as the blade was about to strike, a golden light surged from outside the hall, repelling the sword from Qian Rinxue's grasp. "Shuer, have you lost your mind? She is your mother." An elderly, urgent voice rang out, slowly raising her gaze. Qian Rinxue revealed her eyes, now entirely crimson, a clear indication that hatred had consumed her. "Grandfather, do not stop me. I must kill Bibi Dong today." Her voice was devoid of previous emotions, cold and detached, as if she would not relent until Bibi Dong was dead. The voice's owner stepped into the hall, tall and imposing. With his arrival, his voice became clear and resonant. "In this world, anyone could kill her, but you cannot. Do not be foolish. Return with me at once." The figure entering was none other than the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, once one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos, the Angel Douluo. Qian Douluo. Seeing the pained expression in her grandfather's eyes, Qian Rinxue hesitated. "Did you not hear what she said? I must avenge my father. With her astuteness, she easily deduced that her grandfather had been aware of everything long before. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Douluo, revealing an angelic silhouette. 9 soul rings arranged symmetrically around him, accompanied by 3 pairs of pristine wings, the same martial soul as Rinchue's, the 6-winged angel. Douluo extended his hand and grasped Bibi Dong by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. His breathing grew heavy as he articulated each word with precision. Bibi Dong. Do you still consider yourself human? Regardless of how our angel clan has treated you, at the very least, Shuer is your biological daughter. Remember this. If you dare to speak to her in such a manner again, I will personally eradicate you. After casting Bibi Dong aside as if she were a mere trifle, he gently pulled Rinchue closer. Little Shui, we must depart. The sanctity of Douluo's voice roused Rinchue from her fury. Grandfather, I cannot accept this. Her resolve hardened once more, and for reasons unknown. The mere thought of the term little beast ignited a fierce blaze within her heart. This man before her had caused her childhood suffering, leaving her without parents. Sighing deeply, Douluo said nothing further as he led Rinchue out of the Pope's chamber. Strangely, he did not acknowledge Tang Tian, as though he were entirely oblivious to his presence. Unable to oppose her grandfather, Rinchue followed him outside. Yet, as they departed, she cast a meaningful glance at Tang Tian and made a motion as if to touch her neck. Though Douluo noticed, he chose to remain silent. Thinking to himself, it would be better to die at anyone's hands than to perish at Shuer's. Bibi Dong, whether you live or die, is no longer my concern. Tang Tian sat awkwardly upon the steed red hair, feeling uncomfortably entangled in the domestic affairs of others. It seems his youth led him to act thoughtlessly. Ultimately, he could only emulate Douluo's resigned sigh and summon the god-slaying spear, pondering his next course of action. Bibi Dong, however, was unfazed by the scene. Perhaps she had long since transcended the concepts of life and death. Despite the gravity of the situation, she maintained a smile. Noticing Tang Tian's indecision, Bibi Dong gently shook her head and spoke. God, please allow me the audacity to address you thus. With another soft sigh, Tang Tian expressed his sentiments. Bibi Dong smiled serenely. Do you pity me? I do not require your pity, God. Tang Tian, with great difficulty, mustered a semblance of spirit. Even after much contemplation, he remained uncertain whether he should eliminate Bibi Dong. What transpired in your generation remains a mystery to me. However, regardless of the multitude of grievances you harbor, Rinchue is innocent. To impose upon her the hatred you have endured, is that fitting for a mother? Bibi Dong chuckled disdainfully, remarking, You exalted deities can hardly fathom the suffering of us mortals. Do you comprehend the anguish of unrequited love? Are you aware of the torment that arises from watching the one you cherish without being able to reach out and touch them? Tang Tian seemed to have made a resolute decision as he rode slowly on the steed red hair, approaching Bibi Dong. I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you promise to treat Rinchue well from now on, I will spare your life. The disdainful smile on Bibi Dong's face grew more pronounced until she inadvertently caught sight of the ring that Master had given to Tang Tian, causing her expression to shift dramatically. How did you come into possession of Xiao Gang's belongings? Tell me at once. The scorn on Bibi Dong's face was instantly replaced by urgency. Tang Tian raised his hand to examine the ring adorning his finger. A playful glint in his eyes as he remarked, After slaying a few mortals, I found this trinket rather appealing, so I decided to wear it. What say you? Do you also find this ring exquisite? Chapter 72. Now reduced to a messenger, the swiftness with which Bibi Dong's expression transformed was astonishing. Her initial anxiety rapidly morphed into fury. She rose abruptly, intent on attacking Tang Tian, yet the restraints upon her power rendered her efforts futile. Having barely managed to rise, she soon collapsed back onto her throne. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Tian was instantly filled with a desire to mock Bibi Dong. He held a profound impression of this individual, recalling that he was a level 29 Great Soul Master, revered by those around him as a master. Yet, a worthless being remains worthless. He should feel honored by the release I bestow upon him. Bibi Dong struggled incessantly upon the throne, his gaze burning with a fierce intensity as if he wished to devour Tang Tian, exclaiming, Do not dare to call me worthless. Release me, for I shall slay you. Tang Tian gazed into Bibi Dong's penetrating eyes, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the possibility of overstepping boundaries, as she might become a formidable figure akin to a mother-in-law in the future. Thus, he altered his tone and continued, Do not be agitated. I merely extinguished the former version of him, while simultaneously bestowing upon him a new lease on life. He should now transcend to level 29, poised to pursue even loftier realms. That individual is imbued with wisdom, which I hold in high regard. Upon hearing this gratifying revelation, Bibi Dong ceased her struggles, her gaze gradually softening. I knew it, she mused. Little Gang's intellect is unparalleled, even earning the respect of deities. Though my demise is imminent, I find myself filled with a sense of regret. Esteemed deity, could you convey a message to Little Gang on my behalf? Tang Tian was indeed curious to hear what Bibi Dong had to say, and he promptly agreed, saying, Sure, go ahead. I will convey your words to the master. Thank you for your willingness to assist me. Is it just to convey this message to the master? Tang Tian inquired with a hint of amusement. Certainly not. Bibi Dong paused, her countenance turning a shade of crimson. In the past, Xiao Gang and I shared a profound love. Though he was not a formidable soul master, he possessed a wisdom that was unparalleled. However, one day, my teacher unexpectedly arrived. He inquired about the nature of my relationship with Xiao Gang. At that time, my teacher was the person I revered the most. He was not only the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also the one who imparted all my knowledge. Thus, I did not conceal the truth from him and revealed the nature of my bond with Xiao Gang. After a brief pause, Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly grim. Her teacher's countenance had darkened, much like mine now. He declared that I was a once-in-a-century talent of the Spirit Hall, endowed with twin martial souls, and that I must never engage in any romantic entanglements with men from outside, especially not with the blue electric tyrant dragon family. He forbade me from ever leaving the Spirit Hall. My heart belonged solely to Xiao Gang, and thus I engaged in a fierce argument with my teacher, defending my love. I told him that I loved Xiao Gang, and that even if it meant severing ties with the Spirit Hall, I would choose to be with him. Suddenly, my teacher lost his composure. He struck me down with a single blow, rendering me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in excruciating pain, lying bare in a secret chamber of the Spirit Hall. That beast was sitting beside me, asserting that he would keep me in the Spirit Hall by any vile means necessary. He further taunted me, claiming that I was no longer pure and that my body now belonged to him. He demanded to know how I could possibly face that man again. If I did not sever my ties with Xiao Gang, he threatened to kill him immediately. Tang Tian felt somewhat overwhelmed and said, "Hold on, hold on. Wasn't it agreed that we would stick to one sentence? How can anyone remember so much?" Hearing Tang Tian's words, Bai Dong felt a bit embarrassed. After all, it was unusual to disclose such matters to unrelated parties. However, she believed that Tang Tian would not let her off the hook, which is why she was willing to share everything with him. She also hoped that Tang Tian would relay her message to the master, making it known that she had not intentionally abandoned him all those years ago and that her love for him still endured. Overall, Bai Dong found it difficult to let go of her feelings for the master, which prompted her to create this makeshift farewell. To liberate Bai Dong from her constraints, Tang Tian gestured for her to write a letter quickly. Without regard for the Pope's authority, she hurried off to find paper and ink, ultimately returning with a substantial stack of letters, which she handed to Tang Tian. "Isn't this a bit much? What's the difference between sending one letter and a whole pile?" she lamented. "I truly am a wretched soul, running errands day in and day out." Tang Tian weighed the letters in his hands, suspecting that aside from some superfluous details, they likely contained a jumble of affectionate phrases and various requests. Suppressing his curiosity, he placed the letters into the soul guide and wrote off. "Bai Dong, consider this a temporary reprieve. But let me be clear, the Spirit Hall belongs to Qian Rinxue. Do not let it fall into ruin, nor should you make enemies indiscriminately. Control your subordinates. If they continue to commit violence and create trouble, your Xiao Gang will be in peril. Additionally, please inform Qian Rinxue that I will visit her in due time, and she should remain patient." The Pope's Hall left Bai Dong alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. After a moment's reflection on the master, she began to smile foolishly, saying, "Xiao Gang, it seems I have brought you more trouble." After a while, she picked up her fallen scepter and exited the Pope's Hall. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Elder's Hall, Bai Dong addressed the surrounding air softly, "Ghost Elder, Chrysanthemum Elder. All plans are to be put on hold from this moment forth." With a voice laced with confusion, Ghost Douluo replied, "Your Holiness, this is a critical moment for our plans. Why halt them now?" Bai Dong's tone grew more resolute as she stated firmly, "There is no reason. The plan is on hold." In truth, the duo of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo ranked low among the titled Douluos, and their combined techniques were barely noteworthy. Sensing Bai Dong's intensified demeanor, they chose to acquiesce silently. In reality, Bai Dong's power within the Spirit Hall was limited, and these two were the most reliable allies she could mobilize, as most of the offerings in the Elder's Hall followed Qian Doliu's commands. As Tang Tian traversed the starry forest, he entrusted the 6 quasi-titled Douluo of the Temple of Time to fend for themselves in their quest for soul rings. He then continued his journey, swiftly returning to Shrek Academy. Upon his arrival, the master was conducting specialized training for the Shrek students. Addressing Tang San and Dai Mubai, the master proclaimed, "Little San, Mubai, I have a task for you. From this moment forth, subdue them one by one without inflicting any serious harm." "Ah?" Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the master in astonishment. "Master?" Tang San also looked at him with a hint of confusion. The master's expression stiffened. "Mubai, with your 37th rank spirit power, and Little San, possessing 3 transcendent soul rings, defeating them should pose no challenge, should it?" Dai Mubai turned to the group, his gaze landing first on Xiao Wu. He could disregard the others, but Xiao Wu's extraordinary agility struck a note of apprehension within him. Moreover, the thought of injuring Xiao Wu invoked a sense of dread. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue from the protective fury of Tang San. Author S. Note: Dear esteemed readers, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. This book will officially be launched today, meaning it will transition to a paid format. I feel somewhat ashamed to admit that this book has only been free for a mere 150,000 words. Unfortunately, the earlier chapters were rather off-putting, deterring many readers, and thus the current data does not measure up to that of contemporaneous works. Consequently, I must expedite my narrative. I have made revisions in response to earlier critiques, but I aim to accommodate those who have already read the work, thus refraining from substantial changes. The previous issues remain. I shall not dwell on my misfortunes. I am certain this will not be my first nor my last endeavor that falls flat. Of course, a setback does not equate to abandonment. It simply entails a slight reduction in peripheral details for a swifter conclusion. Today, I pledge a minimum of 5 updates, with additional chapters contingent upon circumstances. I will briefly outline the rules for extra chapters, though it may be in vain. There is no need to emphasize initial subscriptions. Breaking 100 would be a blessing. For every 5,000 book coins donated, an additional chapter will be added, with no upper limit. For every 50 monthly votes, another chapter will be included, also with no ceiling. Ultimately, I sincerely hope for your support in initial subscriptions, particularly those made with recharge coins. Thank you all. I express my gratitude thrice for emphasis on this vital matter. Chapter 73, The Frenzied Trample of the 8 Oddities seemingly attuned to Dai Mubai's thoughts. The Master's voice resonated once more, prompting Xiao Wu to step forward. As she heard the command, her rabbit ears flickered subtly, and she promptly advanced to stand beside Tang San. The Master regarded Xiao Wu, stating, "You are not permitted to use your third soul skill. You may begin." "Wait a moment," interjected Mengyaran. "Master, may I utilize my third soul skill?" The Master replied calmly, "Of course, you may, as partners need to understand one another." Since everyone is familiar with Xiao Wu's soul skills, to maintain balance, she is restricted from using her third soul skill. The others instinctively retreated, the Master included. Those at the 30th rank and above possessed considerable power, and their inability to fully control their spirit energy rendered them capable of inadvertently harming others. Just then, Tang Tian fortuitously returned. Tang Tian immediately spotted the individuals engaged in training, and his previous concerns swiftly faded away. With a burst of excitement, he called out to everyone, "Xiao San, teacher, Dai Lauda, Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, Fatty, Zhu Qing, Xiao Ao." He ran. "I have returned." A gentle smile graced the Master's face, for Tang Tian's arrival filled him with immense joy. Yet, he remained steadfast in his pedagogical duties. "Xiao Tian, your timing is impeccable. The training session will now be put on hold. Prepare yourselves for a spar against Xiao Tian. Give it your all to defeat him." The Shrek companions were equally exhilarated upon seeing Tang Tian, but, respecting the ongoing training, they refrained from approaching him, merely offering warm smiles from their positions. This clearly illustrated the profound respect they held for the Master. Even the previously arrogant Ning Rongrong now exhibited humility. The Master then addressed Tang Tian, saying, "Xiao Tian, practice with them briefly, and then today's training will conclude. I shall not intrude upon your reunion." Tang Tian nodded, then summoned his martial spirit, the God-slaying spear, and formally addressed the crowd, "Are you all ready? I shall show no mercy." The others nodded, dispersing to prepare for battle. The first to enter the fray was Dai Mubai, a pale light suddenly erupting from his being. He stretched his arms wide, puffing out his chest. A series of sharp cracks echoed as his bones shifted, his muscles swelling instantaneously, straining against his garments. The air around him seemed to grow tumultuous. Dai Mubai's martial spirit, the white tiger, had fully manifested. The second to prepare for action was Tang San. Azure light surged forth from him as the refined blue-silver grass, altered through the millennium-old spirit ring of the man-faced demon spider, gracefully extended from beneath his feet, slowly advancing toward the spirited Tang Tian. Tang San raised his right hand solemnly and said, "Mubai, I will restrain Tian Gu shortly. You will be responsible for the main assault. The others should act according to the situation. Let us first test the waters, and if things go awry, we shall all engage in a collective attack." Dai Mubai's spirit surged with determination. Not only he, but all the other students also focused intently on their preparations, eager to ascertain just how much stronger Tang Tian was compared to them. "Tian Gu, be cautious." In an instant, the blue-silver grass beneath Tang San sprang to life, with countless vines surging forth, some soaring into the air, others gliding along the ground, and some flanking from the sides, converging towards Tang Tian from all directions. Dai Mubai's eyes, filled with a mischievous glint, suddenly merged into one, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his third soul ring. The resplendent purple light erupted as his third soul skill, the white tiger's diamond transformation, activated. Dai Mubai was a powerful offensive spirit master, and agility was not his forte. Thus, as the blue-silver grass entwined around Tang Tian, he wasted no time and charged forward in sync with the rhythm of the vines. After merely 3 strides, his formidable form came to a halt. For Tang San's blue-silver grass had been effortlessly flicked away by Tang Tian's spear, and it was aimed directly at him. Instinctively, Dai Mubai attempted to evade, but he found himself unable to escape, ensnared tightly by Tang San's blue-silver grass. He sought to break free with his own strength. Yet the moment he exerted his force, he realized something was amiss. Despite his efforts, he could not tear apart the blue-silver grass. Instead, it tightened around his muscles, constricting him further. Tang Tian looked at his incompetent teammate with a face full of embarrassment. This was not his soul skill. He could have simply asked Tang San to release it, so why exert unnecessary effort? Just as Tang Tian was momentarily lost in thought, the crafty Tang San unleashed his third soul skill, Spider Webbind, directly aimed at him. Caught off guard, Tang Tian met the same fate as Daimubai. However, Tang Tian was not Daimubai. He activated his first soul skill, Body Enhancement, and a faint golden armor repelled the blue-silver grass with great force. Meanwhile, Daimubai, having been released from Tang San's constraints, felt his previously immobilized arms and body regain movement. The blades on his tiger claws suddenly sprang forth, vibrating violently at a certain frequency, directly aimed at Tang Tian. The menacing aura he exuded was reminiscent of a predator poised to strike at its ailing prey. Tang Tian, no longer careless, disregarded his image in that moment. He tilted his body and swiftly rolled to the side, evading Dai Mubai's fierce claws. Tang Tian's evasiveness greatly bolstered Dai Mubai's confidence, prompting him to prepare for a second assault against Tang Tian. This time, however, Tang Tian chose not to evade. Fully aware that the members of Shrek Academy would eventually succumb to his onslaught, the clash of tiger claws and armor resonated, and Dai Mubai felt an intense grip that sent his entire body hurtling away due to the overwhelming force. Yet, Tang Tian's armor remained unscathed, with not a single mark to show for it. Enough watching. Let us all attack together, or victory will elude us, Dai Mubai declared. Having learned a lesson the hard way, he rallied the other members of Shrek. In truth, he was overly optimistic. Tang San and his formidable soul skills had barely made a ripple. Could they truly shake Tang Tian's vast power even if they all joined forces? With the 7 treasure glazed tile, the first enhancement was strength, and the second was speed. Heeding Dai Mubai's command, Ning Rongrong swiftly bestowed her amplifications upon the group. At that moment, a nimble figure flickered and emerged from behind Tang Tian. Utilizing the Phantom Strike, Zhu Qing reached the pinnacle of her speed, her form leaving a series of afterimages in the air as her 2 soul rings blazed with energy. In an instant, she had dashed to Tang Tian's rear. Activating her second soul ring ability, the Phantom 100 Claws, countless claw shadows wove together to form a terrifying net of lethal blades, descending upon Tang Tian's back in a frenzy. A mere tickle, perhaps, but sparks erupted continuously from his armored back. It is important to note that Zhu Qing's primary prowess lay in her speed and offensive capabilities. Her strikes were imbued with piercing effects. Yet, against Tang Tian, they proved futile as the disparity in soul power and abilities was insurmountable. Her lethal claws were rendered ineffective against his armor, with the persistent sparks serving as undeniable evidence. Chapter 74. The treasure boy Tang Tian, unable to contain her impatience any longer, Xiao Wu initiated her third soul ring ability, the bone-softening charming rabbit, activating her teleportation. In an instant, Tang Tian's vision blurred as Xiao Wu's figure vanished from his sight. The next moment, a long braid ensnared the armor encasing Tang Tian's neck. Xiao Wu leaped gracefully, using the force of her braid to grasp Tang Tian's arm, while simultaneously planting her legs against his abdomen. The first spirit ring technique of the soft-boned enchantress rabbit, the bowstring, was unleashed. How dare you kick me? Tang Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Tian, wary of injuring Xiao Wu, took a few steps back, recognizing that this was merely a sparring session. Remaining stationary would have left Xiao Wu vulnerable to harm, a scenario he deemed inadvisable. Thus, he tempered his strength slightly. Nonetheless, the immense backlash of his power sent Xiao Wu hurtling through the air. The fiercely protective Tang San, in a moment of urgency, dashed forward and securely caught Xiao Wu mid-fall, simultaneously bellowing commands. Boss, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line, activate. This was intriguing. As he spoke, Tang Tian thrust his god-slaying spear, effortlessly dispersing 2 energy attacks. No, this is impossible. Why has Brother Tian's god-slaying spear ignited? Fatty stared, wide-eyed at the spear in Tang Tian's grasp. Disbelief etched across his features. He was not alone in his astonishment. Dai Mubai and Oscar were equally taken aback, fully aware of the potency of Fatty's flames. With the first soul skill, Serpent Blade, and the third soul skill, Summon Demon Spider, Mangy Ran, who had been safeguarding Oscar and Ning Rongrong, recognized the shift in the battle's dynamics and joined the fray, deploying her strongest soul skill without hesitation, just like the others. Tang Tian observed a diminutive humanoid spider lunging towards him, yet he remained unfazed, delivering a powerful punch that sent the creature tumbling at the feet of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Ah! Cried Rongrong, her voice piercing the air, prompting the members of Shrek to instinctively glance back. It wasn't me, it was Oscar, she quipped, retreating a few steps with a resigned tone. Let us end this. I believe I have discerned the strengths and weaknesses of your soul abilities. As everyone focused their attention on Oscar, the master's voice resonated once more. Dai Mubai sighed heavily, lamenting, alas, I never anticipated that Xiao Tian would be so formidable. We have lost. Thank you, Brother Tian, for showing restraint earlier, he added, while Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, dashed over and leapt onto Tang Tian's shoulders. Mangy Ran cast a resentful glance towards Oscar, clearly troubled by his fear of spiders. Very well. Let us reminisce later. Xiao Tian, what insights have you gleaned from this experience? Share them with us, so we may all feel a tinge of envy. The master's voice resonated gently, imbued with a hint of expectation that anyone could discern. Tang Tian pondered for a moment, and after enveloping everyone with the immortal slaying sword array, he spoke. I have ventured to an extraordinary realm and acquired a domain-type skill, which is this very one. In addition, I have also obtained the legacy of a formidable divine mansion. The realm of Tang Tian flickered and vanished in an instant, evoking a wave of envy among the onlookers. The master, however, meticulously analyzed the situation. Such a potent aura of slaughter. Had Xiao Tian employed this realm just now, you would have had no opportunity to strike back. In a battle for survival, you would have been annihilated in the blink of an eye. Have you now grasped the disparity that exists between you? The members of Shrek collectively nodded in dejection. I have also obtained 10 divine soul rings. A reward for passing the divine examination, Tang Tian proclaimed, as 10 azure golden soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet, swirling gracefully around his form. The crowd had long since become numb to the shocks they had endured, ever since they had met Tang Tian. It seemed as though he had been endowed with extraordinary fortune, his cultivation soaring relentlessly, opportunities abounding, and his soul rings defying all odds. As for beautiful women, well, that was a matter for another time. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the master's eyes as he hurried forward to examine Tang Tian's divine soul rings closely. Xiao Tian, have you already uncovered the secrets to attaining godhood at the 100th level? Tang Tian, devoid of any modesty, naturally asserted that the simplest means to acquire the divine heritage was through the transmission of the divine legacy, with other methods remaining unknown for the time being. Ning Rongrong, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, does that mean you possess eternal life? In that case, we of Shrek can only accompany you for a fleeting moment in your existence. Tang Tian, concerned about dampening everyone's spirits, simply added, I am aware of several locations of divine inheritances. Once you all reach the realms of Soul King and Soul Emperor, I shall guide you to seek them out. At that time, we will all ascend to divinity and remain together for eternity. Tian Ge, do you think I can become a god? The chubby one inquired with a fawning expression. You? Mediocre at best. If you diligently cultivate, perhaps you could attain the status of a fire god. And what about me? Oscar, disregarding all semblance of dignity, clung to Tang Tian. Tang Tian hurriedly pushed Oscar aside, for he had no inclination towards men. At best, he was merely a culinary deity. Dai Mubai appeared somewhat envious, saying, Little Tian, you are a war god. Ning Rongrong, with a beaming smile, jested, by clinging to brother Tian's thigh, we can all become gods. Tang Tian Dao, indeed. As long as everyone diligently cultivates, they can ascend to divinity. However, much like the mortal realm, the divine world respects the powerful. There are 5 principal law enforcers, 36 main deities, and various ranks of divine abodes, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The distinctions between each divine rank are substantial, and only through relentless cultivation can one attain a higher divine position, allowing them to bring their family and friends to the divine realm and relish in eternal life. Under Tang Tian's fervent encouragement, the Shrek members felt invigorated, as if they had been infused with vitality. The master, however, remained composed, stating that the forthcoming training would be more rigorous, ensuring that they could better secure their divine ranks. Do we have any objections? None. Once the master concluded, Tang Tian produced an item from the soul guiding device and presented it to Tang San. Little San, I also brought you a gift this time. Knowing your penchant for poison, I present to you the venom of 10 blazing sun serpents. Tang Tian has now found himself in a predicament. Xiao Wu is quite displeased. Tian Ge, have you not prepared any gifts for your little sister, Xiao Wu? Tang Tian retrieved 10 serpent gallbladders from the soul guide and handed them to Xiao Wu, imbuing them with significance. These gallbladders are from the 10-headed sun serpent, the same creature from which the venom in Tang San's possession originates, symbolizing a bond of deep trust. Such profound meaning. Thank you, Brother Tian, Xiao Wu replied, unaware of their true value, while Tang San, well versed in their significance, took the opportunity to enlighten the others. Xiao Wu, the 10-headed sun serpent, is a primordial beast of extraordinary toxicity, reaching lengths exceeding 10 meters in adulthood. It possesses the most potent fire poison among serpents, reigning supreme in its domain. With these gallbladders, any snake venom it encounters will be utterly neutralized. Brother Tian has indeed bestowed upon you a magnificent gift. Tang Tian praised Tang San, exclaiming that he truly recognized a gem. In Chapter 75, titled The Peeping Party, Flender, after expressing his admiration for Tang San, Tang Tian turned to face the eager gazes of the crowd, which startled him into trembling. Ultimately, Tang Tian resolved to uphold his pride, beginning to mock the chubby one, declaring, Chubby, this round figure resembles you. Consider it a gift. Tang San, who had a discerning eye for treasures, gasped in astonishment. For it was indeed the inner core of the 10-headed fiery serpent, given that both the chubby one and the 10-headed fiery serpent shared the fire attribute. Absorbing this inner core could potentially lead to an evolution of his martial spirit. The chubby one, brimming with joy, nodded enthusiastically at Tang San and then began to express his gratitude fervently to Tang Tian, repeatedly saying, Thank you, Brother Tian, thank you. Dalada, Zhu Qing. Here are the 9 Yang true scriptures and the 9 Yin true scriptures. both rewards from the divine trials. This includes 2 soul skills, the 9 Bone Claw and the 9 Yang Bagua Fist. You will understand their power once you try them. They're undoubtedly formidable. Of course, you may also choose to pass them on for others to cultivate. As Tang Tian engaged in courteous conversation with Dai Mubai and Zhu Xing, he summoned the system for assistance. System brother, please help me select 2 suitable gifts. Congratulations on completing the dungeon of the City of Slaughter. You are eligible to claim your rewards. Let us choose the gifts first. Gazing at the imminent danger posed by Oscar, Tang Tian retrieved the gifts provided by the system, which were also bestowed by the divine. Among them was the Ring of Guardian. Each use required soul energy to charge, one for defense and the other for offense. I have charged them once for you, utilizing my first soul skill, Body of Steel, and my area attack skill. Once used, you may seek me or your teacher for further charging. Oscar trembled as he accepted the ring, expressing gratitude alongside Meng Aran. The rings were perfectly suited for them. Teacher, this is a gift for you. Tang Tian extracted a bundle of letters from his soul guide and handed it to the master. The master, indifferent to the nature of the gift, gratefully accepted the stack of letters, casting a satisfied glance over them. However, when he noticed the handwriting on the envelope, his breath quickened. Xiao Tian, tell me honestly, what is the story behind these letters? Tang Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, for this gesture hardly constituted a proper gift. He was merely acting as a conduit for a message from an old acquaintance of yours. Follow me, the master instructed. Leaving the Shrek group behind as he led Tang Tian to a secluded area, oblivious to the onlookers nearby, the remaining members of Shrek exchanged puzzled glances. What does the master intend? Tang San mused. I suspect this letter is of significant importance, entrusted to Tang Tian for delivery by someone dear to the teacher. Dai Mubai refrained from pressing further and instead teased Zhu Xing. Xing, do you think this could be interpreted as a couple's technique? Perhaps little Tian is subtly reminding us to cultivate together. Leave me be, Zhu Xing retorted, turning on her heel, which left Dai Mubai in an awkward silence. Xiao Wu observed the empty-handed Ning Rongrong and remarked, Rongrong, it seems Tang Tian hasn't had the chance to give you a gift yet. To this, Ning Rongrong whispered back, I have a feeling Tang Tian is planning to present me with something grand, and he wishes to keep it a secret from you all. The stack of letters, though numerous, appeared well organized. Each envelope bore a clear number and a few elegant characters indicating it was personally opened by Xiao Gang, addressed from the late Bibi Dong. The master gazed intently at the recently unsealed letters, his silence belied by the complex emotions reflected in his eyes. He perused the contents with urgency, yet his gaze meticulously traced every word. He did not shy away from Tang Tian, often passing the completed letters to him, which Tang Tian would merely glance at before swiftly refolding them into their elegant envelopes. The initial letters recounted the romantic moments shared by the two in their youth, causing Tang Tian to marvel. The seemingly stern master had once been a master of romance. His methods of creating enchantment surpassed those of any romantic figure from Tang Tian's past life, imparting valuable insights to him as he read. However, upon reaching the part where Bibi Dong explained her departure from the master, the tremor in the master's voice became evident as he finally spoke. Why did you conceal this from me? I truly do not care about such matters. As the narrative detailed Tang Tian's confrontation at the papal hall, Bibi Dong cleverly refrained from directly mentioning him, instead vaguely referring to a deity, perhaps fearing that the master might seek vengeance against Tang Tian, thus courting peril. With a sudden thud, the master collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Are you not the exalted Pope? Why have you endured such suffering all these years? Unable to continue reading the subsequent letters, the master carefully tucked the remaining ones into his bosom. He abruptly rose, grasping Tang Tian's hand, which was still in the act of placing letters into the envelope, and demanded, Tell me, who is responsible for Dong Er's demise? Tang Tian, in a state of inner turmoil, remarked, Teacher, Bibi Dong is not dead. I was merely jesting with him, never anticipating he would leave behind such an abundance of letters. Xiao Tian, accompany me to the Pope's palace, the master abruptly declared, pulling Tang Tian in that direction. Flander, who had been lurking nearby, was startled and immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, You Xiao Jiang, go find that woman. Are you truly honoring Erlong? The master hesitated for a moment but ultimately resolved to proceed, stating, I have already caused harm to one. I cannot inflict pain upon another. Flander's emotions became increasingly agitated, his gaze growing colder as all 7 of his soul rings illuminated. You Xiao Jiang, if you dare seek her out, then how can you not confront Erlong? You may pursue her, but I insist you first seek Erlong. If you still consider me a brother, you will heed my words. The master glared at Flander, rendered speechless for a considerable time, burdened by the weight of 2 unrepayable debts of affection in his life. Ultimately, the master relented, saying, Xiao Tian, show Flander the letters. He will understand my predicament. Tang Tian, with a keen sense of propriety, handed the letter to Flander. Upon receiving it, Flander tucked away his soul ring, adjusted his glasses, and proceeded to open the correspondence. Master, both of the senior sisters are quite admirable. Why not accept them both? Tang Tian inquired tentatively, before the master could respond. Flander's previously quelled irritation flared up once more. What do you, a mere junior, understand? If one were to accept anyone, it could only be the two dragons. Chapter 76. Tang Tian temporarily assumes the role of teacher. Tang Tian opened his mouth but remained silent, harboring immense admiration for Flander. Speaking of Flander, he was undoubtedly a formidable rival in the realm of Douluo, assisting his love rival in pursuing the girl he cherished. Could an ordinary person accomplish such a feat? After a moment, Flander adjusted his glasses and meticulously placed the final letter into an envelope, letting out a bitter laugh. Xiao Gang, I am perplexed as to why all the good women are drawn to you. A mere cultivation wastrel. The master chuckled ruefully. Are you still going to stop me now? Flander replied earnestly. I must intervene. You can only collect 2 dragons. This is a matter of principle. Can you truly stop me? No sooner had he spoken than the master radiated a powerful energy, summoning the thunder-rending dragon, Luo Sanpao, with a resounding dragon's roar. The sky above the master transformed into a tempest of lightning and thunder, culminating in the appearance of a colossal purple-gold divine dragon that spiraled in the air before shrinking to a few meters in size, affectionately nudging the master. Noticing Tang Tian, it offered a friendly greeting. This was indeed the evolved Luo Sanpao, now wielding dominion over thunder and lightning. The dragon's gaze fell upon Flander, ready to unleash its might, but upon recognizing him, it turned its attention back to the master, its eyes brimming with questions. Ahem, is this Luo Sanpao? Flander was taken aback by the sight of the divine dragon. Though it did not appear menacing, its imposing presence was undeniable, causing his cat-eagle martial spirit to feel somewhat suppressed, for the sky was indeed the realm of dragons. Did you not expect this, Flander? Do you still believe you can hinder me? The master observed Flander quietly, seemingly awaiting his response. How has this scoundrel become so formidable? It seems I must resort to cunning to extract his secrets for strength. Flander, intimidated by the master's soul rings and martial spirit prowess, began contemplating alternative strategies. Hey, Xiao Gang, my brother, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Consider Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the mother of the Saintess, and the daughter-in-law of Qian Douluo. Although Qian Xuanji has passed, Qian Douluo would not easily relinquish face and allow her to remarry. If you were to be with her, you might find yourself quite carefree, but what of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Flander left his thoughts unspoken, confident that the master, being astute, would grasp the implications. Indeed, an unparalleled Douluo in a rage would be an insurmountable challenge for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Moreover, that Douluo is a solitary old man, and I believe Qian Douluo would be particularly meticulous about such matters. Perhaps you should first secure the 2 dragons, Shermo? Observing the escalating tension between the two, Tang Tian tentatively interjected. Yes, Xiao Gang, those 2 dragons are truly suited for you. I am certain the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would not expel such talented individuals over trivial matters. Flander's words, however, left Tang Tian with a tinge of bitterness. After a brief pause, the master retracted his martial spirit, shaking his head with a sigh. Heaven seems disinclined to favor me. Flander's response was akin to biting into a lemon, as he bitterly chuckled. I would prefer to be unfavored by the heavens like you. Let us go drink and drown our sorrows. The master snorted, and what of the children's training? Flander glared at him, his small eyes hidden behind his glasses shifting before he declared, Tang Tian, I hereby officially appoint you as a special lecturer at Shrek Academy. The master has been somewhat out of sorts lately, so the upcoming training will be your responsibility. Xiao Gang, while you may not trust me, surely you trust your disciple? The master felt quite satisfied with his 2 disciples. The first phase of training had essentially concluded, and the second phase had been meticulously outlined. Thus, he handed his notebook to Tang Tian. Xiao Tian, you will temporarily oversee the training during this period. This will also serve as a test of your capabilities. The training plan is thoroughly documented in my notebook. You must ensure the tasks are completed. Tang Tian accepted the notebook, readily taking on the responsibility. After bidding farewell to the master and Flander, Tang Tian proceeded to the training ground of Shrek Academy, whistling a playful tune to gather the students. Once the Shrek students had lined up, Tang Tian raised the master's notebook and began to speak. The master has urgent matters to attend to, and the second phase of training has been entrusted entirely to me. Do not harbor any illusions. I shall be more ruthless than the master. However, if your training results meet my expectations, excluding Xiao Wu and Xiao San, I shall grant you a direct increase of 10 levels in your soul power. Now, let us first head to the Star Dough restaurant for a few days of enjoyment. Although the students were somewhat bewildered, they were still prepared to obey Tang Tian's commands. As he was now considered a teacher, exiting Shrek Academy, the group made their way towards Soto City. Along the way, Oscar expressed his enthusiasm. We get to have fun again. Xiao Wu, half joking and half serious, asked, Tian Gu, I cannot believe you will train us, if it's about eating and playing. Then I believe you. Daimu Bai, indifferent to the conversation, inquired, Xiao Tian, do you truly possess a method to elevate our levels by 10? Tang San replied on behalf of Tang Tian, rest assured, Boss Dai, Brother Tian is indeed capable of elevating our levels by 10. Have you forgotten the soul power of Xiao Wu and me? Tang Tian, with an air of nonchalance, declared, as long as your achievements can satisfy me, I could pluck the stars from the heavens to serve as your soul rings. Ning Rongrong, incredulous, replied, Brother Tian, that is quite an exaggeration. I simply cannot believe it. Xiao Wu, too, harbored doubts, recalling how she had previously heard Little Three mention that Brother Tian's soul rings were akin to shooting stars. A notion she still found hard to accept. Little Three, do not let yourself be led astray by Brother Tian, she cautioned. Tang Tian furrowed his brows and remarked, Please be mindful, I am now your teacher. Is it customary to discuss a teacher in such a private manner? A hint of amusement flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, and even Meng Iran, who had recently joined, wore a smile. Good day, Teacher Tang, she chimed. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also stifled their laughter, echoing, Good day, Teacher Tang. Tang Tian genuinely believed that his classmates regarded him as a teacher. Affecting an air of maturity, he nodded and instructed, You shall advance with vigor, but first, take a well-deserved respite for 2 days. After this brief interlude, we shall indulge in merriment by day and engage in team battles at the Seoul Arena by night. 2 days later, at the Grand Seoul Arena of Soto City, Tang Tian addressed the assembled members of Shrek, saying, It is time for us to participate in the team battle. I nearly forgot to register you all. So you will be entering the fray from a relatively delayed position. Remember, you are a cohesive unit. During the upcoming 7v7 match, it is imperative that you collaborate effectively. Although our adversaries are all seasoned players above level 30, I must insist that you emerge victorious, no exceptions. Dai Mubai, perplexed, interjected, Teacher Tang, but we currently have 8 members. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. So, the mistress, you, and Dai Mubai should discuss amongst yourselves, taking turns to rest each day. How to arrange this is up to you. This is my oversight. Tang San and Dai Mubai did not decline, acquiescing to their teacher's arrangement, for it was their duty. Tang San patted Dai Mubai's shoulder and inquired, Big Brother Dai, how shall we proceed with this matter? Ma Hongjun added, Big Brother Dai, San good. I find it increasingly difficult to contain the wicked fire within me today, thus. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a knowing smile. You may proceed. But take care, Dai Mubai advised. Ma Hongjun chuckled. All right, I shall take my leave then. Once Ma Hongjun departed, Dai Mubai turned to Tang San and said, Little San, as a control system soul master, you shall take the lead in our upcoming confrontation. We shall all heed your command. Tang San readily agreed. Very well. In a moment. Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing, you 3 shall take the lead. Mubai will position himself centrally, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing flank on either side to provide support. I will remain in the center to control our opponents as best as I can and assist in your assaults. You, Iran, shall stay in the rear, utilizing your summoned magic spider for support and to ensure the safety of Xiao Ao and Rong Rong. Upon hearing this, Oscar gently tugged at Meng Iran's hand and smiled. Iran, I shall rely on you shortly. Meng Iran responded sweetly with a soft acknowledgement. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Tang San directed his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, advising her to prioritize her safety. Little Ao, I am not overly concerned about you, but you must not stray too far from Iran. Oscar, listen closely. Should the enemy launch an attack against you, remain calm. I shall assist Iran in safeguarding you. Ning Rongrong chuckled. What is tension? I seem to have never experienced such an emotion. Dai Mubai declared, Very well. Let us proceed. Due to their late arrival, the group donned the masks that Tang Tian had prepared in advance and made their way to the battlefield registration area, where the battle was set to commence in 2 minutes. While a solitary figure wearing a mask might not attract undue attention, the sight of 7 individuals adorned in identical masks entering the preparation zone was impossible to overlook. The surrounding soul masters, gathering for registration, regarded the 7 with vigilant eyes. Just as Tang San and his companions completed their registration and prepared to take the stage, a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height and impressively muscular, approached them. He appeared to be in his 30s and was deliberately bare-chested, showcasing his exaggeratedly dark muscles. There was no question that he was a power-type soul master. Hey, little girl, you have quite the physique. Why hide your face? Let your brother take a look, he addressed Zhu Qing, whose fiery figure drew envy from Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Despite being the youngest, her development concealed her age of merely 12. Scram, Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly, embodying her usual demeanor with a single, frigid word. Are you trying to be cheeky? Little girl, do you even know who I am to speak to me like that? As he spoke, his large hand rose menacingly. Did you not hear her tell you to leave? This time, Meng Iran, following closely behind Zhu Zhuqing, could no longer contain her indignation upon hearing such vulgarity directed at a fellow female. Dai Mubai, too, halted his advance upon witnessing the altercation. Seeing that Meng Iran, who matched Zhu Zhuqing in stature, was now present, the man's aggression waned significantly. Oh, this little sister has quite the figure too. How about you show me? The Shrek group glared at the brute, their expressions clearly indicating a readiness to defend their own should he dare to act. Realizing the shift in the atmosphere, the man widened his eyes in fury and begrudgingly turned away. Dai Mubai scoffed. It appears you are not a complete fool. The man's robust frame trembled slightly with rage as he turned sharply, directing a fierce gaze at Dai Mubai while shaking a finger at him. You are not the one to underestimate. Your opponents in the competition are me. Just wait and see. If you don't fight, even your mother won't recognize you. I go by the name of Quanxi. With that, Quanxi quickened his pace and departed. Observing this spectacle, Supervisor Ao cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mubai, his expression indifferent. Do not be deceived by appearances. Guangxi is the captain of the Mad War team, and every member boasts a strength of 35 or above. They have registered for the Soul Arena 7 days ago and achieved 7 consecutive victories at the Soul Master level. Should they reach 10 victories, they will ascend to the Copper Soul Arena. With their prowess, they will undoubtedly stand out among the 30-level teams within the Copper Soul Arena. Consider yourselves fortunate. If you doubt your strength, concede immediately upon entering the stage. The Mad War team strikes are a matter of life and death. Supervisor Ao's voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of all 7 members of Shrek. After delivering his warning, he turned and departed. The other Soul Masters nearby, upon seeing Supervisor Ao, averted their gazes from Shrek's group. Dai Mubai smirked. I never anticipated that our maiden venture onto the battlefield would confront us with such a formidable adversary. Life or death, you say? I shall see who is truly fated to suffer. Tang Tian's voice gradually resonated behind the members of Shrek, proclaiming, indeed, should you triumph over the rampaging rhinoceros team today, the head of that lad will be a gift I bestow upon you. He urged, now, hasten to the arena, lest you find yourselves tardy. The 7 members of Shrek stepped out alongside the rampaging warriors from the Soul Master preparation zone. At last, they beheld the entirety of the rampaging warriors roster. Leading their formation was the imposing figure of the rampaging rhinoceros, followed closely by 2 middle-aged men of similar age, who appeared to be brothers, their ordinary physiques shadowed by somber expressions. Trailing behind them was a striking woman, the sole female of the rampaging warriors. Adorned in heavy makeup that obscured her age, she seemed to be over 20, dressed in a revealing manner. Her upper body was clad only in a bandeau, while her skirt, as sheer as gossamer, allowed glimpses of her skin beneath. The alluring woman cast a flirtatious glance towards Dai Mubai, the foremost of the Shrek 7. However, Dai Mubai did not deign to acknowledge her. Having encountered countless beauties before, he harbored no interest in such ostentatious displays of allure. Tang Sen was not worth mentioning, except for Oscar, who was momentarily drawn to take a closer look, only to be pulled back by Meng Yiran. Behind the enchanting woman stood 2 slender youths, their eyes darting around, reminiscent of a saying, thief's eyebrows and rat's eyes. The eldest member at the rear of the crazy battle team appeared to be in his 40s. Seemingly ordinary in both appearance and attire, it would be difficult to associate him with the title of Soul Master were it not for the Grand Spirit Arena. Chapter 78. The formal battle commences. The Shrek 7 were observing their opponents, who were also scrutinizing them in return. Unfortunately for the Shrek team, their normal physiques and masked faces made it challenging to glean any insights from their appearances. The arena for the group battle was significantly larger than the previous 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, boasting a diameter of 40 meters. With the audience stands doubled in size and already filled to capacity, bloodstains from earlier battles marred the arena floor, a testament to the intensity of prior encounters. As the crazy battle team made their entrance, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers, clearly familiar with their prowess from previous matches. Shouts of tear them apart, kill them, not only intensified the pressure but also stirred the audience's adrenaline. The host, who had previously alerted the Shrek team, was now standing at the center of the arena, announcing the 4th match of the group battle, the Crazy Battle Team versus the Shrek team. There was no need for excessive introduction of the Crazy Battle Team, as they had already achieved an impressive streak of 7 consecutive victories. Should they maintain their formidable performance, they might very well set the record for the fastest ascent to the Copper Spirit rank in the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Now, let us turn our attention to the enigmatic assembly on the other side of the arena. This team had only just completed their registration today, making this their inaugural group battle. Regrettably, they found themselves pitted against the Crazy Battle Team. These masked Soul Masters were known as the Shrek Team. The name Shrek Team originated from Tang San, as the current Shrek Academy now had 9 students, rendering the moniker Shrek 7 obsolete. As the match commenced, both teams arranged themselves into formations. The Crazy Battle Team's front line was led by their captain, Guangxi, flanked by 2 sullen middle-aged men, forming a triangular formation. The enchanting woman remained at the center of the 7, her smile alluring. The 2 slight youths occupied the flanks, while the seemingly ordinary older man stood at the rear, creating a formation akin to a sharp cone. In contrast, the Shrek team adopted a different formation of 3-1-1-2, dividing into 4 lines. At the forefront stood Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhiqing, followed by Tang San in the 2nd row, Meng Yiran in the 3rd, and finally Oscar and Ning Rongrong in the last line. Meng Yiran stayed close to Ning Rongrong, whose task was to protect the 2 support-type Soul Masters. Why are you so close to me? Ning Rongrong whispered. Meng Yiran replied, of course, to protect you. Shouldn't you be closer to Oscar? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. One must prioritize the girls, Meng Yiran responded. Having 2 support-type Soul Masters certainly had its advantages, yet it left the Shrek side with only 5 combatants, necessitating the allocation of a main force to safeguard the support Masters, which was a significant disadvantage. Fortunately, Meng Yiran was a ranged attacker, allowing her to maintain offensive capabilities even from a slightly more withdrawn position. Given that Ning Rongrong wielded the 7 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda martial soul, she was undoubtedly the primary target for the opposing team, as her presence could enhance the team's overall strength by 30%. Aware of this, Mingyan intentionally positioned herself closer to Ningrongrong. The host inquired if both sides were ready. As the captains, Daimubai and Guangxi simultaneously confirmed their readiness. The countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The group battle of the fourth match began. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Daimubai bellowed, his momentum surging. His muscles swelled. Arms outstretched as he activated his white tiger martial soul. Simultaneously, both teams released their martial souls, transforming the arena into a dazzling spectacle. On the Shrek side, 4 of the 5 soul masters bore identical soul ring colors: Daimubai, Mingyan, Oscar, and Xiao Wu, each possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple ring, indicative of their 200-year and 1,000-year soul rings. In stark contrast, Tang San's soul ring configuration of 2 purple and 1 black was unprecedented, dazzling the audience with its brilliance. The crazy battle team's soul rings appeared more varied. Guangxi possessed a white, a yellow, and a purple ring. While not weak, it was a standard configuration. The 2 sullen middle-aged men beside him had a lackluster combination of 1 white and 2 yellow rings. The only member with a top-tier soul ring configuration was the enchanting woman, who bore 2 yellow and 1 purple ring as a support. The host excitedly rallied the crowd, exclaiming, "Look, the Shrek team features a soul ring configuration never before seen. 1,000 years, 10,000 years. My goodness." The audience momentarily paused before erupting into a deafening roar, chanting, "Victory for the Shrek team. The Shrek team shall prevail." Guangxi regretted his earlier bravado. It was exceedingly challenging for an ordinary soul master to acquire a robust soul ring, as the soul beasts that produce exceptional soul rings generally surpass the strength of the soul masters themselves. The visual impact of 4 top-tier soul masters on the Shrek side was already formidable, especially with the presence of the extraordinary Tang San. Any claims of their lack of background would be met with disbelief. Now, he harbored thoughts of surrender, fearing the consequences of provoking those he ought not to offend, which could lead to a dire fate. In the corner, Supervisor AO was taken aback by Tang San's soul rings, signaling a staff member to search for the Shrek team's records at the front desk. Hoping to gather information about the Shrek team to avoid inadvertently crossing any lines and causing trouble for the spirit arena, Tang San gazed at the reluctant and immobile berserk team, proclaiming, "This is merely a friendly spar. Once we descend from the stage, we may still be friends." Upon hearing Tang San's words, the auxiliary soul master of the berserk team, an older gentleman, sprang into action. At that moment, a radiant gleam emanated from his hand, revealing a silver disc in his palm. The white and yellow soul rings adorning him illuminated simultaneously. The disc of wishes, the light of defense unfolds. The disc of wishes, the light of attack emerges. 2 luminous rings, matching the colors of his soul rings, were released instantaneously, enveloping each of the 6 companions before him in a shimmering aura of yellow and white. The formidable beast, Crazy Rhinoceros, turned to the alluring woman and inquired, "Shall we engage?" The enchanting woman replied, "Indeed, but remember, do not hold back to the point of lethality." P.S. There was an error in the automatic update settings, leading to the premature release of subsequent chapters. My sincerest apologies to everyone for the oversight. Chapter 79, The Menacing Face of the Demon Spider. P.S. The previous chapter contained inaccuracies due to a mistake in the automatic update settings, which has now been rectified. I am truly sorry for the confusion. On the Shrek team's side, the resplendent light in Ningrongrong's hands had begun to shine brightly. In her right palm, she held a magnificent 7-colored pagoda, standing over a foot tall. The radiant light flickered, exuding an air of nobility, while Ningrongrong smiled, appearing ethereal and otherworldly. The incantations of the auxiliary soul master flowed melodiously from her lips. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first speaks of strength. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second speaks of speed. 2 soul rings spiraled gracefully around Ningrongrong, ascending to envelop the 7 treasures' glazed tower, as 14 beams of colored light were released simultaneously, bestowing their blessings upon herself and her 6 companions. Tang Tian rose in anger from the stands, recalling the absurdity of his previous life when a fool claimed that support-type soul masters could not assist themselves, turning him into the subject of ridicule before the creator god. A sensation of lightness and warmth surged through the entire Shrek team, as both strength and agility received an instantaneous boost of 30%. The 7 treasures glazed Tao Pagoda, with its exceptionally high recognition, nearly intimidated the raging team back into submission. It was utterly terrifying. Setting aside the formidable amplification of the 7 treasures glazed tile, the mere mention of the 7 treasures Liuli sect instilled a profound apprehension among them. With the arrow knocked, it was time to release. At this moment, Guangxi could no longer afford to dwell on past provocations against the Shrek team. Although regret gnawed at him, he resolved to focus on the impending battle. He calculated that if victory was within reach, he would swiftly gather his belongings and depart. The 7 treasures Liuli sect was not an adversary they could afford to offend. Guangxi's martial soul was that of a rhinoceros. Upon unleashing his martial spirit, his physique expanded, and his skin was enveloped by a thick layer resembling armor. The most striking transformation occurred on his head, where a horn over a foot long radiated a brownish-yellow glow, accompanied by his fierce battle cry. The 10-year soul rings around him pulsed with white light, and he charged towards Dai Mubai with indomitable momentum. Flanking Guangxi were two other soul masters, both of the beast spirit type, who bore the same martial soul, adorned with twin horns and a layer of white fur, indicative of their sheep martial spirit. Together with Guangxi, they launched a synchronized assault. In a team setting, coordination was paramount. The support soul master from the raging team contributed a mere 5% to their defense and 10% to their offense. In comparison to the enhancements offered by the 7 treasures glazed tile, their efforts were utterly negligible. Behind the trio led by Guangxi, 2 agile attack-type soul masters sprang into action. Their martial soul was that of a monkey, their bodies cloaked in yellow fur. Darting quickly to flank the trio of Dai Mubai from the sides, their sights set on the vulnerable Ning Rongrong at the rear. Simultaneously, the strikingly beautiful young woman with supreme soul rings also made her move, as a beast spirit master occupying a central position in her team. She was not only formidable in strength but also specialized in control, much like Tang San. Her beast martial spirit, intriguingly, was a spider. Tang Tian smiled playfully from the stands, pondering who would prove stronger, the summoned magic spider or his own prowess. The moment Tang San's martial soul manifested, he fixated on her. The enchanting young woman radiated a pink luminescence as her martial soul enveloped her. Her wavy, long hair transformed into 8 strands resembling the legs of a spider, framing her head, while a spiderweb emblem adorned her forehead, and her eyes shifted to a shade of pink. As her first soul ring illuminated, she raised her hands simultaneously, unleashing strands of silk from her palms, directing them skyward. In midair, the silk began to weave rapidly. Observing that the opponent's control-type soul master was a spider, even Dai Mubai couldn't suppress a chuckle. The human-faced magic spider possesses an additional title among spider-type soul beasts, the Spider King. Without a moment's hesitation, he realized that the opponent's martial soul was perfectly countered by their own. Tang San cast a cold gaze upon the unfolding scene, issuing a commanding shout. Ming Yiran had long since prepared to activate her summoning skill, conjuring forth the human-faced demon spider, which swiftly ascended towards the aerial web, while others feared the web. The human-faced demon spider exhibited no such trepidation, its 8 sharp legs firmly adhering to the strands above. Yet, rather than launching an attack, the spider assisted the enchanting maiden in weaving the web. Upon witnessing the creature in the sky, the alluring woman uttered an expletive in disbelief. At that very moment, Tang San sprang into action. Dozens of blue-silver grasses rapidly extended from beneath his feet, not towards the enchanting woman, but laterally, ensnaring the 2 agile young soul masters with monkey martial spirits. It is universally acknowledged among soul masters that control systems dominate agility systems. As the blue-silver grasses surged forth, the 2 swift monkey soul masters momentarily faltered. Tang San raised his hand, casting aside any concern for his surroundings. A sphere of verdant light had already been flung from his palm using the technique of a flicking arrow, aimed directly at the formidable opponent, the rampaging rhino. The rampaging rhino, upon noticing the green light emitted by Tang San, understood that he was facing a control-type soul master. Without hesitation, he activated his second soul ring. As his massive form surged forward, he unleashed both fists, igniting a brilliant black light that erupted from his hands. The 2 radiant orbs collided mid-air, transforming into a colossal wave of darkness that surged towards the yellow-green light Tang San had released. One must acknowledge the rampaging rhino's wealth of combat experience. The black wave he unleashed targeted not only Tang San's green light, but also aimed to eliminate the next target, Dai Mubai. However, could he truly thwart that verdant radiance? The rampaging rhino had overlooked a crucial detail. While releasing the green light, Tang San's third soul ring, a black, 1,000-year soul ring, had illuminated. "Be cautious, rampaging rhino," the enchanting woman exclaimed, her expression shifting as she urgently warned him. At that moment, the web she had woven in the air was now complete, thanks to the assistance of the faceless demon spider. Yet, could she still control this web? Once the faceless demon spider had finished constructing the web, it became less amiable, as it now sought to deal with another small spider encroaching on its territory. The rampaging rhino was acutely aware of the need for caution. Yet speed was not his forte. The green light finally revealed its true nature, as an expansive net cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the rampaging rhino's towering form entirely. The net constricted abruptly, binding him in a tight embrace. With the 1,000-year soul ring's web binding, it became impossible for the rampaging rhino to escape. A cloud of smoke erupted simultaneously with the web's descent, unleashing both corrosive and paralyzing toxins that began to erode the rhino's protective layer. Chapter 80. The Unfettered Rampaging Team. Well done, Little San, Dai Mubai exclaimed, invigorated at the sight of the rampaging rhino ensnared by Tang San's control. He propelled himself forward like an arrow, targeting the soul master of sheep on the left. Facing the impending collision, he saw no need to evade. It was akin to a sheep entering the lion's den. The innate conflict of their soul abilities had already begun to affect the opposing soul master. Little Wu darted forward to confront another sheep soul master, while Zhu Zhuqing accelerated with determination, bypassing the control-type soul master and directly targeting the auxiliary soul master, the Rui Pan, positioned at the rear. The battle had fully erupted. In the initial clash, it was evident that the rampaging team suffered significant losses, primarily due to the rampaging rhino being ensnared by Tang San's web, and the control-type soul master rendered helpless by the faceless demon spider, which shifted the balance unfavorably against them. At this critical juncture, the rampaging team demonstrated their prowess, having achieved 7 consecutive victories. In any soul master team, regardless of size, the control-type soul master serves as the soul of the team. The enchanting girl, witnessing the rampaging rhino's entrapment, did not exhibit panic but instead advanced swiftly, discarding the web as she lunged toward the rampaging rhino, shouting, "Monkeys, fall back. Protect the Rui Pan. Sheep, hold the line." The 2 monkey soul masters, having been thwarted by Tang San's blue-silver grass earlier, had retreated to their side. Upon hearing the enchanting girl's command, they unhesitatingly charged towards Zhu Zhuqing. Amidst frantic struggles, the rampaging rhino had now collapsed to the ground, attempting to free himself from Tang San's web. However, the incessant onslaught of corrosive toxins was rapidly eroding his protective layer. His defenses were formidable, yet this did not grant him immunity to the deadly poison. The outer layer had already begun to disintegrate, and with each desperate thrash, the web constricted tighter, drawing him deeper into despair. The enchanting girl was taken aback by the sudden emergence of Tang San's web. Although composed of blue-silver grass, she recognized that his third soul ring must originate from a spider-type soul beast. Faced with such an adversary, she felt no assurance. Her intent was clear. She must first neutralize the web binding the rampaging rhino. At that moment, the faceless demon spider, controlling the very web the enchanting girl had woven, ensnared both of them together. Perhaps fearful of losing control, the faceless demon spider extruded an additional web. "Do you require assistance in departing?" Tang San's voice was cold yet resolute, resonating in the ear of the enchanting girl as the blue-silver grass surged forth, binding the two and casting them off the arena. As the faceless demon spider observed the targets vanish, it remained undeterred, advancing towards the Rui Pan soul master nearby. With all his teammates ensnared, the Rui Pan soul master was left in a state of panic, darting about aimlessly until he collided with Zhu Zhuqing, who delivered a swift and decisive blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious without uttering a sound. Tang San was filled with exhilaration as he observed the scene from the stands. The human-faced demon spider had proven formidable. The 2 monkey soul masters and 2 goat soul masters ceased their futile resistance. With 3 teammates suddenly lost, what was the point of continuing? Most importantly, without the Rui Pan soul master, his frenzied battle team could no longer unleash their full potential. The Shrek team emerged victorious. The host, Supervisor AO, struggled to announce the outcome, casting a glance laden with unspoken significance towards the human-faced demon spider, a feeling he could not quite articulate lingering in his heart. Having achieved the expected result, Tang San retracted the spider web bindings he had previously deployed. At that moment, the melodious voice of the Spider-Woman soul master resonated from below the stage, tinged with fear and a peculiar emotion. Did we really just get outsmarted by the human-faced demon spider? The frenzied rhino stirred its long-restrained body, echoing her sentiment. Little Wu seemed overly exhilarated. As soon as the match result was announced, her lithe figure entwined around Tang San like an octopus, her legs wrapping around his waist and her arms encircling his neck. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Although her demeanor reflected the impulsiveness characteristic of a young girl, Tang San, having surpassed the age of 30, felt the weight of his companion's teasing glances and the ambiguous gazes from the audience, causing a warmth to rise to his face. "Little Wu, please get down. We are still on stage." Tang Tian laughed heartily. "Today, you have all achieved a resounding victory. Come, my brothers and sisters, let us go and celebrate with some drinks." The 7 individuals, still donning their masks, first registered their scores amidst the cheers before exiting the Soto Great Soul Arena after receiving their corresponding rewards. Damu Bai remarked behind Tang Tian, "As for that mad rhinoceros, let it be." Tang Tian inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Oh, are you no longer angry?" Damu Bai, not one to harbor grudges, promptly defended Kuang Shi, stating, "There is no need for such feelings. The other party merely uttered a few ill-considered words. I have not taken them to heart." Tang Tian nodded slightly. "All right, let us brothers enjoy a few drinks tonight." As the spectators gradually departed from the 13th district of the Great Soul Arena, many whispered among themselves, particularly drawn to the unassuming Tang San, who attracted the most attention. It was inevitable, for his soul rings were strikingly brilliant. The 7 did not linger. They swiftly exited the crowd, hastily leaving the confines of the Great Soul Arena. Once they were no longer the focus of others, they removed their masks, exchanging glances that erupted into laughter. Though they often trained and fought together, they had never experienced the thrill of genuine combat against adversaries in the Great Soul Arena. They suddenly grasped the profound significance of the Master's teachings on cooperation, especially in the context of actual team combat. As for why the Master had not provided such training to Tang Tian, it was simply because one who is a mere show-off does not deserve friends. Upon returning to the Stardo Hotel, Tang Tian recalled his earlier promise, ordering a lavish feast accompanied by fine wines for everyone to enjoy together. "Xiao Tian, I would like to propose a toast to you. Thank you for leading our training," Damu Bai said, lifting his glass of premium Mount in acknowledgement. Tang Tian raised his wine glass and clinked it with Dai Mubai's, both embodying the essence of brotherhood. Often dismissing such formalities. Xiao Tian, I toast to you as well. Though my strength may not rival yours, I dare say your prowess in drinking may not be as formidable. Oscar raised his cup with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Tang Tian raised his cup for a toast but quickly faltered, while Xiao Ao displayed his imposing demeanor. Before Tang Tian and Oscar could indulge in their drinks, Xiao Wu also lifted her glass and inquired, Oscar, are you quite the drinker? After toasting to Brother Tian, let's have a clink. With that, Xiao Wu showcased her authoritative presence by downing her glass of Mao Tai in one swift motion. Meng Yiran immediately objected, saying, Xiao Wu, if you're to toast, let us toast together. She raised her own cup and offered a toast to Tang Tian. Chapter 81. I am not good with alcohol. Tang Xin gazed at Xiao Wu and offered a wry smile. Tang Tian observed the two young ladies imbibing, and without hesitation, he downed the contents of his own glass. Oscar, with a resigned sigh, followed suit. Indeed, good character is reflected in one's drinking habits. He raised his glass in a toast to Brother Tian, offering 3 cups, while simultaneously honoring everyone present. It was Ning Rongrong who rose to speak. She did not rush to drink, but instead stood there, gazing at Tang Tian, her eyes conveying unspoken sentiments. When I first arrived at the academy, I caused quite a bit of trouble for all of you. Had it not been for Brother Tian imparting his wisdom during those trying times, I might not have the privilege of your friendship today. As the days have passed, we have trained together, fought side by side, and endured the trials of life and death. Thank you, my companions. This drink is for all of you. And I must finally express something I have long struggled to articulate. I am truly sorry. Upon uttering those final words, Ning Rongrong swiftly consumed her Mao Tai. A fleeting glimmer of purity flashed in her eyes as she drank, yet none took notice. Rongrong, do not drink so hastily, Tang Tian kindly cautioned. Raising his own glass in solidarity. We are partners and brothers now, and always will be. We have never held anything against you. Let us not dwell on the past. Come, everyone, let us drink. However, you are all quite young, so do take care to drink moderately, Dai Mubai advised. Ning Rongrong, with unwavering determination, replied, No. I must toast Brother Tian with 3 cups. With that, she poured another glass and drank it down in one go. Tang Tian smiled helplessly, took a couple more sips, and then inquired, by the way, Rongrong, it seems that we are of similar age, so why do you call me Tian Go as soon as I arrive? Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him an annoyed glance, yet she refrained from answering. Oscar seemed to suddenly recall something and interrupted their conversation, saying, It appears that Fatty is not here again. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow and replied, Have you forgotten? Fatty just mentioned that he couldn't contain his fiery passion any longer and likely won't be returning tonight. Tang San did not engage in pleasantries with Tang Tian, lifting his cup and proclaiming, Brother Tian, let us drink together. The act of drinking fosters camaraderie, yet it also leads to a loss of self-control, as even Dai Mubai, who initially insisted on moderation, found himself incessantly requesting more. Despite their youth, the 8 of them, as soul masters, possessed superior physical capabilities, further enhanced by their recent training, granting them remarkable tolerance for alcohol. The revelry lasted for 2 full hours. When they awoke from their drunken slumber the next day, the only clear memory was of one individual who had consumed an extraordinary amount and remained the last one sober, not the most powerful Dai Mubai, nor the formidable Tang San, but Ning Rongrong, who bore the 7 treasure glazed Tao Pagoda martial soul. The first to succumb was Tang Tian, who was unaccustomed to drinking spirits, having only ever indulged in beer in his previous life. He was followed by Oscar, and then Xiao Wu. Surprisingly, the eldest, Dai Mubai, was the 4th to fall. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San collapsed simultaneously, leaving Ning Rongrong as the last one standing. Not only did she remain sober, but she also consumed the most, often pouring herself a full cup in a single gulp, exuding the same fierce spirit she had displayed in the past. According to Ning Rongrong, it was her first encounter with alcohol. Tang Tian did not awaken until the following evening, and it was only after Tang San retrieved the master's notebook that he discovered the forgotten 1v1 and 2v2 tasks assigned to Tang Tian. From that day onward, the soul battles continued unabated. Over the subsequent month, the Shrek team made a remarkable impact at the Soto Great Soul Arena, participating in 2017 battles, achieving victory in all. In the 30-level tier, they faced no rivals. In the duo competitions, the Sanwu combination also secured 27 consecutive wins, with Tang San and Xiao Wu's harmonious synergy rendering their opponents helpless. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's Divine Beast combination achieved a commendable record of 27 wins and 26 losses. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran and Oscar's Snake Wing combination garnered 19 victories and 8 defeats from 27 battles, as Meng Yiran fought alone, limiting Oscar's Sausage's effectiveness in this type of combat. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's 7 Treasure Spirit Cat combination surpassed the Snake Wing combination, achieving 22 victories and 5 defeats in the 20-level Soul Master tier, with 8 consecutive wins earning them substantial points. In individual competitions, the 8 members of Shrek excelled across the board. Dai Mubai secured 25 victories, losing only twice to control-type soul masters in the 30-level tier. Tang San, through sheer fortune, encountered no fire-type opponents, maintaining a flawless record despite his lower rank of 32. Given his web restraints, few could escape at this level. Xiao Wu faced greater challenges, encountering several opponents who countered her unique teleportation ability, yet she still managed 20 victories. Ma Hongjun thrived in the 20-level tier with a record of 23 wins out of 27 battles, while Zhu Zhuqing's performance was equally commendable. Just one victory shy of Ma Hongjun's. Meng Yiran stood out as the most formidable, effortlessly achieving victories with her face demon spider and darts, boasting an impressive record of 45 wins. As she put it, while others fought once, she could effortlessly engage in 2 battles. Thus, Meng Yiran emerged as the greatest winner. Although the victories in the 3 distinct formats of soul battles were calculated separately, her numerous consecutive wins led to a dramatic surge in her points. Had it not been for the Great Soul Arena's regulation requiring monthly calculations for consecutive wins, she would have already surpassed the Iron Soul Badge tier. Nevertheless, the Shrek team's astonishing performance caught the attention of the Great Soul Arena. Had their Soul Badge levels not been too low to meet the minimum requirement for participation in the Central Arena, they might have already received an invitation to compete in the main battles. The Shrek team arrived at the Great Soul Arena on the 2nd day of the month. With 30 days in total, and after today's battles concluded, they would finally reach the end of the month, at which point their additional reward points would be calculated, elevating them beyond the current Iron Soul Badge status. In Chapter 82, the esteemed captain of Shrek Academy, the evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, broke through to level 39 in soul power. This achievement was a result of his relentless training, as well as the rigorous physical training and combat experience gained over the past 4 months. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also advanced in soul power, reaching levels 29 and 28, respectively, steadily approaching the coveted 30-level mark. As night fell, the Soto Great Soul Arena, located in the bustling heart of Soto City, was ablaze with lights. Spectators flocked from all directions, occasionally witnessing luxurious carriages escorted by attendants entering through the VIP passage. These were nobles or members of prominent families, drawn to the soul battles held in the Central Arena. Today marked the end of the month, coinciding with the weekend, making the Soto Great Soul Arena the premier leisure destination for the locals. Here, one could not only witness exhilarating soul battles but also take a chance on luck by wagering on their favorite soul masters, including Tang Tian, the Master, Flender, and Xiao Wu. The Shrek team entered the Great Soul Arena in a dispersed manner. This was not merely a precaution to conceal their identities but a necessity. After a month of soul battles, the Shrek team had garnered impressive results, naturally becoming the focal point of the audience's attention. Though they had yet to compete in the Central Arena, the spectators in the peripheral arenas had already become quite familiar with them. The moniker Shrek 8 monsters had become a well-known phrase among the audience. To avoid unnecessary complications and entanglements, the Shrek Academy members had begun to enter the arena in their true appearances, changing into different attire and donning masks at designated locations before registering for the battles. As a result, speculating about the division where the Shrek team would compete had become a favored pastime for the spectators in the peripheral arena. Today was no different. They entered the arena dressed plainly, ensuring that no one would suspect the presence of a group of seemingly teenage children. Over the past few months, Tang San and Ma Hongjun had turned 13, while Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing would soon follow suit, making their ages the perfect guise. The group's admiration for Tang Tian's foresight in having them wear masks was palpable. The team battles, though commencing last, were the first to register. To avoid clashes in the 1v1 and 2v2 competitions, the Master had informed them of a designated division for the team battles, allowing the Shrek 7 to participate in the initial 2 competitions in separate divisions, thereby ensuring that their winning streak would remain unbroken. The registration for this team battle is to be conducted by the Master in the capacity of the agent for the 7 Shrek monsters. Today, the Master has chosen to enroll his disciples in the 8th Spirit Arena. After a month of spirited combat, the once seemingly insurmountable Silver Spirit rank has become attainable through their consecutive victories. Now, they merely await the conclusion of today's battles to consolidate their scores. The Master prefers that his disciples remain under the radar. Should their ages be discovered, the ensuing attention from various factions would be overwhelming. However, he did not anticipate that Tang San's spirit rings would attract a multitude of powerful forces. To my astonishment, my opponent has conceded voluntarily. Likewise, I find myself in the same predicament. Are we all aware of the situation? While Tang Tian and the others engaged in idle chatter, the Master gently pushed open the door to the lounge, laid out a recently acquired document on the table, and elucidated the circumstances surrounding this matter to the group. Tang Tian meticulously examined the documents and discovered that the royal battle team had officially commenced. This illustrious team consisted of 7 members, all possessing the Silver Soul Badge. The captain, Yu Tianheng, wielded the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon as his martial spirit, standing at level 39 as a formidable attack-type Soul Master, adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The vice-captain, Du Guyan, commanded the Phosphorescent Snake, a level 38 control-type Soul Master, also boasting 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The team members included Shimo, with the Xiao Wu turtle as his martial spirit, a level 38 defense-type soul master, Shimo. Another level 37 defense-type soul master, also with the Xiao Wu turtle, Yufeng, wielding the wind chime bird as a level 36 agile attack-type soul master, Osro. A level 36 agile attack-type soul master with the ghost leopard, and Yilingling, a level 35 support-type weapon master, possessing the 9-heart begonia. All adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. After perusing the information, the 8 individuals raised their heads and exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Although they had anticipated that their opponents, as silver soul holders, would not be weak, they had not expected them to be so overwhelmingly powerful. With none of their soul powers falling below level 35. Flinder adjusted his crystal spectacles amused. If I am not mistaken, this team must be renowned in some city. Why have they suddenly arrived in Swoto City? Xiaojiang, you should not have agreed to battle them. I fear we may not be their match. The master replied calmly. Pressure is the driving force. If one shrinks back in the face of adversity, they shall never become a true powerhouse. Flinder, where is the youthful vigor you once possessed? Flinder's expression darkened at the master's words, while Xiao Wujia, ever the instigator, gleefully added, Master, you are absolutely right. Only by confronting challenges can we achieve great things. Very well, but safety must remain our priority, Flinder retorted with a glare at Xiao Wujia before addressing the master again. The master nodded. I have an inkling of the origin of this royal battle team. If my suspicions are correct, then the children shall face no peril. Teacher, should I disguise myself for the match? Our Shrek team has always had substitute teammates. I believe that the crystal used for soul power detection is merely a formality for me. I am eager to turn the tables on the royal battle team. Tang Tian expressed with enthusiasm. Ning Rongrong interjected, if Brother Tian takes the stage, it will no longer be a fair game. Brother Tian, you cannot go on. We Shrek shall not retreat in the face of adversity. Tang Sen quickly stepped forward. The master remarked, Xiao San is correct. Given the difficulty of this match, while I still insist that you refrain from using your hidden weapons, I permit you to employ the 8 spider lances. Under no circumstances shall you concede defeat until the final moment. Your and Xiao Wu's true soul powers are not inferior to theirs, and with your 1,000-year soul skills, coupled with Mubai's soul power now reaching level 39, along with your impeccable teamwork, we may yet stand a chance against them. Seeing the master's confidence in their side, Tang Sen declared earnestly, do not worry, teacher. Our Shrek team shall never concede defeat. Chapter 83, The Royal Battle Team, Part 1. The master regarded Tang San with appreciation. Very well, you may discuss the participants for this match among yourselves. With that, the master gestured to the documents on the table, noting that the 7 opponents represented a remarkably harmonious combination. You must pay particular attention to their captain and vice-captain, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master, and the Phosphorescent Snake Soul Master. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? Xiaojing. This is a betrayal of kin. Flinder suddenly realized something, addressing the master. The master ignored Flinder's comment and continued. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is a pinnacle among beast martial spirits, possessing formidable attack power, revered as the strongest beast martial spirit. Its status among beast martial spirits is akin to that of Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile in the realm of support-type martial spirits. As for the Phosphorescent Snake Soul Master, her choice of a control-type spirit reminds me of someone. Flinder, do you recall who I mean? Upon the master's hint, Flinder's expression shifted dramatically. You mean he? Don't you? The master nodded. Indeed, I speak of him. Dai Mubai could not contain himself. Dean, master, please do not speak in riddles. Who exactly are you referring to? Tang Tian reminisced and jested. Have any of you heard of the poison Douluo? Upon hearing the phrase poison Douluo, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly exclaimed, Xiao Tian, are you referring to the one infamous for being the most formidable, the poison Douluo? The master inhaled deeply, nodding slowly. Xiao Tian speaks the truth. Aside from him, I have not encountered another poison Douluo. To my knowledge, there are scarcely any poison snake soul masters. And if they exist, they are unlikely to be of the control type. Given that this vice-captain is a control-type poison snake, I can assert that she shares an inseparable connection with the poison Douluo. Others may be unaware. But I am well aware that the poison Douluo also bears the surname Dugu. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong interjected. Does that mean their captain is associated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Flinder replied with a wry smile. Aside from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, I have yet to hear of any other Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Masters. The background of this royal combat team is astonishing. Not only these two. The Black Turtle is equally renowned alongside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. However, the number of Black Turtle Soul Masters is even scarcer, and there is no complete sect. Which is why it is not as famous as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Nonetheless, the Black Turtle stands as a top-tier entity among defensive soul weapons. Tang Sen seemed to have realized something. As a control-type soul master, his primary concern naturally lay with the opponent's control-type soul master. He inquired of the master, Teacher, what exactly enables their poisonous serpent soul master to exert control? It seemed rather improbable for one wielding a serpent as their martial spirit to excel in control. The master's response was succinct, encapsulated in a single word, poison. The notion of using poison to dominate the battlefield caused Tang San's pupils to constrict momentarily. Yet his composure was significantly restored. How familiar and endearing the term poison sounded. He nodded slightly and remarked, Xiao Wu. Do you recall the serpent gall that Tian gifted you? The gall of the 10-headed sun serpent can neutralize all serpent toxins. This individual poses little threat. The master misunderstood Tang San's implication, emphasizing that since the opponent was a control-type soul master, merely detoxifying would not suffice. Xiao San, do not be complacent. Ning Rongrong interjected, Master, may I offer a suggestion? The master nodded, please, proceed. Ning Rongrong stated, during the soul battle, our foremost priority must be to focus on the opposing auxiliary soul master. Tang Tian interjected, naturally, it is evident from the name that she is a beautiful maiden. Ning Rongrong earnestly replied, I am quite beautiful as well. Will Brother Tian pay attention to me? Please don't interrupt, let Rongrong finish. The master remarked with a hint of surprise. He had never heard of the nine-heart begonia spirit, a rarity indeed. However, considering they had 2 support-type soul masters, including Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tower, he felt assured they would not be at a disadvantage in that regard. Ning Rongrong continued. The nine-heart begonia spirit is unlike any other. It is passed down through a singular lineage, with only one inheritor per generation. At any given time, there can only be 2 nine-heart begonia soul masters alive. Only upon the death of one can a successor potentially emerge. It is arguably the rarest of all spirits. My father once remarked that the nine-heart begonia is a miracle among spirits. The master, possessing an insatiable curiosity for novel spirits, promptly inquired, what, then, is the function of the nine-heart begonia spirit? In what manner does it provide support? Tang Tiandao, essentially, she is a large caretaker. The master inquired, what does it mean to be a large caretaker? Tang Tian elucidated that apart from nurturing others, she possesses no other skills, to put it plainly. Her sole capability lies in healing. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, adding, what Brother Tian said is indeed correct. The nine hearts Si Tang excels in but a single ability. Regardless of the number of spirit rings it may possess, it wields only one spirit skill. Its function is to perform area-wide healing, the extent of which is governed by the spirit master's intent. The higher the level and the greater the number of spirit rings, the more spirit power is available for healing. My father mentioned that with a nine-heart Si Tang spirit master present, even the desire to perish becomes a challenge. Thus, once the battle begins, we must ensure her withdrawal from the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be impossible to inflict any damage on our opponents before her spirit power is depleted. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the master's expression appeared to stiffen, and after a prolonged silence, he gradually remarked, this truly is an almost perfect combination. Allow the man-faced demon spider to eliminate her with ease. Just as the morale was low and everyone fell into silence, Tang Tian's sudden proclamation revitalized their spirits. With all eyes turned towards him, Tang Tian continued, I have a bold idea. At the outset, Rongrong will cast a buff, while Xiao San unleashes his 10,000-year spirit skill to restrain the most formidable opponent, Yu Tianheng. As their teammates prepare to assist, Yi Jian will summon the man-faced demon spider to ambush Yi Lingling. Mu Bai will provide support, while Yi Jian engages the opposing control-type spirit master. Xiao Wu and Xu Qing will tangle with the enemy's defense-type spirit master. The 2 agile attack-type spirit masters will be left to Xiao San. Remember, until the enemy support spirit master is incapacitated, you must entangle without unleashing full force. Once the enemy support spirit master is dealt with, should they unleash toxic mist, Xiao San will be responsible for dispelling the poison. Tang Tian's words ignited a spark of confidence. Every member of the Shrek team was filled with fervor, for the notion of the weak triumphing over the strong has been witnessed throughout history. As one of the few geniuses on the continent, their aspiration to achieve this feat was not beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 84, The Imperial Battle Team, Part 2, Silence enveloped the group. Yet each individual's gaze grew resolute. Tang San was the first to extend his right hand, followed closely by Dai Mu Bai. The 8 members of the Shrek team placed their palms atop one another, their eyes ablaze with determination. The lost confidence had been reclaimed at this moment. They were brimming with an intense fighting spirit. Once the fervor of Ma Hongjun subsided, he inquired, Xiao Tian, why did you not mention me just now? Tang Tian retorted, isn't it your turn to rest today? Master, allow me to take full charge of this soul battle. I believe my strategy is feasible, Tang San asserted. Gazing steadfastly at the master, he was acutely aware that this battle would pose the most formidable challenge yet. While the notion of overcoming the strong with the weak may seem straightforward, executing it proved to be an arduous endeavor. Having lived 2 lives, he understood that to attain one's desires, one must strive earnestly. This competition was no exception. Previously, during the soul battles, due to Tang Tian's irresponsibility, all strategies were devised solely by Tang San and Dai Mu Bai. Even after the master arrived, he did not correct this, but merely offered some guidance, allowing the mistakes to persist. However, this time, Tang San proactively requested sole responsibility for formulating the tactics. Although this seemed somewhat arrogant, the master, Flander, and Zhao Wuji nodded in silent approval. From their perspective, victory or defeat had become inconsequential. These youths had matured beyond their expectations. All they could do now was observe the surprises and miracles these children would bring forth, curious to see how far they could ascend. In the Soto Great Soul Arena. Within the VIP lounge, room number 3, the opulent space spanned over 200 square meters, furnished with a massive leather sofa exceeding 15 meters in length, comfortably accommodating several individuals. Yet, only 7 unique individuals occupied the room, all appearing to be in their early 20s. At the center of the sofa reclined a young man with long black hair and a tall stature. Though not conventionally handsome, his expression was rarely animated, as if his facial muscles were rigid. Clad in a simple blue outfit devoid of embellishments, he emanated an aura of simplicity that paradoxically felt perilous. He leaned back, eyes closed, in a state of quiet contemplation. Beside him sat a young woman, her posture noticeably unconventional. Instead of resting against the back of the sofa, she leaned against the shoulder of the blue-clad youth, exuding a languid demeanor. With deep purple short hair framing her face and striking green eyes that lent her an enigmatic allure, she toyed with her nails, dyed a vivid green. Yanzi, must you always flaunt your affection for the boss in front of us? After all, we are but a group of bachelors. It could stir unwanted impulses. Jested a handsome young man, of moderate height and well-proportioned build, with short golden hair and lively eyes, lounging against a large crystal window. The girl shot him a glance, a playful smile dancing in her green eyes. Oh, would you like me to teach you how to become a man? No thanks. Your toxic allure is only suitable for the boss. I can't handle it, he hastily declined, clearly frightened by the prospect. Serves you right for provoking, Yanzi. Chimed in another youth clad entirely in black, his golden hair and striking features rivaling those of a woman, casually swirling his drink while reveling in the other's discomfort. The handsome young man retorted angrily, Leopard, do you have a problem? Once today's group battle concludes, I challenge you to a one-on-one match. Watch how I teach you a lesson. The black-clad youth scoffed. You? A flying spirit master, challenging me, a ground spirit master, to a duel? Have you no shame? If you're so capable, challenge the boss instead. If you can last 3 minutes against him, I'll concede. Though the handsome youth was unwilling to admit defeat, he had to acknowledge that he could not hold out against their captain for more than 3 minutes. Enough. Can't you all remain quiet like the Shurjiao brothers? Conserving your energy? Finally, the blue-clad youth spoke, addressing the brothers seated in a meditative pose against the wall, their robust physiques exuding stability and strength. The handsome youth laughed. Boss, do we still need to conserve energy? With our Silver Soul battle rank achieved before level 40. I dare say there is no rival in the Soto Great Soul Arena. Not here, nor in the renowned Heaven Do Great Soul Arena, can we find an opponent. Besides, we already reviewed the information on that Shrek team. They are nothing but a bunch of amateurs, hardly worth our concern. The blue-clad youth replied with calmness. I have also perused the competition S data, yet we must not let our guard down. I can surmise their origins, and even if I am mistaken, it is essential to avoid developing a habit of underestimating our foes. The Spirit Master realm is teeming with formidable talents. We cannot be certain that stronger opponents will not emerge before us. Lingling, why not take a seat on the sofa? Standing continuously will only deplete your energy. His last remark was directed at another woman who stood in the dimmest corner of the room, cloaked in black with a veil obscuring her face. With a slender figure and cascading blue hair, her colorless eyes conveyed no emotion. She radiated an aura of solitude and melancholy. No need. I am quite content here. Yi Lingling's voice was melodious, yet hollow, evoking a sense of unreality. The handsome youth inquired, Boss, what makes them worthy of our serious attention? The blue-clad youth replied gravely. Be cautious with your words. They are likely a team trained by my second uncle. Remember, he is the foremost authority in Spirit Master theory, and recently, he visited an academy called Shrek. The handsome youth responded earnestly, Boss, with all due respect, your uncle ISNT, I know what you wish to say. Have you ever encountered a Spirit Master with all 10,000-year spirit rings? My uncle is one. Otherwise, how could I boast that my 4th spirit ring will require a 10,000-year spirit beast? Boss, the 7 individuals in the room were indeed the members of the royal fight team that Tang San had seen in the materials. Seated on the sofa were Captain Yu Tianhing and Vice Captain De Guyen. The handsome youth was Windbird Spirit Master Yifeng, and his black-clad counterpart was Ghost Leopard Spirit Master Osro. The 2 brothers meditating on the ground were the 2 Xuanwu Turtle Spirit Masters, while the solitary figure in the shadowy corner was the royal fight team's sole support Spirit Master, Nine-Hearted CP and Yi Lingling. Chapter 85, Host Tang Tian Part 1, in the Soto Great Soul Arena, within the high-end VIP area. The members of the royal fight team awaited the commencement of the group battle. Just then, the door swung open, and a figure entered. The arrival of this individual prompted all the diverse members of the royal fight team to perform the same gesture, including Captain Yu Tianhing on the sofa. While the meditating Shurjiao brothers also opened their eyes simultaneously. The 7 stood up in unison, bowing respectfully to the newcomer. Master. The middle-aged man's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. A look that even Captain Yu Tianhing had never witnessed before. He stepped forward cautiously and whispered, Teacher Qin, what troubles you? A glimmer flickered in Teacher Qin's eyes, his bright black gaze betraying a depth of insight. This time, you are likely to encounter formidable opponents. I presume you have yet to review the materials. As he spoke, He moved to the sofa behind the crystal table and sat down. A flash of light in his hand revealed a piece of fabric, which he spread out on the table. The others did not glance at the materials. The vice captain, Douluo, stated, "We have all reviewed the information. The Shrek team consists of 7 members and 1 substitute. Their origins remain obscure. Apart from not knowing which 7 will compete this time, we are well informed. Regardless, it matters little, as their overall soul power level does not match that of our Imperial fighting team." Teacher Qin snorted coldly, causing the members of the Imperial fighting team to feel an immediate tightening in their chests, their faces betraying a hint of alarm. "Yen, you two have fallen prey to complacency. Let me remind you, the Shrek 7 have participated in 2017 battles, and they have won every single one. How long did it take you to obtain your Silver Soul badge? It wasn't merely a month, was it? It took a full year." Beside them, the Wind Chime Bird Soul Master, Yu Feng, voiced his discontent that as because they have not encountered formidable opponents, they have secured these victories too easily. "How can Soto City compare to our Imperial City?" Qin cast a sidelong glance at Yu Feng. According to the City Lord's investigation, the Shrek 7's first team battle was against the Frenzied team, which you faced last time. You should be well aware of the Frenzied team's strength. Their soul power levels are not inferior to yours. They were defeated due to differences in soul skills and martial souls. Did the Shrek 7 emerge victorious? The question came from the Black Panther Soul Master, Osro. Douluo shot him a look. Is that even a question? Otherwise, would our teacher need to point it out? I now question the authenticity of your research. Examine the data I have gathered closely. Yu Tianheng picked up the fabric and scrutinized the information, exclaiming, "Teacher, is there anything remarkable?" The details, excluding the soul rings, align precisely with what I obtained. Teacher Qin remained silent, urging Yu Tianheng to inspect further. It was only when Yu Tianheng's eyes fell upon the name Tang San that he gasped, 2 purple and 1 black. The members of the Imperial fighting team were equally astonished. Qin Ming nodded slightly. The information we have on the Shrek 7 is limited to what we see here. All that we know will only be confirmed through actual combat. Remember my words, never underestimate any opponent. Since the Soto Great Spirit Arena dares to field them, they must possess considerable confidence. One more thing. I require this of you. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, no one is permitted to take a life. Nor should anyone inflict permanent harm upon the opponent. Do you understand? Yen, especially you. If your poison affects them, you must cure them immediately after the battle, without delay. Now, let us proceed. Time is of the essence. With that, he turned and walked toward the VIP area. As he walked, Qin Ming sighed inwardly, "Children, I hope this time you may encounter some setbacks. Growth that is too smooth often leads to fragility." At the center of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, the main battle stage did not resemble the grandiose spectacle that the common folk, confined to the sub-arenas, might envision. In fact, those who entered would likely perceive it as yet another sub-arena. The area of the main battle stage was only slightly larger than that of other sub-arenas. Remarkably, the atmosphere in the main battle arena was exceptionally quiet. There were no open stands. Instead, it was entirely composed of closed private boxes, where wealthy guests concealed their identities behind crystal glass, observing the spectacle from a distance. These individuals were reluctant to reveal their identities, eschewing the boisterous cheers of ordinary spectators. What they sought was a sense of pride and superiority. Moreover, the stakes here were exceedingly high, eclipsing the combined bets of all sub-arenas. To prevent disputes arising from gambling among the nobility, maintaining anonymity was crucial. After all, no one would know who had won their fortunes. Even if one desired retribution, it would be impossible. Though the crystal glass windows obscured the view from the outside, the arena sparkled under the dazzling golden lights of the soul-guiding devices. The battle stage itself was impressively vast, measuring a diameter of 70 meters, amply accommodating battles with even hundreds of participants on each side. At the center of the battle stage, the ground suddenly rose, forming a circular platform 2 meters in diameter, supported by a sturdy golden pillar, upon which stood Tang Tian. "It is my honor to commentate this match," Tang Tian announced loudly, having whimsically decided to take on the role of commentator for this event. Having secured the arrangement with the Great Spirit Arena, Tang Tian began to recite the opening remarks prepared by the Soto Great Spirit Arena for him. Today promised to be a significant event, as we have arranged only this one match for the evening. Although the competitors are merely at the Spirit Elder level, they both possess the esteemed Silver Spirit Badge. If one were to bestow a title upon them, the word genius would be most fitting. Now, allow me to introduce the participants to our esteemed guests. From the Royal Fighting Team, we have the captain, Yu Tianheng, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master. And from the Shrek team, the captain, Xie Miao, a White Tiger Spirit Master. As a novice commentator, Tang Tian approached his role with a serious demeanor. Unable to fly, he had taken the liberty of riding a steed to elevate himself above the arena for commentary. Without further ado, let us welcome our competitors, the undefeated Shrek team and the splendidly adorned Royal Fighting Team. Audience in the private room. Can a horse spirit really do that? At the sides of the battle arena, 2 doors silently swung open, and the competitors, each with varying expressions, entered, making their way toward the center of the arena. Chapter 86. Host Tang Tian, center. To the left, the Royal Fighting Team made their entrance. Leading the procession was the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit master, Yu Tianheng, with Duguyan habitually nestled by his side. Following closely were the Shijiao brothers, then the Black Panther Osro and the Windchime bird Yufeng, with the enigmatic Nine Hearts Begonia spirit master, Yi Lingling, bringing up the rear. The captain of the royal fighting team, Yu Tianheng, thought to himself, what a useless host. He can hardly speak. Why should they fear the undefeated record? Our attire is simply more splendid. Captain, calm down. Let this host see what true undefeated looks like. In stark contrast to the varied outfits of the royal fighting team, the Shrek 7 monsters presented a much more uniform appearance. Clad in identical black combat attire and masks, they exuded a sense of cohesion, despite their differences in height. These garments had been specially tailored by their master, donned solely during battles, both to conceal their true capabilities and to enhance their sense of teamwork. At that moment, the Shrek members gazed up at the figure in the air. Their faces brightened with joyful smiles. Ning Rongrong, Brother Tian, I can't believe you chose this way to cheer us on. It's so touching. Dai Mubai, little Tian knows how to have fun. The match commenced swiftly. As the competitors emerged, Dai Mubai, leading the Shrek 7 monsters, locked eyes with the captain of the royal fighting team, Yu Tianheng. Their gazes collided fiercely in the air, momentarily freezing in intensity. As if the arena resonated with the roar of dragons and tigers, Yu Tianheng felt a chill run through him. The moment his gaze met Dai Mubai's sinister eyes, he was immediately struck by a wave of formidable pressure. He understood then that this opponent, at his level, was by no means to be trifled with. Tang Tian continued his commentary, urging the spectators to observe the intense gaze exchanged between the two teams. Their large eyes locked in a silent battle of wills before the duel had even commenced. The tension in the air was palpable. I shall now announce the rules. The fight shall commence when I declare it so, and will only conclude when one side concedes, is entirely defeated, or falls from the stage. Upon hearing Tang Tian's words, Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai quickly diverted their fierce gazes from one another, feeling an unsettling discomfort from the commentary. The leader of the Shrek 7 monsters was Master, accompanied by Flander and Xiao Wu, who shared a knowing smile as they observed Tang Tian's impromptu narration. Their expressions tinged with exasperation. On the opposing side, the leader of the royal fighting team was none other than Teacher Qin. Flander's gaze landed on Qin Ming, positioned 100 meters away, causing his expression to shift abruptly before gradually relaxing. The previously tense atmosphere seemed to ease considerably. It appeared that this time, I need not worry any longer. Wu Jin, do you see who stands opposite us? Xiao Wu Jin's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing Qin Ming. Master, puzzled, inquired about their familiarity with the opposing leader. Flander chuckled, saying, a secret, to be revealed after this duel concludes. At the center stage, simultaneously, all 14 participants unleashed their soul powers, a formidable surge of combat spirit rising into the heavens. Seizing the moment, Tang Tian continued his commentary, urging the audience to witness the imminent fierce melee. Forgive my lack of eloquence, but I must exclaim, incredible! Let that host step aside. Indeed, step aside. Dai Mubai, with a resigned smile, unleashed a mighty roar, a fervent energy erupting from within him. Accompanied by the crackling sound of his bones, his muscles swelled instantaneously, and sharp claws emerged from his tiger-like paws. Though masked, his piercing gaze radiated a wild intensity. Under Dai Mubai's lead, the Shrek team members unleashed their martial spirits. Oscar had already distributed his 3 types of sausages before the battle, while Ning Rongrong remained at the back of the formation. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked Dai Mubai on either side, with Tang San positioned behind them. Meng Yiran stood slightly ahead of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, her serpent staff striking the ground with authority. The azure-violet blue-silver grass began to flow from around Tang San, vibrant blue light flickering in his palms as the grass seemingly expanded endlessly, claiming their side of the arena. Concurrently, 6 strands of blue-silver grass quietly rose, entwining around the waists of the other 6 members of the Shrek team. Empowered by the blue-silver grass, the 7 individuals formed a cohesive unit centered around Tang San. As the Shrek team released their martial spirits, the royal fighting team was equally engaged. Their formation starkly contrasted that of Shrek's. At the forefront were not their captain, the blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master Yu Tianheng, but rather the Shijiao brothers, both possessing the spirit of the black tortoise. As Tang Tian announced the commencement of the duel, the brothers simultaneously bellowed, their voices resonating more powerfully than the crackling of Dai Mubai's bones. Before summoning their martial spirits, the Shijiao brothers shed their upper garments, revealing muscles as solid as granite. As they released their martial spirits, they leaned forward slightly, their backs arching as all their soul power coalesced into a warm, earthy glow that converged behind them, forming a massive dark yellow tortoise shell. The shell bore intricate light yellow patterns, and their very bones seemed to shift in response to its emergence. The tortoise shell manifested not only behind them, but also in front, while their limbs appeared somewhat shortened. At the center of the shell's undercarriage, a colossal symbol stood proudly. Tang Tian hurriedly began his commentary, urging the audience to observe the uniquely patterned shells of the 2 turtles belonging to the royal combat team. The Shijiao brothers stumbled upon hearing this, nearly leaping to tear Tang Tian apart. Through the gap between the Shijiao brothers, one could catch a glimpse of Yu Tianheng, As one of the premier beast martial spirits, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, he ignited the emotions of all the esteemed guests from the very start. A brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from the center of Yu Tianheng's forehead, swiftly expanding and enveloping his entire being. Strands of blue-purple electricity erupted like serpents, swirling around him. On the surface, Yu Tianheng's transformation appeared minimal. Apart from a blue lightning emblem on his forehead, his body displayed only one significant change due to the martial spirit's manifestation. Look, the magnetic storm infantry, Yu Tianheng, has also activated his martial spirit. Through the manifestation, Yu Tianheng's right arm transcended human limitations, morphing into a dragon's limb adorned with dragon scales, while his right hand transformed into a formidable dragon claw. Behind Yu Tianheng, a vibrant green hue emerged. At this moment, Duguyin, with her red hair and green eyes, appeared extraordinarily supple, gently swaying her upper body closely against Yu Tianheng's back. Her green gaze turned exceptionally sharp, exuding a chilling aura devoid of any human emotion. In Chapter 87, Post-Tang Tian Part 2, a diamond-shaped green scale emerged at the center of Duguyan's forehead. Upon closer inspection, the members of the Shrek team gasped in astonishment, for Duguyan had lost her legs. No, they had fused into a single, thick serpentine tail, supporting her body as she swayed back and forth. In the air, Tang Tian calmly declared, astonishing. The Soto arena has witnessed the emergence of serpent men. Duguyan shot Tang Tian a glare, asking if he could speak properly. Once each member of the Emperor fighting team had been subjected to Tang Tian's playful jabs, the match officially commenced. With a resounding roar that echoed across the sky, Dai Mubai propelled his team Esmeralda, launching himself toward the adversary. Enveloped in a radiant golden light, enhanced by the white tiger's protective barrier, his imposing presence was nothing short of breathtaking. The expressions of the Shijiao brothers remained as unyielding as their turtle shells, unperturbed as Dai Mubai charged forward. They closed in towards the center, resolutely blocking his path. Their first soul ring ignited, emanating a dense aura as the two Xuanwu turtle soul masters prepared to withstand Dai Mubai's assault. Their bodies aglow with a yellow luminescence complemented by the weighty armor they donned. With a powerful stomp of his left foot, Dai Mubai soared into the air, his claws extending with lethal precision, aiming directly for the heads of the Shijiao brothers. At that precise moment, Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed Tao Pagoda bestowed a 30% augmentation of power and speed upon him, further enhancing the force of his strike. Though this transformation appeared quite ordinary, the simultaneous increase in power and velocity could easily lead to a significant miscalculation on the part of the defenders. Having honed their synergy over time, the members of Shrek no longer relied on words to coordinate their efforts. With Dai Mubai's soul power and the sharpness of his claws, not even the toughest rock could withstand his assault, let alone a human head. However, the Shijiao brothers executed a deceptively simple, yet peculiar maneuver that effectively neutralized Dai Mubai's attack. As Dai Mubai's claws descended, the brothers' heads unexpectedly retracted into their hardened shells, rendering his strikes futile against their formidable armor. The sound of clashing echoed through the arena as sparks flew when Dai Mubai's claws met the brothers' shells, under pressure. The Emperor fighting team resembled a turtle retreating into its shell. Tang Tian continued his relentless mockery, unyielding in his verbal onslaught. The soundproofing of the Shijiao brothers' armor successfully filtered out Tang Tian's barbs. At that moment, a blue figure appeared before Dai Mubai. The robust dragon arm shimmered with a dazzling blue light under the arena's illumination. Even before the figure arrived, blue lightning coalesced into claw shapes in midair, aimed directly at Dai Mubai's exposed chest. It was as though every action had been meticulously choreographed. While one strategizes against others, one must also beware of the counter-strategies at play. With his preparations long ready, Tang San unleashed his third soul skill. A beam of green light shot forth, transforming into a web that ensnared Yu Tianheng. Obstructed by the 2 defensive turtles, the other members of the Emperor fighting team were oblivious to their captain's predicament. Yet, trusting in their leader's strength, they remained still. Nevertheless, the Shijiao brothers were not without merit. Their defense ensured that Yi Lingling remained unscathed. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng ensnared, Dai Mubai hastily activated his third soul skill, White Tiger Vidra Transformation, combining his strength with Tang San's to hurl Yu Tianheng from the arena. As Yu Tianheng soared through the air, he let out a fierce roar, twisting his body mid-flight. With a thunderous cry, the countless serpentine bolts of lightning encircling him surged, amplifying in intensity as they struck the web binding him. Yet, he was a moment too late. As the web shattered, he found himself landing outside the arena. Tang Tian observed the situation before him, which exceeded his expectations, and he began to comment with excitement. The captain of the Emperor fighting team, Xiao Zhanggan, was swiftly knocked to the ground by a member of the Shrek team and unceremoniously ejected from the Soul Arena, while the 2 timid team members dared not intervene. What? The sudden turn of events left the other members of the Emperor fighting team in disbelief, and the 2 timid members also sensed that something was amiss. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to pursue, extending his leg for a sweeping kick aimed at the legs of the timid members. However, unexpectedly, the tortoise shell of the timid member crashed to the ground, and their legs retreated into the shell just in time. As Dai Mubai's kick was about to connect with the shell, The blue-silver grass entwined around his waist exerted force once more, pulling him back a meter and causing his kick to strike empty air. This is bad. A trap has been set. We must charge forward and block them. Du Guiyan's expression changed dramatically, her body moving like a swift serpent as she rushed forward to take Yu Tianheng's position. The other members of the Emperor fighting team also recognized the peril, yet their reactions were still a beat too slow. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing simultaneously lunged forward, each moving to the sides to circumvent the Emperor fighting team, aiming directly for Yi Lingling at the back. The opponent's Wind Bell Bird Soul Master and Black Panther Soul Master sought to intercept the advancing duo, and clearly, they succeeded to some extent. Zhu Qing, hindered by her soul power not yet reaching level 30, was stopped by the two. Observing this, Zhu Qing launched an attack, retreating after a successful strike. The second soul ring ability of the Nethercat, Nether Claws, was activated. Unfazed by the obstruction, Xiao Wu remained determined to sever the enemy's backline. The third soul ring ability of the Softbone Charm Rabbit, Instant Movement, was unleashed. Utilizing her instant movement skill, Xiao Wu appeared before Yi Lingling and activated her waist bow, successfully eliminating the opponent's support. Tang Tian naturally did not forget to take a jab at the Royal Combat Team. Exclaiming excitedly in midair, it is due to the erroneous instructions issued by the vice captain of the Royal Combat Team that our supporting teammates have been eliminated. You scoundrels, silence. I shall ensure your demise. The series of setbacks had driven the vice captain to the brink of insanity. At this moment, she had completely forgotten Qin Ming's instructions. Amidst her piercing shrieks, the third soul ring on her body suddenly blazed with brilliance. Her originally emerald green eyes transformed entirely into a deep purple. Opening her mouth, she unleashed a thick plume of purple mist, which rapidly expanded in the air, surging towards Tang Tian and the Shrek team. Xiao Wu, return at once. Tang Sen bellowed. But it was already too late for Xiao Wu, who had ventured deep into the enemy's back line. The Wind Bell Bird Soul Master and the Black Panther Soul Master had intended to utilize their speed to pursue Zhu Qing, but at this juncture, they could only hastily halt their advance and retreat to their side, clearly wary of the purple mist spewed forth by Du Guiyan. Tang Sen gazed solemnly at the encroaching purple mist, which had now formed a barrier, isolating both sides and slowly advancing towards the Shrek Seven Devils. Unless they took flight or retreated from the battle arena, they would inevitably be enveloped by the ominous haze. Tang Tian observed that the purple mist was encroaching upon his vicinity, signaling the red hair to ascend swiftly. Meanwhile, he continued his commentary. Esteemed guests, please take note. The vice captain of the Royal Duel Academy, in a fit of rage, is unleashing a deadly move. Tang Sen pondered for a moment, gently caressing the 24-bridge moonlit knight at his waist, and calmly remarked, "It is merely the phosphorescent snake among the 5 poisons of phosphor." With that, he declared his intention to counter the serpent's venom. He raised both hands, each now holding a substantial water pouch, capable of containing 10 caddies of pure water, an item typically reserved for long journeys. Tang Sen forcefully swung his arms, propelling 2 water pouches into the air, while simultaneously issuing a commanding shout. Eldest brother, White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave, Mengyiran, Snake Blade, activate. The collaboration of the Shrek 7 monsters was not a newfound endeavor. Mengyiran and Dai Mubai understood each other intuitively. At that moment, Dai Mubai remained in his White Tiger transformation state, unhesitatingly unleashing a torrent of White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave towards the water pouches thrown by Tang San. Mengyiran's Snake Blade followed closely behind. With a resounding crash, the Snake Blade struck first, shattering the 2 water pouches before it in an instant. Just then, Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave arrived, and in that fleeting moment, the water within erupted into a magnificent spray, dispersed by the intense shockwave of soul power. Tang Tian felt as though something was amiss, and thus resolved to lend his assistance to the Shrek team. With his immense soul power, he dispersed the mist, enveloping every corner of the arena, while simultaneously shrouding the ominous purple haze within. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly counter my biphosphor purple poison? Dong Guiyan stared blankly at Tang Sen across from him, disbelief etched in his eyes. It was not only him. Every member of the Imperial fighting team stood momentarily stunned. Below the stage, Yu Tianheng anxiously slapped his thigh, knowing that if they lost this match, he would bear at least 80% of the blame. They were all too familiar with Dong Guiyan's biphosphor snake poison. Even someone as formidable as Yu Tianheng would never dare to come into contact with it lightly. This third soul ring technique represented Dong Guiyan's most lethal attack. The toxin acted with alarming swiftness, and a mere brush with the purple mist could swiftly lead to a demise within moments. Far off in the entrance corridor, Qin Ming felt a surge of panic upon witnessing the emergence of the purple mist and was about to intervene, but before he could utter a word, Dong Guiyan's purple haze had already been neutralized, an outcome he could never have anticipated. Tang San spoke calmly. The poison of the phosphor serpent is merely a trifling skill. Even if all 5 poisons of the phosphor were to converge, your defeat today is inevitable. Moreover, your phosphor serpent poison has yet to reach its prime. Poison itself is the very foundation upon which the Tang sect has built its fearsome reputation. Attempting to wield poison in front of me is akin to brandishing a great sword before Guan Yu. Particularly the notion of using poison to slay Tang Tian is utterly preposterous. The body of a demon god is impervious to all toxins. Were it not for the concern that the red hair might not withstand it, Tang Tian would have already stepped into the poisonous mist to experience it firsthand. Tang Xin utilized the water infused with the essence of 10 fiery sun snakes' gallbladders. Not only was it effective in dispelling the toxic mist, but it also rendered detoxification an effortless task. The current circumstances for Shrek had reached a point where victory appeared almost certain. The team captain, Yu Tianheng, had been unceremoniously cast aside from the arena, and the vice-captain, Duguian, had suffered a severe blow to his confidence. The Stone Brothers, wielders of the Black Tortoise spirit, had their heads and legs emerging from their protective shells. Simultaneously, they unleashed a low, wrathful roar as their second spirit rings flared to life. A faint yet distinct glow emanated from the edges of their tortoise shells, indicating their readiness to resist fiercely. Form the shield. The brothers, in perfect harmony, issued a synchronized growl. The tortoise shells on their chests and backs astonishingly separated, transforming into 2 enormous tortoise-shell shields, each with a diameter of 1 meter. Now gripped firmly in their hands. Stripped of their protective shells, they appeared considerably diminished in stature compared to their forms prior to harnessing their spirit. Their once robust physiques now emaciated, as though the shells were an integral part of their very bones and lifeblood, a phenomenon that was truly awe-inspiring. Exchanging a glance, the brothers simultaneously shouted, hurling the colossal tortoise-shell shields towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The shields spun and whistled through the air. Their unparalleled momentum alone was enough to instill a sense of dread. Remarkably, each shield was tethered to the brothers' hands by a ribbon of yellow spirit power. Slicing through the air with a chilling shriek as they advanced, the razor-sharp edges of the shields cleaving through the atmosphere with terrifying precision. Tang Tian was dazzled by the maneuvers of the 2 brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, I pose a question. Is a turtle still a turtle once it sheds its shell? Surely. A noble's private room is not the answer. As fate would have it, the Soul Master Osro of the Black Panther and another support Soul Master rushed towards Tang San and Xiao Wu with fervor, evidently intent on swiftly eliminating the 2 members of Shrek Academy to turn the tide of battle. Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged a simple gesture. Xiao Wu soared into the air, leaping gracefully above Tang San. With a powerful thrust of his palms beneath her, Tang San unleashed the dragon capture skill, propelling Xiao Wu forth like a cannonball. At that moment, a confident smile graced Tang San's face as he invoked his 3rd soul skill, spiderweb binding. With his soul power having been compressed and supplemented by Oscar, he activated 2 spider web bindings, ensnaring the 2 agile attack soul masters of the opposing team. Once the 2 support soul masters were incapacitated, Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing track, advancing rather than retreating as he charged towards the incoming turtle shell shields. The internal energy of Xiantian Kung surged through him, and his palms transformed into a lustrous jade hue, though the turtle shell shields appeared to block all avenues of escape. Through the intricate maneuvering of ghost shadow perplexing track, he deftly evaded the sharp edges. With the crane control and dragon capture skill activated, he masterfully redirected the formidable turtle shell shield, sending it flying away. Meanwhile, the other members of the Shrek team were not idle. They dispatched the 2 unfortunate souls entangled in the spider web from the soul fighting platform. In the ensuing clash, the ranks of the Emperor fight team dwindled to 3. Tang Tian did not relent due to the diminished ranks of the Imperial combat team. Continuing with a sharp tongue, the dynamics of the battlefield have shifted once more. The Imperial combat team now consists of only 3 members. This does not surprise me, under the reckless leadership of their captain and the foolish command of their vice-captain. Their defeat was inevitable. Amidst the frenzied onslaught from the Shrek team, Duguian ultimately chose to concede. After inquiring with Tang San about how to alleviate her serpent venom, she hastily departed, leaving behind a few harsh words. Several nobles who had placed hefty bets on the Imperial combat team were seething with rage. Waiter, summon your manager. I demand that the imbecilic host on the field be rendered unemployed, immediately. Rest assured, esteemed guest, that host will not be present in the next match. Chapter 89, Shrek defeats the Imperial combat team as they observe their adversaries retreating in disarray. Daimu Bai suddenly smiled. We have triumphed. Oscar grinned, handing out recovery sausages to everyone. Indeed, we have emerged victorious. The 7 teammates exchanged glances, extending their right hands toward one another. The 7 hands of the Shrek team stacked together in the air, savoring Oscar's sausages, as the joy of victory and their camaraderie surged forth in that moment. Applause erupted, resonating through the venue, amplified by specialized sound equipment from all the VIP lounges. The performance of the Shrek 7 had won the hearts of all the esteemed spectators present, even though their numbers paled in comparison to those outside. Nonetheless, this well-deserved applause provided a perfect conclusion to the fierce clash of titans in this battle of spirits. Tang Tian retrieved the red hair and slowly approached the Shrek team, celebrating their outstanding performance. Captain, look, that commentator was invited by the Shrek team. No wonder his commentary was so unpleasant to hear. Let's move on. A loss is a loss, and there will be other opportunities. Qin Ming stood at the entrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of his disciples. He bore no trace of displeasure, instead wearing a faint smile. In his eyes, this might be a fortuitous outcome. I'm sorry. Teacher Qin, we lost. Tianheng paused before Qin Ming, lowering his typically proud head. Qin Ming remained silent, gazing at him quietly. Tianheng was undoubtedly his most esteemed disciple and a source of pride. Today's defeat is entirely my fault. I failed to command effectively, advancing recklessly and falling into the opponent's ambush, which led our team into a disadvantage. If punishment is due, let it fall upon me. Qin Ming was not a gentle man. On the contrary, he was exceedingly strict in his teachings, often imposing severe penalties. No, Captain, this cannot be blamed on you. Who could have anticipated that the opponent would be so cunning, even recruiting the commentator? Osro, the Black Panther Spirit Master, quickly defended Tianheng. Tianheng sighed softly and shook his head. No, Osro. Cunning is also a facet of strength. We lost despite having superior soul power and soul rings, which only proves we made too many mistakes in this soul battle. Tianheng, even if there were mistakes, they do not rest with you. As the control-type Spirit Master and the soul of our team, I am the commander on the battlefield. The failure of this match stemmed from my blind leadership. Throughout her 20 years, Dugu Yin had seldom cried. Her life had been largely smooth sailing. With her rare poison control abilities, a profound background, and formidable soul power among her peers, she remained at the pinnacle of her peers. Today's defeat struck her harder than anyone else at this moment. Humiliating tears flowed unbidden from her eyes. The two Black Tortoise Spirit Masters remained silent, and as Yu Feng began to speak, Qin Ming raised his hand to stop him. For you, though this may seem a failure, it is, in fact, a blessing, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. His tone devoid of the sternness the members of the Imperial battle team anticipated. Tianheng paused, looking at Qin Ming, and suddenly understood something. Osro could not contain himself. Teacher Qin, why is such a crushing defeat still a blessing? Qin Ming replied calmly, because you have encountered far too much ease in your journey thus far. While you face setbacks now, none of you have suffered irreparable harm. If these setbacks were to occur in the future, you might pay with your lives to comprehend their significance. Failure is not to be feared. The real terror lies in failing to learn from it. I believe you have already identified some of your own errors. Thus, when you next confront such an opponent, you will emerge even stronger. Although the Shrek team has defeated you, they have also awakened you. Each of you possesses exceptional innate talents. I can only impart one piece of advice. At this point, he paused, scanning the members of the Imperial battle team. Grow through failure. Grow through failure. The members of the Imperial battle team echoed Qin Ming's words. Qin Ming waved his hand. You all should return and rest. Recover swiftly. I have some others to meet. With that, he turned and strode away. In stark contrast to the gloom surrounding the Imperial battle team, when the Shrek team approached Master, Flender, and Xiao Wu amidst thunderous applause, their eyes brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Master exchanged glances with Tang San, and in the Master's eyes, Tang San saw satisfaction. Gaining his teacher's acknowledgement was more meaningful to Tang San than the audience's applause. Master did not withhold his praise. Well done. You have not only triumphed over your opponents but also conquered yourselves. In this group battle, even if it were an examination in the second phase of trials, you have all passed my test with flying colors. Tang Tian no longer held back. Upon witnessing the Imperial battle team's humiliating defeat, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. Now that you have passed my test, it is time for you to experience the thrill of ascending in your cultivation. The master nodded at Tang Tian, acknowledging his newfound capability to safeguard certain matters. However, it is not yet the right moment. Let us wait a month before revealing it. I have other plans for this month. Sometimes, possessing excessive soul power may not be advantageous. The group consented, recognizing that waiting an additional month was a minor inconvenience. Very well, Master, they replied. Subsequently, the Shrek 7 monsters joyfully lifted Tang Tian, tossing him up and down until he became dizzy, only to finally release him. As the merriment subsided, Oscar grinned and inquired, Master, does this mean we can have a break when we return? Flander furrowed his brow and cautioned, do not let your victory inflate your egos, my young ones. Can't you discern that today's triumph was entirely the result of cunning and luck? In a true contest of strength, you are not the equals of the Imperial battle team, Oscar retorted. But, Dean, I recall you teaching us that wisdom and luck are also facets of strength. Have you forgotten that? Ah, you cheeky rascal, Flander chided, though inwardly, he felt a thrill greater than the Master's. Shrek Academy represented his unwavering dedication. And now he had witnessed the emergence of its most exceptional cohort. He was confident that each of these children would unleash a tempest upon the Spirit Master realm of Douluo continent. Chapter 90, Qin Ming. The leader of the Imperial battle team Xiao Wu interjected with a smile, all right, Flander, there is no need for false bravado. These children have worked hard during this period. Master, do you think we should allow them to rest for a while? The master slowly shook his head. There is no time for rest. Have you forgotten what Xiao Tian said? If we wish to cultivate these children into gods, we cannot allow them to become complacent. Xiao Wu encouraged, children, strive for a better future. At that moment, a figure approached, his voice preceding his presence. Greetings, Dean Flander, Vice Dean Xiao Wu. This is your disciple, Qin Ming. Paying his respects. It was Qin Ming, the guiding teacher of the Imperial battle team. He hastily closed the distance, kneeling before Flander and Xiao Wu. Gone was the calm demeanor he had displayed while supporting the Imperial battle team. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Flander adjusted his crystal glasses and quipped, I thought you had forgotten us, you rascal. Xiao Wu helped Qin Ming to his feet, assessing him with a hearty laugh. Well, young man, you are growing stronger by the day. It won't be long before you catch up to us old-timers. Qin Ming stood respectfully, ever mindful that both deans were his mentors, and he would forever remain a disciple of Shrek Academy. The Shrek team looked on, bewildered. Although they were unaware of Qin Ming's significance, they had clearly noticed him at the entrance of the Soul Arena. Flander clapped Qin Ming on the shoulder. You've been away from the academy for so many years, yet you still carry yourself with such restraint. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Master. And these 7 little monsters you saw earlier on the Soul Arena. Qin Ming bowed respectfully to the Master, addressing him as his teacher. Greetings, Master. The Master, turning slightly, dismissed the formality with a calm, no need for such courtesy. Upon realizing the Master did not acknowledge his greeting, Qin Ming felt a chill, while Flander chuckled. You are his nephew's teacher, so in terms of rank, you are his peer. Hence, he will not accept your formalities. Qin Ming looked at Flander in confusion as the Master exhibited a hint of displeasure, seemingly chiding Flander for revealing his background. Flander laughed heartily. We are all familiar here. There is no need for secrecy. Do you want me to announce that Yu Tianheng is your nephew? What? The Shrek members, oblivious to the truth, exclaimed in unison, astonished to learn that the Master hailed from one of the 7 great families, known for the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon lineage. The Master sighed. Flander, you scoundrel. This isn't fair. You're mocking me for having no disciples while you're at it. I must find my nephew now. You all continue your conversation. With that, he turned to leave. As he departed, he added, Xiao-san, later you will calculate this month's Soul Arena points. Return with Flander afterward. Qin Ming exhaled, surprised to discover the Master was Tianheng's uncle. After the Master left, Flander cautioned Qin Ming, do not disclose that these disciples were trained by the Master, otherwise the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will come looking for me. Qin Ming promptly agreed. Flander then addressed the Shrek students. You might be curious as to why Qin Ming is here. It is quite simple. He was once a member of Shrek Academy, and indeed, he was among our most outstanding students, the first graduate of Shrek Academy. Mubai, Xiao Xiao-san, Xiao Wu. The record you recently broke for reaching level 30 in the shortest time was held by Qin Ming. Qin Ming smiled at the Shrek team members, saying, Greetings. My junior brothers and sisters. Flander, it seems Shrek Academy is thriving even more than before. Xiao Wu, with a sense of pride, added, naturally. It's evident who has been educating these students. However, Qin Ming, your students are commendable. Each one is an elite. Qin Ming chuckled. It's not my teaching that matters. These children possess exceptional talent and background. It's not my allure that draws them in, rather. Our academy provides sufficient resources to captivate them. Oh, so you are teaching at an academy? Flander asked, surprised. Qin Ming nodded. Indeed, Flander. I am currently teaching at the Tiando Royal Academy. The 7 children of the Imperial Battle Team are among the finest disciples there. This outing serves as a training exercise while allowing me to visit our Shrek Academy. To my surprise, my junior brothers and sisters have presented me with a splendid gift upon my arrival. Flander chuckled. Shrek is far more complex than you perceive. Now, this is not the place for idle chatter. Let us head to the Star Do Great Hotel. It has been years since we last met. We must have a proper conversation. Qin Ming, initially thinking that Shrek Academy's financial situation remained dire, was startled and instinctively remarked, that place is rather expensive. There is no need for the dean to splurge. Realizing his faux pas, he glanced awkwardly at Flander. Flander merely laughed heartily. What expense? To us Shrek students. It is complimentary. Let us go. Internally, Qin Ming mused. Who would have thought Flander, the notorious miser, would be so generous today? With a silent scoff in his heart. Qin Ming promptly nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the members of Shrek Academy, stirring thoughts within him. He had distinctly heard the words spoken by Flander earlier, and he was acutely aware of the record he had maintained during his time at Shrek Academy, a record that had now been surpassed by several of these 7 children, indicating their relatively tender age. Just as the group approached the entrance of the arena, a shadow suddenly darted across their path, obstructing their advance. The figure that abruptly appeared before the 4 was none other than Ma Hongjun, who had been absent moments before. Upon recognizing the visitor, Tang Tian inquired, Fatty, what happened to your face? Did someone beat you up? Dean Flander had initially intended to introduce his true disciple to Qin Ming, but given Fatty's current state, he found it difficult to maintain his usual composure. After offering a few casual words, he took the Shrek team's soul badge and departed with his colleagues. Chapter 91. Ma Hongjun's beating. Once the teachers had left, Ma Hongjun cleared his throat. Being men, Tang Tian and the others felt no need to shy away from the truth. Yet the presence of young women, who had always disapproved of his rather crude methods of dealing with his fiery issues, made him reluctant to recount his misadventure. Sensing his distress, Xiao Wu stepped closer, illuminated by the Soul Arena's lights, and gasped upon seeing the injuries on Ma Hongjun's face. Who could be so cruel? How could they leave you in such a state? Dai, it wouldn't be you, would it? Dai Mubai rolled his eyes. Haven't I been competing alongside you all? Fatty, tell us how you ended up like this. We can help you settle the score. What are we waiting for? Count me in. Anyone who dares to harm my brother will pay dearly. Xiao Wu's fiery temperament flared up once more. Before Fatty could elaborate, Tang Tian's 10 soul rings glimmered. And with Fatty leading the way, they were prepared to confront the aggressor, regardless of their status as a titled Douluo. With Tang Tian guiding them, the group of 8 transformed into 9, and the entire Shrek team set off under the cover of night, racing toward the location Fatty indicated. A few minutes later, Dai Mubai frowned. Fatty, this is where you usually resolve your fiery issues? Before them stood a row of dilapidated single-story houses, nestled in a remote corner of Soto City. The structures, barely 3 meters high, showed signs of neglect, and pink lanterns hung at the entrance where several heavily made-up, not-so-young women were peddling their services to passers-by. Oscar smirked slightly. No wonder you always say that even in a grass hut, one can find a golden phoenix. This truly is a grass hut. Daimobai and Oscar struggled to commend Ma Hongjin's taste. For Tang Tian and the others, this was their first encounter with such a place, aside from curiosity. They felt no particular sentiment. Fatty chuckled awkwardly and whispered, "It's cheap here, 1 silver coin for a visit, 3 for 2 silver coins. High cost-performance ratio. And you must believe that even in a grass hut, there can be golden phoenixes. It all depends on luck." Dai Mubai shot him an exasperated glance. "Next time we go out, don't say you know me. While I know you have no standards, I never imagined you would stoop this low. The women here could easily be your aunts." Fatty, slightly embarrassed, retorted, "Dai, are you doing this on purpose to humiliate me? Let us focus on the task at hand. You all wait here. I'll check if that scoundrel has left." As he spoke, Fatty hurried towards his grass hut. Oscar surveyed the area and noted its isolation, which was suitable for action. "I've got a big sausage, a little sausage, and a mushroom sausage," he chanted, preparing for battle. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but scoff. Truly deserving of the title Uncle Sausage. Before long, Ma Hongjin returned, excitement radiating from him. "Great news. That guy has tea left yet, but he is settling his bill. He should be out any moment now. Brothers, if we manage to avenge me this time, I'll treat everyone to a grand feast." Tang Tianchong waved his hand dismissively, urging not to waste words. "We wouldn't dare to accept your invitation. If it were Duan by making the offer, we might consider it. But given your taste, it's best to forego the idea." Upon hearing Tang Tian's remarks, even Xiao Wu couldn't help but nod in agreement. She and Tang San had witnessed Dai Mubai with his twin sisters, and the exquisite pair of twins were in a league of their own compared to the ladies before them. In the midst of their conversation, a figure emerged from the grass hut. The members of Shrek stood in a shadowy corner opposite the hut, the night having fully descended, rendering it difficult to discern anything from across the way. "That's him," the chubby one said through gritted teeth. Just as he had described. A middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out from the hut. With dark skin and a height of just over 1.60 meters, he wore a satisfied, lecherous grin. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, and he donned a pair of tattered shorts, his feet clad in flip-flops. He shuffled down the street, humming a cheerful tune. "Today, I'm in a good mood, just out for a stroll. Should we go?" The chubby one clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. Heaven and earth, the universe. The power of restraint quickly. Let us catch him and find a suitable place to teach him a lesson. Tang Tian, invoking his soul incantation, retrieved a bag and handed it to Ma Hongjun. "Brother Tian, you're being rather sinister," Xiao Wu remarked, though her actions betrayed her eagerness. Her hands rubbing together in anticipation, a harmless smile gracing her pretty face. "Practicing on a sandbag wouldn't be too bad either." Tang Sen gently tapped his forehead, expressing a sense of helplessness as he said, "Xiao Wu, one must maintain decorum." A blush rose on Xiao Wu's delicate face as she acknowledged his words. However, despite her response, her movements were anything but slow. She unleashed a series of 8 duan shui upon the unsuspecting Douluo, who was confined within her pocket. My goodness! My goodness! The trio of Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing could hardly tear their eyes away from the bag that Xiao Wu vigorously tossed. With each heavy thud against the ground, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Ning Rongrong, in particular, covered her mouth with both hands, speechless in her shock, while Zhu Qing maintained her composure, observing until blood began to splatter from the bag onto their feet, which finally stirred her emotions. With a resounding crash, the bag landed on the ground in a most peculiar manner, twitching intermittently without any other signs of movement. "Hurry up, or it will be in vain." Tang Tian urgently pulled the bag into a shadowy corner, beckoning everyone to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon it. "Let us get out of here." As the 8 figures vanished around the corner, a strange smile crept onto Ma Hongjun's face. He raised his right hand and tore open the bag, from which a plume of purplish-red flame erupted. His gaze, however, was fixated on Buli's lower half. "Hey, uncle, did you not say I was insignificant? Very well, then I shall turn you into roast chicken." With a piercing scream echoing, a divine-slaying spear was thrust into Douluo, pinning him against the nearby wall. Ma Hongjun quickly rejoined the main group. "Brother Tian, why did you kill him? Huh?" The gazes of the others shifted towards Tang Tian, their expressions revealing a hint of disbelief. Although they were all talented soul masters, they were still merely teenagers, and when it came to taking a life, only Dai Mubai might have been able to come to terms with it. No one had anticipated that Tang Tian would commit such an act. Tang San, seemingly lost in thought, remarked, "In truth, Brother Tian's actions are justifiable. If one merely cuts the grass without uprooting it, it will inevitably regrow with the spring breeze." Tang Tian shook his head and said, "I originally intended to sever his manhood, but alas, I miscalculated. My apologies." Chapter 92. The Master Bestows Treasures. Tian Hong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, was the first to defend Tang Tian, stating, "Little Tian's actions were not entirely misguided. That lecherous fellow, Douluo, if he survives this encounter, will undoubtedly seek vengeance. After all, he possesses a soul power exceeding level 40. Should he rally his associates for retribution, our dear fatty would find himself in peril. Though he was soundly beaten, his hearing remains intact, and given the earlier altercation between you and him, he will surely deduce that you were the instigator." Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and added, "In any case, I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would have been unable to exact my revenge." Tang Tian lightly patted the chubby man's swollen head, addressing him as a brother. "Why all this unnecessary chatter? Let us hurry back. We shall have a hearty meal tonight." In stark contrast to the atmosphere surrounding Shrek Academy, the 7 members of the Imperial fighting team walked in a heavy silence. Just as they were about to return to their hotel, a figure suddenly obstructed their path. It was Tianheng. The Master's resonant voice echoed, startling the dejected Yu Tianheng, who looked up in surprise. Under the moonlight, he could barely discern the appearance of the individual blocking their way. After a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "It's you, uncle. What brings you here?" The person who had impeded the Imperial fighting team was indeed the Master. Stepping forward to stand before Yu Tianheng, he said, "We need to have a private conversation." At that moment, Yu Tianheng momentarily forgot his feelings of defeat and quickly nodded, signaling to his teammates to return to the hotel first. Upon learning that this man was Yu Tianheng's uncle, the Imperial fighting team said nothing further and made their way back to their accommodation without delay. "Uncle, why do you seem so serious?" Yu Tianheng felt a lump in his throat as he spoke. Despite the Master having returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he seldom stayed within the family, making this their second meeting. The Master's eyes glimmered with warmth as he gently patted Yu Tianheng's shoulder. "At level 39 now, little Hong has finally grown up. Make sure to practice the tips I shared with the family. Your 4th soul ring will surely be black." Yu Tianheng's eyes reddened slightly. Having just endured a setback, encountering a family member brought him a sense of solace. He stammered, "Uncle, how could you be here? Have you run away from home again?" A profound emotional wave passed through the Master's gaze as he sighed softly. "I'm here because I have 2 disciples whom I cannot abandon. So I have temporarily chosen to distance myself from the family." Yu Tianheng remained silent, his eyes reflecting deep admiration for the Master. Once upon a time, the Master's warm hands had embraced him, guiding him in play and sharing tales of soul masters. These memories were far more profound than any other in Yu Tianheng's childhood. As the eldest grandson of the family, he faced strict expectations from his grandfather and father, who were solely concerned with his soul power and skill progression. Only the Master, this uncle before him, had bestowed upon him moments of genuine childhood joy, making the Master feel akin to a father figure in Yu Tianheng's heart. After a long pause, the Master took a deep breath, calming his emotions. "Tianheng, do not be disheartened by today's defeat. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the inability to learn from it. You possess great strength, but during today's battle, you did not fully unleash your potential. Otherwise, the outcome could have been unpredictable." Yu Tianheng felt a stir within him. "Uncle, did you witness our team battle today? I've embarrassed the family." The Master shook his head, grasping Yu Tianheng's shoulder. "You did not lose to your opponents. You lost to yourself. Indeed, your fundamentals and soul skill applications are sound. The reason you fell into your opponent's trap was due to that pride within you. Remember, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. How much more so against 7 formidable opponents? Pride." Yu Tianheng gazed at the Master, a newfound understanding dawning in his eyes. He was exceptionally intelligent, and with the guidance from both the Master and Qin Ming, he suddenly grasped some critical issues. "Uncle, rest assured, should another opportunity arise, I will not be defeated by them again." A rare smile appeared on the Master's face. "You will have your chance. I am the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters. I had a feeling. Only you could teach Tang San about soul ring configurations." The Master smiled calmly. "Tang San is one of my direct disciples. The other, whom you met today, is the host of the match. Is it him?" Yu Tianheng's gaze shifted as he recalled the most striking impression from the team battle, the sharp-tongued Tang Tian. Had it not been for his provoking remarks, Yu Tianheng might not have acted so impulsively. A glimmer of insight crossed the Master's eyes. "Tianheng, you are perceptive. I shall not elaborate further. This is a treasure I came across by chance. Take it back to the family and absorb it. It can elevate your soul power by 10 levels. The surplus can be shared with your grandfather and father, but such matters must remain confidential." With that, the Master gave Yu Tianheng a deep look, patted his shoulder, and turned to walk into the darkness. "Uncle, could you teach me as well?" Yu Tianheng tucked away the treasure and hastily caught up. The Master paused. "If all goes well, I shall soon be heading to the Star Do Royal Academy." Yu Tianheng stood still, gazing at the Master's retreating figure, murmuring, If my uncle had T left home, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect would surely have countless more talents. Little did he know. The master had been expelled from the family, only to return one day accompanied by 5 10,000-year soul rings. Yawn. Tang Tian let out a sneeze and rubbed his nose. Tangu, what is wrong? Ning Rongrong quickly approached Tang Tian. As soon as they entered the exclusive room for Shrek at the Star Do Grand Hotel, they spotted Flander and his companions chatting and drinking in a corner of the dining area. The dishes on their table seemed scant, and they were engaged in lively conversation. Hey, drinks are here. The chubby man was the first to stride over, feeling at ease before Flander, whom he considered his mentor. Teacher, we won today. Shouldn't we reward ourselves? Ma Hongjun reached for a cup on the table. Flander deftly flipped his chopsticks, striking the back of Ma Hongjun's hand. Ouch. Ma Hongjun quickly withdrew his hand, wincing in pain. Qin Ming looked curiously at Ma Hongjun, standing beside Flander. Teacher, is this young man also a student of the academy? Didn't he participate in the match, did he? Ma Hongjun chuckled. Senior Qin, we just parted ways not long ago, and you've already forgotten me? Qin Ming's eyes widened as he scrutinized the chubby man. You're the one who just got beaten? Indeed, that was me, though I fell on my own. Chapter 93. The arrival of Qian Rinxue upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words. Xiao Wujin and Qin Ming exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the youthful heroism. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a blonde woman called out to Tang Tian. Tang Tian, come out here. Daimu Bai teased, little Tian, behaving mischievously. Are we? Such beauty, TSK TSK. Tang Tian smiled shyly, and said, everyone, please enjoy your drinks. I shall step outside for a moment. Enough with the pretense. Off you go, but take it easy tonight, Xiao Wuji remarked with a warm smile as he watched Tang Tian. Ning Rongrong's smile instantly stiffened, and she began to drink sullenly alongside Xiao Wu. Tang Tian stepped out of the private room and inquired, Brother Shui, how did you know I was here? Qian Rinxue replied somewhat reproachfully, did you not say the last time that you would come to find me soon? Yet, over a month has passed. And where have you been? Is it that if I do not seek you out, you would never come to find me? Facing the triple inquiry from Qian Rinxue, Tang Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment and replied, I have been quite occupied. Well, I shall trust you. To his surprise, Qian Rinxue was easily appeased. Tang Tian continued, let us proceed. I shall take you to enjoy some food first. Upon entering a new private room and casually ordering a few dishes, Tang Tian scratched his head and said, about the last incident. Qian Rinxue shook her head. Although she felt a sense of loss when she learned that the other was still alive, she had come to terms with it. Now, with Tang Tian by her side, it mattered not whether the other existed or not. A faint smile graced Tang Tian's face. It was indeed pleasant, for your relationship remains unchanged. That said, is there a particular reason you have come to seek me? Qian Rinxue blinked, gently stroking Tang Tian's head. Are you serving as the host at the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena? Tang Tian nodded and poured a drink for Qian Rinxue, saying, I merely did it for amusement. As you can see, Qian Rinxue took a small sip of her drink, smiled, and replied, that was to show your support for the Shrek team, wasn't it? I am not unaware of your connection to Shrek Academy. Tang Tian showed no hesitation in admitting to Qian Rinxue, I am also a student of Shrek. Qian Rinxue, with a smile still gracing her lips, replied, then I shall follow you. Let's eat. After their meal, everyone retired to their respective quarters for the night. Concerned that Tang Tian might forget to seek her out the following day, Qian Rinxue specifically instructed him to ensure she was accommodated in the female dormitory at Shrek. At Shrek, male students enjoyed the luxury of private rooms, while the female students preferred to share their sleeping quarters. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had shed their outer garments and lay on their beds, utterly exhausted. Xiao Wu remarked, indeed, I didn't feel it earlier, but lying down makes me feel so fatigued. This must be what Master referred to as the fatigue period. Rongrong, your skin is truly exquisite. It even makes me salivate. Both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were clad in short camisoles and shorts, their arms and thighs exposed as they reclined. Ning Rongrong giggled, her eyes widening as she gazed at Xiao Wu. You look splendid as well. I am fair, while you are a lovely rosy hue. In fact, I seem less vibrant in comparison. Xiao Wu remained silent, yet a joyful expression blossomed on her face. Lowering her voice, Ning Rongrong continued, Xiao Wu, why is it that we don't possess figures as ample as Xuqing's? I truly envy her. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong's hands lightly caressed her own chest. Xiao Wu blushed and replied, you'd have to ask her about that. How would I know? Is having a larger figure truly so desirable? The conversation among the girls often grew more fervent than that of boys. Ning Rongrong chuckled dreamily. How could it not be? During my time at the sect, I heard it said that men prefer women with more to offer. Perhaps we are still too youthful. Look at Daimu Bai, who pursues Xuqing so fervently. It must be due to her endowments. Xiao Wu laughed lightly. You seem to know quite a lot. Does it not trouble you that Tian Gu is out with other women? Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. Initially, it was difficult to bear. But now it no longer affects me. With this, she couldn't help but sigh. Why is that? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. Ning Rongrong gently shook her head. In our sect, to ensure the continuation of direct descendants, male disciples typically marry multiple wives. My father is one such example. Xiao Wu understood, exclaiming, I see. The rule at your 7-treasure glazed tile school makes sense, but I am surprised that you seem unconcerned. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes momentarily lost focus before she rallied her spirits. Enough about me. I truly envy you and Tang-san. By the way, I heard that if you wish for your assets to grow, having a man massage them might be effective. Why not let Tang-san assist you? Hey, Rongrong. How could you be so bold? Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson. Who told you such things? Ning Rongrong chuckled, the older sisters in the clan. I overheard them talking about it. It must be true. Xiao Wu retorted, you should not spread such rumors. How embarrassing. Ning Rongrong sat up in bed, recalling. The last time I spoke with Xiqing, she even expressed envy towards you. She said that if Dai Mubai could be as devoted as Tang-san, she would be satisfied. Xiao Wu asked, Rongrong, did she mention what her relationship with Dai Mubai truly is? Why does he treat her so differently? When we first entered the academy, it was already evident. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. I don't know. I asked, but Zhu Qing was reluctant to share. She merely mentioned that they were acquainted from before. Perhaps they are childhood friends. Xiao Wu shook her head, recalling clearly how, upon their arrival at the academy, Dai Mubai seemed not to recognize Zhu Qing at first, only suggesting that they might possess a martial soul fusion skill together. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Ning Rongrong asked, who is it? It's me. Tang Tian. Ah, it's your Tian girl. Why not let him give you a massage? Xiao Wu leisurely donned her outer garments, while Ning Rongrong was startled. Though she was slower than Xiao Wu, by the time Xiao Wu opened the door, Ning Rongrong had barely managed to finish dressing. As Tang Tian entered the girls' dormitory, he felt a hint of awkwardness, further heightened by the peculiar glances Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged. What is the matter? Why are you both looking at me like that? Tang Tian inquired, perplexed. Xiao Wu was about to respond playfully, but Ning Rongrong quickly covered her mouth. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, glaring at her with a mix of urgency and shyness. Tang Tian awkwardly pointed at Qian Renxue and said, this is our new student. Qian Renxue, I have arranged for her to stay in your dormitory. Shui, allow me to introduce you to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Qian Renxue also offered a sweet smile and greeted both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Noticing that Tang Tian was not there to see her, Ning Rongrong forced a conversation, saying, Tian Ge, I would like to take the Zhuge crossbow you gave me back home to show my father. I plan to ask Dean Flander for leave tomorrow to make a trip home. I believe it would be beneficial to equip the 7-treasure glazed tile sect with such a hidden weapon. Tang Tian, puzzled, remarked this. Xiao Wu swiftly came to Ning Rongrong's aid, inquiring, isn't it the same whether you ask him or third brother? With Xiao Wu's encouragement, Tang Tian could only nod in agreement and replied, all right, rest assured, I can sell some concealed weapons to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After all, this is a favor I must extend to third brother. Ning Rongrong chuckled, saying, thank you, brother Tian. Tang Tian replied, no need for formality. I shall take my leave now. I have some matters to attend to with Xiao San, and the preparations for the Tang sect are nearly complete. Xiao Wu, you must fulfill your duties as the deputy sect master with diligence. Xiao Wu smiled and responded, I understand. Do not forget Rongrong's gift. You neglected to present it last time. Tang Tiandao reassured, rest assured, I have been diligently preparing to present Rongrong with a grand surprise. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. I am not in a hurry, brother Tian, do not trouble yourself. The silent Qian Renxue then inquired, Tang Tian, do I have a gift as well? Ah, indeed. I have prepared something for you as well, to warmly welcome you to Shrek. Hastily bidding farewell to the ladies, Tang Tian made his way to Tang San's dormitory. Xiao San, the preparations by the Tang sect are nearly complete. 6 titled Douluos and 4 mature departments will soon be in place. Tang San exclaimed with delight. 6 titled Douluos? Wow, Tian Ge, where did you find such remarkable individuals? By the way, there's another matter I must inform you about. I just promised Rongrong to supply a batch of concealed weapons for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Tang San wore a mysterious smile on his face. Leave the matter concerning my sister-in-law to me, but brother Tian must elucidate the situation regarding that golden-haired beauty. Tang Tian helplessly remarked, Xiao San, that is a friend I met in the city of Slaughter. Tang San's mysterious smile deepened even further. Is she not his girlfriend? Tang Tian, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, little third, this is a matter concerning my elder brother's household. It would be best if you refrained from inquiring. Tang San wore an expression that everyone understood, and he added, wouldn't it be a bit awkward to send a message to my sister-in-law? Should I include some other subtle gifts? Tang Tian nodded and said, Xiao San, you are fully responsible for this matter. As for the blacksmith's affairs, we will reach out to the Li Ji family after a while. This is a letter of introduction from my father. Take it to the 4 departments. I lack the Haotian hammer, so there's no point in my going. Now, I shall take my leave and return home to rest. After saying this, he hurriedly took his leave, feeling a persistent sense of difference between himself and Tang San. How could someone with bronchitis possibly comprehend his aspirations? Tang San, noticing that Tang Tian was about to leave, hurriedly called out, Brother Tian, don't even think about escaping. You must lend me your strength for a time. The two exited the starry diner and made their way to a blacksmith shop acquired by Tang Tian. The structure was quite rudimentary, built from piled stones. Though not particularly symmetrical, it exuded a remarkable sturdiness and durability. This was a common construction method among the ordinary populace. The space was neither too large nor too small. Approximately 80 square meters. It was equipped with a casting furnace, a smelting furnace, a hammering anvil, and casting hammers, all present in abundance. However, due to a period of neglect, they had accumulated a layer of rust. In one corner of the building, a substantial heap of charcoal and various blocks of unprocessed metal lay stacked. Tang Sen tidied up the room with simplicity, and as he grasped the forging hammer, a familiar sensation surged within him. Memories of his time spent learning the art of forging under the tutelage of Tang Tian and Tang Hao flooded his mind. With a surge of energy from his calves, the hammer was already in motion. Without any specific target, the forging hammer danced through the room, guided by Tang San's skilled hands, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind. Each strike was infused with internal power. The seamless transitions between his half-turns and strikes were executed with impeccable precision. The interplay between his internal energy and bodily movements rendered Tang Sen increasingly adept at employing the chaotic cloak hammering technique, even in the absence of a target. The exhilarating release brought him immense satisfaction. After delivering a total of 81 powerful strikes, Tang Sen finally ceased his efforts. His clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat. What a release, truly exhilarating. He brought the forging hammer before him, and vivid images of his memories at the Tang sect, learning the craft from Tang Tian, flooded his thoughts, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. Tang Tian observed Tang San performing a series of chaotic movements in the air and praised him, saying, "Little San, it appears that you have made commendable progress in mastering the chaotic cloak hammering technique." With that, Tang Tian swiftly moved to the pile of metals. He struck a piece of fine iron, over half a meter in diameter, with his forging hammer, causing it to tilt slightly. With a deft movement of his toes, he lightly flicked it, effortlessly lifting the nearly 100-pound piece of fine iron. Tang San gazed at Tang Tian's movements, a myriad of emotions flooding his heart. The Tang clan. An indelible mark that can never be forgotten. I shall ensure that you radiate brilliance in this new world. The wrought iron lay upon the forge. As Tang Tian expertly arranged the charcoal, igniting it and working the bellows. "Xiao San, what are you dawdling for? Come and help with the forging." Soon, the rhythmic and powerful sound of the bellows began to resonate within the stone chamber. In but a moment, the crimson flames erupted, and the forge commenced its purpose anew. The melodious and rhythmic clang of hammering echoed from the stone dwelling, as scenes reminiscent of years past unfolded once more. Tang Tian toiled throughout the night within the confines of the small workshop, akin to a perpetual motion machine. As dawn broke, he emerged from the forge, stifling a yawn. Tang San gazed into the distance, watching the golden light gradually expand towards the east, a burgeoning aura of purple emanating from his eyes. "Brother Tian, I have finally succeeded," he murmured, slowly revealing his palm, where a pair of perfectly round iron spheres materialized. This was the culmination of the brother's arduous efforts throughout the night. The spheres, dark as coal, displayed no sheen even under the sun's rays, yet a chilling aura quietly emanated from within them. In the adjoining room, there lay 16 more identical spheres. Should the other members of the Tang sect from Tang San's previous life learn that 18 such spheres were crafted in a single night, it would surely evoke a myriad of astonished sentiments. To meet the deadline, Tang Tian unleashed his full vigor, accomplishing a month's worth of work in just one night. Meanwhile, after Tang Tian had forged the requisite metal, Tang San diligently took on the task of assembly. Chapter 95, The Royal Academy of Tiando Part 1. Tang San flicked his wrist gently, sending 2 iron balls soaring through the air. One to the left and one to the right, both silent as shadows. They traced extraordinary arcs in the sky before returning to rest in Tang San's grasp, spinning ceaselessly in the palm of his hand. Yet, throughout the entire spectacle, they never once collided with one another. Tang Tian exhaled a sigh while observing the exuberant Tang San. "Little San, it's time for you to return to bed. I am utterly exhausted." "Brother Tian, these mother and son soul-piercing nails are for you," Tang San said, handing over the concealed weapons before they both made their way back to their residence. "You're back. I thought you might have fled in the dead of night," spoke Qian Rinxua, her face adorned with a smile as she gazed at Tang Tian. Upon encountering Qian Rinxua's playful remarks, Tang Tian responded, "Let's not dwell on it. I was conscripted by a mistress last night and have only just returned." "Enough said. I must quickly catch some sleep." Xiao Wu, puzzled, inquired, "Mistress? What did you take Brother Tian to do last night?" "To craft some formidable hidden weapons, as well as a few practical ones, all for everyone's benefit," Tang San replied, a smile of delight gracing his face. "Mistress, do reveal them. What exactly are they?" Ma Hongjun urged eagerly. Tang San smiled faintly, his right hand gliding over the surface of the 24 bridge on a moonlit night, retrieving an object of peculiar design. It was a tubular artifact entirely crafted from metal, radiating a silvery hue. Although it bore a resemblance to a hidden dart, it was considerably larger and more robust. In order to provide a clearer view for everyone, Tang San rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, with a deft motion of his hands. He pried open one side of the cylindrical object, forming a shape reminiscent of 2 semicircles. The onlookers were captivated as they observed a plush fabric lining the interior of the tubular structure. Even Xiao Wu could not suppress her curiosity, inquiring, Tang San, what is this? Is it a more powerful hidden dart? Tang San smiled and shook his head, saying, to be precise, it is a type of tool, which I have named the Sky Claw. Please observe my method of operation closely. As he spoke, Tang San retracted the steel claw and then lifted his left arm towards the window. With a swift motion, he extended his thumb, and with a sharp whoosh, the steel claw attached to his arm shot out like lightning, glinting in the sunlight. In the blink of an eye, it had flown out and with a thud, secured itself onto the window above. The onlookers clearly saw that a steel cable, roughly the thickness of a thin hemp rope, was connected to the claw. Without proceeding to demonstrate further, Tang San continued, in certain specialized terrains, the Sky Claw can be exceptionally effective, and it can also be utilized for capturing individuals. The length of the cable is 30 meters, with a retraction force of approximately 300 pounds. As long as our weight does not exceed 300 pounds, we can ascend to considerable heights using it. This is Brother Tian's territory, so I shall refrain from causing any damage. Ma Hongjin murmured. This is simply an essential tool for scaling walls and breaking locks. Tang San, with a hint of irritation, remarked, what do you mean by slipping through doors and picking locks? Fatty, you must be mindful of your weight. Should you exceed 300 pounds one day, it will no longer serve you well. Furthermore, when assembling it, everyone must remove a sleeve arrow. Mu Bai, when you utilize your martial soul, your muscles will undergo certain changes. Thus I have added some elastic cords at the connection of your flying heaven claw to prevent it from being damaged due to muscle expansion. Soon, it was time to distribute the spoils. Tang San retrieved the flying heaven claw, bestowing one upon each person, including Qianren Xue. After the division, Dai Mu Bai, with an unusual expression, said, Little San, there is something I'm unsure whether to disclose or not. What is it? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Dai Mu Bai, looking despondent, replied. Last night, the Dean and Master informed us about the next phase of our training plan. It appears that our Shrek Academy may temporarily merge with the Star Do Royal Academy. Tang San inquired with confusion. Did not Brother Tian bestow a substantial sum upon the academy? How could there still be? Dai Mu Bai elucidated. In order to participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition and to facilitate our cultivation, Dean Flender was compelled to make certain concessions. It is essential to understand that our academy has never possessed formal accreditation, although Brother Tian has wealth. The infrastructural standards of our institution cannot be elevated in a mere instant. Ma Hongjun interjected. In truth, there is nothing inherently unfavorable about this arrangement. It is merely a case of leveraging resources to our advantage. When the time comes, should we wish to depart, who could possibly hinder us? The following day, Flender appeared to revert to his former self, a glint of cunning evident in his gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, he propelled himself forward with alacrity. All right, little monsters, you have enjoyed a 2-day respite. From this moment onward, we shall quicken our pace. Each one of you must keep up with my speed, or else. Tang Tian, perched atop the magnificent red hare, declared with great pride, Brothers, I shall take my leave first. Not to be outdone. Qianren Xue unfurled her 3 pairs of wings and swiftly pursued Tang Tian, landing steadily behind him. Naturally, Flander did not rush ahead with full force. He was flanked by the academy's instructors, led by Xiao Wu. The 8 members of Shrek exchanged glances and, without hesitation, began to run. They were indifferent to the burdens they carried, so how could they possibly concern themselves with mere ordinary running? They didn't even need to exert their soul power. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong were fully capable of keeping pace with Flander's current speed. Master, seated atop Luo's sampo, expressed his confusion. Flander, what value does this hold for the children's training? Their physical foundations are already quite solid. Flander chuckled, replying, Is there truly no training significance? Xiaojing, there are methods you cannot employ. Moreover, even if there were no training benefit, traveling faster saves us time, allowing us to consume fewer meals and stay in fewer inns. Surely, that would save us quite a bit of money. Why not economize? You remain unchanged, the master said, somewhat speechless. In stark contrast to Flander, he had never placed great importance on money, often adopting the mindset that wealth would always return, as he had never lacked for it. Aside from the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and his disciple, Tang Tian, Flander, with a mischievous wink at the master, suddenly accelerated. Darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, Xiao Wu, most familiar with Flander, exchanged a resigned glance with Xiao Exine, the Candy Bean's soul master beside him, gripping his arm. Does he really need to put his old bones through such trouble just to save a few coins? The auxiliary soul master was not as swift, so he decided to hasten along with Xiao Exine. Flander's sudden burst of speed left the 8 members of Shrek struggling to keep up. How could they possibly match the speed of someone utilizing soul power? Moreover, Flander was of the Soul Emperor rank. In a flurry, the Shrek group had no choice but to accelerate, leaving Ning Rongrong and Oscar unable to advance independently. Oscar was assisted by Dai Mu Bai, while Ning Rongrong was alternately supported by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. The 7 still managed to keep pace, exerting themselves to chase forward. Using soul power for a short duration posed no issue, But how could Shrek's sole power compare to that of their instructors? Flanders' controlled speed was the utmost they could achieve. Within less than an hour, the sole power of the 8 had nearly been depleted. Observing that they could no longer keep up, Flanders slowed his pace to a more regular speed, allowing the Shrek group time to recover with a sausage. Of course, Flander and the others would not partake in Oscar's sausage. A few candy beans were far more effective. After all, the level of the candy bean soul master Xiao Xin was far beyond what Oscar could currently match. Thus, in this cyclical manner, they finally arrived at the Douluo Royal Academy. Throughout the journey, the Shrek group had endured considerable hardships. Do not inquire how Tang Tian was aware. He and Xianren had been leisurely sipping drinks atop the red hair during their journey. The gatekeeper of Douluo Royal Academy was quite accommodating, allowing the Shrek group entry, for this was a noble academy and the obstinate gatekeepers had long since been dismissed. Stop. Who are you? Just as everyone expected a smooth passage, 10 soul masters, aged around 18 or 19, obstructed their path, although they did not summon their spirit. Their pale yellow uniforms clearly indicated they were students of the Douluo Royal Academy. Flander boldly proclaimed, "We are from Shrek Academy. Here at the invitation of your Douluo Royal Academy for an exchange. Please lead the way." The leading youth scrutinized Flander and the others, a hint of disdain creeping onto his face. "You country bumpkins dare to come to our academy for an exchange? I see you must be beggars from somewhere. Begone, or we shall resort to force." Having journeyed for nearly 10 days, the Shrek Academy group was indeed somewhat travel-worn, but they were hardly as wretched as he suggested. The leader of the Douluo Royal Academy students was clearly judging by appearances, observing Shrek Academy's plain attire and Flanders' somewhat arrogant words. He felt compelled to utter such insults. Those who entered the Douluo Royal Academy were often not the truly capable. The majority relied on connections and noble titles to gain entry. This had long been the greatest flaw of the Douluo Royal Academy. Otherwise, how could they boast of being the premier academy of the Dou Empire without possessing the corresponding strength? It goes without saying that the instructors of Shrek Academy were proud individuals, or they would not have forsaken opportunities to join soul master families or various factions to establish Shrek Academy. At this moment, even the Shrek students were seething with rage at the others' unabashed insults. Just as Qianren was about to take action, Tang Tian restrained her. It was not that he could endure, but rather that he found it beneath him to engage with such petty fools. Once the god-slaying cage was unleashed, those causing trouble were all confined within. If the host's dog was not properly restrained, the guest naturally had to lend a helping hand. "Let us proceed. Release me, or you beggars shall regret it. I advise you to think carefully about whether you can afford to offend us." Suddenly, the situation shifted. The noble offspring of the Douluo Royal Academy became flustered and began to threaten. They had never anticipated that the opposing group would dare to act against them at the entrance of their own academy. Flander turned to Xiao Wu beside him and remarked, "Is this truly what the students of the Douluo Royal Academy are like? A mere heap of refuse. I am beginning to question whether coming here was a mistake." Xiao Wu sighed. "Do not ask me. How would I know? The last time we faced off against those little monsters in the Imperial combat team, it was nothing like this. Perhaps every place has its share of dross. Even the master who fervently advocated for coming here now finds his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. It is entirely reasonable for Xiao Tian's actions to yield such effects. Let us depart." "All right, Xiao Tian, it is time to restrain your hand. A lesson has been sufficiently imparted." Flander called out to Tang Tian, for it is indeed rather presumptuous to confine another student right at their doorstep. Tang Tian chuckled softly, believing that in 5 minutes, everything would be resolved. Observing that Tang Tian had no intention of unlocking the cage, the leading youth inside declared, "You dare to cause a disturbance at our Douluo Royal Academy. This is a provocation against the Empire. Just you wait, just you wait." Flander snorted coldly. "Your hat is well positioned, but it is nothing but trash. Call your instructors out." At that moment, a strong voice resonated. "What is happening? Why all this commotion?" A figure swiftly approached along the shaded path, clad in silver attire, appearing to be of a similar age to Flander. With a face resembling a silver plate, thick brows, and large eyes, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a skilled master. "Excellent. Teacher's son has arrived." The previously leading youth seemed to have found a lifeline, scrambling toward Teacher's son in a desperate attempt to escape the cage, much like a mouse seeking to burrow out. Chapter 97, Douluo Royal Academy, Part 3, Teacher's son. "They have dared to stir trouble here and even assaulted us. You must stand up for us." Unable to escape the god-slaying cage, Shui Peng resorted to shouting loudly from within. Seeing his student trapped like a caged animal, Teacher's son furrowed his brow. "Shui Peng, what a disgraceful sight you present." Though he refrained from reprimanding his student in front of outsiders, his gaze shifted toward the group from Shrek Academy. There is a distinction between teachers and students. When Teacher's son's eyes met Flanders, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. He hurried forward a few steps, slightly bowing. "Greetings, everyone. I am Sun Buyu. May I inquire about your business at our Douluo Academy?" He discreetly omitted any mention of the assault on his students, standing with a composed demeanor. In response to the courteousness of Sun Buyu, Flander chose not to dwell on past grievances, responding nonchalantly, "We are here to find Teacher Qin. Earlier, some of your students referred to us as beggars and told us to scram. which led to this conflict. You seek Teacher Qin? Sun Buyu's heart stirred. Might you be from the Shrek Academy of the Baroque Kingdom? Flander nodded affirmatively. Instantly, Sun Buyu's expression shifted to one of respect. To produce a talent like Teacher Qin, I hold you in the highest regard. On behalf of Tiando Royal Academy, I apologize for the earlier incident. Please, let these students go. He gestured invitingly while casting a stern glance at his students, seemingly warning them that they would face consequences later. Thus, under the guidance of Teacher Sun Bu, the group from Shrek Academy commenced their ascent toward the academy nestled within the mountains. Watching the departing figures, Shui Peng, having just exited the cage, could not suppress the glint of resentment in his eyes. Shrek Academy? What a formidable name, yet they are merely here to feast off our academy. Humph, just wait. As long as I am here, you shall not remain. Your Highness, isn't this inappropriate? A nearby student cautiously ventured. What is inappropriate? The empire itself belongs to our family. Come, we shall not attend class today. I must seek justice from my uncle. I cannot allow myself to be humiliated without recompense. Until I drive them out, my heart will not be at ease. Entering the mountains, one could truly appreciate the grandeur of Tiando Royal Academy. The stone steps leading up were sculpted from white jade, each adorned with intricate soul beast patterns, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The evening sun cast a mottled crimson shadow upon the steps, adding an air of tranquility and uniqueness. One significant reason Master decided to bring Shrek to Tiando Royal Academy is its esteemed standing as a premier Soul Master Academy established by the Tiando Empire's royalty. The facilities here are unparalleled, providing invaluable support for Soul Master cultivation. Among these, the most beneficial are the simulated training grounds for various attribute Soul Masters. These grounds allow Soul Masters to cultivate their martial souls in environments most suitable for them. While this does not guarantee miraculous results, it indeed serves as a remarkable auxiliary for their training. Although Tang Tian possesses considerable wealth, the construction of such facilities cannot be accomplished in a short span of time. Within the Tiando Royal Academy, however, there exists nearly 100 diverse simulated training grounds, and as the Academy's promotional materials suggest, there is certainly a place suited for everyone. The mountain air is not only fresh but also remarkably humid, and this refreshing sensation quickly allows the group from Shrek Academy to forget their previous discontent. Sun Buyu evidently prefers not to mention those students, opting instead to provide a brief introduction to the scenic views along the way. The main campus of the academy is situated halfway up the mountain, with simulated areas dispersed throughout the slopes and even by the lakeside. The master inquired, Teacher Sun, how many students are currently enrolled at Tiando Royal Academy? Sun Buyu replied, there are approximately 500 students, predominantly the offspring of nobles from the empire and its vassal kingdoms. The faculty comprises over 50 members, which is sufficient in terms of teaching resources. However, as he spoke, he helplessly shook his head. The group, understanding the implication, refrained from asking further questions. They were all soul masters, and this mountainous path posed little challenge. They soon arrived at the halfway point. The main campus of Tiando Royal Academy is entirely constructed of single-story buildings, resembling a fortress. The outer walls soar to a height of 5 meters, painted a vibrant shade of yellow, presenting a strikingly beautiful appearance. Even the rooftops are adorned with glazed tiles, shimmering brilliantly under the rays of the setting sun. When Tang San first laid eyes upon these structures, his heart involuntarily tightened. The layout here bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Tang sect from his past. The recollection of bygone days overwhelmed him, leaving him in a profound state of reflection. Tang Tian and Qin Renshui remained remarkably serene, their hands intertwined as if they were simply taking a leisurely stroll. Ning Rongrong, unwilling to be outdone, grasped Tang Tian's other hand. At this juncture, the sky had gradually darkened, and with the distant hues of the sunset fading, the lights within the Heaven Do Royal Academy began to twinkle into existence. Upon entering the academy, the students were scarce. According to Sun Buyu, most were dispersed across various simulation zones for training, leaving the main campus relatively deserted. He promptly escorted the group from Shrek Academy to a reception room, instructing them to wait while he hurried off to find Qin Ming. What do you all think of this place? Flanders inquired, addressing several of the teachers. Shrek Soul Master Xiao Xian smiled and responded, it's quite splendid. Even better than I had envisioned. I truly appreciate the air here. Xiao Wu remarked, indeed, the master's recommendation was astute, although the students are somewhat lacking. This locale is an excellent choice for retirement, especially given its proximity to Heaven Do City. Everything is conveniently accessible. Flanders chuckled. It appears we are truly destined to retire here. Tang Tian disdainfully remarked, teaching these mediocre individuals is nothing short of a waste of the teacher's talents. Xiao Wuji nodded in agreement, but chose to remain silent. After all, it seemed that the outcome was already predetermined. Moments later, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, Qin Ming briskly entered, his face alight with joy. Principal Flander, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. As he spoke, he hurried forward to pay his respects to Flander and the esteemed teachers from Shrek Academy. Flander helped him to his feet, chuckling, no need for such formalities. After all, we will be relying on you in the future. He then inquired, have you made the necessary arrangements? Qin Ming quickly nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Principal. Everything has been arranged. I have already communicated with the higher-ups at the Do Spirit Academy, and they are very welcoming of your esteemed teachers. Although they find it hard to believe that the younger generation possesses such strength, the accomplishments of the Royal Battle Team have certainly proven otherwise. In light of this, let us proceed as follows. Since all of you have traveled from afar, take the day to rest. I will arrange accommodations for you, and tomorrow I shall introduce you to the Academy's higher-ups to finalize this matter thoroughly." Tang Tian secretly nodded. A good sleep would suffice, and he could unleash his fury on that fellow, Dugu. Chapter 98. The Royal Academy of Tiando, Part 4. Qin Ming's arrangements were met with unanimous approval, and under his warm hospitality, everyone enjoyed a delightful evening, swiftly ushering in the dawn of a new day. As the Tiando Royal Academy is affiliated with the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, the nominal head is none other than His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. As such, the position of a formal president has not been established. The daily management is overseen by a committee composed of the three most senior and powerful Soul Douluos. At this moment, Qin Ming was leading the Shrek group towards the committee. The committee of the Tiando Royal Academy is situated at the heart of the main campus, representing the largest structure within the entire precinct. Although it is a single-story building, its highest point reaches several dozen meters, exuding an aura reminiscent of the Spirit Hall. Upon their initial arrival, both the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, guided by Qin Ming, made their way to this location, regardless of the favorable conditions. This place is not Shrek Academy, nor is it their own domain, thus they could not act with the same ease as before. The sole exception was Qianren Shuek. To her, wherever Tang Tian was felt distinctly different from any other place. Though Flinder maintained a smile throughout, having grown accustomed to freedom over the years. A tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart. No matter how small Shrek Academy was, he was still its principal. Conversely, regardless of the grandeur of the Tiando Royal Academy, it could never evoke the same warm familiarity as his own home. However, Flinder's spirits soon lifted considerably. When their group arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy's committee, the three elderly gentlemen were already waiting there. These three elders, merely standing in place, imparted an extraordinary presence, as if they were the very essence of the main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy, and indeed the entire institution, even with their gentle smiles. The unique aura inherent to powerful individuals could not be concealed. As Tang Tian gazed upon the three venerable elders, a wave of envy washed over him. Though he fancied himself a pseudo-deity, he could not quite compare to their dignified presence. At best, he was merely strikingly handsome. The trio of elders donned flowing black robes, intricately embroidered with peculiar golden patterns. These garments were not exclusive to them, but were bestowed by the Spirit Hall to soul masters who held the title of Soul Douluo and had achieved level 80 or above, symbolizing their esteemed status. They were second only to the crimson robes of the title Douluo. Such regalia was not worn casually, typically. It would only be donned during duels with opponents of equal rank or at exceedingly significant events. Furthermore, the fact that the three members of the Education Committee had personally welcomed them at the entrance underscored their high regard for Shrek Academy's party. Even Flander, normally prideful, felt a sense of astonishment at the unexpected honor. He had always believed in mutual respect. How could he not reciprocate such deference? Flander quickened his pace, advancing a few steps before stopping, crossing his arms over his shoulders and bowing slightly. "I am Flander of Shrek Academy, a soul master of the Cat Eagle, level 78. 7-Ring Battle Soul Emperor. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed seniors." In the realm of soul masters, such gestures were customary for juniors addressing their elders. Although Flander was in his 50s, in the presence of these elders, all over 80, his deference was entirely appropriate. The elder at the center of the trio laughed heartily and strode forward, pulling Flander's hand from his shoulder. "No need for such formality, Director Flander. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is a privilege for our academy to host the talented instructors from the Monster Academy." He introduced himself. "I am Mingxinji, the chief of the Education Committee, a soul master of the Black Demon, level 86, 8-Ring Soul Douluo." Mingxinji was of average height and slender build, appearing almost frail, yet his voice carried a certain charm that was not unpleasant, exuding an aura of approachability. His hair and beard were white, but his spirit was remarkably vibrant, his complexion radiant. As he spoke, he gestured to the elder on his left. "This is Bai Bashan, the vice chair of the Education Committee, a soul master of the Heavenly Star Furnace, level 85, 8-Ring Soul Douluo." Bai Bashan's physique stood in stark contrast to Mingxinji's. He was short yet remarkably stout, with a standard height of 4 feet and a corresponding waistline. His face was perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, the flesh on his cheeks quivering with each laugh. Upon being introduced, he nodded amiably at Flander. Mingxinji then pointed to the last elder. "And this is Jilin, the third member of the Education Committee, a soul master of the Azure Vine, level 83, 8-Ring Tool Soul Douluo." Among the three high-ranking members, Jilin appeared the most unassuming, his looks ordinary, but occasionally, a glimmer of brilliance would flicker in his eyes, imparting a sense of uniqueness. Qianren Shuek, who had never held the Tiando Royal Academy in high esteem, found her disdain deepening, especially since her instructors were all titled Douluos. Yet, Seeing Tang Tian's envious demeanor, she mimicked his pretentious display. Flander hastily introduced the various teachers from Shrek Academy, choosing to omit details about the students, as they were but learners. However, he discerned that the 3 members of the education committee exhibited a greater interest in the students than he had anticipated. Meng Shinji declared, "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Here, you are at home. Come inside." Contrary to expectations of opulence, the education committee's surroundings were rather austere, with only essential furnishings and a few simple green plants for decoration. As the guests and hosts settled into their seats, the limited number of chairs meant that Shrek-esque students had to stand behind their teachers. At that moment, the eyes of the instructors turned towards Tang Tian, as his status as a pseudo-deity warranted a discussion regarding seating arrangements. Tang Tian subtly indicated to the teacher that he required no seat, opting for a modest demeanor. In truth, he had meticulously calculated his strategy the previous night, anticipating that the foolish prince would indeed expel the group from Shrek. The ensuing scenario with Master and Lu Erlong would be quite intriguing. Dream Machine instructed the servant to serve tea and pastries, then turned to Flander with a serious expression, stating, "Qin Ming has conveyed our intentions quite clearly. It is our privilege to host you all at our institution, unless you esteemed teachers wish it otherwise. The Academy shall not assign any teaching responsibilities to you. Here, you are entirely free. Please voice any request you may have, and I will accommodate them within my authority." Flander, being a formidable soul master of over 70 levels, could discern the sincerity radiating from the 3 titled Douluos. It was unmistakably genuine, reflecting their earnest desire for talent. Without any hesitance, they chose to place their complete trust in Qin Ming. Chapter 99, The Royal Academy of Tiando, Part 5. At that moment, one of the 3 members of the education committee, titled Douluo Jilin, inquired, "I have heard from Teacher Qin that among the esteemed students in your academy, there is a particularly exceptional control-type genius soul master. Might I inquire as to their identity?" Master smiled serenely and replied, "I do not presume to claim the title of genius. That would be Tang San." His words were not mere politeness. He genuinely felt unworthy. For there was yet another talent even more extraordinary present. Tang San stepped forward from the ranks of Shrek Academy students, respectfully greeting the 3 Soul Douluo teachers. "Good day to you, esteemed teachers." Jilin offered a slight smile, and the air around him shimmered slightly, conducting a pressure test on Tang San, serving also as a probe into Shrek's capabilities. After this brief examination, Tang San's remarkable breakthrough during the test greatly pleased the 3 teachers, who subsequently promised him exceptional terms and numerous benefits. Just as Tang San felt overwhelmed, 3 uninvited guests arrived. Among them was the young man who had been confined in a cage by Tang San the previous day. He stood on the left, exuding arrogance, with a fierce hatred evident in his gaze. In the center was an elderly man clad in ornate attire, whose haughty demeanor provoked a strong urge in Qian Renshue to confront him. To the right was a green-haired individual, whose appearance brought a sense of amusement to Tang San, reminiscent of a character from the grasslands. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Meng Shinji inquired, bowing slightly to the elegantly dressed elder. However, both he and the other 2 Soul Douluo's gazes were drawn to the green-haired man. This individual was shrouded in mystery, even to them. The elderly man smiled lightly, casting a glance over the Shrek Academy crowd. The young man beside him, Shuebong, hastily leaned closer to whisper something to the elder. Only then did the elder speak. "What is this? Do the 3 teachers have guests? Would you kindly introduce them to me?" Meng Shinji's brow furrowed, despite the visitor being a prince. The 3 of them held significant standing in the Soul Master realm, and such rudeness was unwarranted. Yet, this man was indeed a representative of the Tiando Empire's royal family, and they could not afford to offend him. Meng Shinji managed a polite smile, leading the 3 into the hall, where the members of Shrek Academy had already risen to their feet. "Your Highness, allow me to introduce you to the esteemed Dean of Shrek Academy, Flander. He has come to discuss a potential collaboration with us. Dean Flander, this is His Royal Highness, Prince Xuexing, who oversees the Royal Academy." Though Flander was not particularly impressed by the lofty prince, he still inclined his head slightly, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." However, Xuexing did not even glance at him, instead coldly remarking, "Shrek Academy? I don't believe I've heard of it. It must be an insignificant institution. Meng Shinji, how could you allow such unworthy individuals into our academy?" At this remark, the members of Shrek Academy were filled with indignation. Xiao Wu, standing beside Flander, was about to erupt, but Flander restrained him. Meng Shinji's expression shifted. "Your Highness, such words are inappropriate. Shrek Academy has nurtured countless exceptional soul masters, including our own teacher Qin, who hails from Shrek Academy. Dean Flander and the other esteemed teachers are willing to teach at our academy. They are invaluable talents." Oh, upon hearing that Qin Ming was from Shrek Academy, Xuexing's expression softened slightly, and he turned his gaze toward Flander, saying, "Meng Shinji, according to academy regulations, hiring teachers should involve assessments. Have these individuals passed such evaluations?" Jilin, standing beside Meng Shinji, could not help but interject. "The teachers from Shrek Academy possess Tiando-level qualifications. Assessments are unnecessary, Your Highness. Were you to visit today solely for this matter?" His tone had become noticeably less courteous. Shueshing snorted disdainfully. The Tiando Royal Academy is a pillar of the empire, a place that cultivates the nation's future leaders. The influence of the teachers on the students is substantial. I will not allow our academy to hire arrogant individuals. I heard that these guests assaulted Xuebing upon their arrival yesterday. Xuebing, being the fourth prince, represents the dignity of the royal family. Such indignities cannot be tolerated. The three of them finally understood the true reason for Prince Shueshing's visit. They glanced at the resentful Xuebong, who was glaring fiercely at Tang San, and sighed inwardly. The Tiando Royal Academy was indeed hindered from producing more outstanding talent due to such foolish nobles. Flander replied calmly. Then how does your highness propose we resolve this matter? Have you inquired with Prince Xuebong as to why he was attacked? Soul masters are the most esteemed profession in the Douluo continent, and high-ranking ones typically regard nobility with indifference, let alone someone like Tang San, who was akin to a deity. Flander himself was quite rebellious, had it not been for the well-being of his long-term companions. He would have reacted at the first slight against Shrek Academy. Shueshing coldly retorted, I have always treated talent well. Since you seek collaboration with the Tiando Royal Academy, and Xuebong was at fault yesterday, we can consider this matter settled. However, his gaze swept over Flander and the teachers from Shrek Academy. You must prove that you are indeed worthy talents. Xuebing, standing beside Shueshing, wore an expression of smug satisfaction. Flander, suppressing his anger, responded, very well. How would your highness have us demonstrate this? Shueshing smiled lightly. It is quite simple. If you can withstand 5 minutes against Mr. Douluo, I shall recognize you as talents. All terms will be favorable. Otherwise, as Xuebing suggested yesterday, you shall leave immediately. Observing Mr. Douluo's sickly appearance, as if he might collapse at any moment, Tang San felt utterly uninspired to act and instead began to mock. Just then, the green-haired elder beside Shueshing opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Tang San with arrogance. You're not all that impressive. Tang San sensed the elder's disdainful scrutiny. The elder was momentarily taken aback, having unexpectedly faltered, while the two other foolish nobles assumed he had intentionally held back, with the young man's face displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. Your highness, do not overstep your bounds, Mengxinji exclaimed in anger upon witnessing the elder's aggression toward a junior. How have I overstepped? Shueshing replied nonchalantly. Mengxinji, do not forget that the academy belongs to the royal family. As the direct overseer, I possess authority over personnel decisions. If you disagree, you may report to His Majesty. Until His Majesty relieves me of my duties, this remains my domain. Mengxinji was so furious he could scarcely speak. Shueshing turned to face the three teachers and the Shrek Academy members with an air of haughtiness. Addressing the green-haired elder with utmost respect, Mr. Douluo, I implore you. The elder, having long been restless, was displeased by his earlier misstep against the junior. He glanced at the Shrek Academy members with disdain and declared, prove yourselves through strength. All of you may come forth. As he spoke, a powerful green light erupted from his being, followed by a series of colored rings ascending from beneath his feet, yet his own form remained unchanged. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A total of 9 soul rings ascended, their blinding radiance transforming the entire hall of the Education Committee into a dazzling spectacle. The expressions of the Shrek Academy members remained unchanged, yet the countenances of the 3 committee members shifted dramatically. None of them anticipated that the seemingly unkempt elder with green hair would prove to be one of the most formidable and unparalleled powerhouses on the continent. A title Douluo with soul power exceeding level 90. The 3 committee members remained silent, although they were all soul Douluo above level 80. They lacked the confidence to confront him. The disparity between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo, despite being merely a difference of rank, was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. While others trembled in fear before him, Tang Tian was unperturbed. Old man, you must be unwell, he thought. The poisoned Douluo regarded Tang Tian with a gaze akin to that of a fool. It was incomprehensible that Tang Tian, having already displayed his prowess, would dare to challenge him. Young man, do you comprehend the implications of insulting a title Douluo? The members of Shrek paid little heed to this title Douluo. As Tang Tian boldly stepped forward, confident that no unforeseen calamity would ensue, Tang Tian boldly exclaimed, how have I insulted you? You truly are unwell, reeking of foulness. If it weren't for the poison that has seeped into your bones. Boy, do you have a solution? This is quite difficult. Perhaps a fight would be a simpler means of resolution. After finishing his words, the 5 soul rings of the god-slaying spear had already encircled him. A genius indeed. What nonsense regarding the prince, pushing such a prodigy away. Do you not see what you are doing? The 3 committee members felt a pang of anxiety upon seeing the soul rings on Tang Tian. If this matter escalated, the empire would suffer immensely. Prince Shueshing's face was filled with panic. Pushing away a teenage soul king was enough to strip him of his princely title multiple times. Such an act would be tantamount to severing the empire's hopes of rising. Seeing Tang Tian seemingly poised to strike, Qian Renshua unleashed her 6 soul rings without reservation. But her intervention was clearly counterproductive. There was no choice. The recognition of the angel martial soul was simply too high. Aside from the martial soul hall, it was nowhere else to be found. Associating with the martial soul hall, even with Shrek Academy's potential, the 3 committee members dared not accept him. Prince Xuexing's expression softened slightly. Even if he is a genius, so what? I said we will not accept him, and we will not. He did not dare to openly declare that he would not accept someone from the Martial Soul Hall, but the implication was clear. The elder from the grasslands hesitated to act. The angel Martial Soul belonged to the Martial Soul Hall, and while he personally did not mind, he had family to consider. Your Excellency, with the surname Dugu, exuding an overpowering stench, if I am not mistaken, you must be the titled Douluo, Dugu, known for his poison. Master stepped forward. Shielding Tang Tian, Qian Renxue, and the Shrek Academy teachers, addressing the green-haired elder. Haha. The elder chuckled ominously. I did not expect anyone would remember me. Indeed. I am Dugu. Since you know my name, grant me a favor and leave. Dugu had found a convenient way out. Master struggled against Flander. But with a strong effort, he broke free, his eyes radiating a fierce light. Xiao Gang, I cannot allow Shrek to suffer this humiliation. Master's expression remained calm as he nodded seriously. Thus, we must strengthen Shrek, mustn't we? Do not be so obstinate. Accept the students' help. With that, Luo Sanpao and 6 black soul rings were unleashed by Master. The Shrek students had thought Master was merely a level 29 Great Soul Master. But upon seeing his 6 black soul rings, their faces displayed shock. Except for the teachers from Shrek and Tang Tian, everyone present was subdued by Master's display, including Dugu. Upon witnessing this dragon-shaped martial soul, Dugu's expression shifted. Who are you? He inquired. From the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, I am Yu Xiaojang. Dugu hastily distanced himself from the matter, stating that the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect and the Star Luo Empire were allies, and he was merely a hired hand by the prince. Master replied, we understand. Farewell, senior. After uttering these words, Master turned to the 3 Soul Douluo committee members. I apologize, esteemed seniors. Today's events shall conclude here. However, we will never forget the warm hospitality you have shown us. Until we meet again. If Dream Shinji had hesitated regarding the Martial Soul Hall earlier, he was now resolute in retaining Shrek Academy. A teacher from the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect would certainly not align with the Martial Soul Hall, as the interests of the Empire and the sect were closely intertwined. Wait. Dream Shinji's eyes glinted with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the 9-ringed Dugu. We 3 old fellows wish to experience your poison. The 3 Soul Douluo, by Baoshan of the Heavenly Star Furnace and Ji Lin of the Heavenly Green Vine, approached Dream Shinji from behind, simultaneously releasing their formidable aura. Dream Shinji's form grew ethereal, transforming into a dark shadow, with swirling black mist rising from his feet. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings shone simultaneously. The disparity between the 2 sides was evident from their soul rings. Dugu's 5th soul ring was already of the 10,000-year grade, while Dream Shinji's 5th soul ring remained at the 1,000-year level. Bai Bashan produced a gleaming golden cauldron in his palm, adorned with 7 silver stars, shining brilliantly. With soul rings of comparable quality to Dream Shinji's, a solid and heavy aura enveloped him. Jilin displayed a single heavenly green vine, its color akin to translucent jade, with a faint green energy radiating from him, permeating his entire being. Chapter 101. The Royal Academy of Tiando, 7. The confrontation between the 3 Soul Douluo and a titled Douluo created an atmosphere of extreme tension within the committee hall. The committee members' aura shielded those from Shrek Academy behind them, while Dugu naturally absorbed the oncoming pressure on behalf of Prince Xuexing and the 4th Prince, Xuebing. A grand battle was imminent. Although Dugu possessed unmatched strength, he did not dare underestimate the 3 Soul Douluo's combined might, and a hint of gravity finally appeared in his dark green eyes. What are you doing, committee members? Prince Xuexing demanded angrily, his voice trembling. He was beginning to regret his actions. The matter concerning Shrek Academy was already a burden he could not bear. Coupled with the favor the 3 committee members enjoyed from the Emperor of Tiando, should a conflict arise, whether he could preserve his own head was uncertain. Prince Xuexing, you are acting recklessly. After today, the 3 of us shall present a formal complaint to His Majesty, demanding his judgment, Dream Shinji declared, genuinely enraged. The prince's actions amounted to aiding the enemy and maliciously attacking allies. What if these geniuses left through that door, following the girls from the Martial Soul Hall? The members of Shrek Academy had left a favorable impression, especially after Tang Tian unveiled his 5 soul rings, which seemed to reveal the future of a titled Douluo. Seeing this advantageous cooperation with the Tiando Royal Academy on the verge of dissolving, how could he not be furious? In terms of age, even Dugu, the titled Douluo, was not older than him, and now the chief committee member had ignited true wrath, no longer caring about the consequences. For him, the situation at hand transcended the fate of the Shrek Academy members. It was about the dignity of the 3 Soul Douluo and their future glory. Moreover, it was primarily about leaving a good impression on these future powerhouses. Geniuses were inherently proud, and the current situation clearly indicated that they could not retain the Shrek group. Enough. Flanders sighed inwardly, slowly relaxing his clenched fists. His eyes, hidden behind crystal glasses, regained their calm. He slightly bowed to the 3 Soul Douluo, expressing, I did not expect our visit would bring such trouble to the esteemed seniors. I am ashamed. Since the Tiando Royal Academy does not wish to retain us, how can we impose our presence? Even if we miss this opportunity, we will likely find no peace. Esteemed seniors, we shall take our leave. I will visit again another day. Flander was no longer the impulsive youth he once was. Since Prince Xuesheng had already turned against them, remaining would only exacerbate the problem. If a conflict truly erupted, while his side would not suffer greatly, it would become difficult for him to navigate the Douluo Empire in the future. Furthermore, while the Tiando Royal Academy was excellent, it was not a place for prolonged stay. Dean Flander, Dream Shinji called out anxiously. Flander did not turn back, leading the Shrek members as they strode towards the exit. As they passed by the fourth prince, Xuebing, the students could clearly see the gloating expression in his eyes. The Snowstar Prince raised his head high, attempting to mask the panic etched on his face. The poisoned Douluo observed the changing expressions of both Xuesheng and Xuebing, a chilling aura enveloping him as he realized the repercussions of his meddling and undeniable loss. The faces of the three titled Douluos fluctuated between crimson and pale, their fury reaching a boiling point. Yet what could they do in this moment? After all, they were within the domain of the Tiando Empire's royal family. Unless the foolish prince set aside his pride to request the return of the Shrek members, they remained powerless. Moreover, did Shrek even care for their dignity? Could a mere appeal restore what was lost? At that moment, a spirited young girl dashed inside. "Grandfather!" she exclaimed, rushing towards the radiant Douluo, adorned in 9 rings. The previously cold demeanor of Douluo softened upon seeing her, and he embraced her warmly, laughing heartily. "Yin Yin, splendid. Your strength has indeed progressed." This girl was none other than Duga Yin Yin, a control-type soul master from the royal battle team they had encountered at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Upon spotting her grandfather, she noticed the Shrek members as well. Her expression shifted when her gaze fell upon Tang San. Clinging to Douluo's neck, she whispered, "Grandfather, it's that blue-haired one and that boy from last time." As Douluo raised his head again, the Shrek Academy members had already exited the Education Committee Hall. His gaze lingered on Tang San's retreating figure, his lips moving slightly. Just 2 students. Yet his grandfather would seek justice for them. A smile flickered across Duga Yin Yin's face as she playfully nestled into her grandfather's embrace. "I'm sorry, esteemed committee members, but I believe I must also leave the academy." Qin Ming spoke, his countenance marred by sorrow and indignation. The humiliation of his mentor weighed heavily on him, and the pain of being unable to erase that disgrace was unbearable. Regardless of the favorable conditions here, nothing could surpass the fond memories of Shrek Academy in his heart. The 3 committee members were taken aback, and even the Snowstar Prince was momentarily stunned. Qin Ming held a position within the Royal Academy that surpassed even what Flinder and the others comprehended. He was, after all, among the youngest recorded individuals in the Spirit Hall to have reached the 60th level. His potential was undeniable, and the committee had long believed that he would achieve the rank of Title Douluo before reaching 60. The emergence of a Title Douluo bore significant implications not only for a single academy, but for the entire Tiando Empire. In that moment, the Snowstar Prince felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, his complexion turning ashen. While Shrek's future remained uncertain, Qin Ming was a tangible asset within the academy. How many talents would his departure cost the empire? Yet at that moment, he refrained from voicing his concerns. To do so would be akin to striking himself. In the current situation, only deception could salvage the matter. Meng Xinji quickly stepped forward, blocking Qin Ming's path. "Teacher Qin, this is unacceptable. We must deliberate on this matter further. We will certainly report today's events to His Majesty and implore him to mediate." Qin Ming shook his head, determination evident in his eyes. "This is the Tiando Royal Academy, a bastion of the royal family. Since the royal family harbors disdain for us Shrek Academy members, what face do I have left to remain here? I appreciate the good intentions of the 3 committee members. When I arrived, I was unadorned, and I depart in the same state. I shall remember your kindness over the years and will surely repay it in the future. Farewell." He did not afford the 3 committee members a chance to retain him. With a surge of soul power, he swiftly pursued the departing Shrek group. Exiting the Education Committee Hall. Chapter 102. Tiando Royal Academy, Part 8. Meng Xinji stomped his foot in frustration, directing an angry shout at the Snowstar Prince. "Your Highness, you are being foolish. Do you comprehend the caliber of those individuals?" The Snowstar Prince replied nonchalantly, "What's done is done. Further words are futile. If you wish to file a complaint before His Majesty, I have no objections." With that, he and Xuebing made their exit, intentionally leaving Douluo behind. Fully aware that he had now angered this Title Douluo, Douluo showed no inclination to depart hastily. Casting a glance at the 3 committee members, he remarked, "I am merely following orders." Meng Xinji retorted angrily, "Perhaps in a few decades, among those individuals, we will see several Title Douluos emerge. Your actions today have pushed the empire toward the abyss. Do you truly believe this will not breed resentment?" Douluo scoffed, "What concern is it of mine? I have stated I am but an emotionless enforcer. Yin Yin, grandfather must take his leave. You should study diligently here." Douluo adeptly shifted the blame, disregarding the dignity of the Title Douluo. As the Snowstar Prince and Xuebing exited the Education Committee Hall, the prince's demeanor darkened considerably. "Xuebing, you've caused your uncle considerable trouble this time. Those 3 old codgers will not let this matter rest. I must return and strategize." Xuebing grinned, "Uncle, I truly appreciate your assistance today. You saw how arrogant those Shrek Academy members were. Had we allowed them to stay, they would have caused chaos sooner or later. The Snowstar Prince replied coolly, enough. What is done is done. Remember, if your father inquires, you must assert that among them were spies from the Spirit Hall, who, upon being discovered, attacked you out of shame. If not for the intention to weaken your elder brother, do you think I would easily offend so many soul masters? Xiao, you must strive to excel. Otherwise, during the competition for the throne, even if your uncle wishes to assist you, he may be unable to do so. Those 3 committee members carry significant weight in your father's eyes, yet they are aligned with your elder brother. Thus, even if these talents do not depart today, they may not ultimately serve our cause. What appeared to be a farcical episode concealed profound implications. The Snowstar Prince was far from a mere impulsive individual. Courtly intrigue had always been thus. Possessing ability alone did not guarantee one's utilization. As the Shrek Academy group descended the mountain, silence enveloped them. Qin Ming soon caught up, trailing behind Flinder without uttering a word. Yet, the pallor of his face betrayed his tumultuous emotions. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they beheld the serene lake once more, yet none among them possessed the heart to appreciate its beauty. Dean, why don't we expand Shrek Academy? Proposed Daimubai. Flinder halted, gazing skyward. Although the sun shone brightly, a chill enveloped his heart. Tang Tiandao, Dean, in truth, the Imperial Combat Academy is rather mediocre. Perhaps we should establish a new one. The master sighed deeply, placing his hand on Flinder's shoulder. Flinder, I apologize. This matter is my fault. Flinder shook his head. It is not your concern. We are merely unfortunate. For some reason, I find myself devoid of the desire to re-establish the academy. Perhaps it is simply due to the exhaustion of these years. Xiao Wu inquired, what shall we do now? Ning Rongrong suggested, why not visit my family's castle? It is not far from our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Flinder shook his head. No. I no longer wish to experience the feeling of being a guest under someone else's roof. Rongrong, I appreciate your kindness. Ning Rongrong insisted. Dean, rest assured. My family will not be like the Heavenly Dough Academy. You know that our 7-treasure glazed tile school welcomes all soul masters. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I shall not let them off easily. It's just a poisoned Douluo, humph. Once I return, I will invite Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone to deal with him decisively. As Tang Tian observed the situation, he hastily pulled Flander aside and whispered, Dean Flander, I have long since discovered an excellent place, specifically the Blue Tyrant Academy in the city of Heavendale. I have learned that the wife of the Dragon Master is the dean there. Flander's cunning smile returned to his face. Ah, you clever boy, Tang Tian. You have managed to involve us all in your plans. However, I must say, I appreciate it. I was thinking along the same lines. Flander stepped back in front of the others, regaining the authoritative demeanor expected of a dean. In order for our Shrek students to graduate normally, I have decided to lead everyone in search of a new academy. At that moment, Qin Ming suddenly stepped forward and knelt before Flander and the others, exclaiming, Dean, it is my fault. Please punish me. Flander quickly assisted him to his feet. Qin Ming, what are you doing? How could I not know your dedication to Shrek? Your willingness to join us is proof enough that you have always held Shrek Academy in high regard. I should be the one apologizing. We have hindered your future. Qin Ming smiled bitterly. Future? Without the guidance of our teachers back then, how could I have a future? I am capable of taking care of myself. Leaving the Heavendale Academy does not mean I cannot survive. I will lead everyone to Heavendale City. Dean, Shrek Academy will always be your home. And none of us wish to see it come to an end. If you truly feel weary, we can help sustain the academy. Flander nodded, glancing at the other teachers. Let us go. I already know what our next steps will be. The proximity of the Royal Academy of Heavendale to Heavendale City was indeed close. And with a heart full of excitement, Flander led the group toward the capital of the Heavendale Empire. An announcement caught Flander's attention. The Blue Tyrant Academy is currently seeking 10 soul masters of level 40 or above due to expansion. Candidates with higher soul power will be prioritized, and excellent compensation will be offered upon hiring. Flander was taken aback. How could this academy's advertisement be on the city gate's bulletin board? What a cost! He had already begun to regard Blue Tyrant Academy as his own, revealing his miserly nature. Qin Ming, being the most familiar with the capital, quickly explained, any advanced soul master academy situated in Heavendale City possesses certain influence. While I do not know the specifics of Blue Tyrant Academy's background, during the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, they eliminated one of the 2 teams from the Royal Academy of Heavendale in the preliminaries. However, the students of Blue Tyrant Academy should have graduated by now. And the strength of the Royal Academy's battle team has significantly improved compared to the last tournament, meaning they may not have much of a chance this time. Flander was already aware that Blue Tyrant Academy was associated with Lu Erlong, yet he remained uncertain about its specifics. Fortunately, he had Qin Ming as a local guide. Qin Ming candidly replied, it is approximately 1/3 the size of the Royal Academy of Heavendale, although smaller. Operating within Heavendale City incurs similar expenses to the Royal Academy. They simply lack a royal background. I have heard their teaching is quite rigorous. And they have a distinctive characteristic. They only accept commoner students and reject all nobility. If they did not have a background, they could never establish themselves in Heavendale City. Flander declared, Let us go to Blue Tyrant Academy. Qin Ming was taken aback. Dean, are you suggesting? Flander feigned a sigh, his heart already brimming with joy from Qin Ming's introduction. It is not my style to let today's humiliation go unpunished. What do you all say? His last statement was directed towards the other teachers and the Shrek 7 monsters. Xiao Wu chuckled. You are the leader. Your decision is what matters. Do we even need to be consulted? The Shrek students chimed in unison. We leave it entirely to the dean. Flander smiled slightly. If this does not work out, we can always return and re-establish the academy. Let us go and take a look. None of them noticed the glint of cunning in Flander's eyes at that moment. Following the address on the bulletin board, the group entered Heaven-Do City. With Qin Ming as their guide, they navigated through the bustling streets towards their destination. Heaven-Do City was exceptionally vibrant, with all streets paved in blue bricks, each wide enough to rival the main thoroughfare of Soto City. The grandeur of the entire city was simply awe-inspiring. On the road, Qian Renshua whispered to Tang Tian, Tang Tian, would you like me to assist you? The prince is still one of ours. That one tea be necessary, he replied. Ning Rongrong, seeing Qian Renshua holding Tang Tian's arm, approached without hesitation. Tian Ge, what do you think Blue Tyrant Academy will be like? Dai Mubai gazed enviously at Tang Tian, only to be swiftly silenced by Zhu Zhuqing's glare. The group conversed and strolled, occasionally stopping to enjoy snacks, creating a lively atmosphere. Flander appeared the most delighted, his demeanor far removed from the one who had just been ridiculed. Blue Tyrant Academy was not in a secluded area, and they soon found their destination. The entrance to Blue Tyrant Academy resembled that of Heaven-Do City's gate, albeit more slender, standing at an impressive height of 10 meters. The entrance, crafted from white jade, while not extravagant, exuded an air of authority, with the words Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy emblazoned in gold above. Upon arriving at Blue Tyrant Academy, Qin Ming quickly located the reception area beside the gate, marked as the recruitment registration office. There was no need for testing. As soon as the soul rings of the Shrek teachers were revealed, the person in charge of Blue Tyrant Academy eagerly escorted them to meet Lu Erlong. After about 10 minutes of walking through the fresh air of the forest, a faint yet enchanting melody drifted from ahead. The song faded softly, and both Flander and the master halted their steps upon hearing it. Flander's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, while the master was already in tears. As the song concluded, the melodious female voice echoed, "This song was written for you. Xiaojing, do you know? My heart is in turmoil. Where are you?" The master, in his youth, had such romantic flair. Tang Tian was left in awe of the master. Suddenly, the master turned abruptly, ready to run back the way they came. But Flander firmly grasped his shoulder. "Xiaojing, how long do you intend to evade? We have come this far. Can you truly bear not to see her?" "Flander, did you know she was here all along? Blue Tyrant Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy, Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon. I should have realized it sooner." Flander raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "How could I have known she was here? It's merely a coincidence. Now, come, Wujie, lend a hand. We cannot let Xiaojing escape." The master displayed an unmistakable struggle in his eyes. After 20 years of evasion, he was finally confronted once more. And in such an unprepared manner, what a feeling that must be. Flander's grip on the master's shoulder was firm and reassuring, yet sorrow welled within him. "Long sister, I have brought him to you. This time, you must hold on to him, and do not let him go." The master's suspicion was correct. Flander had long known Lu Erlong was there. The others, mostly oblivious to the situation, looked on in confusion, leaving Tang Tian to play the role of an informative ambassador. A group of Shrek Academy students surrounded Tang Tian, trailing behind their instructors. As they advanced for several hundred meters, the trees began to thin, revealing an exceptionally robust tree adorned with a sign that read, "Academy Grounds, Unauthorized Entry Prohibited." Upon passing this grand tree, the scenery shifted dramatically. Before them lay a small lake, its diameter scarcely 50 meters. Fed by a narrow creek about 3 meters wide that quietly flowed in from the opposite side of the woods, only to retreat back. This serene pool, reminiscent of a tranquil pond, maintained a constant flow of fresh water. Beside the pond stood a humble thatched cottage, constructed from wooden planks and straw, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment. Encircling the cottage was a fence, within which various flowers bloomed vibrantly, their colors a delightful spectacle. Among these flowers stood a woman, watering them with a kettle. Perhaps alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps, her gaze instinctively drifted towards the direction of Shrek Academy's group. A slight frown creased her brow, seemingly disturbed by this interruption of her tranquility. Yet, as her eyes traversed the 3 leading soul masters from Lamba Academy and landed on Flander and the master, her entire figure stiffened in an instant. The kettle slipped from her grip, crashing to the ground, the water spilling out, but at that moment, she was utterly oblivious to it. She appeared to be a woman in her 30s, clad in a simple blue skirt that failed to conceal her elegance. Her hair was pulled up in a bun, and although her complexion was somewhat pale, her features were exquisitely captivating, with eyes that sparkled with life despite their current days. Beneath her robe, her mature, voluptuous figure spoke of a beauty far beyond that of an ordinary young girl. "Dean, we have several new candidates for Soul Masters, all possessing strength exceeding level 60. We cannot make the decision ourselves. We respectfully request your judgment." In a flash, the woman had stepped outside the fence. leaving the Shrek 7 at a loss as to how she had emerged so swiftly. The instructors were equally astonished. The mere simplicity of her movement revealed the extent of her formidable power. Xiao, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Her melodious voice trembled with emotion, tears cascading down her slightly pallid cheeks as she succumbed to overwhelming excitement. The master, his eyes reddened, gazed at the woman he had long yearned for yet dared not confront, his lips quivering, but unable to utter a single word. Flanders sighed. Our so-called golden triangle finally reunites today. Ere long, it has been many years. How have you been? His heart echoed the sentiment, for in her eyes there remained only thoughts of Xiao. The woman's dazed gaze finally focused, shifting towards Flander, her eyes revealing a torrent of unspoken emotions. Old Flander. After all these years, you remain as ever. Flander offered a bittersweet smile. I may have aged, but you still possess your charm. Allow me to introduce you to my students and colleagues from Shrek Academy. We came upon your recruitment announcement and were surprised to find this is your domain. We are here to seek our fortunes. With a brief nod towards the master, Flander introduced the various instructors from Shrek Academy to Lu Erlong, ultimately addressing the gathered group. This is Lu Erlong. Perhaps you've heard of her. She is the final piece of our golden triangle, joining the master and me in our adventures through the Soul Master realm. Having been briefed by Tang Tian earlier, the Shrek students understood the significance and approached Lu Erlong respectfully, who composed herself, wiping away her tears and returning their gestures gracefully. Erlong, will you not invite us inside? Flander smiled. The reunion stirred emotions not just for the master, but for him as well, though he buried his feelings deep within. Continuing as a worthy rival in the realm of Douluo, Lu Erlong chuckled softly. Old Flander, do you truly believe my humble cottage can accommodate so many? What has brought you to such a state? If anyone else had questioned him so, Flander might have bristled. But the inquiry came from one who had long occupied his thoughts. He sighed, succinctly recounting their circumstances. Upon hearing how they had been expelled from the Tiando Royal Academy, Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity. Ah, the Tiando Royal Academy. Old Flander, spare me your explanations. This place is yours as much as it is mine. The Lamba Academy is entirely under my jurisdiction. Henceforth, everyone shall stay. This will be your haven. Tomorrow, I shall convene a meeting of all faculty and students to announce this decision. Additionally, the Academy shall be renamed Shrek. I wish to share in your glory. What? Flander, aware of Lu Erlong's forthright nature, was still taken aback by her readiness to bestow such a significant institution upon him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The three instructors from Lamba Academy stood in stunned silence. As Flander hesitated, Lu Erlong's command was issued. Instructors, please announce the assembly for tomorrow. These are my friends, and we have much to catch up on. Prepare a lavish banquet in the second-floor private dining room. I wish to host them. Yes, Dean. Though unsure of the true relationship between Dean Lu Erlong and the individuals before them, the instructors recognized this was not their place to inquire and hurried off. Xiao, are you truly going to ignore me? Lu Erlong's gaze returned to the master, her excitement undiminished, though her voice carried a note of melancholy. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, the master struggled to find his voice, opening his mouth several times, but words eluded him. Lu Erlong locked her gaze onto the master. Xiao, I will not allow you to escape from me again. Flander smiled. Erlong, though this may be a coincidence, I entrust him to you. If he slips away again, you may never see him again. Time had flown by. It had been 20 years, a full 2 decades. Drawing a deep breath, Lu Erlong reluctantly shifted her attention from the master to the Shrek group. Welcome, everyone. Let me introduce you to what was once Lamba Academy, but now shall be known as Shrek Academy. This forest is the largest within Tiando City and comprises all the Academy's resources. Though our facilities may not match those of Tiando Royal Academy, they are not lacking. The Academy has been established for 10 years, and since we only accept commoner soul masters, our students may not possess the same quality of martial souls as those from elite academies. However, due to their humble origins, they are often more diligent in their training than those from noble families. In the previous Soul Master competition, we triumphed over numerous formidable adversaries, ultimately securing a position among the top 8. Our performance was only slightly inferior to that of the first team from the Tiando Royal Academy, whose second team we decisively eliminated. Pausing for a moment, Lu Erlong continued, as for future teaching methods, that will be the concern of old Master Fu. I have never truly been competent as the dean, and now I can finally be liberated. The audacity of the Tiando Royal Academy to expel you is quite audacious. I am eager to see what grounds they have for such actions. We shall meet at next year's Senior Soul Master Academy competition. Lu Erlong exuded a rather peculiar aura. Her words contrasted sharply with her appearance. Dressed in lavish attire, she could easily be mistaken for a noble woman, yet her tone was laced with a fierce and combative spirit. Xiao Wu, possessing some knowledge of the legendary Golden Triangle, recognized that this seemingly flamboyant beauty was far from ordinary. In that esteemed trio, Flanders was known as the Wing of Flight, and the Master was regarded as the Corner of Command, while Lu Erlong earned the moniker Corner of Carnage. She was known for her vehement disdain for evil and her fiery temper, only tempering her demeanor in the presence of the Master and Flanders. Chapter 105, trapped in a snare at this juncture, Lu Erlong provided a comprehensive overview of the Blue Tyrant Academy, revealing that it surpassed expectations. Although the academy boasted merely over 200 students, it held a sterling reputation within the Soul Master community of the Tiando Empire. Even nobles could not deny the contributions of Blue Tyrant Academy to the realm of Soul Masters. It could be regarded as the cradle of commoner Soul Masters, having produced numerous capable individuals in its mere decade of existence. The Spirit Hall, despite its aspirations for collaboration, had been rebuffed by Lu Erlong. While the facilities may not rival those of the Tiando Royal Academy, they far exceeded those of the former Shrek Academy. Well, it seems the time is ripe. Let us dine while we converse, Lu Erlong suggested, seemingly forgetting about the master. In the following moments, her vivacious nature shone through as she hosted the Shrek Academy group for lunch, addressing their inquiries with clarity. Afterwards, she guided them on a tour of the Blue Tyrant Academy before finally arranging accommodations for them in the faculty dormitory. As for matters of, Lu Erlong promptly deferred to Flanders, as the academy would soon transition from Blue Tyrant to Shrek. Throughout this day, the group experienced a whirlwind of emotions. From the morning's elation to the afternoon's humiliation and anger, culminating in a glimmer of hope. For the Shrek group, the day was undeniably fulfilling. Dinner, at Flanders' behest, was not as lavish as lunch, and they swiftly concluded their meal. Flanders remarked, "Everyone must be weary. Let us retire early this evening. Tomorrow promises to be busy." Adapting to this new environment will require time for both teachers and students. Moreover, Lu Erlong had unceremoniously handed the academy over to Flanders. He did not contest this gesture, well aware that it was Lu Erlong's deliberate intent. Although he understood that this might be her way of compensating him, he found it impossible to refuse her, just as he had always been unable to decline her requests in the past. "Xiao Tian, accompany me for a stroll," the master said, avoiding Lu Erlong's piercing gaze as he stood and beckoned Tang San to join him outside. "Oh," Tang San replied, hastily rising to follow the master. Lu Erlong appeared oblivious to the master's departure, gracefully dabbing her lips with a napkin. A smile crept onto Flanders' face as he remarked, "Are you not concerned he might escape again?" Lu Erlong turned to Flanders, her smile tinged with mischief. "Old Master Fu, do you truly believe that if I see him again, he still has the chance to flee? This time, even if I must bind him, I will keep him by my side." Tang Tian also chimed in, asserting that the teacher was simply dawdling, and with a swift push, they would see how obedient he truly was. "I shall step out to keep an eye on the teacher. You may converse among yourselves." Halfway out, Tang Tian turned back to remind Vlad and Lu Erlong, "Just now, I noticed someone tailing us, likely seeking revenge on me and Xiao San. When the time comes, Xiao San and I will feign being captured, and you can simply enjoy your drinks with the master." After imparting this plan, Tang Tian proceeded to exit. Having just heard Tang Tian's dramatic retelling, Lu Erlong and several other girls immediately regarded him as a role model, engaging in lively conversation. Lu Erlong was in high spirits today, recounting his experiences with the master. "Once, I encountered Big Vlad and Xiao Gang, and the three of us ventured forth together for training. Xiao Gang's intellect and romantic nature captivated me deeply. However, during our wedding, my father intervened, causing the timid Xiao Gang to flee in fright. It has only been until now that he has returned." Tang Tian exited the dining hall and noticed Tang San following Master as they made their way directly toward the forest. He stealthily trailed behind, waiting for Dugubo to arrive. After a brief moment, just 3 meters ahead of Tang Tian, the figure clad in green had already fallen into the trap. "What a clever boy. He shows no fear upon seeing me." A raspy voice emerged from the side. It was indeed Dugubo. "Why should I be afraid?" The glimmer of green light flickered in Dugubo's eyes. "Can you cure the poison that afflicts me?" Tang Tian replied calmly. "Although I cannot, I am aware of who can. However, what reason do I have to assist you?" Suddenly, Dugubo let out a strange, cackling laugh. "How many years has it been since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner? Boy, are you not afraid of death?" Tang Tian disdainfully snorted. Possessing limited abilities yet an enormous temper. "I still have to capture someone. We shall settle this later." Suddenly, a vibrant green light flashed in Dugubo's eyes, and with a mere lift of his hand, he seized Tang Tian. Under the persuasion of Tang San, the master finally mustered the courage to confront Lu Erlong. However, shortly after the master departed, Dugubo also lifted Tang San effortlessly. "Who is this?" The master's eyes gleamed with intensity as he shielded Lu Erlong behind him. Gazing towards Dugubo, he then paused, his expression shifting drastically. "This is bad. Something must have happened to Xiao San. We must go and check." Flender remarked nonchalantly. "It's that green-haired title Douluo." Xiao Tian followed him. "Let us go and indulge in some drinks." When Tang San awoke from his stupor, Tang Tian simultaneously regained consciousness, a moment he had long awaited. "Now that you're awake, there's no need for pretense. Are you truly only 13 years old? Your mentality suggests otherwise." Dugubo casually remarked from a distance. Sitting up, Tang San remained unperturbed, noticing that Tang Tian was also present. "You are Tang San, correct?" Dugubo inquired, leaning against the stone wall behind him. "Indeed," Tang San replied succinctly, though he was puzzled as to why Tang Tian was brought here. He couldn't help but feel that with Tang Tian's 10 divine soul rings, The situation was undoubtedly significant. A flicker of green light danced in Douluo's eyes. I have heard that you have countered my granddaughter's third soul skill and subdued her with poison. How did you neutralize her serpent venom? Surely mere strong liquor would not suffice. Before Tang San could respond, Tang Tian turned over and continued to recline, saying, "Old man, weren't you supposed to be detoxifying? Why the pointless inquiries?" Douluo was momentarily taken aback. "Brat, refrain from interjecting, or I shall poison you to death." Tang San scoffed dismissively. "Your poison? Merely refuse." "What did you say?" With a slight raise of his hand, Douluo unleashed a cloud of toxic mist towards the two. Tang San extracted 10 vials of medicinal liquor infused with the gallbladder of the blazing sun snake. Upon taking a sip, he expelled it forcefully, causing the toxic mist to dissipate immediately. Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, "Old man, they say your poison is worthless, and there must be a reason for that. Little 3. Inform him of his affliction and promptly send this old man away. I still have treasure hunting to attend to." Chapter 106, Delving into the Eyes of Ice and Fire. Douluo gazed coldly at Tang San, eager to hear what rationale Tang San could possibly offer. Tang San, being an expert in toxicology, casually remarked, "On overcast days when it rains, do you not experience an itching sensation at your flanks, which intensifies gradually? The discomfort likely manifests twice. Once at noon and once at midnight. Given your current condition, each episode should persist for no less than an hour. Furthermore, during the late hours of the night. Around the witching hour, you must feel a sharp, needle-like pain at the crown of your head and your heart. The entire body spasms for at least half an hour. I need not elaborate on the excruciating torment you endure. You are not merely poisoned. The venom has penetrated your very marrow. I am merely curious as to why you are still alive, for the toxin you have succumbed to is beyond the suppression of soul power. How do you know this?" Douluo could no longer contain his astonishment and instinctively spoke out. "Elder, I have heard tales of your medicinal garden. If you could remedy this affliction for me, I would gladly take ownership of your garden," Tang San replied with an air of indifference. "Indeed, there appears to be some truth in your words. However, your lies remain firmly in my grasp. I shall grant you an opportunity to reorganize your thoughts. Speak only when you are prepared," Douluo said. Having regained his composure and dismissing the two lower-ranked soul masters, Tang Tian and Tang San, entirely. "Little San, show this elder your second martial soul," he instructed. Although Tang San was unaware of Tang Tian's intentions, he obediently summoned his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. "My father is Tang Hao. He knows what he is doing." Douluo was momentarily subdued, yet he pondered that there might still be room for maneuver. Throughout his life, he had countless times resorted to silencing others permanently. One more instance would hardly matter. "Old man, do not entertain any misguided thoughts. The entirety of the Haotian clan is aware that you are the one who has captured us. It is quite possible that several titled Douluos are waiting for you outside. Your demise, being merely an old man, bears little consequence. However, that beautiful granddaughter of yours, tut, tut, tut. Can you alleviate the poison afflicting me? If you can free me from it, I shall release you." Douluo could no longer contain his ulterior motives and spoke out. Tang San replied nonchalantly, "Old man, what about the reward?" After a moment of contemplation, Douluo responded, "Very well, I shall not waste words with you. If you assist me in alleviating the poison afflicting both myself and my granddaughter, not only will I refrain from taking your lives, but I shall also agree to assist you with 3 matters, provided they do not infringe upon my principles." This proposition appeared quite reasonable. "What do you think, Little San?" Tang San, speaking without evidence. Who can discern the veracity of his words? Tang Tianming rose to his feet, the ethereal presence of the heavenly tower, martial soul, subtly materializing. 10 azure gold soul rings levitating around him. Whoever possesses the mightiest fist shall wield the power of words. "Elder, should we not now venture to your medicinal garden?" Douluo reined in the fierce glint in his eyes, a trace of trepidation flickering within. "I shall lead the way," he conceded. "I am not one to act without reason." Douluo guided the two to the Eye of Ice and Fire. What is this?" Tang San gazed at the breathtaking scene before him, his body trembling involuntarily with excitement. He never anticipated witnessing such a magnificent spectacle in this realm. Although he had never encountered it before, a similar description lingered in the recesses of his memory. The Eye of Ice and Fire? Could this truly be the fabled Eye of Ice and Fire? It refers to this uniquely blessed spring, where 2 opposing forces coexist. A wonder that takes millennia to form. The Eye of Ice and Fire? What are you speaking of? Douluo inquired. His expression laced with confusion as he regarded Tang San. Tang San made a concerted effort to calm the tumultuous emotions within himself, striving not to succumb to the urge to exclaim in joy. It was simply unexpected to discover such a magnificent place. Douluo gestured towards the surroundings of the Eye of Ice and Fire, declaring, "All of my medicinal herbs are cultivated here. A plethora of both toxins and restorative medicines are available for your choosing." With these words, Douluo leapt into the air, his toes lightly pressing against the mountain wall. Soaring upwards like a great bird, as his figure receded into the distance, his voice resonated clearly once more. "Remember, do not approach those 2 hot springs. The searing heat and extreme cold are beyond even my endurance for prolonged periods. If you or your brother come into contact with them, it would spell certain doom. Watching as Douluo gradually vanished into the mist, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Tang San's mouth. Need I say more? I am not seeking to end my life. There is no way I would recklessly immerse myself in the waters of the Eye of Ice and Fire. One must understand that it is a realm of the utmost extremes, both frigid and scorching. Tang San inquired, is there anything of value here? With the departure of Douluo, he no longer felt the need to suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Taking a deep breath, he felt his heart racing with an intensity he had not experienced in this lifetime. A sensation reminiscent only of the moment he had crafted the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus in his previous existence. Focusing his gaze, he activated his purple extreme magic eyes. The brilliant violet energy coalesced within his vision, and under the full exertion of the Xiantian skill, everything around him became remarkably vivid, despite the hazy mist obscuring his view. Utilizing the celestial light of the stars and moon, Tang San managed to discern the surroundings with clarity. Surrounding the ice and fire yin-yang were a plethora of diverse plants, each displaying unique forms, resembling a veritable botanical paradise. All the flora present were undoubtedly rare specimens, and merely gazing at them left Tang San in a state of astonishment. Not far from him, near the edge of a milky white hot spring, he spotted a cluster of what appeared to be small insects. Crouching down cautiously for a closer inspection, he was immediately overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. Could this be the snow silkworm? An exquisite variant of cordyceps, the snow silkworm was instantly recognizable to him, and his heart raced even faster. Cordyceps itself is a precious medicinal material, a term often used to refer to the winter worm summer grass. It is a type of parasitic fungus, living off the larvae of moths and bees found in high-altitude environments. This fungus invades the host's body, extracting nutrients until the larva becomes rigid and dies. By summer, the spores of the fungus proliferate within the deceased insect, sprouting a stick-like fruiting body from the top of the insect's head, hence the name cordyceps. Next, Tang San's attention was drawn to another plant beside the snow silkworm. Its exterior was a yellowish-brown, with a cross-section revealing a reddish-yellow hue. The leaves were alternate, with long, curved petioles, and the leaf blades were heart-shaped, tapering to a point. In summer, it produced peculiar, yellow-green flowers adorned with purple spots. Was this the vermilion lotus? To think it could grow so large. Unlike the nourishing properties of cordyceps, the vermilion lotus thrived in shade and possessed a strong cold nature, capable of counteracting heat and dryness, making it a precious material renowned for its efficacy against fire toxicity. In Chapter 107, Fortuitous Encounters for Tang Tian. While Tang San continued to marvel, Tang Tian's attention was captured by an extraordinary flower before him, one that surpassed all the other plants in peculiarity. It was a magnificent blossom, half black and half white, boasting 9 petals. The stem measured 3 feet and 3 inches in length, and the flower itself was colossal, with a diameter of 12 feet. When the black and white petals intertwined, they resembled the symbol of yin and yang, flourishing at the confluence of crimson and alabaster springs. Tang Tian found himself deeply intrigued by this remarkable flower. Tang Tian promptly summoned an expert in this field, Xiao San. What is this? Upon beholding this flower, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed my first encounter with such a bloom. However, its exquisite form suggested that it was anything but ordinary. Tang Tian, filled with curiosity, found himself perplexed by Tang San's lack of knowledge. Such a phenomenon had not been mentioned in the original narrative. Very well, I shall conduct my research. You may continue your treasure hunting. After Tang San departed, he found himself momentarily dazed, for the extraordinary treasures surrounding him were simply overwhelming. Subconsciously, he treaded carefully with each step, fearful of inadvertently damaging any of the rare and precious wonders. Tang Tian, after Tang San had departed, gently caressed the pendant and inquired of the system, "What flower is this?" The response came, "Wendiokeo, 500 hatred points have been deducted." Is it truly grass? Surely. You must be mistaken. What effect does it possess? Wendiokeo, upon usage, allows one to comprehend a path of great significance. 500 hatred points have been deducted. Why does it appear here? How can I harvest it? Only those of extraordinary fortune may obtain it. It must be uprooted entirely, and 500 hatred points have been deducted. How should it be utilized? Simply envelop it with spiritual energy, and 500 hatred points have been deducted. Tang Tian, suppressing his anger, pulled up the question grass. He couldn't shake the feeling that the long-unseen system was now a bit mischievous, as the cost for posing one question was inexplicably the same as that for 2. As Tang San inadvertently turned around, he beheld Tang Tian wantonly desecrating the rare treasures of heaven and earth. Instinctively, he felt compelled to intervene. Just as he prepared to voice his objection, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded before his eyes. The peculiar large flower in Tang Tian's hand transformed into a humble blade of grass upon being plucked, only to dissipate into countless twinkling particles that mingled with the surrounding air. In an instant, a myriad of starlight illuminated the ice and fire duality eye, casting the surroundings in a brilliance akin to daylight. What was once enveloped in darkness now shimmered in silvery radiance, while the energy of the entire Douluo continent surged with fervor, all centered around Tang Tian. In that fleeting moment, Tang Tian comprehended that he had grasped the essence of the great path. With a gentle murmur of his insights, he chanted, "One Qi transforms into yin and yang. Yin and yang give rise to the 5 elements. The 5 elements spawn all things, and all things shape the universe. The path of yin and yang, perhaps? Ha ha ha." At this moment, Tang San's purple extreme magic eye felt as though it might be blinded by the brilliance. He immediately discerned that his elder brother had encountered yet another fortuitous opportunity. "Brother Tian, what has happened to you? I feel an overwhelming surge of power." "The winds are rising," Tang Tian proclaimed. No sooner had he uttered these words than a tornado manifested nearby. Thunder roared. As Tang Tian descended, the skies erupted with flashes of lightning, and with a casual gesture toward a nearby stone, it was obliterated into dust by the furious bolts of lightning. "Little San, seek out any herbs you might need. I must take my leave now." Thus, he vanished into the earth. Tang San gazed at the spot where Tang Tian had vanished, shaking his head in resignation, before resuming his quest for extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. There was no way to compare himself to his elder brother, whose presence could easily unsettle one's disposition. It was not until Tang San beheld a magnificent pink blossom that even his usual composure was shattered, and he exclaimed the name of this exquisite flower, fragrant Qilua fairy essence. Tang San's heart began to tremble with anticipation. He had previously encountered both the snow silkworm and the vermilion lotus, albeit in lesser quality than those before him. They were, after all, tangible entities. However, the resplendent pink blossom swaying gracefully before him was an unparalleled treasure, an ethereal marvel he had never before laid eyes upon. It was none other than the precious artifact recorded in the final secret tome of the Xiantian treasure record. Tang San was nearly certain that the exquisite fragrant silk fairy blossom before him was birthed from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, rather than being transplanted by the ancient monster Douluo. The fragrant silk fairy blossom is the nemesis of all poisons, possessing the remarkable ability to neutralize any toxin. Tang San and Tang Tian exhibited markedly different responses upon encountering their respective fortunes. After all, Tang Tian possessed only a rudimentary understanding of herbal medicine. In contrast, the more knowledgeable Tang San found himself slightly dizzy, as he had previously believed that treasures of such celestial caliber were merely the stuff of legends. To his astonishment, he had the opportunity to witness one firsthand. Taking a deep breath, Tang San swiftly circled the eye of ice and fire. Suddenly, he heard a commotion emanating from that direction. "Little San, hurry and save me. I don't know how to swim." Tang San hurriedly tossed several strands of blue-silver grass into the water, hoping to pull Tang Tian ashore. However, as soon as the blue-silver grass made contact with the waters of the ice and fire yin-yang well, it was utterly obliterated by the extreme heat and frigid cold. Tang San now felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Tian Gu, please wait for me to prepare. I cannot dare descend into that place at this moment." As dawn gradually approached, the first light of morning began to emerge on the distant horizon. Tang San observed that Tang Tian's garments had already been ravaged by the dual forces of ice and fire. There was no remedy, after all. He had recklessly floundered amidst the extremes of frigid cold and searing heat. As the sun continued to rise, the mist exhaled by the eye of ice and fire could not obscure the sunlight, resembling a white misty dragon that gracefully ascended and spiraled through the air. Tang San, however, was not in the mood to appreciate the picturesque scenery, for an unreliable elder awaited his rescue in the spring water. Tang Tian's face suddenly bore an expression of unwavering resolve. With a gentle sweep of his palm along his waist, he revealed a glimmering dagger that shimmered with a cold light. He slowly approached the frigid yin spring nestled within the eye of ice and fire. Before long, Tang San halted before a white herb, channeling all his energy into the Xiantian skill, striving to fend off the encroaching chill. Yet, despite his efforts, his body quivered incessantly under the relentless assault of the extreme cold. "Little San, hurry up. Cough, I've taken several sips of water," he urged. The white herb resembled a large white flower with an octagonal shape, its center sparkling like ice crystals adorned with minute floral filaments. No fragrance wafted from it. Its position marked the very center of the cold yin spring. With no time to waste in hesitation, Tang San swiftly hurled the dagger from his hand while retreating rapidly, finding himself 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. "Brother Tian, cut the herb from the center of the yin spring and toss it to me. Otherwise, I cannot enter the water." Tang Tian failed to catch the dagger thrown by Tang San, and he now felt a sense of despair. While floundering, he shouted, "Little San, this is quite challenging. Is there any other way?" Tang San pondered for a moment and remarked, "Douluo should be able to assist you." "Never mind. I'll retrieve it for you. That old fellow is rather unreliable." At present, Tang Tian found himself in an exceedingly awkward situation. Having just acquired the principles of yin and yang, his execution was still clumsy. He had transitioned from earth escape to water, but failed to connect with the aquatic maneuver. And as a result, he found himself unable to swim. Truly, his grace was fleeting. Chapter 108. Tang San, unaware of life and death. With a sweeping gesture, Tang Tian grasped the octagonal white flower in his hand, and in an instant, a wave of chilling air emanated from it, enveloping the surrounding herbs in a delicate layer of frost. Fortunately, with his divine and demonic physique, he remained impervious to the extremes of temperature and immune to all poisons. His strength enduring beyond the confines of mere days. Otherwise, he would have already sunk to the depths of the spring. Tang Tian stood on the shore, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Xiantian Balu records that in order to pluck the octagonal Xianbing grass, one must utilize an object of gold or iron. Yet, Tang Tian effortlessly removed it with his bare hands. This brother truly possesses remarkable strength. Tang Tian plucked the octagonal ice grass and casually tossed it onto the shore. Tang San, however, did not rush to retrieve it, for he dared not touch it. Tang Tian once again flailed about, ultimately finding himself at the very heart of the blazing sun spring. This time, his target was a plant resembling a cabbage, yet resplendent in fiery red hues. Tang San did not proclaim that this was a celestial treasure that could only be plucked with jade shards. He was confident that his elder brother could seize it with his bare hands. With a grand gesture, Tang Tian once again swept down, plucking the fiery apricot blossom with elegance. However, as he cast it away, he momentarily sank downwards, failing to exert the full force of his strength. Tang Tian gazed at the herbs on the verge of plunging into the spring water, closing his eyes as despair filled his heart. It was all over. There was no hope. Just then, a surge of bluish-purple light erupted from Tang San's body. Under his command, 2 strands of blue-silver grass were simultaneously cast forth, aimed precisely at the fiery apricot blossom that was about to fall into the water, as well as at Tang Tian, who was submerged in the pool. Tang San believed that his elder brother could still be salvaged with the blue-silver grass. In that moment, he swiftly extended both hands, deftly severing the strands of blue-silver grass. Tang San's decision proved to be astute. Almost immediately after he cut the 2 strands, they transformed into ash. Had he not acted, the malevolent energy would have swiftly permeated his body. Tang San cast 2 celestial herbs onto the same patch of ground. Curiously, the extreme cold and heat that had previously emanated from them vanished simultaneously as they converged before Tang San. The 8-angled Xianbing grass was enveloped in a faint crimson glow, while the fierce fire apricot blossom was shrouded in a delicate white mist. Tang San understood that hesitation was not an option at this moment. Although the 2 celestial herbs would restrain each other's essence upon their convergence, their effects would completely dissipate after 10 breaths. This brief interval was indeed the most opportune moment for their consumption. Furthermore, his unreliable older brother was still thrashing about in the water, necessitating swift rescue. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San seized both highly toxic celestial herbs from the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. In barely 3 breaths, Tang San's body trembled violently, followed by a layer of icy blue energy rising from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed entirely into a blue figure. Almost immediately after, a layer of red aura ascended, rendering Tang San resembling a freshly boiled shrimp. The interplay of blue and red was strikingly peculiar. Yet, amidst the seemingly simple transition, Tang San's mind teetered on the brink of collapse. The clash of these 2 extreme essences inflicted pain that surpassed even his previous experience of absorbing the soul ring of the face-devouring spider. At this moment, he still retained a semblance of control over his body and hurriedly took a deep breath, staggering forward with determination. Brother Tian, don't worry about me. I'll be all right and will resurface shortly. Ahead lay the convergence of the ice and fire springs. With his eyes closed, Tang San plunged into the meeting point of the chilling Yin Spring and the searing Yang Spring. With a splash, he submerged into the waters surrounding Tang Tian. Using his last ounce of strength, he managed to toss Tang Tian ashore before he himself sank into the depths. Upon reaching the bank, Tang Tian quickly donned his clothes and exhaled a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Tang San's decision to select these 2 herbs was undoubtedly compelled by Tang Tian, his inept companion. These 2 highly toxic celestial herbs, while not the finest specimens in the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire, can only be deemed rather ordinary. In isolation, merely being near one of these herbs would plunge an individual into extreme peril. However, in the presence of their opposing natures, ice and fire, when these 2 herbs converge, a unique neutralizing effect emerges. This represents the singular opportunity to consume both herbs, as well as the exclusive chance to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire. Naturally, the ice and fire properties of the herbs do not vanish as a result. After their consumption, Tang San must still endure the formidable baptism of ice and fire. Should his body fail to withstand the onslaught, he would meet an immediate and catastrophic demise. At this moment, Tang San appeared to be ensnared in a dire predicament. However, in truth, the dual powers of the ice and fire eyes were at play, bestowing upon him an extraordinary enhancement when consuming the 2 lethal herbs. This would facilitate his absorption of their essence, transforming their frigid and fiery energies into his own. Before departing, Diggybo had cautioned Tang Tian against allowing Tang San to come into contact with the spring waters of the ice and fire eyes, a warning not to be taken lightly. Even he, a titled Douluo, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed should he fall into the depths of the ice and fire eyes. It is solely due to Tang Tian's unique constitution that he is able to revel in the singularly exquisite springs found here. Tang Tian anxiously gazed at the Eye of Ice and Fire from the shore. Although the original text indicated that Tang San would be fine, he could not help but worry. The thought of causing his brother's demise due to a small mistake weighed heavily on his conscience. After all, they had lived together for over a decade, and their bond was undeniable. At that moment, the surface of the Eye of Ice and Fire had returned to tranquility, with the milky white and crimson colors distinctly separated. The mist still lingered in the air, and everything had reverted to silence. Time flowed like water, from dawn to dusk. Merely a cycle of sunrises and sunsets, as Tang Tian sat restlessly by the shore, awaiting Tang San's return. As night fell again, darkness enveloped the earth, plunging the Eye of Ice and Fire into shadow once more. Yet, Tang San, who had submerged within, showed no signs of resurfacing, as if he had completely vanished from the spring waters. Within the Blue Tyrant Academy, 3 individuals sat at a dining table, yet none touched the dishes before them. Among them were 2 men and a woman, with the 2 men displaying expressions of extreme anxiety. The woman, though her demeanor was somewhat calm, bore a furrowed brow. These 3 were the once-renowned Golden Iron Triangle of the Spirit Master community, now fractured. Xiao Gang, you need not worry excessively. Xiao Tian possesses 10 spirit rings. With him around, Xiao San will surely be safe, said Lu Erlong, concern etched in her voice. The previous day, after the 2 had vanished without a trace, the master, trusting in Tang Tian's abilities, chose not to dwell on it but rather to share drinks with Flinder and Lu Erlong. Upon awakening the next morning, he found himself having inadvertently spent the night with Lu Erlong, leaving him dazed and unsure of the events that transpired, yet their relationship had entered a new phase. After much contemplation, Flinder and the master reached a consensus to return to the Tiando Royal Academy to inquire about the whereabouts of the poisoned Douluo. The day prior, when the 3 committee members had confronted the poisoned Douluo, it was evident they were acquainted. Perhaps they would know the whereabouts of Douluo. If they did not, their only recourse would be to seek the Snow Star Prince. After all, he was the one who brought Douluo into their midst. By this point, the 3 could hardly concern themselves with the consequences of facing an imperial prince. Of course, whether it was the master and Lu Erlong's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect or Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, both were among the 7 great sects of the world. Even if the Snow Star Prince held a high position, he would not dare offend these 2 powerful sects, let alone the spirit hall behind Qianrenxue. In fact, Plan A unfolded smoothly. The 3 did not seek the prince, and the committee members divulged the general situation regarding the poisoned Douluo. They informed the Golden Iron Triangle that Douluo was a reclusive individual. Although employed by the royal family, he did not reside within Tiando City, but rather in the Sunset Forest, allegedly living atop a mountain, though the exact location remained unknown to them. The 3 Spirit Douluo committee members expressed regret over the Tang brothers' disappearance, but also indicated they could not assist Shrek Academy against Douluo. Although they did not specify the reasons, Flinder and his companions understood well enough who would willingly confront the terrifying poisoned Douluo. While he was weak in one-on-one combat, he was notoriously difficult to deal with. Even a titled Douluo-level expert would tread cautiously around his pervasive poison. The Golden Iron Triangle did not plead for help and swiftly departed the Tiando Royal Academy, led by Lu Erlong, directing their course towards the Sunset Forest. Along the way, they encountered Qianrenxue, accompanied by 4 titled Douluo, and Ning Rongrong, flanked by 2 titled Douluo, ultimately meeting with 6 titled Douluo, trained by Tang Tian. Thus, a group of 17 made their way to the Sunset Forest, located 100 miles east of Tiando City. The Sunset Forest was one of the major habitats for wild soul beasts in the Tiando Empire. Although its area was not as vast as the Stardo Great Forest, it was not lacking in high-level soul beasts. Having entered the Sunset Forest at dawn, the group had spent a full half-day searching. While Lu Erlong did not know the Tang brothers well, she greatly admired Tang San's previous words to the master, not to mention the bold ideas proposed by Tang Tian. Furthermore, they were both direct disciples of the master. Thus, while her concern for their disappearance did not match that of the master and Flinder, she was still quite invested in their fate. Erlong, let us rest for a moment, Flinder suggested, pausing to catch his breath. Although a day's labor was trivial for someone of his strength at over level 70, he was beginning to feel mentally fatigued. Meanwhile, those scattered in other locations began to regroup, having thoroughly searched the Sunset Forest and likely deducing the poisoned Douluo's whereabouts. Lu Erlong halted and approached Flinder and the master. Noticing the latter's troubled expression, Xiao Gang, do not fret. I believe Douluo would not necessarily kill the 2. If he intended to do so, he could have acted directly at our academy. Why bother to take them away? The master sighed, pain flickering in his eyes. I hope you are right. What perplexes me most is why Xiao Tian has not returned. With his strength, he should at least be able to escape. Flinder offered a bitter smile. If something truly happened to Xiao Tian and Xiao San, how would we explain it to that person? That person? Who do you mean? Lu Erlong inquired, puzzled. Before Flinder could respond, powerful howls echoed from the distance, reverberating like thunder and disrupting the serene night, causing the forest's soul beasts to stir restlessly. As the commotion subsided, the voice of Bone Douluo roared through the air, Old monster, I advise you to surrender. The 3 exchanged glances and rose almost simultaneously. They recognized the incredible might contained within that howl, a force exclusive to titled Douluo. In this sunset forest, who else could be pursued and attacked by Douluo? With a swift movement, they leaped into action, propelled by their assessment of the howl's origin. Douluo stood atop a mountain, his eyes gleaming with azure light. When did I offend your seven treasure glazed tile sect? He had just been relentlessly pursued by two titled Douluo of the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Although they were accompanied by a little girl who caused them to lag slightly, he was thoroughly drenched, his frustration palpable. I have no recollection of offending the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Yet why are these two so aggressive? Douluo pondered, perplexed by the bizarre events of the day. Sword Douluo, accompanied by Ning Rongrong, pursued closely behind. You vile old poisoner. You've abducted the son-in-law of my seven treasure glazed tile sect and still pretend nothing is amiss. As soon as Ning Rongrong landed, she furiously confronted Douluo. Old man, I urge you to release my brother Tian. Otherwise, my seven treasure glazed tile sect is not to be trifled with. Douluo forced a wry smile. I did not capture your brother Tian. For some reason, he felt a twinge of regret. Naturally, he had encountered Ning Rongrong at the Royal Academy and could easily guess that these two titled Douluo were summoned by the little girl for Tang Tian's sake. At that moment, the six titled Douluo from the Tang sect arrived, greeting Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo in succession. I advise you to hand over our Tang sect's higher-ups and the principal. Otherwise, the wrath of the Tang sect is beyond your capacity to withstand. Upon the arrival of the six reinforcements, Douluo felt an even greater sense of frustration. While he might have fled from two titled Douluos, the current presence of 8 titled Douluos left him utterly devoid of any chance to escape. Perhaps, if he did not clarify the situation promptly, he would meet his end here today. Contemplating this, Douluo's emotion shifted slightly, and he was engulfed in regret. Realizing he should never have meddled in such murky waters, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. You have misunderstood me. I merely invited these two young brothers as guests. If you intend to take them away, I shall guide you to them. Just as Douluo prepared to elaborate further, 3 piercing cries resonated simultaneously, 2 strong and 1 weak, some low and others fervent, yet all imbued with intense hostility. The sounds drew closer with alarming speed, and it seemed the source of the cries would soon arrive at the foot of the mountain. Douluo sighed helplessly, pondering the sheer number of adversaries he was facing. Follow me, he said, taking a step forward, intending to lead the others swiftly to the 2 young brothers, lest even more arrive. Fortunately, the group did not press him hard. After all, rescuing the young ones was the pressing concern. They followed closely behind Douluo, leaping swiftly toward the ice and fire yin-yang-I. Simultaneously, the golden iron triangle soared into the air, landing deftly behind Douluo, while the 8 titled Douluos firmly encircled him, leaving him no room for escape. Douluo, drenched in cold sweat, felt the weight of the situation. 7 treasure glazed tile school, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the unknown Tang sect of the 7 titled Douluos were not entities he could provoke. Yet, they were all here, risking themselves for the sake of 2 children. Alas, I hope this doesn't implicate Yin Yin. Douluo sighed once more, quickening his pace. Realizing that evading the matter was futile, he must see how this would unfold. At the ice and fire yin-yang-I, Tang San had floated up and called, "Cough. Brother Tian, lend me a hand." Tang Tian hurriedly extended a helping hand to pull Tang San onto the shore. How wonderful. Little San, you have miraculously survived the drowning. Tang San, while dressing, remarked, "Ahem, Brother Tian, it is not so easy for a soul master to be drowned." Tang Tian, feeling a sense of embarrassment, inquired, "Why did you not inform me when I was being submerged?" Tang San donned his attire and resumed his study of the surrounding herbs. At that time, Tian Gu was rather anxious, so I chose not to speak. Tang Tian, feeling embarrassed, found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, "Thank you, my dear." As Tang San searched for medicinal herbs, he candidly remarked, "Brother Tian, this is uncharacteristic of you. In truth, even if I were not to rescue you, I would still need to consume these 2 herbs. Otherwise, the conflicting energies of ice and fire within me would inflict irreparable and devastating injuries. It would not only jeopardize my future cultivation, but also pose a threat to my very existence. Little San, you see, I shall no longer fear water." Emerging from the eye of ice and fire, Tang San felt a surge of elation as Tang Tian, in high spirits, commanded the waters of the eye of ice and fire to form a magnificent water dragon. Tang San's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, this was truly Tian Gu. At that moment, the rescue team had nearly arrived. "Tian Gu, you are still alive," Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment from atop a large rock by the eye of ice and fire. Seeing her about to leap down, Tang San quickly called out, "Rongrong, do not descend. You cannot withstand the aura here." Tang Tian, bewildered, inquired, "Rongrong, what brings you here as well?" The 6 titled Douluos, upon seeing Tang Tian, swiftly descended and knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Principal, please forgive our tardiness in coming to your aid." "No need for such formalities. This is our Tang sect's leader." Tang Tian hastily assisted them to their feet before leaping towards Ning Rongrong. Tang Tian swiftly embraced Ning Rongrong and presented her with a tome of martial arts, stating, "This is the gift I owe you from last time." The tome, titled The Eternal Heavenly Scripture, was acquired during his acceptance of the divine legacy. Upon cultivation, It would grant the essence of all things, enhancing her physique, thus elevating her from merely being a support spirit master. Ning Rongrong relayed Tang Tian's circumstances to her family, prompting Ning Fengji to decisively deploy 2 titled Douluos to rescue him. It is worth noting that one of the titled Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is always required to remain behind to protect the sect leader. The fact that both titled Douluos were dispatched indicates Ning Fengji's serious concern regarding this matter. Naturally, had he not feared hindering the team's speed, he likely would have joined them himself. The sword Douluo expressed a peculiar sense of possessiveness, remarking with a hint of sarcasm, "At least you have a bit of conscience. Or I would feel quite indignant for my Rongrong." The bone Douluo interjected, "We must return. Fengji cannot be left unattended." As Tang Tian witnessed the 2 titled Douluo prepare to depart, he ensured they did not leave empty-handed. "Thank you, esteemed seniors. This is a soul crystal I fortuitously acquired, which can enhance one's soul power. In the future, I shall certainly visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to express my gratitude." Upon the departure of the 2 titled Douluo, the number of attendees did not diminish. Instead, it increased by 2 with the arrival of the Golden Iron Triangle. "Who came in late?" Xiao Tian. Both Master and Flinder exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming with delight. With the arrival of his 3 mentors, Tang Sen felt compelled to set aside his herbal studies and hurriedly approached the large stone. The Master embraced the 2 Tang brothers, his gaze reminiscent of a caring father. "Xiao Tian, you must refrain from running off with Xiao San in the future. Otherwise, I shall be quite concerned." Tang Sen dared not speak the truth and hurriedly replied, "Teacher, we are fine." Ning Rongrong said softly, "I miss you so much, Brother Tian." "Tang Tian, have we not been apart for merely a day?" "Old monster." Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to discreetly slip away at that moment. Yet he did not anticipate that Tang San would still be paying attention to him. The Golden Iron Triangle also cast a disapproving glance at Douluo, as there were still 6 titled Douluo on their side present, and they had no reason to fear this old poison master. Tang San smiled gently and hastily clarified, "Master, I neglected to inform you of our whereabouts, which must have caused you concern. In truth, the esteemed Douluo invited us here with no malice. He merely wished to examine the properties of the toxins contained within my 8 spider lances. Recognizing my exceptional talent, Douluo has decided to impart knowledge regarding poison martial spirits to me. As for Tian Go, he merely joined in for the sake of excitement. He has actually been asleep here for an entire day and night." Internally, Tang Tian questioned, "When did I sleep for a day and night?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, not only the master and his companions, but even Douluo were momentarily taken aback. None had anticipated that Tang San would articulate such a statement. The master regarded Tang San with a puzzled expression, unable to discern any deceit in his disciple's demeanor. Was it truly the case? It seemed we had misjudged the esteemed Douluo. Afterward, the Golden Iron Triangle bowed respectfully to Douluo, expressing their apologies. Douluo gazed at Tang San, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Why did Tang San choose to shield him, especially after receiving the respectful bow from the Golden Iron Triangle? Douluo felt a flush rise to his aged face. Indeed, he had initially intended to reprimand these 2 young men, only to find himself outmatched. "I have kidnapped a deity, can you believe it?" Tang Sen turned to look at Douluo, still wearing a gentle smile. "By the way, Senior Douluo, you mentioned yesterday that you would share insights regarding the characteristics of the snake venom in Douluo Yin. I have discovered that there is indeed a method to counteract her venom. Perhaps we could discuss it further later. What do you think?" Upon hearing Tang San mention Douluo Yin, Douluo was taken aback, realizing that Tang San was indicating he had found a cure for the lethal poison afflicting his granddaughter. As Tang San elaborated, Douluo's emotions gradually stabilized. Although he was uncertain of Tang San's intentions, at least his own life was temporarily secured. P.S. To my esteemed readers, I sincerely apologize for the delay in today's update due to unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, I will not be able to provide 5 chapters as previously planned, but I assure you that I will make up for it soon. P.S. I extend my gratitude to Yu Yi for the generous 5 donations, which will lead to additional updates for this esteemed patron. Chapter 111. The unplaced powerhouses. Tang Tianxiao addressed the crowd, saying, let us depart, in search of a place where the temperature fluctuates between warmth and coolness. After Tang San escorted everyone out of the ice and fire Yin-Yang, he had no intention of departing himself. Teacher, Dean, Brother Tian, Rongrong, you may return first. I wish to remain here for a while longer to study the art of poison making with Senior Douluo. Master and Flander were somewhat taken aback. Little San. Tang Tian did not persuade any further, saying, continue your research on poisons. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will take care of Xiao Wu. No one would dare to bully her. Ning Rongrong added, third brother, I will also ensure that Sister Xiao Wu is well protected. Upon hearing this, Tang San burst into hearty laughter. Rongrong, I entrust this matter to you and Brother Tian. After the crowd dispersed, Douluo lowered his voice and addressed Tang San. Young man, why did you choose to save me? The sensation of surviving a calamity is undeniably pleasant. As long as one can live, no one wishes for death. However, now that I have calmed down, I cannot help but sense that something is amiss with this situation. Tang San gazed upon the second individual encountered in this world who wielded the art of poison, remarking softly, "Did we not agree that I would assist you in curing your affliction in exchange for 3 promises? Furthermore," he continued, "Brother Tian and I are not unreasonable individuals." Flinder, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Tang Tian, "Little Tian, what exactly is going on?" Tang Tian pondered for a moment. Realizing that the third party seemed to have taken a liking to someone else's medicinal garden, though he was not entirely aware of the details. Ning Rongrong chuckled, "Sanga, you still have such an affinity for poison." After taking a few steps, Tang Tian noticed Qian Rinxua soaring through the sky and quickly called her down. "Shui, what brings you here? I thought you had abandoned me." Qian Rinxua promptly descended and replied to Tang Tian. Tang Tian grasped Qian Rinxua's hand and gently said, "It is impossible to abandon anyone. I could never forsake you." Ning Rongrong glared at Tang Tian with an unfriendly expression, prompting him to amend his words. "I could never forsake you," and Rongrong. Flander, the solitary man, was instantly choked by a double serving of dog food, his face reflecting displeasure. The master gazed at Qian Rinxua with a complex expression, having discerned her true identity through this incident. It was rather amusing. He had courted the former saintess of the spirit hall, while his disciple had captivated the current one. Shortly thereafter, the title Douluo dispatched by the spirit hall were all sent back by Qian Rinxua, and the group returned to Shrek Academy. Xiao Zhan, leading the 5 title Douluo, hesitantly inquired, "Principal, what should we do now?" The master cast a glance at Tang Tian, his eyes filled with inquiry, as if to ask where he had procured so many title Douluo. Tang Tian addressed the 6 title Douluo, saying, "At present, the Tang sect lacks a dedicated residence. So for the time being, please accompany me." Flinder's gaze remained fixed on the 6 title Douluo, and at that moment, he deliberately cleared his throat and remarked, "Little Tian, it seems our academy is in need of numerous teachers." Tang Tian nodded thoughtfully, suggesting that they first take up teaching positions at Shrek Academy. From this moment forth, not only would they serve as elders of the Tang sect, but they would also act as exclusive advisors to Shrek Academy. "Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce you. This is our ally from the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxua, and this esteemed individual is Elder Rongrong of the Tang sect." Upon hearing Tang Tian's arrangements, not just Flandra, but also the master and Lu Erlong, along with everyone present, gasped in unison, their gazes turning perplexed. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. 6 title Douluo's teaching? It was worth noting that even the Imperial Academy of Tiando, renowned as the foremost institution of the Tiando Empire, did not boast a title Douluo among its ranks. Yet, Shrek Academy was suddenly graced with the presence of 6 title Douluos. Henceforth, they would surely be a force to be reckoned with, rendering the notion of any prince insignificant. Tang Tian gazed at the astonished expressions of those around him and tentatively inquired, "Is it not possible?" Flandra swallowed hard and asked, "Are you speaking the truth?" Tang Tian nodded appreciatively, affirming that Shrek and Tang sect were undoubtedly steadfast allies. "Shall we strike at the Tiando royal family and take down that insufferable prince?" he suggested. Master S' expression shifted slightly. "Little Tian, that is something you need not concern yourself with. Our Shrek Academy does not shy away from challenges." As he spoke, Master exchanged a knowing glance with Flinder. Being longtime friends, Flinder understood his intent immediately and quickly approached the 6 title Douluos. "Greetings, esteemed seniors," Flinder exclaimed warmly, his face adorned with a broad smile. Though his somewhat sinister grin suggested a hidden agenda, sincerity shone in his eyes. Thanks to Tang Tian's earlier explanation, the 6 title Douluos recognized Flinder's identity and reciprocated politely. "President Flinder, we have long admired your reputation. We shall rely on you in the future." Flinder replied without hesitation, "Not at all, not at all. It is our honor at Shrek Academy to host such esteemed guests." The 6 hastily qualified title Douluos appeared somewhat uncomfortable with Flinder's enthusiasm, collectively asserting, "President, you are too gracious. We are merely ordinary instructors. There is no need for special treatment." With a beaming smile, Flinder led the 6 title Douluos to their accommodations. "Please, follow me," he urged, guiding them toward the lodging area of Shrek Academy. As they watched Flinder's departing figure alongside the 6 title Douluos, Lu Erlong could not help but turn to Tang San and inquire, "Little Tian, how did you manage to command their respect? It is truly astonishing." Tang Tian smiled faintly and said, "They are all nurtured by me." The master replied, "Though it is hard to believe, it is nonetheless a positive development. Teacher, shouldn't we enhance everyone's soul power?" He naturally referred to the use of soul crystals, which had been delayed due to Shrek's relocation. Now that stability has been restored, it would be best to proceed swiftly. The master nodded with a smile, saying, "That is a good idea. Shrek is now well equipped with skilled individuals, and the Academy's soul power should indeed be elevated. Shall we begin now?" Tang Tian prepared to distribute the soul crystals to the gathered Shrek students. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and even Zhu Shuqing displayed curiosity in their eyes, eager to discover what could facilitate such rapid enhancement of soul power for soul masters. After pondering for a moment, the master said, "I will impart to you the techniques for compressing soul power. The decision on whether to absorb the next soul ring at a higher level rests entirely with you. However, Xiao Wu showed no interest at all. Her sole concern was for Tang San. Tian Ge, why hasn't Xiao San returned? Tang Tian pondered for a moment and resolved to inform Xiao Wu about Tang San's current situation. Tang San was in seclusion at the Eye of Ice and Fire, and if she were to visit him, she could bring him some food. You have previously utilized the soul crystals. I shall not provide them to you this time. Chapter 112. The return of Tang San. Upon learning of Tang San's news, Xiao Wu's thoughts were evidently no longer present. Thank you, Brother Tian. I shall prepare some food for Tang San now. He must be terribly hungry after such a long time. After Xiao Wu departed, Tang Tian produced a collection of soul crystals and addressed the group. These are soul crystals. Each person may utilize only 10, even without a soul ring. There will be no restrictions on your soul power levels. Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity, Brother Tian. Our 7 treasure glaze tile sect's martial souls can only advance to level 79. Does this mean that using these will allow? After deep contemplation, Tang Tian remarked. I'm not entirely certain about this. Perhaps you could take more home for your father to examine. After experiencing the soul crystal, everyone suppressed their overwhelming joy. Opting to employ the master's subtle techniques to compress their soul power, clearly aspiring to attain higher-level soul rings akin to Tang San. Time swiftly passed, and half a year slipped by. Tang San emerged from the ice and fire yin-yang ice. Moreover, Douluo had been successfully recruited by Tang San to serve as an advisor at Shrek Academy. Of course, the Shrek students, who had been in seclusion for 6 months, remained oblivious to all these developments. The master, accompanied by Tang San, was en route to the simulated training environment, missing his companions dearly over the past months. As they walked, the master inquired, Little San, what exactly transpired between you and Douluo? This question had lingered in the master's mind for quite some time. He genuinely believed that Tang Tian had merely slumbered for a day and a night, for Tang Tian was indeed capable of such feats. Thus, he had patiently waited for Tang San's return to voice his curiosity. Tang San said, Douluo captured me, initially intending to target Dugu Yin. Dugu Yin must have informed her grandfather about the humiliation she faced at the hands of Brother Tian, as well as my victory over her, which incited Douluo's animosity towards both Brother Tian and myself. But what transpired thereafter? Tang San nodded and said, later, Brother Tian provided an explanation of our backgrounds, which caused Douluo to feel a bit flustered. Ultimately, Brother Tian revealed the soul rings, and Douluo realized the truth. Upon discovering the reality, the master felt a sense of relief. Xiao San, during this period, you have been engrossed in researching poisons with Douluo. However, do not neglect your soul power cultivation. Your companions are all exceptionally gifted, and Xiao Tian has already utilized the soul crystal for them. If you allow them to surpass you by too great a margin, you may never catch up. What level is your soul power at now? Tang San replied, level 40. The master casually acknowledged with a sound, but he quickly regained his composure. His forward step hesitated momentarily, and his expression grew noticeably more rigid. What did you say? Your soul power has reached level 40? Tang San spoke earnestly. Indeed. Last time at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, under the pressure of the teaching committee, my soul power ascended to level 35. Subsequently, through my training with the esteemed Douluo, I advanced another 5 levels. The presence of numerous precious plants in Douluo's environment likely contributed to my rapid progress. It seems that this setting is particularly conducive to my cultivation. Hence, my soul power has swiftly reached level 40. A faint smile graced the master's face, indicating that my worries were entirely unfounded. Even in the presence of the toxic Douluo, your soul power has continued to flourish, which brings me solace. In less than half a year, the Soul Master Academy's Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition shall commence. If the current trajectory continues, it seems improbable that the Shrek 7 monsters will remain unrecognized. As he spoke, the master halted, revealing a thicket ahead, dense and nearly human height. With a gentle smile, he called out to the bushes, Xiao Wu, let us pause for a moment. Look who has arrived. Upon hearing the name Xiao Wu, Tang San's smile instantly froze, replaced by profound emotion and gratitude in his eyes. He understood that the master's intention to show him Xiao Wu stemmed from their close relationship. Xiao Wu was indeed the person he yearned to see most. Due to the extreme conditions of the ice and fire in Yangai, after Xiao Wu had delivered meals a few times, Tang San had asked her to refrain from doing so, resulting in a considerable time apart. In a flicker of motion, a white figure swiftly emerged from the thicket, embodying youthful innocence with her delicate, rosy complexion, long and taut legs, and a slender waist that seemed to defy grasp, while her hair cascaded down to the ground like a scorpion's tail. It was none other than Xiao Wu. Master, you have arrived, Xiao Wu began, but her words were cut short as her gaze fell upon the one she had been eagerly anticipating. Her pupils dilated in an instant. And disregarding the master's presence, Xiao Wu leaped into Tang San's embrace, her long legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, holding him tightly. Her soft face nestled into the crook of his shoulder, her shoulders trembling with emotion. Tang San could distinctly sense the rapid beating of Xiao Wu's heart. Upon reuniting with her, how could he not feel a surge of excitement? He instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his eyes glistening with emotion. At that moment, Xiao Wu still stood a fraction taller than Tang San, yet her entire being seemed to cling to him, creating an oddly endearing spectacle. The master, perceptive as always, chose not to intrude upon their moment, directing his gaze towards the horizon. Xiao Wu, dear, please don't cry. Am I not back now? Tang San gently caressed her back, his voice thick with emotion as he sought to comfort her. Brother, do you not want Xiao Wu anymore? Why did you leave for such a long time? It was no wonder Xiao Wu was overwhelmed, since their acquaintance. They had never been apart for more than a month in the span of 6 or 7 years. This time, Tang San had been gone for half a year. Although Xiao Wu had visited him a few times, each time she was sent away for her own safety. Tang San was no longer the frail boy he once was. How could I ever forsake you? It is my fault for causing you worry. The fabric of Tang San's shoulder was dampened by Xiao Wu's tears. Her long legs tightly entwined around his waist, as if fearing he might disappear again. Xiao Wu lifted her head, her eyes reddened and puffy. And with a pout she declared, then you must never leave me again. Even if you need to train, you must take me with you. All right, I promise. Tang San responded, tenderly wiping her tears away while offering reassurances. As Xiao Wu's large eyes blinked, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She clung to his neck, sobbing softly. Brother, do you know how much I missed you? Swear to me. Swear that you will never leave me. Tang San declared without the slightest hesitation. I swear. I shall never part from Xiao Wu unless I breathe my last. At this, Xiao Wu smiled through her tears, once again resting her head upon Tang San's shoulder. She too vowed never to leave her dear Singu, even in death. Chapter 113. The endless CS soul hunting ring. The master, observing the scene, shook his head helplessly, pondering to himself how liberated the youth of today are. These two youngsters cannot be more than 14, yet they exhibit such maturity. However, he chose not to disrupt the harmony before him, opting instead to wait in quietude. Tang San, being far more composed than Xiao Wu, gently patted her on the pert backside, saying, "Be good, come down now. The teacher is still here." It was only then that Xiao Wu recalled the presence of their master, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. She released the long legs coiled around Tang San's waist and let them touch the ground, yet she clung to one of his arms, refusing to let go. Teacher, shall we go find the others? The master turned to the two, and although they were still quite young, they appeared to be a perfect pair. A hint of amusement sparkled in his eyes as he nodded and continued deeper into the woods. The training in simulated environments varied according to the different martial souls of the soul masters. For instance, Xiao Wu's rabbit martial soul was best suited for training amidst the thicket, while Dai Mubai preferred the beast enclosure. Oscar, being a food-type soul master, found that the kitchen was the most conducive place for his soul power to flourish. As for Ma Hongjun, he found his training ground in a room filled with stoves. Before long, the master had led Tang San to reunite with everyone except for Tang Tian, Qian Renxue, and Ning Rongrong. The 7 members of Shrek Academy gathered together once more. Upon seeing Tang San, the group was naturally overjoyed, and he recounted the conversation he had with their master. Little San, what did you say? That Dugu Bo came to the academy with you? That old man is as cold as ice and utterly unamusing. At this moment, Xiao Wu was no longer concerned about being recognized by the title Douluo. Tang San believed that Xiao Wu was apprehensive about Dugubo's formidable strength and lethal poison. So he hurriedly reassured her, do not worry, Elder Dugubo is quite amiable. Oscar chuckled and remarked, this is splendid news. The academy now boasts another title Douluo as an advisor. Henceforth, our Shrek Academy shall undoubtedly thrive within the academic realm. The master furrowed his brow, asserting that the academy's success did not solely rely on teachers, but rather on the diligence of its students. Oscar, feeling intimidated by the master, merely stuck out his tongue, not daring to retort. Master, where is Tian Gu? I wish to see him, Tang San inquired. The master replied, I am uncertain. Xiao Tian has recently been rather elusive, claiming to be practicing some kind of evasion technique. Tang San pondered for a moment and said, Master, I have brought back some gifts that will be beneficial to each of us. It would be ideal if we could cultivate together, as this would greatly aid everyone's progress. The master, taken aback, glanced at Tang San with surprise. Overcoming the bottleneck of soul power has always necessitated relying on the individual strength of soul masters through relentless effort. Even the master, well-versed in martial souls, had never discovered a shortcut. Thus, Tang San's words undoubtedly piqued his interest. Being an astute individual, the master quickly grasped the implication of Tang San's statement, realizing that the gifts he intended to present were the elixirs procured from Dugubo. Tang San nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, the master remarked, utilizing pharmaceuticals to enhance one's abilities may entail adverse effects. In the past, several soul masters have attempted such practices, but the outcomes were far from favorable. You are inherently gifted individuals, and there is no need to resort to such shortcuts. Should you hastily seek to cultivate growth, it may ultimately prove counterproductive. Tang San, with a calm confidence, declared, Master, rest assured. The gifts I intend to present to everyone will be tailored to each individual's unique characteristics. There will be no adverse effects. After a moment of contemplation, the master reluctantly nodded and replied, Very well. However, you must exercise caution. No mistakes must occur. The master understood that Tang San was not one to act recklessly, Otherwise, he would not have readily acquiesced to his proposal. Daimobai pondered for a moment and said, I almost forgot. Xiao Tian informed me that he took Rong Rong and Qian Rinxue to hunt for soul rings. The master considered this and replied, then let us wait for their return. You all continue your training, and when the time comes, we shall embark together to hunt for soul rings. In the boundless ocean, Tang Tian swiftly navigated through the waters with the two ladies. Ning Rongrong, amidst the tiny bubbles in the sea, smiled mischievously and playfully remarked, Brother Tian, are you using the pretext of hunting soul rings to bring me and Sister Qian Rinxue to enjoy the scenery? Tang Tian smiled faintly and said, I believe it is relatively easy to locate soul beasts in the ocean. Our current speed is significantly faster than that on land. Qian Rinxue exclaimed, Brother Tian, look, what a massive octopus. Ning Rongrong also turned her attention to the marine creatures, exclaiming, Brother Tian, look at the sharks. Brother Tian, please bring the coral back home for me. I want that pearl. It's enormous. It seems impractical for jewelry. Regardless, I desire it. Brother Tian. Over there appears to be a school of fish engaged in combat. They are truly magnificent creatures. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by the two women, and to his astonishment, he beheld a dozen soul beasts, each over 100,000 years old, surrounding and attacking another soul beast. It appeared they were at a disadvantage. Shall we consider a surprise attack? Ning Rongrong suggested, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. Tian go, we must leave swiftly. Those are 100,000-year soul beasts. Even if we manage to slay one, we cannot absorb its soul ring. Though Qian Rinxue remained silent, her thoughts echoed Ning Rongrong's sentiment. She never anticipated that the ocean harbored such a multitude of soul beasts of that age. Tang Tian squinted as he gazed at the distant school of fish, remarking, in this world, the expanse of the ocean is 4 times that of the land. Therefore, do not be misled into believing that the number of terrestrial soul beasts is substantial. In reality, the population of aquatic soul beasts far surpasses that of their land counterparts. The land merely offers a two-dimensional plane for soul beasts to inhabit, whereas the ocean, in all its depths, is a sanctuary for these creatures. Particularly in the depths and the open seas, aquatic soul beasts are seldom disturbed by human presence. Consequently, their growth is significantly more facile than that of terrestrial soul beasts, making the congregation of 10,000-year soul beasts quite unremarkable. Well then, I have decided to join the fray. Whether the harvest is bountiful or meager, I shall partake regardless. While soul rings may be unusable, soul bones must surely hold value. Ning Rongrong, still somewhat apprehensive, cautioned, Brother Tian, we must approach quietly to avoid alarming them. The trio stealthily made their way to the battleground of the fish, settling in silently to observe. However, the perception of soul beasts is markedly superior to that of humans, and their presence was soon detected. Just as Tang Tian was preparing to act, the waters had been churned into an inky darkness by the deep-sea demon whale king, the immense pressure rendering the ocean almost immobile. Tang Tian let out a cold snort and remarked, a trivial skill. Suddenly, a tornado erupted from the sea, emerging without warning amidst a thunderous roar, swiftly breaking through the dark barrier in an instant. Chapter 114. The Sacrifice of the Sea Soul Beast, additional chapter for Night Lord. Although Tang Tian had anticipated the formidable power of his casual strike, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart. Could the force of the Yin-Yang Dao truly be this terrifying? It seemed imperative to master this power completely. Strength that cannot be wielded at will is akin to a curse, destined to consume its bearer. The multitude of 10,000-year soul beasts was left disoriented by Tang Tian's effortless blow. This was not merely an energy attack, it was the roar of the ocean, the very essence of the sea's might. After unleashing his strike, Tang Tian refrained from using the Yin-Yang Dao's power and instead manifested his martial soul, the heaven and earth Xian Huang Tower, preparing to unleash a restraining force upon the most formidable deep-sea demon whale king. The violent upheaval of the waters had taken the two women by surprise, leaving Ning Rongrong still somewhat shaken as she stammered, Tian go. It seems the largest fish has fled? Tang Tian, composed and unfazed, remarked, if they flee, so be it. The presence of a few 100,000-year soul beast is ample. Just as Tang Tian was poised to take action, the golden fish among the 100,000-year soul beast reverently addressed the three, saying, I pay my respects to the sea god. Qian Rinxue and Ning Rongrong quietly remained behind Tang Tian, neither uttering a word, seemingly awaiting his response. Tang Tian was utterly perplexed, yet he candidly replied, I am no sea deity, I have merely come to vanquish your soul bones. The golden fish implored, Great Lord of the heavens, might you assist my golden dragon fishkin in overcoming this calamity? I am willing to offer the soul rings of the two divine maidens who stand behind you as a sacrifice. Tang Tian inquired, your calculations appear quite astute. Do you presume I cannot discern your grave injuries and imminent demise? Nevertheless, I am open to discussion. Pray, articulate your terms, and I shall contemplate them. The golden fish, sensing Tang Tian's acquiescence, rejoiced and exclaimed, the deep-sea demon whale king has slain my beloved. Should you assist me in avenging her? I shall willingly offer my soul ring as a tribute to the divine lady. Meanwhile, the severely wounded holy golden swordfish pleaded, Divine Lord, I beseech you to aid us in vanquishing the deep-sea demon whale king. In return, I too am prepared to dedicate my soul ring to the two esteemed divine ladies. We are grateful for your expulsion of the deep-sea demon whale king, which protects my kin from harm. My clan is willing to present 15 pieces of our soul bones. I too shall offer my clan's soul bones. Tang Tian was utterly bewildered by this group of soul beasts, some of whom even expressed a desire to offer soul bones. Upon inquiry, he learned that when a member of the Sea Soul Beast clan perishes naturally, their soul bones are collected by their kin. Additionally, with a stroke of good fortune, one might even discover a few soul bones on the ocean floor. As for the deep-sea demon whale king, it was rumored to possess a mysterious technique enabling it to devour soul beasts to gain strength, leading it to wreak havoc and consume indiscriminately. Consequently, it faced frequent assaults from the Sea Soul Beasts until it was finally encountered by Tang Tian, resulting in a panic-stricken retreat. Tang Tian felt that this transaction was quite advantageous, and he immediately spoke with righteous fervor. Rest assured, esteemed guests, I shall personally slay the deep-sea demon whale king. However, the vastness of the ocean is exceedingly expansive. I can only guarantee that within 5 years, I will undoubtedly vanquish it. Among the injured sea spirits, the first to succumb was a winged fish, which typically glided close to the surface of the sea and naturally suffered greatly in the depths. Lord Celestial, I shall now offer my life in sacrifice. Upon finishing its words, the winged fish transformed into a crimson soul ring that slowly floated towards Qianrenxue, its body gradually shrinking into a small flying fish, accompanied by a piece of soul bone. Nearby, its kin took the small flying fish away from the deep sea, evidently returning to the ocean's surface. Remarkably, the sacrificial fish, aside from losing its cultivation, sustained no further harm and even healed from its previous injuries. This left Tang Tian in a state of bemusement, realizing that one could survive after such a sacrifice. Tang Tian picked up the soul bone and handed it to Qianrenxue, saying, "Please absorb this soul bone." Qianrenxue gently pushed the soul bone away, replying, "Brother Tian, my grandfather forbids me from absorbing any soul bones. You should keep it." After a moment of hesitation, the sacred golden tuna could no longer hold on and implored, "My lord, please accept my sacrifice." Following the sacrifice, Qianrenxue gained an additional red soul ring, reminiscent of the flying fish. The dying tuna transformed into a lively little golden tuna, accompanied by a soul bone. Ning Rongrong was also filled with anticipation for her new soul ring. 100,000-year soul ring, a rarity across the continent. Not only would it grant her 2 new soul skills, but its exceptional attributes were enough to entice anyone to seek more. The golden dragon fish glanced at Ning Rongrong before offering its own sacrifice. These 100,000-year soul beasts were not mindlessly